it is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
And that's it! Javier Dominguez is a 2-time world champion.
Congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro! Good morning and welcome to everyone all around the world for day 2 of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities live here from Atlanta, Georgia. But we started the weekend with 300 players at the Pro Tour. Today we're back with a little more than half the field, 187 players. And by the time we're done today, only 8 will remain. We also have MagicCon Atlanta happening here this weekend. Thousands upon thousands of Magic fans streaming into the convention center to celebrate the best game ever made, Magic the Gathering. We are playing Draft and Modern Constructed here at the Pro Tour with an excellent metagame. $500,000 prize pool. The title is on the line as well as the trophy. There is a live look at the Pro Tour area here this morning in the convention center. Welcome along to day 2 of competition. Welcome to the News Desk. My name is Maria Bartholdi. I'm your host for the weekend. Joined at the News Desk by Corey Baumeister, and a big welcome to Mani Davuti back at the News Desk with us. So excited to have you. Corey, what are you most looking forward to today?
Shuhei. I am so excited to see if the Hall of Famer can just absolutely go perfect in this Pro Tour and just XO, no losses, and take it down. I think he can do it.
I know, it'll be so exciting if he does. Mani, what are you most looking forward to?
Maria, I am an Affinity fanboy at heart. When I got the news the Mox Opal was unbanned, I started letting myself hope a bit. I started saying, maybe we're back. After yesterday, I can confirm we are so back.
Oh, we
Confirmed.
are so back, baby. It's such a sweet build, especially Shuhei's. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule, everyone, and catch you up on what happened yesterday as far as the rounds were concerned, Corey.
I mean, if you missed it, you got to go back and watch it because it was an incredible day. We started off with rounds 1 through 3 being an Edge of Eternities draft, and then we moved to Modern for the last 5 rounds of the day. And then anybody with a 4-4 record or 12 match points or better advanced to day number 2.
On day 2, that's today, we're doing it all over again, kicking things off with 3 rounds of Edge of Eternities draft. Then we swap over to Modern again for rounds 12 through 16. All players who reach 36 match points, that is a 12-win record, before round 16 automatically advance to top 8. If you reach 36 in the 16th round, then it comes down to standings and potentially tiebreakers.
And that brings us to Sunday, which is, of course, our top 8. We'll be playing single elimination Modern. Best 3 out of 5 games. Coverage will start an hour earlier, by the way, 10 a.m. Eastern on Sunday. You do not want to miss it. And what are the players playing for? Pride, of course, but also $50,000 for first place. Not bad. Second place goes home with $30K. Third through fourth, $15,000. Fifth through eighth, $9,000 in the bank. It's been an absolutely great tournament so far. Day 1 of action was so action-packed. Mani, you've got some highlights to share with us.
Absolutely, Maria. Yesterday was an incredible day of Magic here at MagicCon Atlanta. And we kick things off following a reigning Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro. He drafted a blue-black deck for himself, but started off with 2 losses, including an incredible match against Jean-Emmanuel Deprat before finishing at a 1-2 record. We then swapped over to Modern for the remainder of the afternoon, and the story coming into the weekend was we have a combo metagame. Top decks in the room. We had Goryo's Vengeance, we had Tameshi Belcher, and we had Boros Energy. Well, the combo decks continued to perform. Boros Energy, not so much. Control started making a comeback. The games were incredible. The Furby Dance Party was incredible. Previous Modern Pro Tour champion Luis Salvado was incredible. But the story of the day was Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura. He started out with a 3-0 draft record, and then his Is It Affinity deck started getting the job done and done and done to an 8-0 record.
Just an incredible story, and we'll see how it plays out today. Something else we have our eye on here is, of course, the teams playing in the room. Now, coming into this tournament, draft was a well-tested format, modern was a known format, and so what we see here as far as team performance is concerned is that maybe having a big testing team was not necessarily the advantage that it usually is at a Pro Tour. Some pretty disappointing results from our teams overall, but that is not the story for our first team. We're going to check in with Corey.
That is absolutely true. So let's take a look at Worldly Council. They decided to make sure to practice a lot of draft, and it really paid off. 16 out of 17 players made it into day 2, which is just incredible. And 6 of them are on curve to be able to make it to the top 8. And when I say on curve, I mean if they copy whatever record they had for day number 1 and do it on day number 2, they're going to be into the top 8. Monty, I don't think we've seen a performance from a team like this in quite a while.
It's been quite a while indeed. It reminds me of Channel Fireball of old, or even Team Handshake a couple of years ago, where they were putting 4 players in the top 8. I'm not saying we're there yet. We still have to play day 2,
Time will tell.
We're on track potentially. Next up, we are going to go to our second heavy play team. This is Cosmos Heavy Play. Incredible roster of players. 12 out of 16 made it here to day 2, and 4 of them, including previous Pro Tour champion Luis Salvato and world champion Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, in that on pace at 6-2.
Let's take a look at our third heavy play team here in Rampant Growth Heavy Play. 10 out of 14 making day 2 of competition, so that's good there. But only 1 player on pace to make top 8, that is Basel Nasri. So not exactly the performance that Rampant Growth might have been looking for.
Let's take a look at one of our next best teams here on the Pro Tour, Handshake Moxfield. And they had another great Pro Tour here, a good start. It is 13 out of 15 players that made it into day number 2, and 5 of them are on pace to be able to make the top 8, Zevin Fausta being the last of those 5. A great performance by this team.
And next up, we are going to team TCG Player. Incredibly experienced roster, 10 out of 14 players making it back here for day 2. 3 of those players, Matt Costa, Gab Nassif, and Luna Eason, on curve for 6-2. But if there's a team that could make that comeback run into a top 8, it would be this team with someone like Sam Hardy.
A disappointing story here for Team Moriyama Japan. 9 out of 13 making day 2 of competition, but again, only 1 on pace here to top 8. Thankfully, it is the person who is leading the tournament, Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura at 8-0, the only undefeated player. The rest of the team, though, not exactly the performance that Moriyama was hoping to put up on day 1.
The most on pace you can be for a top 8, that's for sure. Next team is Flex Slot Diamond. A pretty underwhelming finish here with 7 of 12 players making it into day number 2, and just the top 2 players there on pace to be able to make the top 8. A 7-1 is great, 6-2 is great, but then a lot of mediocre finishes. They'll be looking to have a great day here on day number 2.
All right, next we're going to look at our biggest team on the Pro Tour. This is Sanctum of All. 15 of 21 players did come back for day 2 here, but it's Jason Yee leading the pack at 6-1-1. And Tony Portland right in there in our Player of the Year race, coming off of a top 8 at the previous Pro Tour. He's there as well at 5-2-1.
And finally, our new team this weekend, Team Double Infinity, checking in here. 7 out of 9 players making day 2 of competition. Only 1 player on track, though, to top 8 this new team, led by Hall of Famer Willie Adel.
So let's pivot a little bit and look at the Player of the Year standings going into this and see who has a good chance to be able to be holding that trophy at the end of the year. We have Ken Yukihira up top after just winning the last Pro Tour, and then Ian Robb and Yuchen Liu in 2nd and 3rd from making back-to-back top 8s at the last 2 Pro Tours, and then a great plethora of players here throughout all the way to 14th place for Christopher Leonard.
Yeah, and we are going to look at how those players are doing this weekend, of course. The only person not here is Christopher Larson, unfortunately. He is, or fortunately, currently having a baby, but unable to compete. But for the players competing, 9 of the 13 players in the race have made day 2. And the big story for me is coming into the weekend, we had our top 3. Now it's Sean Henry, who was in 6th, and Tony Portolan, who was in 4th, leading the pack. And if they can really advance their lead, they might be able to put themselves heavily in that conversation.
Yeah.
All right, there's a look at our Player of the Year standings and a check-in on our teams. Well, day 2, we start out with Draft. Edge of Eternities draft, to be specific. It's a very cool draft format. Corey, why don't you give us an overview?
Yeah, so let's take a look at the different archetypes that you can draft here, and you can really do anything in this format. Everything is very viable. I will say, as far as yesterday goes, in our featured draft pod, all the winning records had green in them. You know, it is definitely one of the colors that players are kind of leaning on, and ended up putting some really solid results. Here are the rest of the draft archetypes. I think the best one going in was that Simic ramp deck, but like I said, you can really be doing anything here.
Let's take a look at some signposts on commons they might be interested in.
Yeah, if you see any of these, make sure to pick them and move into these color combinations, especially that Interceptor Mechan. That's my favorite. I love the Rakdos Void decks. I'm picking that Flying Gravedigger all day, every day.
All right, there's a look at some cards the players might be interested in this morning. And now Monty's going to walk us through our top 4 pods here on day 2 of competition. Of course, these are all the players at the top of the leaderboard, so these pods are not going to be easy.
Yeah, we have 4 featured draft pods that we're following, players 1st through 32nd. And the highlight, of course, is our first pod. These are Shuhei Nakamura leading the pack at 8-0, but I'm also going to highlight Jason Yi. Its performance at 6-1-1 yesterday, pretty great, but also Jason is a draft master, so being here in the first pod, really scary for everyone else. Over onto the second pod, we are going to be looking at our next batch of 8 players, and the highlight for me has to be Pro Tour Modern champion Luis Salvato there at 6-2, and also Team Handshake player Jesse Hampton at 6-1-1. He is not one to be underestimated. Next up for table 3, we do have another incredible table, but for me, the highlight here has to be teammates Gabriel, Nassif, and Matt Costa, both on Team TCG player, passing to each other, and this is going to be a really scary pod. Finally, pod 4 has it the case on day 2 of the Pro Tour. Incredible pod, but none other than John Emmanuel DePraw gets my shout out. He started off 2-1 yesterday, which is great for him considering he usually struggles a bit in Limited and excels in Constructed. If he can 2-1 again out of this draft pod, the rest of the tournament has to be on watch.
Ooh, very, very exciting to see Jean-Emmanuel Deprade doing well after day 1 of competition. Let's take a look at the players for our featured draft pod. Pod number 1 arriving in the feature match area this morning. It's always such an exciting moment on day 2. Nerves running rampant, no doubt, for these players as they sit down and get ready to draft. Now remember, these are our top players in the tournament. Right now, they do not want any missteps as they sit down to draft. Again, there's a look at Jason Yi, the draft master in the pod. And of course, we've also got our tournament leader, Shuhei Nakamura, sitting down to draft. An excellent drafter in his own right, so looking to make another 3-0 today. Take a look at Shuhei's road yesterday through day 1 of competition. Only W's in that results column and only 4 game losses overall yesterday, and only 1 in Constructed. So that's some pretty good results there for Shuhei Nakamura. Let's take a look at our broadcast team who will be joining us today on day 2 of competition. In the booth, there's us, of course. And then a big welcome to Carmen Klemperens, who will be in the booth for Limited this morning. We've also got Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Chian, as well as Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight, calling the shots in the booth. Well, it is time for draft here this morning. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
That's right. Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth. It is time for draft number 2, and we've got a treat on our hands here. Shuhei Nakamura, one of the best drafters ever, right? This guy is a crusher at draft. Used to travel to all the GPs, regardless of location in the world, particularly if it had Limited in it. And he always did really well at those too.
Yeah, absolutely specializing in Limited, but also completely crushing the field with one of my favorite decks in Modern, or just of all time in Affinity. So just winning on both ends, but really excited to see somebody really known for their Limited prowess here, sitting at 8-0.
Yeah, I was wondering, Paul, you know, if you're in Shuhei's seat, Shuhei being a Limited master of sorts, has the ability to draft whatever he sees fit. Does it change the fact that he's undefeated and maybe would be fine with it too? Like, just wants to avoid a train wreck? Are these things that would come into Shuhei's mind?
You know, I can see that where, let's say you have a close pick between a higher upside card with maybe a more solid card. Maybe you take the more solid card trying to go 2-in-1. But I think for the most part, Shuhei is just going to draft the way that he usually does, which is usually very, very solid.
He actually drafts that way anyway.
Right. He doesn't go too crazy anyways. He just wants like a rock solid deck that likely goes 2-1 that has the upside to go 3-0. I think he's going to just try to play his seat and just try to draft the best deck possible.
Yeah, Shuhei's known for drafting very straightforward decks. You know, a little bit more like old school, but it really serves you well in the last few years to draft that way, which are, you know, really on-board, no-nonsense cards rather than, like, Shuhei's unlikely to go for crazy niche archetypes.
Okay,
That's
players,
not usually
welcome
his
to the
style.
day
Yeah,
2.
absolutely. For example, comparing Shuhei to somebody like Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, who's a world-class player in his own right. When I watch JD draft, sometimes I don't know what's happening because he's too many levels different from where I am. When I watch Shuhei draft, I'm like, okay, this is how I draft. This is my approach to limited, so I totally get what he does. Not too greedy, goes for power, goes for consistency, and then, of course, his play is on another level.
The other player has passed to you. I'm going to give the
Let's see what Shuhei opens up here
10 seconds
as
left
we
on the pack.
dial into day
when I
2
say
here at the
draft
Pro Tour. Thank you so much
means
for
that you are
joining us. If you're
drafting
just
your
tuning
card,
in,
putting
perfect
it in one
timing.
pile in front of
We're
you,
just about to open pack 1,
and
pick
you will
1
be
here on the
passing the
second
cards.
draft. We're going to be playing 3 rounds of
to your
limited
left
after
or
this,
to your right or to your left,
and then we'll
depending on the pack.
transition back
Okay.
over to Modern later today. And by
Very
the end of the day,
important,
we'll have our
draft
top 8
in
all
one
filled
pile
out.
in
That
front of you.
Shuhei Nakamura, our feature drafter here, already
So,
with 8 wins, with a strong performance
please
in
check
limited,
that
he
you
could find
have
himself
everybody of you
very
have
much
3
in range
packs.
of a top 8, even early in the rounds of Constructed.
We are going to start with pack A. So
He
open the
knows
pack.
he's got a great deck in Modern. This draft is really
Count face
important
down
to his
14
top 8
cards.
hopes. He really needs to stick the landing here.
Absolutely. Several high-powered
If you
bombs.
see any
You
problem,
always want to
please
start the
raise your
draft
hand.
with something that you take at the end of the pack, right? You always just want to start things off
Okay.
nice
So
and easy. Give
now
yourself some
pick up the
direction.
cards.
So, you know,
You have 40
cards that we mentioned
seconds.
yesterday, Quantum Riddler, LG Acolyte, stuff of that
Ooh,
nature.
there's Diadrene right at the front.
Okay. Solid
Unfortunately, gold.
card. It is gold. It is an extremely
Ooh,
powerful
Banishing Light.
card. The other best card in the pack here is Banishing Light, and I think that's, I mean, you see him have it here at the top, and those are the two options. Diadrene is extremely powerful, especially if you just end up in green-white. Also, if you're a base green deck, you can even splash it as well. Good at all points in the mana curve as well. Banishing Light, however, also premium removal spell.
10
No matter
seconds.
what you end up drafting, you have a much higher likelihood of being able to play that card as well. So I do think it's a close pick between the two.
Yeah, Diadrene is good enough, though, that Shuhei's going to take a shot
Draft.
here on a pack 1, pick
You're
1
passing
gold
13
card.
cards to
When
your
you
left.
open up a card of that power level, it is worth it to try.
Yeah.
Also,
Pick up the
it's
cards.
worth noting that Diadrene's in green,
have 35
which
seconds.
means that it could be splashed if you were to be, say, green-red or green-blue.
Right.
Let's see what pack 1, pick 2 brings. He's pulled Wormwall Sweeper to the front.
Yeah, I see a Virus
Ugh.
Needle and a Cut Propulsion as well.
Propulsion. Okay, that's
Okay.
solid.
Yeah, and Cut Propulsion is a very solid removal spell, and you know it's still kind of early enough in the draft where you can just take the best card in each pack and just try
10
to figure out
seconds.
where your lane needs to be, right?
Right, you're just trying to sort out what seat you want, and Cut Propulsion, definitely the best card here.
Yeah, but he's got that Wormwall
Oh.
Sweeper up front. Is he going to take
Draft.
that?
Wow, there was a Virus Beetle in the
Shuffle,
pack too.
you're
Holy
passing 12
smokes.
cards.
Second pick, Wormwall Sweeper.
I mean, that tells you something.
Pick up the cards,
I mean, I feel
30
like
seconds.
Shuhei Nakamura, and perhaps his team even, values that card higher than most people would.
Wow, this pack's stacked for him too. He's got Banishing Light, Galactic Wayfarer, and is there a Sunstar Lightsmith between?
Yeah,
There is.
there's a Cryogen Relic in that pack too.
Whoa.
This pack has basically 3
10
of the best
seconds.
commons in the entire format. Given that you started off with the Diadrene though, probably looking at a green or white card. Banishing Light, Galactic Wayfarer, both fine options. I totally understand actually not
Draft.
taking Galactic Wayfarer
You're
here.
passing
It's a
11
high-performing
cards
card,
to
but
your
when
left.
you're specifically in white-green, you're not really looking to
Pick
ramp
up
as
the
much.
cards,
So this
25
card
seconds.
is good, but not quite as good as it could be in, for example, like a blue-green or a red-green deck.
Words you will never hear me say. I can totally understand not taking a Galactic Wayfarer.
Hey, Banishing Light's a sweet card, Marshall.
auxiliary boosters. Looks like the only option
10
here. Oh, there's a
seconds.
plasma bolt.
Yep.
So there's another reasonable red card.
Yeah, Plasma Bolt's kind of the best card in the pack, but it's
Yeah.
not enough better where you're really, as you can see,
Draft.
Shuhei is really trying to cut
Shuffle.
off white
You're
here.
passing
Took the
10
Banishing Light,
cards
first pick
to
the
your
Diagen,
left.
would really like to play it if possible.
Pick up
And
the cards.
looking to try to draft a very
25
proactive deck here.
seconds.
We saw with that pick 2 Wormwall Sweeper.
Interesting. So there is a Zookeeper mechan. The red cards do keep flowing.
Yeah, there was a Plasma Bolt in the last pack, which was the best card in the last pack.
10
And now there's a
seconds.
Zookeeper mechan. So you could potentially speculate here, try to keep yourself open. You could still potentially pivot into a red-white deck, for example.
Draft.
Would you
shuffle.
assume if that's what
You're
happens
passing
here that it
9
would
cards.
just be straight up red-white, or is that Diadrine worth trying to get in there?
Well, if red actually does have a fair number of ways to generate landers
Pick up
on
the
their own.
cards.
So if you do
20
pick up an
seconds.
Orbital Plunge, maybe a Cav Land Seeker, something along those lines, with a command tower, command bridge rather, then you can possibly splash
10
it. But
seconds.
a lot of the power of Diadrine is also the fact that you can play it early.
Yeah. Well, two mediocre picks to choose from, Exosuit Savior or the Thawbringer in
Draft.
the core colors, presumably, and there
passing
wasn't
8
a
cards.
loud red card in there. There was a couple of playables, but
Yeah. I think
but you
Pick up
wanted
the
to see
cards.
the cards you just
20
mentioned, like a Cav
seconds.
Land Seeker or something like that, to
Right.
go, okay, I'm going to be red now.
And I do think the Thawbringer is a better card than the Exosuit Savior.
Yeah.
The Savior is generally
10
kind of
seconds.
weak. Unless you pick up a Cryogen Relic or something along those lines, it's really not something that I'm too excited playing. But I think maybe that was a hedge where, hey, look, if I go white-red, I'm just going to take the
Draft.
white card that for sure will make
You
my
are
deck.
passing 7 cards.
And like you said, it looks like
From now
Shuhei's
on,
trying to
the
cut
10-second
white,
warning,
send
I
that
will not
signal
tell
to the
you.
left.
Pick up
He
the
took
cards.
Drix
15
Fatemaker with his
seconds.
next pick, so that goes well
Yep.
with what else he's got going on here.
It's a late Lost in Space, which is okay, but you know,
Yeah.
Ice Cave Crasher, specifically if you're looking to curve out and beat people down, very nice aggressive creature to kind of have at that 4-mana slot in your green-white deck.
Draft.
And by the way, going back to
passing
what we
6
talked about
cards.
at the beginning, take a look at the cards that Shuhei's taken
Pick
so
up the
far. He
cards.
does not mess around.
10
Like, these are
seconds.
all power, toughness,
Right.
get you dead type stuff. Ooh, Seam Rip, what else is in here?
There's a Dual Sun Technique and a
Okay.
Brewguard Elite. So a lot of interesting options here.
Draft.
Could maybe use a
You
trick
are
here.
passing 5 cards.
So actually going for Dual Sun Technique in a white-green deck, or in specifically
Pick up
a
the
white-green
cards.
deck, you are kind
10
of the green-white
seconds.
counters deck. So if you have 6 or 7
Ooh.
ways to put counters on things, then Dual Sun Technique gets turned on and is a very powerful spell.
Yeah, you see the Drix Fatemaker number 2 here pulled to the front.
Draft.
Yeah,
And
there's
that's
You're
a card that
passing
goes well with a
4
lot of what
cards.
he's
Yeah,
got.
and that's the thing. You look at that pack, and most
Pick up
people
the
might even
cards,
consider
5
the Tapestry
seconds.
Warden there. But in green-white, the Fatemaker is a much stronger card. There's just a lot of incidental +1/+1
Draft.
counter synergies where
You are
that
passing
card
3
can really
cards.
shine.
He picked up a Seam Rip
Pick up
fairly
the
late
cards.
here, too.
5 seconds.
Card could make the cut for him.
Okay.
And now he's just got a little bit of
Draft.
filler, it
You're
looks like,
passing
to
2
round out
cards.
pack number 1.
Pick up the cards.
Anything
5
good late?
seconds.
Another
Dual
Dual
Sun
Sun
Technique,
Techniques.
Second one starting
one-
to fall off a bit.
Unless your deck is
You are passing
all in
1
on
card.
+1/+1 counters.
right.
Okay. So now
Okay.
you have 60 seconds
So
to
there
review
is
what
all
you have
of
picked.
pack 1 for Shuhei. So let's just take a quick pause here to take a look at what he's actually taken so far, and then maybe what directions he wants to go as he works his way into pack number 2, Paul. Because he is at a little bit of an inflection point. We saw him dabble in red.
Yeah. A little bit of red. I think, again, that was a speculative pick where in the previous pack he saw the Plasma Bolt. So you're like, okay, well, I already passed 1 solid red card, and I now see a Zookeeper Mechan, which is one of the stronger red commons. If in the future picks after that I see more good red cards, then I can pivot into red-white and be pretty happy with that. But given what we've seen in this pack, he didn't see any more red cards after taking the Zookeeper Mechan. So I think given that he saw some of those green creatures late, granted, they're not the strongest cards, he's probably looking to try to settle into a green-white deck.
Yeah, that Diadrine at the bottom of the screen, that was his first pick, and that's the one that he's probably trying to hang on to at this point. Let's take a look at some of the cards that he may want to open or be interested in opening going forward, starting off with some commons. Boy, a Night Luminary would go a long way here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a deck that's for sure he wants to be white, so you want to, and it looks like he wants to be aggressive. So Night Luminary is a good way to flood the board, really good way to station up the Warm Wall Sweeper. Focus Fire, arguably better than Banishing Light if you are aggressively slanted. And then, of course, if you want to pair that with green, Gene Pollinator, just one of the best creatures. Actually, in a green-white deck, I think I might even prefer it to potentially Galactic Wayfarer just to be able to curve out nicely.
Yeah, 1-mana spells are so great in those decks. What about uncommons? What are some of the things that Shuhei might be looking for?
Well, All Fate Stalker, one of the best uncommons in the set. This card is just fantastic. Kills tokens, is a removal effect, very, very strong. Then you have Starfield Shepherd, another one of the best uncommons in the format. There's actually a lot of 1-mana creatures that you can get. If you can get a Gene Pollinator, that's really solid. You can get a Starport Security as well, and it's just a pure value card. And then, of course, if you do end up in green-white, you're trying to do the +1/+1 counter things, what better way to top out your mana curve than with Halia?
That's right. Now, if we're going to dream a little here, Paul, if I'm going to let my imagination run wild, how about an Ouroboros? You said you wanted +1/+1 counters, right?
So. Well, yeah. This is probably the best card in the format. This thing is ridiculous. Even if you kill it, usually it pumps your whole team, and that's enough damage already. So that card's fantastic. Sunstar Chaplain, also incredible as a way to put +1/+1 counters on things. They have to kill this. If they don't, you basically just lose. And then, of course, if you are a white deck, you're going to probably look to have some Night Luminaries, a bunch of creatures, and Lumen Class Frigate is fantastic in this type of deck.
Yeah, and you can see that these cards lean towards the more assertive end of the scale. These aren't cute cards that are for fixing or build arounds. These are just increase my power and toughness a lot and get you dead. And that looks like exactly what Shuhei is trying to do here. So we can head on back down and pick him up in pack 2, pick 1, and let's see if he maybe gets lucky and opens up a few of those cards that we pointed out there.
Yeah, typically these white-based aggressive decks are very, very heavy white.
So everything is
so
fine.
you don't even need to look for some of the green lander type effects, which usually you're looking for in the other green color combinations.
Pick up your cards, 40 seconds.
Well, there's a Drix Fate Maker, Blooming Stinger. One thing of note here, Paul, is that his mana curve is not great right now.
His only 2-mana card is a Wormwall Sweeper.
Right.
So, yeah, and in a green-white deck, you want to curve out. So look at this. I mean, this is really unexciting. This is pack 2, pick 1 here, and I think he's going to take a Dockworker Drone or a Blooming Stinger.
Ugh.
So that is super, super disappointing. But you know what? It looks like it's really the only option there. You see a Meltstrider Eulogist, which has some synergies, but I think it's more important to just pick up a solid 2-drop for your deck.
Do you like the Stinger or the Dockworker Drone? I mean, the Drone gets the +1/+1 counter, so you get that synergy, but maybe the Stinger's a little better on its own.
Yeah, just by itself, right? Even when the games go a little bit longer, we're talking about a format where there's giant spacecrafts, and in a Blooming Stinger in conjunction with other bite effects allows you to just cleanly kill things, whereas you can't do that with the Dockworker Drone.
Speaking of, there's a couple of them in this next pack, Meltstrider's Resolve and Diplomatic Relations. Both combo pretty well with Blooming Stinger. I mean, Relations is basically just a removal spell straight up at that point, but Resolve also usually gets the job done.
Yeah, the +0/+2 that you get from the Meltstrider's Resolve is usually going to be good enough to be able to fight something and still have your creature
10
live.
seconds.
And I think he's going to take the Resolve. It's just so much more efficient. Both are very solid, but the Resolve is very, very strong, especially in this strategy.
Yep, he's going to go for the Meltstrider's Resolve. Again,
Draft.
very much
You're
mining his
passing
mana
12
curve
cards
here
to
as
your
well.
right.
He needs more 2-drops to round out a beatdown curve
cards,
that he's looking
30
for.
seconds.
Ooh, Focus Fire.
There's a
very
Focus
strong.
Fire. Very nice, very nice.
Oh, never
All Fate
mind.
Stalker.
Hey, look.
Oh, and Halia at the back,
Halia.
too.
Well, wow, this, I mean, I feel like Shuhei would just want to take this pack and
then just move on with his life?
Just chill, just relax. But I think the best card in the pack here is still the All Fate Stalker.
Yeah.
It's, you know, you see shiny Signpost uncommon and you think that's what you should take. But I do think the All Fate Stalker is just a better card. And honestly, there's a chance the Halia could table.
Totally.
Because somebody else
You're
just could not be in
passing
green-white.
11
It's just
cards to
hard
your
to be
right.
able to splash something like a Halia.
Yeah, people don't splash Halia. So, like, if there's not another green-white
Pick up
player
the
at
cards,
the table,
25 seconds.
we will see that come back, I bet. I mean, somebody could cut it.
Right,
too, but-
of course. Ooh, this pack is a bit of a miss here. That we're looking at possibly a second copy of auxiliary boosters. I like the first one. The second one I like a lot less.
10
You also just
seconds.
want to keep your curve kind of low. So there's really nothing here for Shuhei outside of the boosters, I think. Maybe Shattered Wings.
Wow, what a weird pack so far. 2 nice cards and
Draft.
2 just,
Right.
wow,
Shuffle, you're
sideboard
passing
cards.
10 cards.
That's tough. Shattered Wings, pack 2, pick 4.
And not really where you want to be.
Pick up the cards,
Mostly a card that
25
you play on the
seconds.
sideboard.
There's another Wormwall Sweeper. He loves that, apparently. What else is here, though?
There is
Other
an Intrepid
duels?
Tenderfoot, which would be his second 2-mana creature. But given that we saw Shuhei took a second pick Wormwall Sweeper, my suspicion is
seconds.
he's going to take this one as well.
Yeah, you're right. He does take it. How do you count those? Because we were saying that he needs 2-mana creatures.
Draft.
Well, you're going to
Shuffle,
need some
you're passing
Fawbringers. That's a
9
really
cards to
nice
your right.
follow-up to being able to play something like a turn 2 Wormwall Sweeper.
Pick up the
But
cards,
it's nice,
20
right? It's still
seconds.
going to. It's not hard to turn it on, and it does smooth out your draws.
These packs have been weird.
Yeah. Now
There
that,
is a Gene Pollinator now.
seconds.
6th pick.
yeah, and he's absolutely going to take it here. There's a-
Somehow better than all of his other picks except for the stalker,
Right.
maybe? I mean, that's just wild.
better than his first and
Draft.
fourth pick. His
Yeah,
fifth pick,
Shuffle.
yes.
definitely.
You're passing 8 cards.
Gene
Pick up the
Pollinator
cards,
does
20
serious
seconds.
work in this format. It doesn't look like much, but
I wonder.
it is amazing.
I wonder if we draw the line, though, at the 3rd Wormwall Sweeper. At this point, we're going to probably be looking to actually
10
fill out
seconds.
our deck with actual creatures that we can play to station up the sweepers. So, yeah, it looks like he's going for the Weftblade Enhancer here. Not a big fan of
Draft,
the Wedge Light
shuffle.
Rammer there.
Yeah, you can kind of
You're
get the
passing
sense
7
that
cards.
Shuhei
From now on,
doesn't
I will skip the 10 seconds
want to lean
warning,
into
okay?
battle or
Pick up the
space
cards,
crafts,
15
particularly
seconds.
unless they cost 2 mana.
Yep.
What does he find here?
Yeah, Dawn Strike Vanguard,
Sure.
it's okay. It's just really expensive.
Kind of bad.
Yeah, it looks much stronger than it actually plays out. But you could also have matchups where you board it in, right? Where, you know,
Draft.
just having a large lifelink
You're
body
passing
could be
6
relevant
cards.
in certain matchups.
Pick up the cards, 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's one of those cards that I read and I'm still like, that seems pretty good. But when
Right.
you play it, it doesn't feel that way. Oh, look at that!
Weapons manufacturing.
Weapons manufacturing,
Draft.
which is a card. Look at that
You're
little
passing
smile
5
from
cards
Shuhei.
to
He
the
says,
right.
we'll be playing with that one a little later. today."
Right. We saw it do some
Pick up the
work
cards,
against Johnny Gutman
10
the other day.
seconds.
Now is not the time. That's really funny.
Yeah. It's a really late Mechan Navigator, but obviously you can't go
Yeah.
blue here. Probably just going to take a Lux Knight Breacher.
Draft.
If you end up short on
You're
playables
passing
here,
4 cards.
you can still put that as a 4-mana creature.
Just a
play.
4-ball,
Pick up the
yeah.
cards, 5 seconds.
Man, Shuhei just needs more cheap creatures. He really wants cards like Night Luminary. Haven't seen one yet,
Draft.
though.
You are passing 3 cards. Pick up the cards, 5 seconds.
Well, he's sticking to the game plan here, Paul. You can see his picks from this pack have all been
Draft. You are
green or
passing
white.
2 cards. Pick up the cards, 5 seconds.
Here's the thing, and one of the important
Draft. You're
parts
passing
part
1
of
card.
pack number 2 was the pack that had the All Fate Stalker,
Okay.
Focus
So
Fire, and
now
Halia. He
you
didn't
have
table
90
either of
seconds
those.
Yeah,
to
that's
review
right.
your
Which
picks.
means there are 2 other white drafters most likely at the table, and I think white is powerful, but only when it's open. And you know, it's not white is not as deep as, for example, green as a color. So if you're fighting 2, possibly 3 other drafters at a table, you're just not going to end up with a strong enough deck.
And look at that pack on the left. You can see the picks in order. Any of the decent green cards that he got came early in the pack. The one Gene Pollinator snuck through.
Right.
But pack 1 picked one Blooming Stinger. Like,
Yeah.
the green is not flowing.
And it's not like he was tabling the dockworker drones either,
No.
right? So somebody was, and somebody else is in green-white. So, you know, this is what
Yeah.
happens when somebody else is in the archetype that you're in. And Shuhei, I mean, he's got playable cards, but it's far from exciting right now.
Yeah, you know, it really does have the feeling that there's somebody else in white and then there's somebody other else in green-white.
Yep.
And then who knows who else is drafting
Right.
green, you know, green X.
Yeah, you know, over the last few weeks of this format, when I've been drafting, I have been having a lot more success drafting the kind of proactive white decks, but only because they've been very open, right? You just get random 6th or 7th pick focus fires when they just shouldn't be in the pack anymore. And then when it's open, then your deck ends up being quite strong. But here, where you're fighting over these cards, it gets a lot more difficult.
Where are
10
all the
seconds.
Night Luminaries?
Yeah,
Somebody's taking them.
yeah, definitely.
They're not here.
I mean, we don't even have,
The review
if you
time
look at the combat
is
tricks
over.
too, Shuhei doesn't have a
Please
ton of
let
great tricks
all your
either.
cards in
We're
front
looking
of
at
you in a single
Biosynthetic
pile.
Burst and
We
Focus
continue
Fire as some of
drafting
the
in a
great
single pile, okay?
common combat tricks that you
Now
could
we
play.
go to the pack
And I don't even think
C.
I've seen a Biosynthetic.
Open
No,
it.
I don't think he's had an option for one.
Count 14 cards face
And he
down.
would play it. That is a very Shuhei Nakamura card.
Yeah. So hopefully pack 3 can go better here for Shuhei. White did feel somewhat open, so I think
have any
if
problem,
anything, maybe he can
raise
hope
your
to try to
hand.
pick up lots of premium white commons this direction in pack
No
3.
problem.
See Johnny
So,
Gutman there. He looks like
let's
he's
start.
feeling it.
Pick up your
He's
cards.
Locked in.
hoping that
40
the
seconds.
pack 3 will save him. We've all been there before. All right, let's see what he gets. Pack
right.
3,
Okay.
pick 1.
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
there anything good here?
so there's a Hemosymbic Might, which generally is a card I don't love unless I'm drafting a very aggressive green deck, which the only really aggressive green deck is the green-white deck. So if there's a deck where the Hemosymbic Might is good, it's in a deck with double Wormwall Sweeper and a Gene Pollinator. Perhaps you can put some counters on it and pump your stuff.
10
Secluded
seconds.
Starforge is an extremely powerful land, but it is colorless. That's not free. And when you're trying to curve out, and you can't cast a spell because you drew the Secluded Starforge, that could be a big cost.
Draft. You are passing 13
Oh, he's going to go
cards
for the
to your left.
Hemosymbic Might.
All right.
Interesting. Yeah, it's probably those two Wormwall Sweepers.
Right.
Pick
Yeah,
up your cards,
along with the Gene
35
Pollinator. So,
seconds.
yeah, Shuhei really looking to just, he's like, hey, look, I don't have that much power in my deck. I'm going to have a nice streamlined deck where I can just curve out and beat people down before they get to cast their top-end stuff.
Hopefully they're playing a little bit too many Dirtle cards.
Yeah, another Hemosymbic Might, right?
Yeah,
Looks like,
that is.
okay. There's a Pinnacle Kill Ship, but this
10
deck is not
seconds.
really set up for Pinnacle Kill Ship. No landers, no real way to ramp. You need to have some ways to ramp. Oh, wow. Exosuit Savior. So perhaps Shuhei also really liking
You're
the
passing 12
combination of
cards to
Exosuit
your
Savior
left.
and perhaps Wormwall Sweeper. Maybe just find ways to continue surveilling and
Pick up your
perhaps
cards, 30
finding the
seconds.
win condition of just flying over for the win. Okay, well this,
There's a Rayblade Trooper, so
that is a premium card.
that's a sigh of relief pickup when you just took Hemosymbic Might and Exosuit Savior with your first 2 picks out of the 3rd pack.
10
Right.
seconds.
Seeing a bunch of red cards, not a whole lot of green in that pack either. So Shuhei is gonna just keep picking up white cards here.
Draft,
It does feel
shuffle,
like green is
you're passing
perhaps
11
getting cut
cards.
off here.
Pick up your cards. 25 seconds.
Okay, emergency eject, invasive maneuvers, and a Sammy. So yeah. So
Wow.
Now, I mean, it's obviously too late now, but now you're looking at this pack and you're going, man, if only I was red-white, that could have been better.
10
But
seconds.
right now, if you're looking to be a little more aggressive, emergency eject is a fine removal effect. It's not absurd because if the games go long, your opponent does get the
Draft.
lander, can use that
Shuffle.
to
You're
ramp
passing
into their
10
big
cards.
things. But hey, if you need to clear the way, it still gets the job done.
Yeah, it's
Pick up your
this
cards.
is actually well
25
suited to
seconds.
aggressive decks. It gets a blocker out of the way, and then if they do want to utilize it, they have to spend the mana.
And best card in this pack is Orbital Plunge. But Germinating Worm, I suppose, is fine. It is a way to, even on turn 3, you could perhaps warp it in and turn on your Wormwall Sweeper.
seconds.
But
Wow.
there's just no great cards here.
I mean, I
He's-
appreciate you seeing that line, Paul, but boy, if that's your life,
It's
not going very
it's
well.
not the best place to
Draft,
be. I mean, you
shuffle.
even just want Thawbringers
You're
or
passing
something
9
Definitely.
cards.
that you'd be happier just playing on curve here.
Pick up your cards. 20
yeah,
seconds.
Shuhei is climbing a steep mountain. Wow, there's a Zookeeper Mechan in there.
Wow, yeah, red.
Oh, there's another Might.
So open. All right, well, he first
10
picked the Might,
seconds.
so I imagine he's going to take another Hemosymbic Might here.
Yeah.
Really push the aggression with all the +1/+1 counter synergies.
Whoa, he's going to take Command Bridge. He's not splashing or
Does
Does
anything.
he have anything to
You're
splash?
passing
No.
8 cards.
Wow, that's really interesting because generally speaking,
Pick up
when
your
I play a
cards,
card like
20
Command Bridge,
seconds.
I usually play it when I'm splashing. And if I'm looking to be aggressive, I try to avoid it just because it's a tap land. But Shuhei may be really looking to focus
10
on having good
seconds.
mana. And maybe one other thing he could be trying to do is, hey, look, if I get to play Command Bridge, maybe I can play a 16-land deck, keep a low curve, and play one more spell. in
Okay,
there.
that makes sense.
Shuffle.
Yeah, I mean, because Command
You're
Bridge isn't
passing
just a
7
tap
cards.
land. Like, it's worse than that.
It's worse than a tap.
Pick up
You know,
your
it makes
cards.
it hard to curve
20
out if you
seconds.
have that in your opener.
Wow, that's a late Plasma Bolt too,
Jeez.
man. And 0 green cards in sight.
There's another dual sun technique.
Yeah, none of these are...
No.
Draft.
He's just hate drafting here at this point.
Shuffle.
That is good
You're
against him.
passing
Yeah,
6 cards.
absolutely.
Snipes one of his 1 or 2 drops quite easily.
Pick up your cards. 10 seconds.
Remember, we are at the Pro Tour, so we're playing in pod play here.
I think that's a second Tanuk that we've seen kind of late, along with a melded Moxite.
Moxite's playable
Shuffle.
too. And yeah, once again,
You're
we just see
passing 5
Shuhei
cards.
taking cards that he would be annoyed to see
Right.
in his opponent's
Pick up your
hand.
cards. 10 seconds.
Look at that. There's just 2 more playable red creatures here.
Or played Pangolin
There's
down there. Yeah.
one red drafter at this table at the most, it feels.
Draft. Shuffle. You're passing 4 cards. Pick up your cards. 5 seconds.
And what happens in situations like this is everybody's deck ends up getting worse, right? Because
Yes.
they're all just
Draft.
fighting over 4 colors.
Yeah, this is
passing
not
3 cards.
atypical for
Pick up your
Pro
cards,
Tour
5
booster draft.
seconds.
You know, if you were to compare it to the average deck that you draft on Arena,
Draft.
for example, you
You're
would be
passing 2
mistaken.
cards.
Like these decks,
Pick up the
you
cards,
have
5
to
seconds.
scrap it out.
Right.
This deck's actually fine.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be hard to give it like a
Draft. You're
super high
passing the last
grade,
card.
but it's fine. Like he has playables, he has a curve, he has at least one very powerful card with some decent commons in there. And this is the type of deck that Shuhei Nakamura has been using to win tournaments for years. He is really good with these scrappy, low to the ground. He knows what counts and what matters in these archetypes, and it's just affecting the board, right? I mean, he just wants power and toughness, turn things sideways.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's one thing that you can say good things about in terms of the actual deck, because it does look like he was cut off and perhaps he wasn't in the proper colors for his seat, is just he's got a good mana curve, he's got some interaction, there's some play to it with if he goes with the Exosuit Saviors and the Wormwall Sweepers, he can just get every last bit of mileage out of every single one of his cards. We've seen him do it time and time again. Now, I wouldn't be shocked if he does it here, but this is not just, you don't look at this deck and you go, oh man, I did it.
You did it.
This is I really hope to scrap a 2-1.
That's right. And this is the type of deck that can do that.
Yeah.
Meaning, even if the cards aren't flowing or you don't get exactly what you wanted, some decks require certain things to be there. If I'm playing a multicolor deck, I need to find playable cards that make landers so that I can ramp, get my mana fixing going. And if I don't, my deck is non-functional.
Yeah.
In this case, it's like, well, it's a downgrade if you have to play a slightly worse 2-drop than the one that you really wanted, but you're still putting power on the battlefield and you're still able to put forth that game plan.
Yeah, he's just going to really hope to play against extremely slow, clunky, powerful decks that just don't get their game plan online. Maybe right before they stabilize, he gets a couple of well-timed spells and goes for the win. I think that's going to be his main path to victory in a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, what is your prediction victories-wise for a deck like this?
Well, let's take a look here and
Yeah.
see just
Oh, the worm
exactly
made it.
what the curve
And
looks
he didn't
like
actually play the bridge, but he did play 16 lands, it looks
Yeah,
like.
and I would have played the Might in this deck probably.
The Might's in there.
But what I mean is the second Might when he took the
Oh,
rather.
I'm sorry.
Right, he had
I
the
gotcha.
option for the second one. Yeah, the thing is, he only actually has 3 2-mana creatures here. Diadrin, sometimes you want to play a little bit later here. A couple of Exosuit Saviors, which I'm not super fond
Yeah, what
of.
is he?
You can pick up some Fate Makers for a little bit of
Yes.
value. Yeah, I mean, this is just a very average deck. I think this is, if I were to guess how many wins, 1.5, 2.
Right in
something-
the middle.
Right. If things go well, I think Shuhei could maybe pull off a 2-1, but a 1-2 would not shock me with this deck.
Yeah, this is a little low on power overall. As you see, that Diadream was really the first big one. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll be setting you up for the first round of draft here on day 2. We'll be back with more right after this. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. We are in Atlanta, Georgia. Marshall Sutcliffe, I'm with Paul Cheon. And as you can see, outside of our studio area here, we have a full-on MagicCon happening. There's something for everybody here in Atlanta. Whatever type of magic you enjoy, you're going to find it here. It is incredible walking through one floor of multiple, by the way, and seeing all the Magic fans, the artists, you know, the people playing the tournaments, all the things going on at a MagicCon. It's really a special event, and we're super happy to have you along with us. We've got our first round of draft on day 2 here lined up, where we have Shuhei Nakamura. He is our undefeated player from yesterday. He's playing against Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber, who has a fantastic record as well, 7-1. See that World Championship badge down there for Michael as well. So an epic run for Michael, and they are going to face off in limited here. This is Shuhei's list. This is what we saw. A couple of things stood out. Overall, not the most powerful deck. There's a lot of just kind of filler level commons in here. Curve looks okay, but maybe could use a little work. We do see 16 lands on the side, and everything's focused in the same direction, which is just putting power and toughness on the battlefield and pushing it through for the victory. There's nothing fooling around here for Shuhei. Now, what about Michael? What did he draft?
Yeah, so Michael...
he's got a Diadrine also.
Yeah, he's got a Diadrine also. And big thing to note here is, by the way, Shuhei Nakamura was actually passing to Michael during this draft. So Shuhei... I don't even think Shuhei passed a ton of green cards, but and I'm looking at Michael's deck, and I don't really see a big reason why he should have been green here in the first place, unless he also first picked the Diadrine, something along those lines here. But this looks like a fine red-green shell splashing white. One thing that I'll note, though, Michael really is going to need those Sammy's Curiosity on turn 1, because he does not have anything to do on turn 2. All he's got is a Zookeeper Mechan, Diadrine, of course, with 1 planes, not realistically going to play that. And then Melded Moxide is also something that doesn't really play to the board. So this is the type of matchup that Shuhei probably wanted to play against when he drafted his deck. If he goes first, Michael's just not going to do anything until maybe turn 4 or 5 of the game. And by then, maybe Shuhei gets in 8-10 points of damage and can close things out.
Also, that was a 17 land, 3 Sammy's Curiosity list.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of mana sources. Those, you can find yourself flooding pretty easily. You know, maybe you ramp yourself up to one of the pinnacle kill ships, and then you're kind of like, go.
Right, and that's part of the reason why I think Simic as a ramp combination tends to perform better than Gruul, just because with all the landers, you also just have access to a lot more card draw with cards like the Biomechan Engineer and Cryogen Relic, whereas with Red, not as many ways to, you know, use those lands for, you know, late game plays and keep the card flow going.
Paul, I got bad news for us, by the way. You and I have become that person who has to shoehorn in something into every conversation, and for you and I, it's Biomechan Engineer.
Yeah, well,
like, I could be like, hey, I got a new job, and you could be like, that's great, congratulations, I drafted 2 Biomechan Engineer last night.
Should we change it to Codecracker Hound?
yeah, no, I don't want to change it.
Yeah, okay.
I was just noting. All right, we do have power and toughness on the battlefield here for Shuhei, as he's got the Blooming Stinger, and we did see that turn 1 Sammy's Curiosity there from Michael. So that is the start that Michael really kind of needs to see. It'll set up his mana well. Although, as we see, maybe he has a mountain in hand. He still doesn't actually have all 3 colors just yet. He wanted to keep the double green for his Broodguard Elite if he wants to cast that down the line, and he does have the mountain in hand.
This is a turn 3 Fungal Colossus here, which is going to make it pretty tough here. Michael can happily race at this point, sitting at the 22 life as well. So being on the play with the turn 1 Sammy's Curiosity and then a good turn 3 follow-up, that's exactly the type of draw that Michael wanted, especially for this matchup.
And Shuhei has not much to do this turn either. He's going to tap 3 mana to put a +1/+1 counter on Blooming Stinger, and frankly, that might just want to trade off if given the chance anyway.
Right, definitely not where you want to be here.
I am curious to see what Michael does here, because if you look at his hand, he's got action. He has a Nebula Dragon. He's got a Broodguard Elite.
And drew Galactic Wayfarer here, which is also really nice against the Blooming Stinger. Right now, Shuhei Nakamura doesn't really have any spells or removal effects to get these creatures off the battlefield.
You see no attack there from
Yeah.
Michael. Doesn't want to offer the trade. Just going to pass the turn back. Shuhei does finally add something a little beefier to the table, but you got to feel like that turn 3 Fungal Colossus was the kind of stop sign that Shuhei couldn't get past, and it may slow him down too much. Michael's sitting at 22.
Yeah, I believe Michael may have even drawn an orbital plunge here, and choosing not to go with that, actually wanting to really develop his mana, going with Zookeeper Mechan plus sacrifice the lander here so that he can try to set up for a Nebula Dragon, which would cleanly kill the Blooming Stinger.
Michael playing it very safely here. He does not block. He takes 5 damage down to 17. Of course, he's going to continue to use up his mana. He had the lander token there.
And has access to 6 mana now. He can find land number 7. I imagine Nebula Dragon would be heading the battlefield here. He even has a Shattered Wings if he feels like somehow the auxiliary boosters will help Shuhei get the final few points of damage in.
It's a good target, because that is the type of card that if this game goes long and Michael were to run out of gas, could be really annoying for him. Here it is. Nebula Dragon's going to kill the Blooming Stinger.
Now you attack for 5, and just look at how much power and toughness is on the board here. This is exactly what these ramp strategies want to do. Michael's got a Nebula Dragon and 2 copies of Pinnacle Killship. Get those things in play turn 4, turn 5. You know, any type of mid-range strategy is just going to have a really tough time keeping up.
Curious to see what he does with the Broodguard Elite this game as well. You know, the temptation, of course, is to try to get both halves of it, if you will, but it is a little slower. He has some nice targets, though, right? Just like put it on the Mechan or even the Wayfarer and just make some huge.
All right.
You could put it on the Dragon if you want to get really aggressive.
So there is a 4 or 5 flyer there, so Michael going down to 13, but he can also crack back for potentially a significant amount of damage. Got that Orbital Plunge, can go Orbital Plunge and also Shattered Wings, right? So you could even kill the Ice Cave Crasher, kill the boosters, or perhaps just a 3/3 creature, leaving Shuhei with just the 3/4, and then you can attack with the 5/5 and also the Nebula Dragon.
Yeah, Shuhei's not going to be feeling good about the way that this game's gone. A little bit of a stumble, a decent start for Michael, and he's just never been able to get a real foothold into this game. Yes, he has got him down to 13, but that was very much Michael's choice.
Right.
Looks like he's going to go for the Orbital Plunge here.
It looks like it. Feels like a pretty clean way to deal with the Crasher. I mean, you just basically get a 5/5 and a 4/5 flyer off the battlefield this turn. That is just so strong.
Jeez. Get himself a lander token.
Likely plays the land? Maybe not. Okay, just actually attacking here. I guess if you wanted to cast a Shatter Wings, you can still wait. Yeah. Just kill the creature. Yeah. Shuhei's not really in a position to move the boosters and try to sneak in the final few points of damage, especially with Michael sitting at 13 life here.
Yeah, and Shuhei knew that was over about 2.5 turns ago. He's going to scoop him up at this point, though. And that is going to be game number 1 going to Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber, as he's sitting at 7-1 right now and looking to equalize with Shuhei. Shuhei will be on the play here. Can he find a better curve? So far, nope.
Nope. Nothing to play on turn 2 here.
Doesn't have that many 2-drops. That was one of our big complaints about the list.
Yeah, there's some ones, and there is Wormwall Sweeper that he would love to draw Wormwall Sweeper off the top here. And Michael with the turn 1 Sammy's Curiosity. He's got 3 of them in his deck, but it's really, really important that he draws it, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, Michael's paying a price in the late game for having 17 lands, 3 Curiosity, but he is benefiting from it in the early game by being able to almost always use up mana on turns 1 and 2.
Right.
And his deck is not actually built to do that otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. But now he's looking okay. Shuhei didn't have the 2-drop here. He can now play a Tanic here if he likes. Get that rolling, and then now anytime he draws a Sammy's Curiosity, if he has a land in hand, he gets to use that to draw an extra card.
Yeah, Tanic very well supported in this list. There's Tanic Gain a Life, or Ping a Life, I mean. Land number 4 here for Shuhei, and he has really got to get this rolling.
Yeah, perhaps going to try to go for a double spell here to turn on the Brightspear Zealot. Currently, it's a 3/5.
He is doing it.
Warping it in, so now you can attack for 5 here, get some damage in.
But it's an illusion because
Right.
both of those cards go away and he still just has the one threat.
Exactly. The Brightspear Zealot, though, doing a very good job against the Radiant Strike in Michael's hand as he
Yeah,
has
that's
Vigilance.
really annoying. Yeah, this is very much a race.
Ooh. Look at this attack
What
here.
is this?
It's a cheeky attack. I mean, I guess he's thinking he's not going to block. Shuhei calls the bluff here.
Nice,
Michael has
Shuhei.
nothing. All right.
Michael went for the, like, I'm going to pick up my pen because obviously you're not blocking, right? And Shuhei's like, I've actually been playing this game for a really long time.
And little things like that is why Shuhei is considered one of the best limited players out there.
That's right.
Lots of people take that damage.
Definitely.
But Michael has no shortage of action here. Pinnacle, Killship, and an anti-causal Vestige, I believe, in hand.
And what did he just... Oh, and he drew the Vestige now. You're right. So he has to decide if he just wants the big body out there
I guess
with the
can't
later upside.
I guess can't cast the Killship just yet, right?
No.
Okay.
But he's 1 mana away.
Yeah.
And he can Vestige for the full amount or for Warp. He will not be able to put in one of the kill ships, though.
Yeah. Or could just maybe keep up Radiant Strike and just
He could do that.
use that to kill the worm.
Maybe that's a better... Because otherwise he would just have to trade the Vestige for the worm, which also isn't bad.
Right. And then I wonder, does Shuhei attack with the worm?
Yeah,
Right? If your
yeah.
opponent just passes with 6 mana up, do you just try to double spell and only attack with the Zealot and not try to run into Radiant Strike and strand all that open mana?
It's interesting.
All right.
Yeah, so Michael is going to go for the big 7/5. It just sits there for now. That was a Gene Pollinator, but we do see that Shuhei has Emergency Eject. As
And
much as you don't like to... I mean, that's really bad here. You're actually just giving him a straight-up card if he has a land drop.
yeah, and the amazing thing about the anti-causal Vestige is it puts a permanent into play, not just a creature. So if you kill this, Michael will draw a card, can put a land into play, which would then be a land number 7 to put the Pinnacle Killship from his hand onto the battlefield. So, you know, if you're Shuhei, you're like, well, I guess I just hope you don't have something big. Maybe I just fire off this Emergency Eject, get that out of the way, and just try to push as much damage as possible. But
he's setting up Michael for the next 2 turns of just kill ship.
right.
That's rough. It did feel, looking at the opening hands this time, that it was very much a race to, does Michael get to 7 mana? And that was before the Vestige, which is a really nice bridge between where he was at and where he's going. Shuhei really thinking it over.
Oh, excuse me. You can only, never mind. You can only put one thing in.
Yes, you put one thing
yeah,
in,
yeah.
but it would set him up for the next 2 turns.
Right, of course. So gonna go for it here and just hoping another big creature doesn't enter the battlefield here. Because if it doesn't, he does get a decent attack here, right?
Yeah.
And he's got the combat trick in hand, which can potentially threaten a lethal attack.
Yeah, I mean, it would come in tapped either way, so he's going to get this attack, but then it gets rough. Michael put that forest into play. And we do see the second spell there from Nakamura, so he just gets to jam with both with the bonus. And Michael...
I mean, this is a ton of damage. And you have to think also, if you're on Michael's side, it's like, am I really going to get more value out of this Tanic? I know there's a lander in play, but you really want to preserve your life total if you
I like
can.
Michael. He's like, yes, I am.
All right.
Yes, I am
He's
gonna
down to
get
4 life.
He probably just figures he can chump block later, but get the card first. That was 10 damage coming across, though. But now are we just going to see a parade of Pinnacle kill ships?
Yeah, that would deal with the worm.
He also could crack lander, get a card, and just lean on the Radiant Strike, as you mentioned.
Yep, that would be the safer play here.
Give him a little bit of a buffer.
Right? That lets you not just die to perhaps a combat trick, some kind of big pump spell, Dual Sun Technique, for example, that's sitting in Shuhei's hand.
Oh, yeah. Would be really nice if he found a 2-drop to play here too.
Yeah, Shuhei just needs, these next couple turns are just so big. Shuhei just needs to continue applying maximum pressure here, because if the game goes a little bit longer here, Michael's going to take over with double Pinnacle kill ship and that Broodguard Elite in hand.
Yeah, this turn sequence is going to decide this game for sure. If Shuhei cannot kill Michael, and Michael gets to start deploying multiple kill ships, it is really difficult for Shuhei to come back.
Yeah, I mean, given that Michael went for the lander sacrifice and didn't find something great, he's kind of committed to that Radiant Strike play here.
And he should just do it now?
Right. Yeah, just in case Shuhei has some way to save his creature in some way.
Right.
Or Shuhei could just not attack, right? And
right.
then your mana's even stranded there. We've seen Shuhei play around all kinds of tricks. Whenever you have open mana, Shuhei knows exactly what you could be representing.
He really does. It's uncanny. And people always are stumbled by it. He'll just be like, go.
It's
and
like
you're
he
just like,
saw my
no,
hand.
what? Like,
what is he doing?
I had it all planned out. Okay, he's going to go Drix, Fate Maker.
Oh.
That is...
Double strike trample?
Yes.
Wow.
It's not quite enough to win, though, right?
It's
oh, that's
enough.
his second
It's
spell.
enough. Yeah.
That is enough because of the second spell and the Fate Maker trample.
Wow.
Double strike trample,
that was
huge.
That was a Fate Maker off the top that gave him that lethal attack,
Oh,
right?
was it?
I believe
I
so.
don't know if he had one in Warp. That was awesome from Shuhei, though. He does somehow scrap out a win. And that's with Michael playing it almost as conservatively as he could. The only other thing he could have done is chump block on that prior turn when he took 10. And once again, we see the turn 1 Sammy's Curiosity here for Michael. So that game plan has worked for him. Oh, but his hand looks much rougher than it has in prior games. He's got a Fungal Colossus, Diadrene, and this is what we were worried about when we saw his list, Paul. A lot of lands.
I mean, you're effectively playing 20 lands in your deck,
Right.
When you're playing the 3 Sammy's Curiosities, and you're really leaning on your 7 drops to kind of make up for the fact that you are playing so many mana sources. And Shuhei, with a beautiful curve here, 1 drop into 2 drop, does need lands here. So I imagine if it's not a land, he's just going to be surveilling those to the graveyard.
1 top. Oh, boy.
Is it a really good spell? Yeah, okay, because he's like,
Resolve.
ooh, yeah.
But he's going to put that in the graveyard.
Yeah, so based on this, we can assume Shuhei kept the land on top, and he's trying to figure out what he wants to do next turn. He could play a Diadrene for 3 with the land, or warp in the Drix Fate Maker, and then now deciding, hey, do I want to station
Or
the
attack.
Wormwall Sweeper, or just attack?
It really matters.
Absolutely it does.
It really does. Like, if you decide not to attack there, you station, and then you play something with 2 power, or with 4 power that could have stationed anyway, you just missed a point of damage. And, you know, Green-White is not known for having, you know, we call it reach, not blocking creatures with flying, but the ability to get incidental damage in to finish up a game.
And Shuhei's hand is loaded, but Michael does have, once again, a turn 3 5/5 in play.
This time, though, there's a Banishing Light.
I think he's playing a 4-mana Diadrene.
Okay.
So that's a 4/5, and it's not going to block. So I imagine he's just going to station the Wormwall Sweeper and turn it on so that it can attack next turn. So
Yeah. And this is where that point of damage, like, it was free if this sequence happened, right?
And now Shuhei also has that Banishing Light to clear the way, depending on what Michael plays. Okay, so now that's a 5/6. So Banishing Light's going to target that Diadrene.
Good target.
Pretty good. The thing is, even if Michael did have the Shattered Wings, the Diadrene would come back into play as a 0/1. So you're effectively just getting rid of it here.
Right.
Cracking it in for 7 here.
14.
And Michael does have Pinnacle Kill Ship, but can't play it next turn. Can run out this Drix Fate Maker. Might want to slow things down now that Shuhei did have that Banishing Light in hand.
Does Shuhei have a way to get a counter on another creature? He does. So next turn he can activate Diadrin too?
He could, or...
Although there is a 5/5.
Right, yeah, it's weird though, because you also have 2 copies of Dual Sun Technique in hand, and maybe you would rather just have the larger creature just to push the final few points of damage in. It's very, very interesting here. He also has the Drix Fatemaker, so even if he does nothing, if he warps in the Drix Fatemaker, makes a 5-power Diadrin, if you cast a Dual Sun Technique, that's 10 damage just from the Diadrin.
He would need a land to do that.
Well, he does have the Gene Pollinator that he can use to tap the tap the Banishing Light,
just tap the Banishing Light. Okay.
So
damage is adding up quickly. Shuhei's going to be thinking about lines of play that could get this game done in as early as 2 turns.
Yeah, Shuhei's going, please, let's just race.
Yes.
If you want to race, I am in.
Yeah, turn that thing sideways. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Yes, that's exactly what Shuhei wanted. There's 10. But he's going to have to be careful, though.
Right.
That is a lot of damage on the other side for Michael, too.
Yeah, I think Shuhei is going to try to set up some kind of a combo kill. The question is, does he have enough here? Not sure that he does if Michael just puts his creature in front of the Diadrin.
And the Vestige is such a... Sure.
Right.
Throw it in front, do your worst. I'm going to get something out of it no matter what.
Yeah, not too much can go wrong off of anything that your opponent can have. Yeah, this is really interesting. You could also maybe just try to set up for a lethal kill next turn. Maybe put a counter on the Wormwall Sweeper, right? That's at least damage you're guaranteed to be able to get through.
Shuhei's doing a lot of combat math right now, but it's not just combat math for this turn.
Right.
It's taking into account, if I push through this much damage, do I die on the crackback? I mean, he is at 10. Technically speaking, Michael does have lethal attackers on the other side.
Right, because what if, for example, you attack and the anti-causal vestige dies, then you can still put in the Drix Fatemaker, right? And that's what, 5 damage from the Fungal Colossus and 4 from the Fate. I guess that's technically not lethal, right? That's 9 damage coming in.
Yeah, that's right. But, you know, imagine that scenario, and then he goes land kill ship on his turn, too. I mean, that's...
Right. Yeah, no, that's also big.
Like, that puts you in a very, very tough position.
You can also
go with the Fatemaker. Where's the counter going? This is really key.
Because if you put it on Diadrin and you cast Dual Sun Technique and he blocks with the anti-causal vestige, you can still trample over for 5 more damage. And get the vestige off the battlefield here.
Yeah, the
has to block.
Just has to jump in front.
Yep.
There's the Dual Sun Technique. That's also an
card.
extra card there for Shuhei.
Absolutely.
So how much does he end up taking?
7, I believe.
So that's on first strike.
2 from the Wormwall Sweeper, and then 5 points of trample, I believe.
Yep.
Off the Diadrin. Okay.
That's right. That's half of the remaining life total.
All right. And this is 9 damage coming in, but he does have a Gene Pollinator to also chump with if that's something that
he could put it in front of the Fatemaker, I guess.
Yeah.
Take 6. He also has to be wary of Nebula Dragon.
Right.
Although he does actually dodge that bullet here.
But I don't actually think Michael found land number 7 here.
But he did find a Lash Whip Predator.
He did find
Does
a
that
Lash Whip
stabilize
Predator?
him? He can cast it.
It is a giant blocker here. Can cast it for 4, but also has a Radiant Strike too.
Oh wow!
Right, and so that would also be really, really nice.
And that is a Plains underneath
I
those mountains,
think that's
right?
a Plains.
Yeah.
Because all the mountains are the same. If it is a Plains, then yes, you could just kill the Diadrin here, and that would be huge, right? Because all of a sudden you go up to 10. You go up to 10 life, and all you're facing is a Wormwall Sweeper. Uh-oh.
Wow, that's a big attack.
9.
And this is a situation where Shuhei has to decide if he wants to chump block on the Fatemaker. That would keep him out of Nebula Dragon plus land range. Does it matter if he keeps the Pollinator otherwise, I think is a real question here.
Yeah, like for example, what if Michael has a removal spell for the Diadrin? Can you find some way to get lethal damage through next turn? Probably not. Not through a Radiant Strike at least, right? Because even if you play Drix Fatemaker and then you play the Dual Sun Technique, on the Wormwall Sweeper, that's 6 damage coming in from that side, and then 2 points of damage coming in from the Gene Pollinator. So that would be 2 short of lethal. Now, if Michael has Orbital Plunge, then that's different. Then you would have lethal. You would have lethal. Assuming, but I actually, also Shuhei just doesn't even have the mana here to cast the Fate Maker and also play land and also be able to cast the technique.
He took it. He's going to go down to 1, and he says, go ahead, play land plus Nebula Dragon, but that is not what's happening.
Brutal.
But this might be just as bad. Can Shuhei eke out a victory here?
Yeah. Ooh, okay. That was an All-Fate Stalker.
Oh!
Which is a very, very interesting draw here. Might want to get the Fungal Colossus off the battlefield here.
Wow, that's one of the best cards in his deck.
Absolutely was.
Diadrene and that one were the 2 big hitters that he had.
Then has 2 mana available. Can play out a Starfighter Pilot as well. And might not attack. Oh, choosing to attack. It's like if you have something, you have something. I can block with either, but you really don't want to block with the All-Fate Stalker, right?
You don't.
So if Michael finds a land to kill something here too, this is close. He did.
So kill ship.
You can kill ship the Stalker, get your Fungal Colossus back, and then make a giant flyer here. Now it doesn't trample, but it is a 7/7 flyer.
And he chose to get that in the air rather than attack, force that trade. Emergency eject, that's actually a way to get out of this.
That was a huge draw. Oh my gosh. 2, 4, 5. If you use the eject and you have the double strike, he's 1 damage short, I think, of actual lethal. Because if you emergency eject a Pinnacle kill ship and then you dual sun technique one of your 2 power creatures, that's 7 damage. Wow. I mean, he is 100% going to use the emergency eject, but then he has to figure out what he needs to leave back.
By the way, go back to that turn 2. Remember, does the Pollinator get in?
Right.
It did. This is why every single point matters.
So if you commit to the emergency eject on the Pinnacle kill ship, probably attack with the flyer.
But that's the most you can do here.
Right. Get in for 6, and then you just pass. You could potentially use dual sun technique as a defensive trick. You could put it in front of the Starfighter Pilot when it blocks the Drix Fate Maker here. But there's a Lash Whip Predator in Michael's hand as well, and that's going to be tough to deal with too.
Really tough to get through all these blockers.
Yeah, Shuhei went back-to-back removal spells here, but Michael's had a lot of action, and he's still in a lot of trouble here, Shuhei is.
Yeah, Shuhei needs another one.
Yeah, might need to just dual sun technique here. Because if you draw a land and you play Drix Fate Maker, target the Wormwall Sweeper and cast dual sun technique, that's still only 6 damage, and the Lash Whip Predator would still be able to eat the Wormwall Sweeper. Okay,
he does
that's
have
good.
this to surveil to figure out what's on top.
Give yourself a little more information.
Well, he didn't put it immediately into his graveyard. Yes, your opponent's at 6, Shuhei. It was another Drix Fate Maker.
All right, actually choosing to keep the dual sun technique here. What can Shuhei find? Removal spell.
And he says, you win. Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber looks to the skies in relief because that was a torturous way to win. Yeah, I know how that feels. You know, when you're playing against a player as good as Shuhei, he makes it so difficult for you. You never feel like they're going to say, okay, fine, you got me.
Right.
Like, it always just feels like there's something else coming, and I'm never going to be able to actually get this game over the line, but Michael did.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And he even had just the ideal draws, and Shuhei's deck not so strong. But even then, when you play against somebody like Shuhei, you go, he's always got something up his sleeve. I am not going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief until it is all over. Michael had a fantastic draw, and just a really solid deck, too, overall. Just really playing to his strategy. Of course, if he drew a bunch more lands, and he was going to be in a lot of trouble. But that's the power of the big cards to ramp into. They put a lot of power in those 7-mana cards to make it worthwhile for you to put 18, 19, 20 mana sources in your deck.
That's right, and we did see that game plan work well for him. These players both are at the same record now. They only have one loss. They may even see each other a little bit further down the line. We're going to take a short break here from Atlanta. When we come back, though, we'll be back at the news desk prepping up for the second round of Limited. Don't go anywhere.
Sign up for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities live from Atlanta, Georgia. 187 players back here on day 2 of competition to battle. By the time we're done today, we will only have 8 left standing before Sunday. We also got MagicCon Atlanta happening this weekend as well. Take a look at the show floor. They're absolutely incredible. Thousands upon thousands of people here celebrating Magic the Gathering and all the ways there are to play and celebrate the game. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Mani Devuti hanging out with you. 9 rounds under our belt. We are on day 2 of competition and we are in draft. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and find out what happened last round and where our tournament sits. Well, we had one lone undefeated player overnight. That was Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer. Took a loss last round that we just saw happen on camera. That means we have a 4-way tie for first here at our tournament. Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber, Johnny Gutman, Hayumi Nishi, and Shuhei Nakamura all now tied at 8-1. Plenty of great players hot on their heels, though, as we work our ways towards the top 8. Jason Yee, Benton Madsen at 7-1-1. Luis Salvato at 7-2. He's a Pro Tour Modern champion himself. Let's take a look further down the leaderboard and find out where we're at. Luna Eason on Team TCG player, currently sitting at 7-2. Stefan Schutz at 7-2. Quinn Tonoli at 7-2. Jesse Hampton, the grinder, at 6-2-1. Gab Nassif hanging in there as well. Hall of Famer at 6-2-1. All right, let's take a look at our feature pods now. Monty's going to walk us through our top 4 feature draft pods that we'll be watching this morning, kind of give us an update on what happened there in round 1 of draft on day 2.
Yeah, Maria, on day 2, we always have our eyes on the top 4 draft pods. Those are the top 32 players coming into day 2, and the main show is our featured draft pod, Pod A. So we're going to start there and bring you an update. This is where Shuhei Nakamura was undefeated. The king has now fallen, and we have 4 players leading the tournament at 8-1. That's Johnny Gutman, Shuhei Nakamura, Yuma Nishi, and Michael Di Benedetto-Plumber. Over to Pod 2. Now this is where things get interesting because we have all of these players as 7-1-1 or better, and that's where our eyes are because Benton Madsen and Alex Rohan are leading things here. Benton Madsen, of course, that Pro Tour Phyrexia finalist. Over to Pod 3, we have our eyes on some smaller names, but still names that we have seen consistently performing. Names like Victor Hawkins and Mark Peral, and a special shout out to Dean Convery of Ireland. Now over to Pod 4. This is where we have some very exciting names that maybe you're not quite used to yet, but Luna Eason of Team TCG player. Very accomplished player when it comes to card games. 7-2 for her. And Sean Henry, he's one of our contenders. He keeps rising up. 7-2 now. And I have to remind people, Sean's specialty is constructed. He has a 73% constructed win rate.
Wow.
Limited only
Unreal.
like 55%. So picking up another win here. 3-0'd yesterday. If he gets one more win in this draft pod, he's in really good shape for his first top 8 this season.
Wow, excellent stuff there from our top feature pods. Well, Edge of Eternities draft, we talked about it a lot coming into the weekend. It is a well-tested and well-known format. So we want to know from some of the pros what their approach was to winning at this format. Let's hear what they had to say.
I've got Edgar Magalhaes here to talk about Limited. So, Edge of Eternities, it's nearing the end of its run. How was the prep different for this Pro Tour as opposed to the previous ones?
Well, obviously we had a lot more time than we typically do, and that kind of leads to everyone having a lot more information. And even these days, with the advent of 17 lands, which has been around for a while, like there's so much more information these days, and just being really able to utilize that data that we have access to is kind of a really big deal when it comes to these formats.
Is there anything novel you could try or expect? Anything out of the box?
Well, not really, no. I mean, I think most of the strategies are known, like the 5-color soup decks, were kind of obvious from the beginning because of the lander theme. So nothing super off the wall. I think there's just some colors I would personally try to avoid a little bit, but nothing off the beaten path or anything.
I've got Sean Henry here to talk about Limited. Edge of Eternities. This is a pretty figured out format.
Yeah, for sure.
So how was the approach or preparation for this Pro Tour different from previous ones?
I've played a lot of limited events, Magic Online and Magic Arena, a lot of Arena Directs. Sealed a bit different to draft, but that's how I got most of my things. And then as of this weekend, I've been going more on the drafts at the testing house with the rest of my team.
I'm here with Adam Brace, and we're going to talk about Edge of Eternities. What do you like to draft most in this format?
Yeah, I really love drafting like the control decks in this format. I think they're really interesting, and hopefully that's what I'll be able to do. I think being able to draft control and play around all the high-end pieces that just kill your opponents has been really nice. So,
what's your ideal pack one, pick one?
Pack one, pick one. I think Quantum Riddler is a very good card. Very excited to see that one. I've decked myself a couple times in team drafts, so hopefully that doesn't happen, but...
Some words from our pros there on this limited format. Well, round number 10 is on the way as we work our way towards our top 8 on day 2 of competition. Let's take a peek on who'll be watching first in this next round. We've got Johnny Gutman and Michael Di Benedetto-Plumber, 2 of our 4 people who are tied at 8-1 here on day 2 of competition. Johnny Gutman, let's talk about him first. An online player who started playing in 2015. He made the transition to paper, top 8'd at the Neon Dynasty Championships in 2022, and it was kind of a little bit tough for him to play in paper over online, get some of that stuff right, but he is doing well this weekend and certainly making a name for himself on the paper scene. Let's take a look at the opponent. Michael Di Benedetto-Plumber won 13 matches in a row at Regional Championship in Minneapolis on his way to the final to qualify him here for this weekend, playing with Team Serious players only. So he is serious about winning, and we'll see if he can do that this round. Talk to me about their decks they drafted, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at Johnny Gutman's deck to start. It is your kind of classic Orzhov medium strategy, but we have a lot of rares that make this a bit more than medium. We have Sunstar Chaplain as well as Servon Dam. Those end up being excellent in this deck, as well as great removal. We have 2 Embrace Oblivion, Depressurize, and a Grave Kill. So very solid. Already picked up a win too, and Johnny Gutman, my favorite thing, his first Pro Tour, he went 0-5, 0-10 in games and came up to me and he's like, sometimes you're just built different. And he's built different for this one, as he is absolutely crushing it. Bonnie loved that one. Let's take a look at Michael Benadetto-Plumbers, and this deck is absolutely spicy here. We have Anti-Casual Vestige as our really bomb rare, as well as Diadrin to be able to just, ramp out, create some gigantic stuff. Playing essentially 20 lands here, so that's really saying, hey, my 7 drops are gigantic. They are extremely powerful. If I can make land drops, I can take this draft down. And started off with a win against Shuhei Nakamura. The Benadetto-Plumber has got to be feeling great about his chances here.
All right, it's time for round number 10. I'm going to pass it on over to the booth with Riley and Carmen with the call.
Thanks very much, Maria, and welcome to the booth over here. Riley Knight joining you for the first time today. And once again, Carmen Comparans, senior game designer from Wizards R&D, here to provide some expert insight and analysis as we get stuck back.
I'm going to do my best.
Hey, mate, come on. I'm putting you up there. I'm setting you up, and it's time for you to give us the goods. We're going to get stuck into our feature match for this next round here, featuring our 8-1 players. As we've already discussed, Carmen, no one sits undefeated just yet. Shuhei Nakamura taking a loss. And Johnny Gutman facing off against Michael Benadetto-Plumber here. Both of these players again on 8-1. And an opportunity for us to talk a little bit about Team Handshake here. Johnny Gutman on Team Handshake. You got the chance to catch up with Simon Nielsen. Was that earlier today or yesterday?
So this is actually during the sort of pre-meeting that we have with all of our players, make sure everyone's here over on Thursday. Right. They they were kind enough to kind of give me some insight into their testing process. Just said, hey, please don't tell this earlier in the broadcast. We don't want people to know. But because this event is happening so late in the sort of life cycle of this event, it actually changed how they had to play test.
That's right, yeah. So I just wanted to point out that Edge of Eternities, it's a 2-month-old format, which for those of you who may be joining this Pro Tour broadcast the first time, that's a very long time.
Yes.
Typically limited formats don't get played at the professional level for as long as 2 months. Usually we're seeing these formats displayed at the Pro Tour after 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So Team Handshake, with 2 months of data under their belt, what were some of their impressions heading in?
So frequently, in a normal event year, 2-3 weeks after the set drops, they have most of their team committed to finding out how the constructed format works, and they're sort of limited experts going to work and then briefing everybody else on their early findings. For this, because everyone had the chance to get a few different drafts in over the course of several weeks, everyone came in with more fleshed out kind of ideas of what they thought was good in the format. So instead of having those early things shaping what they thought was going to be good, they had a ton of games to influence it. So they actually had a pre-meeting where they said, okay, let's try and figure out the obvious things that we think are good. And if we disagree about something, what we're going to do is write that down and then talk about it as a team and then hash out what they thought was good. And it actually led to them not being that unified, even coming into the event in what they wanted to do. This format has, even within color combinations, different ways that you can build a deck. I think we heard earlier Corey describing this as black-white mediums. I think this is actually the version of black-white that Gutman likes to play.
Black-white good ones, not black-white mediums.
Right, it's way more about pressure. Dockworker Drone is a card in his deck that was actually the card that Simon mentioned to me as, hey, some of the people on our team love this card and think it's great in white. Some people think that you should play a basic land over this. It's unplayable.
Unusually divisive.
Right, exactly.
Which is unusual because you would think after such a long period of time that would homogenize results, right? Yes. That would draw people towards what is the correct conclusion on a format. EOE has proven to be a very, very deep and very nuanced format, which we're very grateful for, given the fact that after 2 months, the format isn't yet "quote unquote" solved.
All-timer, not to obviously, I'm coming in from RMD. I'm going to say nice things, but unironically, all-timer format.
Now, how much did you have to do with designing this?
I did a lot of late-stage development, a bunch of balance work.
And you're also calling it an all-timer.
Do you think this is going well?
Now,
this is going well.
Correlation doesn't necessarily imply causation.
What about anti-causal vestation?
So hang on, anti-correlation implies anti-causal. We're drawing a longbow here on this one. Anyway, let's catch people up to speed as to what we've seen here in the opening turns. Johnny Gutman with his black-white mediums deck here has played out a Hull Carver and a Virus Beetle, both of these cards. Very, very useful in many black-based strategies, particularly in Dimir, where you want as many artifacts as possible to power up some of those synergies. On the other side of things, we've seen a pretty clear commitment to red and green here, with white on the splash for some removal spells, as well as the all-powerful Diadrin here. But opening up with Sammy's Curiosity, and then the nice little sequence of Anti-Causal Vestige into Galactic Wayfarer, one of the best, if not the best, green common here. So a great start here for Michael. But Johnny Gutman, he is continuing to play to the board. Insatiable Skittermore, the next play for him. So the game developing nicely for both players, but I'd have to say Michael with some more impressive plays early on.
Yeah, a lot of Michael's plays are things that are just going to be higher impact cards, pound for pound. But on Gutman's side, we see a lot of cards that can scale into the later game. Something like we see basically this creature's going to be able to grow over time, and we see this whole Carver, which can trade up or apply pressure. So much of what Gutman's doing here, we can see all of these cards are things that are generally going to be worth a card every time or be able to apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, cards that either scale well into the late turns. You look at a card like Hull Carver, 1 mana 1/1's generally very bad, typically in limited, but you put Death Touch on it, and all of a sudden you've just got a blocker that trades for a 4-drop, right, in the later stages of the game. As you mentioned, a nice scaling creature in the form of Insatiable Skittermore. But here's another threat for Johnny to overcome from Michael, a Fungal Colossus coming down as a 5/5 on turn 5, just 4 mana that cost, thanks to the 3 different lands here that Michael has, the plains, the forest, and the mountain.
And notably, Gutman missing the 4th land here, which is a really big deal. A lot of the ways that you see these lower-to-the-ground decks function in the face of something like the Benadetto-Plumber's sort of big spell stack is you try and double spell. You get on the battlefield faster, you're better at actually playing to the table. But unfortunately, Gutman is just playing 1 card a turn right now, and you can see him sort of agonizing over, okay, I have 5 cards, what is the correct one to play right now?
And wanting to take a more aggressive posture as well here, you can see with the creatures getting in. Follow-up play now, post-combat. A Sunstar Chaplain here. This is an absolute banger. This isn't a black-white medium. This is a very good card.
Right. This is one of the stronger rares in the set and something that actually helps you have some game against these big creatures. So Michael is trying to invest a bunch of land drops, a bunch of mana resources into playing 1 very high-impact card a turn. Chaplain is very good at basically invalidating about 1 card a turn.
And it's already put a lot of power and toughness on the battlefield for just 2 mana. 4 power, 3 toughness, of course. This is one of the reasons that Johnny was so incentivized to attack with 2 creatures. He wanted 2 tap creatures for the Chaplain here. But Michael, right back at you, he says. Clips the Canadian down to 9 with an attack with the Galactic Wayfarer and that Fungal Colossus. And now in comes the Eldrazi, the Anti-Causal Vestige coming in from the Warp Zone.
These aren't just made for blocking, right? At this point, we can see there is more power on Michael's side of the table, which means that somehow Michael is actually the one able to apply more pressure at this stage of the game. A lot of the things that Johnny is doing are very efficient, but you actually need to be progressing the game towards an end that favors you. And I think Johnny is severely on the back foot.
Yeah, the mana development for Michael here has been really, really excellent. Also just really efficient use of mana. Barely missing at the end of most turns, all of his lands have been tapped, which is exactly where you want to be in a game of Limited where you're playing to the board like this. So yeah, Johnny here is having to sort of pause a little bit and think about what he wants to do, because it doesn't seem he's found his 4th land. He's got plenty of cards in his hand that he can play, but which one of them is going to have the most impact in trying to stem the bleeding at this point? Because as you mentioned, Carmen, he's under a lot of pressure from Michael.
And in a lot of ways, finding something like Decode Transmissions is almost just insult to injury, right? That's going to be a 3-mana draw to.
Yeah.
That you would love to be gassing back up with, but it's not that Johnny is missing things to do. He just does not have mana to commit them.
You want to be casting a card like Decode Transmissions to either refill a hand that's empty, or you're playing it on turn 3 when you know your opponent is not putting any pressure on you. Your life total is not under a lot of pressure. But as it is, we're going to see another creature committed to the board here, Flight Deck Coordinator. And again, 2 tap creatures. So the Coordinator coordinating with the Chaplain in order to maximize value from those end-step triggers.
And you spoke to stimming the bleeding a little bit. This is something that's doing it in a couple of cool ways. So obviously it gains life. That is just me reading the card to you a little bit there. But it being a 3/3 for 3, and then growing to be a 4/4 means that it is able to profitably block Galactic Wayfarer and asks for Michael to actually have something else to be able to commit that card to the red zone. And whenever there are things like Virus Beetle on the table that aren't really going to be attacking much more at this point in the game.
It can just maybe be thrown under the bus at this stage.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So Johnny is finding ways to actually at least stay in the game at this point.
Yeah, and I like this position he's taking. The attacks are really sensible. The Death Touch creature, the Menace creature, able to attack with a little more impunity than they would otherwise. And these white creatures are rewarding that aggressive posture with +1/+1 counters and life. And the Virus Beetle's already done its job, Carmen. It's come in, it's got a cut out of Michael's hand, and now it's just going to gain 7 life, essentially, for 2 mana.
I take that deal.
That's a great deal.
That's fine.
That's a great deal. And that's without exploiting any of the artifact-based synergies. Virus Beetle, it's a humble card, but it's an honest card.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a reason we do this sort of shape in a lot of sets, where it just plays really well, right?
So Michael now, the problem for him is he's kind of played out all the stuff that he has, right? 2 lands in hand for him. Not a lot of other options to pursue here. No cards to dump mana into, right? He'd love a Zookeeper Mechan or something like that, a place to sink his mana. But as it is, right now he kind of just doesn't have much else. Not that he's in a bad spot, certainly. I mean, he's got these enormous, great big thumpers that can be sent into the red zone, but he's not developing his board meaningfully.
I do love that he's continuing to attack. I think a lot of players here might play a little scared and say, "Oh, I need to slow the game down." But Johnny's missing land drop, so has a handful of gas.
Yes.
So in a lot of ways, attacking like this forces the issue and basically makes Johnny say, just chump block there and shrink his own battlefield along the way, even though Michael isn't actually casting new spells.
And this is sort of a core precept that we talked about a little bit yesterday, Carmen, this idea of not having enough mana versus having too much, right?
Yes.
If you draw too many lands, well, sure, the top of your library might treat you well and you're drawing business and you can use that mana. But the thing about not having enough lands is eventually, right, you're going to draw lands, and when you do, you've got a handful of business ready to go. So the lesson here is if you're sitting across from an opponent who is stuck on lands very clearly, can only cast 1 spell a turn, like Johnny's position right now, you want to put maximum pressure on before they get a chance to draw lands, draw out of that manuscript.
Right. The way that I always remember that, because I think some people kind of go, oh, does Flood beat Screw or the other way around?
Yeah.
Is the person who is choked on mana is going to get to play a card every turn.
Yeah.
The other person is going to get to play a card every other turn or so, because some of this, we saw Michael draw Sammy's Curiosity, which is a spell, but it's kind of a gain 2 life land.
Yes. So the incentive is definitely here for Michael to put on as much pressure as possible. As we see Grav Pack Monoist come in, and again 2-tap creatures. Look at this really, really consistent triggering of these white cards, the Chaplain and the Coordinator.
Monoist, one of the most impressive commons in the set.
Go on.
It slices, it dices, it attaxes, it blockses. It gives you something back even if they have a removal spell. It's just very efficient, does a little bit of everything. I think that is the card I have most happily played the most copies of the same common in my deck.
Always in for a windbreak.
I've had 4 of those in the same deck,
Yeah.
and thought to myself, I might play the 5th if I found it. Normally, you kind of start to run into redundancy issues where you want multiple kinds of game plans and so on, but that card just is so much pound for pound that you're almost never upset.
No, like it's on rate. It's a fantastic
deal. It even
deal.
blocks the spaceships.
Yes. Yep. Yep. And in some formats, a 2/1 in the air is not impressive, but in this one, you're more than happy to play it. You can cash it out. You can cash it in for a 2/2 on the ground. You're never unhappy to see this card.
And it's also the type of thing where creating a tapped token is also not even bad.
Oh, yeah.
Look at these white creatures.
Yeah, look at these. Yeah. Particularly with the Coordinator of the Chaplain, absolutely, yes. Makes the job a little bit easier in making sure they're getting value. I think Johnny has gotten value off of these creatures every single turn since he's played them.
All right, so really quick, just speaking of the Chaplain, look at all of these counters.
Yeah.
1 more land drop, that's a lot of blockers getting just knocked out of the way. All of a sudden, both of our players are at single-digit life totals.
Yeah.
This is very high tension on both sides of the battlefield. it does cost 2 mana to take a counter off of the Chaplain. So mana problems, Johnny Gutman struggling this game, name a more iconic duo. But 4th land off the top, there are a lot of ways where Johnny doesn't even have to play a spell.
Yeah, and that, I mean, and that's
feeling pretty good.
And that's
look,
with a
pass.
handful of action as well. Embrace Oblivion, Depressurize. We've got ways to remove stuff. Insatiable Skittle, more action, Decode Transmission, more cards. Johnny just needs time. On 8 life, he's looking a bit healthier than he was, but I think he's gained, what, 4 total off of this coordinator so far?
And in a lot of ways, that might as well be infinite. Which I know sounds a little dramatic, but...
Okay. No, this is...
there's a degree where if a creature isn't lethal, you aren't forced to block it.
Sure.
You do actually get to use your life total as a resource there. And so that's a way where I think a lot of times early on you go, oh, life gain feels good. I think cards like Soul Warden feel a lot stronger than they actually are.
We all went through that.
But then you learn, oh, life is kind of a resource you get a lot of at the beginning. It's hard to tell. But when you get to this level and the edges are this narrow, all of a sudden life represents time in the game. And getting more time to cast your spells, draw out of a mana screw, and actually develop to the battlefield is everything.
But for those of you who may be tuning into a high-level Pro Tour broadcast for the first time, welcome. By all means, welcome. It's great to have you along. But come and we can save them a lot of time here by teaching them the lesson that I think is it is an absolute game changer of a lesson for any developing Magic player. It changed my approach to the game. It's a very simple lesson to learn. It doesn't matter if you win on 1 life or on 20.
Oh yeah.
It shows up on the scoreboard just the same.
Oh yeah, you get 3 match points.
And the sooner you internalize that lesson, the sooner you realize that it doesn't matter if your opponent gets you down to 1 or 2 life. If you win, it still counts the same as winning on 20. So don't chump block on turn 2. It's fine. You can take 2. Just go to 18. It's all right. You're not going to die. It's going to be okay. All right, speaking of taking 2, Michael taking 2 in the air from the Grevpak Monoist here.
Something I also want to call out is that decode transmission. We talked about it not being the best. Card draw, not really what Johnny's in the market for at this point. That is actually a form of reach in this deck. It's kind of a burn spell. If you've enabled Void, your opponent will lose 2 life.
Yeah, nice.
So this is a spot where a black-white creature
Not quite Sign in Blood, but it's still...
No, but normally
it's pretty close,
you literally do not have access to a way to just do face damage in these sorts of decks. But in this game, it looks like that might be how things play out for Johnny.
Orbital Plunge now, the card for Michael. I think that one must have been ripped off the top.
Huge
That's a nice
sigh of
one
relief.
too. Yeah, nice one. Yep.
Right, exactly. We've touched on it a minute ago. This Chaplain kind of represents being able to get blockers out of the way, among other things. And look, right there, you can see he says, okay, well, I can't let you attack with Anti-Causal Vestige this turn.
So it gets tapped by the Chaplain on its way out. Orbital Plunge generates a landed token because it did excess damage. So it's back now to Johnny. Draws the turn. And is it a Servondum here? Now, no, sorry, that was already in hand. He's drawn a swamp. He's found the 4th land. Interesting to point out, Johnny has both Servondums, the 2-drop and the 5-drop, and the Sarima to go and fetch up whichever one he chooses.
Love a little toolbox action.
Very nice, yes. Remember that.
Wow, and look, okay, so Johnny actually has lethal right now. We, eyes in the skies, know that Michael has nothing, but instead Johnny's saying, let's double spell and make you have it.
And they come. And that's it. Michael goes down. Game number 1. Very neatly played by Johnny, and sort of an illustration of that principle that we were talking about before, Carmen, the idea that if you are mana screwed, if you can hold on long enough to find those lands, if you can keep yourself in the game, right? And what I really think that came down to was the excellent attacks that Johnny was making in order to keep the +1/+1 counters flying, keep the life coming from the Flight Deck Coordinator, the Death Touch creature, the Menace creature, really leveraged to get maximum value. And look, I don't think Michael made huge blunders.
Oh, I've watched a lot of Michael play on the American Regional Championship circuit. Has been successful in multiple formats. Very strong player in his own right. I also loved his navigation of that game.
Yeah, it's
he
just
made the best of a pretty bad situation.
But it's a situation that didn't even seem that bad until it did, obviously. But no, I think it was really good play, but exceptional play from Johnny there to get across the line. Now, we're opening up in game number 2 with another Sammy's Curiosity. 3 copies in Michael's deck, so unsurprising to see it on turn 1. And an island here out of the sideboard by the look of things.
Not me checking the deck list right now.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at what some of the blue cards that that might be brought to bear here from the sideboard. So I can give you the cards that were picked during the draft by Michael here. 1 copy of Lost in Space.
That's not a bad one.
1 copy of Mouth of the Storm. And a Sinister Cryologist. Those are the only blue cards. Let me have a quick look through the multicolour cards as well here. But which one of those are...
I think Mouth of the Storm is one of the ones I would think of. A lot of it really depends on how much Michael is willing to muddy his mana base for this. So Mouth of the Storm is one where if your opponent's playing a go-wide strategy, you're going to be able to basically blank the power of a lot of cards at once and then turn the corner very quickly, which we saw Michael wanted to do that last game.
Galactic Wayfarer going down to the depressurized. Sorry, continue.
No, you're just fine. You're just fine. But it does ask you to put a lot of mana on the table, which can be pretty tough. Whereas Lost in Space, if Michael is saying, I just need a little bit more interaction in the early turns, is going to buy him just that much more time. When it feels like Johnny is a very high synergy sort of inevitability aggro deck.
A quick look through the gold cards here in Michael's pool reveals that there is also a Biomech Engineer.
Oh, okay. I would like to change my
In light of recent developments.
For a moment? I kind of think that's a really big one here.
Yeah.
The fact that that is one where if you just get time, this card is going to accrue you so much material.
It will just win you the game. If it goes unanswered, the fact that you can continue to draw cards, you can continue to put bodies on the board, and it helps you get there as well with the lander token that it creates. So this may have been what Michael brought. It's difficult to have a 2-drop on the splash, but again, Biomech Engineer is good into the late game, so you're happy to draw it on turn 6.
Right, even if you cast it with 4 mana up. The worst this card is a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
All right, big plays, big attacks from Johnny.
Oh, no, 13? 13, sorry.
Getting in with the Monoist and the Coordinator here. Servondum staying back.
Notably the Lucent.
Yes, this is the 5-drop, yep.
It gives Death Touch to your whole battlefield, which is so huge whenever your opponent's plan is hinged on, okay, I'm going to make blockers that outsize what you are doing.
Which is a lot of what Michael's trying to do. So it's unsurprising to see this Banishing Light take care of the 5-drop Servondum, leaving the Lash Whip Predator here, ready to rumble.
Lash Whip Predator, very unique shape. Gotta be honest with you.
Yeah.
An experiment.
Okay, tell us more about this. Tell us more about this
it's
card.
something where having a way for green ramp decks to catch up to aggro decks that don't feel oppressive can be hard because ramp decks traditionally just want to put a bunch of lands in play, which generally means just cast your best spells no matter the color. So actually finding something that has a bit of identity like this and just saying, okay, great, you need to be able to put 6 lands in play and you want a way to catch up against a creature deck is a uniquely hard puzzle.
Well, I've got the answer for you. It's very lucky that you found me here in this place at this time because I've got the answer for you. This is going to solve all your problems. You're saying it's a difficult problem to give a green deck that's looking to maybe play into the later turns, a way to stabilize against aggro, you know, maybe pad the life total, make sure they've got material on the board.
Of course.
Reaper Thragtusk, baby, let's go. Give me the 5-3 back. Always carry 2 spears. Carmen, please.
I am here for 1 round, and I cannot use it on Thragtusk Apologia, but you know I'm in your camp. You know I am in your camp.
Oh, Thragtusk enjoys around the world. Don't worry, we have a steadfast advocate in the building in Seattle for the greatest creature ever printed. Always carry 2 spears.
I've seen online where they are calling Riley and Carmen the left and right spear.
No, I don't want to kill the Thragtusk. I want to be the Thragtusk. See, that's you and me on the card, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you feeling this? Are you getting this right now?
You can be the 5-3. I'll hang out in the back. Yeah, woo, go Carmen. I'll come in later. Man, what a card that was. Oh boy. Okie dokes. We've got a All Fates Stalker that's off in the Warp Zone.
And this is one of the unique puzzles that came with the warp mechanic in particular. We talked about this a bit with Mechanizoa, but it's really hard, at least on the game design side. We generally don't want to create spots that can be paralyzing on the back of, hey, there's a face-up removal spell on the table. But this one having that risk element of, all right, I get your big blocker out of the way, but if you kill this mid-combat, I get blown out.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot more palatable.
It takes the sting off it for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. It's really it is really interesting to just hear about some of the parameters that you have in the building about, like, for instance, I would have never thought, some of the pitfalls of having a face-up removal spell, like how does that impact the texture of a game from a gameplay standpoint, from a fun standpoint, all this sort of stuff. It's so interesting to hear what R&D is like looking for.
But there are ways to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's not a yes or no question, it's a how question.
Yeah.
So like that, Mechanizoa, the sort of temporary or conditional things are a lot of fun, and they give you a ton of texture in these games.
It's really interesting to hear the stuff that you're having conversations about in the building. Drix Fatemaker's hanging around here. Johnny Gutman building out his board. Timeline Color joining the Flight Deck Coordinator and the Gravpack Monoist. And Michael under a lot of pressure here on just 2 life. He's going to have to dig himself out of this one with 3 mana. Let's see what he has got.
And this is the power of the Monoist.
The Dauntless Scrapbot coming down, but it's not going to deal with this Monoist in the air, which is, right now, a lethal threat. Does Michael have a way to see this 2-1 off? A couple of cards in hand for him. And Invasive Maneuvers. All right.
In the business, we say that counts.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, but here's the Sarima. So this can go and this can go and fetch the other Servondum, both of which there's the 2 mana and the 5 mana Servondum here in Johnny's deck. So the Sarima is going to still be live and fetch a card. This is great stuff for the Canadian here. He is firing on all cylinders. Michael's got his work cut out for him from this point.
All right, so here's that Servondum. We'll invasive maneuver in response on the Monoist.
Yep, to prevent the trigger from the Sunstar Exemplar.
In every point, it matters so much whenever a station hits the battlefield.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Not to mention that Servondum Sunstar Exemplar, you're very heavily incentivized to keep that card's power under 4.
Yes.
Because when it leaves the battlefield destroying a non-land permanent, that's no joke.
And that Banishing Light that Michael used earlier on the other Servondum, such a juicy target for that.
The younger Servondum freeing the Elder, that'd be sick. All right, Servondum picks up a counter. 3 charge counters on the Sarima, up to 8 now as well. Card requires 7
of them
to be online, so it is now a 5/5. Other tap legendary creatures you control are indestructible.
I will move to end steps, triggering these 2. Yep. I'll gain 2 life up to 24.
Yeah, he's off to a flyer.
This goes to Warp, and then I'll trigger this, and I'll gain another life up to 25.
Oh, and another one as well, because of course it counts when the creature goes to the warp zone. This is bad news.
Through a removal spell.
For Michael, and he concedes, and I'm not surprised to see it. Game number 1, a close affair. A very hard-fought game between these two, but Johnny Gutman in the end running roughshod over game number 2. Incredible stuff here, and you can see he's pumped to pick up this win. He continues his winning record, 9-1, I believe.
And there's so much that comes from that, right? There's even a degree of affirmation where starting off this strong in a tournament is going to feel really good. But we touched on there being actually just not... So many players on his team disagreed about what you're even supposed to do this draft format. And it's not like Team Handshake is weak, right? So much of it is you have to kind of get over a degree of self-doubt to commit and say, no, actually, I know they don't agree with me. I think I am right, and it's speaking for itself, right?
Yeah, you go back to the team meetings with a big ha-ha, I was right.
You're just like, no, look, like this is a way that you actually can hang in this format and be successful on the world stage.
Well, we're going to continue to unravel the mysteries of Edge of Eternities draft as we come back with more magic. A quick break to get things set up. We'll be back in the feature match area here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities after this. Welcome back to Atlanta here for Pro Tour Edge of Eternities coverage continuing from MagicCon Atlanta. On the way into this venue, many players here would have walked past the Lost Tavern. This is a dedicated space for people to go and trade their cards, Carmen. People wheeling and dealing, looking to pick up cards maybe for commander decks, for collections.
Very
even,
cool.
Potentially,
I love that sort of stuff.
Yeah, dedicated space for people to go and maybe offload some stuff that's been sitting in the trade binder for a while.
Yeah, no, I've always loved the sort of collector's corner that you can find at these events. I'm someone who cares a lot about the versions of the cards I play with. I love the self-expression element that comes with that, so you can actually find me in those more than I would like to admit.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's that's where you're off to after this round.
Yeah.
Dokes. Well, we've got another match to share with you now. We're going to head down and find out who our other player pacing the field is going to be. We don't have any undefeated players yet. Shuhei Nakamura taking a loss in our first round of draft here. He dropped down to 8-1, joining Huma Nishi, who is also an 8-1. One of these players, Carmen, will improve to 9-1, along with Johnny Gutman leading the field with just one loss. But who is it going to be? Is it going to be our overnight leader, Shuhei Nakamura, or is it going to be his compatriot, Huma Nishi, who has been playing extremely well, of course, picking up just one loss across day one. Let's see how things go. Give us a quick overview of both of these decks. You pointed out that Huma's deck is actually very similar to Johnny Gutman's.
Yeah, so we're actually going to see a sort of Orzhov sacrificey deck up on the top there. That's going to be Huma's deck. We even see both Servandums in this one as well. But I think Huma really prioritized just impact in his deck. So we see a lot of bigger spells. We see mono a circuit feeder and things like that up at the top of the curve. Meanwhile, Shuhei has a green-white deck, and it feels in a lot of ways like this has been the narrative of the tournament. Which is going to win out? Is it going to be about efficiency or impact?
I would say that Huma's deck is, as you say, definitely slanted towards a later game. The mono a circuit feeder, the Estelle Reclaimer. There's a Voidforge Titan, Weftblade Enhancer, a lot of stuff at the top end. Even the cards with Warp obviously having an impact in the earlier game. But if this game goes long, Huma's going to have the tools that he needs to stay in it. Shuhei Nakamura's deck, I don't want to... It is the deck that we expected him to draft coming in today.
Whoa, okay. So I know I kind of interrupted you.
No, go ahead. What do we got?
Starfighter Pilot, great on the play because it kind of gets you this selection element going. But it is extremely pronounced to me that Huma Bend, a premium removal spell.
Oh, right.
That communicates to me that Huma needs land.
Yes. Yeah, if you're putting a vote out into the bin, that means that you are digging to make sure you hit lands. And his deck needs to, right? He needs to get to that fifth, that sixth land.
Yes, exactly. And back over on Shuhei's side, look at this Wormwall Sweeper attacking on turn 3 with his own pilot. The other way to make that one become tapped.
It's not a bad way to start this game here for Shuhei. As I said before, the deck that we sort of expected him to draft, this is not a risky deck. This is not a fancy deck. This is a deck that is just honest to goodness, power and toughness.
I really love Shuhei's list because in a lot of ways I feel like he is maybe the most iconic player in the history of Magic, where you look at one of his limited deck lists and you go, how's he winning with this?
Yeah.
But whatever, we can argue about who the greatest player of all time is in Magic, right? I know everyone has their own pick. There are 3 or 4 big ones that people go to.
It's Alexander.
Shuhei is my pick for the best limited player of all time.
Okay.
This is someone who you will see, Yolk-Dox has won a Grand Prix and you just go, excuse me, Pillarfield Ox.
Yeah.
4 mana, 2/4, and you just go, that can't be true.
Yeah, in the hands of Shuhei Nakamura, everything is possible.
Yeah, right, exactly. So there are a bunch of cards that are pretty unconventional in here. I think Dual Sun Technique, which we saw get surveilled away, is an example of that, where this is a card that a lot of people kind of wrote this off as not the best combat.
This was a 13th pick. This is a freebie, like it's just a pickup he got on the wheel.
I can tell you personally, there is nothing better than getting to play your 13th, 14th, 15th pick cards at the Pro Tour. You feel like you got away with something. You go,
for sure.
Right. Yeah. Everyone around me thinks this isn't playable. Okay.
And here I am.
I'll see you at the table.
Yeah. I'll hit you with that technique. Don't worry about it. All right, Sunstar Lightsmith as well, joining the battlefield. And Huma finding the 4th land and able to continue to develop the board here.
Weftblade Enhancer, a great one. So this is something that's actually going to let him continue to apply pressure as well as scaling into the late game, but that's not even, we're not going to make it there, friend. How do you feel about game 2?
Look at that, going straight to game number 2 here. So Huma, I think, again, with the very aggressive binning of that premium removal spell in Vote Out, demonstrated that he had a hand that was good to go. This was a hand that was, this was a game-winning hand.
Get off the ground.
It just needed the lands
Yes.
in order to get across the line. And so a really astute observation there. But we move now to game number 2.
And we've seen that dynamic a couple of times now where green decks are sort of the ultimate inevitability. Blue is the other thing kind of vying for that spot where you do not want to go long against the color that is just going to go 5-5, 6-5, 6-6. Good luck. So really prioritizing pressure in a lot of ways that obviously mattered a lot, but we saw that Huma chose for that to be the game he played.
All right, we have here Diadron Synthesis Amalgam.
X equals 0. Just getting it on the table.
And the gene pollinator there being used
to attack, I think. Oh no, it was a mana filter.
Yes, I think that's a...
Any permanent. Is this all forests on the battlefield?
Yeah. I did think that was a plains in the middle, but that's just a forest from a different set. Yeah.
No, it's not fancy, but the fact that it says any permanent means it has this sort of quote-unquote shimmering grotto prophetic prism mana filter mode. So having that extra little layer of, hey, you don't even need to be on the battlefield and this card will do something for you is why it is so premium.
Brightspear Zealot coming down as well here. So Shuhei developing out his board very nicely, curving out 1, 2, and 3. And we've seen Diadron a couple of times already. Very powerful card.
So threatening.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And a Banishing Light now on the Brightspear Zealot.
Not on the Diadron. That is a conscious decision from Huma, basically saying, hey, I don't necessarily think you have another counters card in your hand, so that card is glorified Elvish Warrior.
Yeah, I can beat it. I can beat a 2/3, but a 2/4, oof, mate, no.
I mean, in a lot of ways, it may just speak to the Zealot being able to actually pressure for more damage, and Huma saying, I need more breathing room.
Well, the Germinating Worm is not going to give a lot of breathing room, coming down as a 5/5 on turn 4. Nice position, and look at this. Once again, Shuhei has spent his mana so efficiently every turn.
Every permanent has mattered every turn, starting on the first turn.
Yeah. And this is how you win games of limited. This is just absolute maximum efficiency here for Shuhei Nakamura. He's in a great spot to lock up game number 2. This is on turn 4. Turn 5, and there's more business. The party don't stop.
Oh, Exosuit Savior picking up the Diadron means that this Diadron is going to come back down as something a lot bigger than a 2/3.
A lot bigger, yeah.
Also, notably a flyer. We've talked about the importance of windbreaks in this format. Just being able to break through the amount of material that clogs sort of the ground is crucial whenever you're trying to apply pressure.
All right, here's Servondum, the Lucent. 3 Servondums in total in Huma's deck. 2 Sunstar Exemplars, 1 the Lucent. Both these cards great. Every year it gets harder to find slots in my night-themed commander deck.
You have to make a day one.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry. It was right there.
As soon as the day creature type comes into play, I guess there's probably something there with like Lord, right?
Look at that.
All right, well, we're going to wrap this one up here.
What is that? Is that 13th pick dual sun technique for lethal? Is that, am I seeing that correctly, Riley? Is that?
Shuhei Nakamura just got away with it.
And no, he didn't get away with it. He calculated that.
Yeah.
That is Shuhei.
Yeah.
That is why he is here. That is why he is 8-0 overnight. Again, my pick, best limited player all time.
Huge result here for Shuhei, who picks up game number 2 very convincingly. And we move on now to the deciding game of this match here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, coming your way from Atlanta in the United States. My great pleasure to have you here for coverage. Friday night joined by Carmen Klomparens from Wizards R&D. And we're watching these two Titans go at it 8-1, who will continue to 9-1, pacing the field along with Canadian Johnny Gutman, who we saw win just now. All right, opening things up, we've got Dockworker Drone on one side of the battlefield and Starport Security on the other. Followed up by a Blooming Stinger, 2/2 Death Touch.
Usually going to be worth at least a point the turn you play it. If you can even justify attacking, being able to say, this 1/1. Generally, if your card isn't going to block, you want to attack with it.
cheap cards with Death Touch just have such a high floor, I think.
So
right?
much utility.
Like, you know, you play a 1/1 Death Touch, you play a 2/2 Death Touch. These are cards that are never really bad. Well, they can be in some matchups if your opponent's got a lot of flyers, I understand, sure. But generally speaking, they're always going to trade, if not profitably, at least on rate. And for that, there's not much more you can ask for, really.
And Meltstrader's Resolve pumping toughness on a Death Touch creature just actually creates a rock-solid brick wall.
And it fights as well when it comes in. Fighting on a Death Touch creature? Disgusting.
Right, all of a sudden, this card ends up feeling like you're just not allowed to interact in combat.
Yeah.
What are you trading for, a 2/4 with Death Touch?
I imagine that's something...
That's really hard.
That's something probably you're very cautious about, I would guess, giving Death Touch creatures high toughness.
Correct.
Just because of how much, how unfairly they clog up the battlefield.
Yes, exactly.
I would imagine that a Death Touch creature, you want it, you're happy when as a designer, you're happy when it trades profitably.
Yes.
But you don't want it to be able to just stonewall an entire battlefield.
Right, and a lot of times it looks like now all of a sudden this might just play out as unblockable, but it's up to Shuhei to say, okay, am I the attacker or am I the defender?
Yeah, Meltstrider's Resolve is brutal.
You missed a land drop.
Uh-oh.
Shuhei might be interested in getting into the red zone.
Yeah. Again, you just want to put the pressure on, and there's plenty of it to be had here.
You know what's better than a 2/4 with Death Touch?
Go on.
It's a 3/5 with Death Touch. That's basic. I'm going to say arithmetic. I have a coworker who will be very upset with me if I call it math. But basic arithmetic gets another counter.
Yeah, and Trample Death Touch is such a brutal combination as well. Makes it even... Not as if this card wasn't hard enough to block as it is. The Drix Fate Maker makes it even less of an attractive proposition to put anything in front of this Blooming Stinger. Shuhei Nakamura firmly in the driver's seat. His hands are 10 and 2.
Human needs to find that vote out, that Banishing Light,
Yeah.
something to get this Blooming Stinger off the table.
All right, I think that was an attack there. Or was it just indicating the Dockworker drone?
I mean, 80.
Just a little bit of thinking.
Okay, just thinking. All right.
I mean, the fact that that card is able to move some of its power and
no,
toughness
sorry.
whenever it dies
I was
is
wondering
just
if he
so
was,
interesting.
sorry, he was considering whether he was going to block. What am I talking about? Sorry. He just keeps adjusting. He just keeps fiddling with that Dockworker drone. It's... No, I knew it. I knew it.
There it is. There it is.
I knew it was coming.
Business time.
Yeah. I saw it coming a mile away. Don't you worry about it. Still got it. Still got it after all these years. All right, in it comes. Dockworker drone. Followed up now by this Sunstar Lightsmith that we saw in a previous game here, Carmen.
It's not a bad one, but it's not going to stand up to this Stinger anytime soon.
No. Yeah, this Stinger is a... it's a conjoined, it's a monstrosity here that's been cobbled together. Oh dear. Okay,
Ooh.
and we're not going to get any value out of that Sunstar Lightsmith now, as the All Fates Stalker removes it from the battlefield.
Hard cast mode, too.
And how aggressive does Shuhei want to be here? Yeah, he's going to send. He's going to send with 2 creatures here.
And this is kind of what I spoke to a moment ago, where it's you either want your creatures to be attacking or you want them to be blocking. And you could see Shuhei say, okay, this is probably going to get to trade for one of those one way or another. But if I already know how I'm going to spend my next turn's worth of mana, it's a little bit more valuable to actually get the Surveil a turn later. Or if you draw a card, that could change things. So this is Shuhei actually opting for a more sort of informed decision.
So the Dockworker drone picks up the +1/+1 counter from this modular-like ability that it has. And Shuhei still with at least 1 card in hand here, so he's not quite finished. Humanishi, is that a Perigi Beckoner there, I believe?
Sure is. Not something, basically getting nothing from this Enters trigger.
No, true, yeah.
That's pronounced.
Yeah, that's a feel bad for sure. 4/5's a nice body, but does it even... It doesn't really even help all that much. That Stinger is just massive. That Stinger is what, a 4/6?
4/6 Death Touch can only be blocked by 1 creature.
Oh my goodness.
That text on the Resolve is the type of thing that I think people write off a lot, but it really goes to show every single piece of every card matters.
Yeah. Yeah, this Meltstrider's Resolve has just sort of put the game... It almost feels like beyond Humanishi's reach. the fact that it has buffed up this Blooming Stinger to just make it completely dominate the battlefield, the fact that it allowed Shuhei to just essentially control the board uncontested here. Dockworker drone tapping down.
Oh, I
Perigee
love
and in they come.
this.
Look at this.
Oh, wow. This is such a good attack. That's just a 3/3 drone. And so all of a sudden, normally it would be risky to attack with something like All Fade Stalker, but the counter from Rayblade Trooper actually means it's a 3/4. So this attack is clear for takeoff, and it's 7. Huma is running out of life quick.
Yeah,
especially when you have that sort of trample death touch interaction just waiting in the wings.
So, removal. An absolute must at this point. Vote out. Grav kill. I guess embrace Oblivion if you have to here.
Oof. It's all kind of ugly because at this point, say you block the biggest thing, which I suspect Huma, you can see him adjusting the die. He knows that he is running out of life quickly. If you draw the removal spell, hit the Blooming Stinger, that's the biggest threat on the board. There's still 6 power coming back.
And the Tapper as well. This is another problem here. This the Dockworker, excuse me, not the Dockworker drone, the Starport Security, tapping down your best blocker every turn. This is a nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
All right. I'm really interested to see what Huma does here. This is a really tough spot, and this is the type of thing where there are so many combinatorics of cards that you can draw, the way you can sequence things and so on, that really influence this.
I don't know what he does here. He blocks and throws something in front of the Blooming Stinger. RIP Dockworker drone. Counter's picked up by this Perigee Beckoner, but it can just be tapped down. All right, Servondum, the 2-drop. Okay. And now some +1/+1 counters being distributed thanks to the Weft Blade Enhancer being walked in.
I think we are about to see Shuhei take this one.
Because with Trample Death Touch just pushes through so much damage.
Huge.
You can tap down one of the blockers. And, and there's a Banishing Light as well. And there's a Banishing Light. So you're just not blocking at all. Sorry, Humanishi. He goes down 2-1 to close out this match. And Shuhei Nakamura continues a blistering performance here in Atlanta at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. 9-1. He was atop the field heading into day number 2 coming, and he's right back up at the top of the standings where he rightfully belongs.
Right, he's just playing so well. He's playing a bunch of cards that I think a lot of people were doubtful of. We saw Dual Sun Technique literally win game 2, despite him getting it 13th. Right, that means that in some packs you're just getting a basic over that. So basically, last pick, winning games, advancing to 9-1, basically top of the standings on the back of some really unconventional stuff. I would expect nothing less.
And we've seen some incredibly well-built decks.
Yes.
We've seen excellent... I mean, this is the Pro Tour. Of course, we're going to see this sort of stuff. But showcasing what this limited format has to offer after 2 months, it's been incredible. We've really gotten so lucky with a format that just has depth, it has nuance, it has replayability, and we're still learning stuff. 2 months in.
It's just been incredible. This is limited at its best because I think even the first half of this, we saw Johnny Gutman on one of the strongest teams doing some stuff that their team could not even agree on, also crushing it. Right? This is so much about how do you want to play, prove that you are the best, and let the cards speak for themselves.
So I would say take this back to R&D and just make every single limited format like this from here on out.
I'll get a pen.
Just do that. Just do that. And then limited's going to be incredible forever. No worries.
I appreciate the tip. Y'all know, y'all heard it here first.
That's it. So I save limited, everyone. All right, we've got more Magic to show you. Of course, we've got one more round of limited, and then we'll be heading into modern. We're going to figure out exactly where we're headed to next. We're going to head over to the news desk so they can set up our third and final round of Edge of Eternities limited, and then coming up later this afternoon, of course, modern for your viewing pleasure. Stay with us, my friends. We'll be back at the news desk after this.
Magic Spotlight, the Avatar today, coming to Atlanta, Georgia and Lyon, France. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here in Atlanta, Georgia. We also have MagicCon Atlanta happening. Take a look at all of these people excited to be here at the con this weekend. More than 16,000 entering through the gates here to play Magic and celebrate it in all its forms. A look at the command zone there. That is an incredible swath of humanity here playing Magic this weekend. We're over here in the Pro Tour area of the building on day 2 of competition. Ray Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Mani Devuti with you here at the news desk. We've played 10 rounds. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find where things stand after 9 rounds of play. Check this out. We now have 2 co-leaders of the tournament, Johnny Gutman of Canada and Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer from Japan, both leading the field at 9-1. A bunch of 8-2s, though, of course, hot on their heels. Hyumi Nishi is at 8-2, who is right up there last round, fell this round down to 8-2. Lina Eason from Team TCG player at 8-2, 7-2-1 for Jason Yee, the draft master, and the grinder, Jesse Hampton, at 7-2-1. And these draws are starting to matter, Monty.
They definitely are, Maria. As we go over to the second page, we see the draws do continue. And this is not something that we see very often, but we thought it may happen this weekend when we are dealing with 2 potentially grindy formats. Now, one name that I do want to shout out there in 25th place is Benjamin Graves. And I'm going to take you all the way back to yesterday. In round 6, Ben was 3-0-2. And one thing that he wanted to confirm, now, not a normal question, he wanted to confirm, if I get another draw, essentially going to 3-0-3, do I make day 2? The answer, of course, was yes. And even more unconventionally, in round 7, Ben and Hall of Famer Seth Manfield intentionally drew to get that 3rd draw and lock up day 2 for himself.
Hey,
since then, he has continued capitalizing and now is climbing up in that leaderboard and putting himself right there in that conversation.
And this is an unusual thing to have happen at a Pro Tour, Monty, this many draws.
Yeah, intentional draws day 1, unusual. This many unintentional draws, incredibly rare. We see them from time to time, but this is on another level.
I guess when control is good, you know, we end up seeing a lot more draws than we would normally see.
Well, let's check in with our draft feature pods this morning, following along with the top 4 pods. Monty, what do you got for us?
Well, Maria, this is round 11, so now we are looking forward to who is winning the pod. And Pod 1 is a little unique because normally we have 2 2-0 players facing off, but this pod only has 1 2-0 player. That's Johnny Gutman, 1 0-2 player. Everyone else is at 1-1, and that can, of course, happen on day 2 of the Pro Tour when records are not even across the pods. So Shuhei Nakamura picked up the loss at the beginning of the morning, righted the ship, and is now right back there at 9-1, playing against Johnny to, quote-unquote, win the pod. Next, we're going over to Pod 2, where we are going to highlight Alexander Rohan as well as Justin Schaubel. They are going to be fighting to see who wins this pod here. And Alex Rohan is right up there on the leaderboard at 8-1-1. That is the next best record after 2 co-leaders at 9-1. So really big match for him. Over to table C, we are going to be looking at Brazil's Felipe Rossello against France's Victor Hawkins. Victor is at 8-2. Felipe has 1-0-1 so far in the pod, getting one of those draws, but they are fighting it out to see who is going to be the pod champion this round. And finally, table 4, I am going to highlight Team TCG players Luna Eason as well as Noah Robbins sitting at 8-2. These are the players that are battling it out to see who wins the pod.
All right, there's a look at our feature pods this morning. Well, one of our co-leaders of the tournament is none other than Johnny Gutman of Canada. Started playing online, now truly making a name for himself in paper. Currently sitting at 9-1. Talked to Monty after his big win last round.
I am here with fellow Canadian Johnny Gutman, who just won a feature match to move up to 9-1 here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Johnny, how did your draft go this morning?
Well, I won the first 2 matches, so pretty well. I started kind of flexing between the Mardu colors, and then after taking a Surima in pack 1, I opened the Servandum rare in pack 2, and then at that point I put my head down into play black-white, and I got past the Sunstar Chaplain and got the Servandum uncommon and some removal. I've got a little bit of filler, which is kind of, I think, typical for this format. You know, you're kind of always going to have some stinkers in the deck, but they do the plan well, they turn things sideways, and I got a little bit of value to try to stay in these long games.
That's awesome. And you prepped with Team Handshake Mox Field for this event. How do you feel about your preparation as a team as a whole?
I think obviously it's easy to say when you're doing well that the team's prep was good, but I think we had some nice shifts in kind of the limited approach, especially with this format being such a longer term horizon. You don't really get those same massive obvious edges just in card evaluation compared to other people. It really comes down to like understanding how the cards move around the pack in the draft, you know, the kind of strategies that are really punishing to commit heavily to and the ones that aren't. So I think the prep went well. We have, you know, I played against fellow Team Handshake player Stefan in the first round of the draft, so clearly doing something right.
Yeah, not ever easy playing against a fellow teammate, but at least it's late into the tournament. Now, one more round of draft and then sights shift over to Constructed. I know, obviously, in your position, you're doing this one round at a time, but how are you feeling going into the back half of the day?
I'm feeling great. I like my Constructed deck. I love my draft deck. You know, hopefully I can get the. I'm just trying to, you know, as you said, you know, sounds so classic, but take it one round at a time, stay present. You know, I obviously did not expect to be 9-1 after 10 rounds coming into this weekend, especially with a pretty rough showing with 3-5 at Vegas. So I'm just fortunate to be in the position I am, and I'm going to try to make some good decisions in the rounds to come.
Well, you're making great decisions so far. Good luck getting that draft trophy and then working your way towards the top 8. Thanks, Johnny.
Thanks, Manny.
Johnny Gutman fighting for the trophy here in our next round of draft. Let's take a look at our feature match for round 11 here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. We're going to see if Johnny can get it done here. The co-tournament leader with Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer, both currently sitting at 9-1. Now, Johnny Gutman, like I said, started playing online, better known as Ginky. At his first paper Pro Tour, had a little trouble with the actual physicality of playing the cards and the triggers and didn't get any wins. So this is an amazing story of growth for Johnny Gutman, who is just crushing here this weekend. Taking a look at the opponent, though, Shuhei Nakamura. I mean, it's got to be scary. Shuhei is an absolutely incredible Magic player, 33 Grand Prix top 8s, 7 wins, 6 Pro Tour top 8s, but no Pro Tour wins yet. An excellent limited player as well. So talk to me about these two decks, Corey, because it's an interesting story how these two are playing right now in the pod.
It is very interesting where only one person's playing for the pod. We don't see that a lot. So let's take a look at Johnny's deck list. And one other thing I got to mention, Johnny's only loss was to Shuhei. It was in Constructed, but that was yesterday. So a little bit of a rematch here. So we do have, like Johnny was saying, the 2 Servandums as well as Sunset Chaplain. Very, very powerful cards. Kind of medium fillers when it comes to some of the creatures, but then just fantastic removal with Embrace Oblivion, depressurize, all those kind of goods. And then we'll check out Shuhei's list. Very, very average Celestia, I would say here. We do have Diadrin, which is great, phenomenal card. You've got Gene Pollinator, which you're going to be very happy about. But outside of that, just a lot of power and toughness. Just kind of what we see from Shuhei, I feel like. Big creatures, good removal. Don't really try to reinvent the wheel here.
Absolutely. There's a look at the players and the decks. Who will be the tournament leader? We're about to find out after this round. It's round number 11, and Marshall and Paul are in the booth.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and it is time to crown a draft champion, maybe in our feature match area. Actually, only one of our players is up for the pod winner here.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because at the end, in the last round, you're going to see the people with the best rankings coming in. But of course, Shuhei Nakamura was our lone undefeated player. Shuhei Nakamura actually 1-1 in the pod. Johnny Gutman 2-0. So Johnny Gutman very, very happy, actually kind of getting pared down in some sense. Of course, you're playing against Shuhei Nakamura, but you are playing against somebody with a loss. So possibly going to be playing against a deck that's not as strong as you would expect going for the trophy.
And that does happen to be the case here. We'll take a look at those lists in just a moment here. Take a look at our head-to-head. Johnny Gutman, we've seen him near the top of the standings at multiple tournaments in the last few years. He's played all of the events this year, but he is up against a GOAT tier player, Hall of Famer, particularly in limited, Shuhei Nakamura. Though he did take his first loss of the tournament with this deck that he has here. He's currently 1-1 with a green-white list that doesn't really impress. It's just okay.
And you know, if you look at what happened in the draft, it makes a lot of sense. Shuhei was sandwiched between Michael de Benedetto, who had a green deck. He's Shuhei's green-white. And Johnny Gutman was feeding Shuhei Nakamura with a very heavy white deck as well. So if you think about it, I mean, Johnny should have the superior deck because he's the one who had access to the better white cards in packs 1 and pack 3 of the draft.
And I'll tell you, Paul, he did grab them. You're about to see them as well. Yeah, Michael also splashed white in his green-red deck, so it was really tough for Shuhei there. He was getting cut from both sides, but he did manage to make a playable deck out of the deal.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's got to be relieved that it didn't go completely sideways on him, but his deck is underpowered.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Johnny's deck, has a couple of filler cards as well, but the top end, so much power. The fact that you have the Sariema, which is already just like a solid spacecraft to play, but on top of that, he's got 2 targets. Usually you're happy with 1, and usually it's an uncommon, but he's got both Vondoms in his deck. If you can just draw Sariema, your win rate skyrockets if you can get one of those powerful legends.
So far, he does have Sariema in hand. He would need a second planes by next turn to be able to deploy it and get that ship rolling. He's going to actually go for Dockworker Drone here on 2. You see Shuhei kicked off the festivities on his side with the Wormwall Sweeper.
Yeah, even the turn 2 play was something that you have to think about a little bit, right? Just because if you really want to guarantee you can hit a second white source on turn number 3, maybe you want to lead with a Wormwall Sweeper instead. But this is, of course, the more proactive choice here. You still have a 3-mana play next turn. You can still play a 2-drop into Flight Deck Coordinator on turn 3.
This is fairly typical curve out here for Shuhei, but it's rough. Like, this is not how you want things to go. He played the Sweeper, but then all he could do was warp in a Drix Fatemaker just to get the Sweeper in the air.
Right, and you couldn't even put the counter on the Sweeper. So effectively, all you did was, I guess you played a 2-mana 2/2 flyer, and then on turn 3, you didn't do anything, right?
All right, well, he's got a Crasher. The Ice Cave Crasher comes down. Much better. This is more along the lines of what he wanted to do.
And ooh, actually choosing not to attack there with the Sweeper here, keeping it back. Now, Johnny Gutman does have the removal spell here for the Crasher. Could just go for it. It's pretty tempting, right? You just play, for example, the All-Fate Stalker, get the Crasher out of the way, and then just get in a nice attack. But actually going for the Sariema, this is actually okay too, because with Sariema, you get to get one of the Vondoms, choosing the 2-mana Vondom. You can still station the Sariema with both creatures. And if you're in a racing situation, I mean, Flight Tech Coordinator is very, very good at helping with races because you gain 2 life.
Go to end step, gain 2 life. 20.
But this will be a very, very big attack here from Shuhei Nakamura. At least 6 damage coming in, play to land, so that's 7. And has a couple of really solid options here. Looks like he's going to just go ahead and play the auxiliary boosters, given that he's attacking with the creatures right now.
Well, the curve out had a little stumble there on 3, but it's been pretty nice ever since.
It has been very, very solid.
He went 2-drop, then use up 2 mana, but don't really do a whole lot on 3. But then 4 and 5, maximize mana usage.
So big turn here. Sariema will be turned on here. So we're looking at a 5/5 flyer. Kind of basically blocks everything. And right now, if you look at Shuhei's hand, not too many ways to punch through that, at least with...
Ooh, All-Fate Stalker.
Okay. Well, the nice thing is you warp that. All-Fate Stalker is fantastic at dealing with tokens, right? So it's so good against the boosters.
Yeah, that thing is going to come back later and grab something else, but in the meantime, it's going to crew. Oh, and look at this. Johnny's swinging all out.
For 10 damage.
Hello.
And gaining 2. And you can still play a Wormwall Sweeper. Oh, right. Or just
Servando.
Servando.
Oh, my Lord.
Jeez.
Shuhei probably feels pretty outmatched at this point.
Yeah.
Even with a reasonable curve out there from Shuhei, it's just like the card quality is not close.
I mean, he played a 2-mana, effectively a 3/3 Vigilance Menace creature, and it gained him a life.
And that was his follow-up play, by the way.
Right, absolutely.
The All-Fate Stalker killed a creature and got the Sariema in the air. Wow.
Yeah.
What a place to spend 4 mana.
And Shuhei's hand, not particularly strong, and I don't know how aggressive he can be this turn either. Might need to keep things back, but I mean, he doesn't even really have a great answer to the Sariema.
Yeah,
that's it.
aggression actually turned into a concession there from Shuhei as game number 1 goes to Johnny, and that was impressive. His cards just straight up outclass Shuhei's there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, when, you know, the whole premise of maybe trying to have success with Shuhei's deck is, look, I'm aggressive, I can curve out, and I can beat you down before you get set up. Well, Johnny's deck is equally aggressive, but more powerful.
Just more powerful at each point. We do see Diadrain, though, in hand here for Shuhei. That was his pack 1, pick 1. It was perhaps a little bit of a curse. It led him down a route that made it very difficult for him to draft a superpower deck, but he does get a Diadrain out of the deal. It's his best card.
Right. I mean, you play that turn 2. It's his only play, so probably just kind of has to run that out on the play. Still a 2-mana 2/3 here.
And you see he has the Rayblade Trooper to follow up.
Yeah, and then you can make a token, especially if Johnny doesn't have a strong turn 2 play here.
And he does.
Wait,
is it depressurized?
That's a decode transmissions. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, he meant to cast depressurized. It was D something.
D something. I mean, that other spell I'm sure will be cast at some point.
Yeah, that's a little hint of what's to come there for Shuhei.
I imagine Rayblade Trooper, a hard cast, not a warped one. 3-mana 3/3 that dies into a 1/1 is still very, very strong.
Also worth noting here, Shuhei did start this game with just 5 cards, Paul.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a fantastic mulligan.
It's a really good opener for 5, but
right.
How is he going to fight?
And Johnny just drew the Sariema again. I just feel like if he draws Sariema in this matchup and hits his land drops, he's such a huge favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, no land drop there for Shuhei, but this is what happens when you mulligan to 5.
Yeah.
He's on the play as well, so Johnny with a full grip. He has 6 spells in hand right now, and he can cast Sariema and get another one.
Yeah, although right now, maybe because there's 3 creatures on the battlefield, maybe Johnny feels a little bit of pressure to just play a creature here instead.
Yes.
So could just play out a Graph Pack Monoist. Feel pretty safe about blocking with that, even through combat tricks.
Yeah, cards like Monoist give you the feeling that they're more expendable. You're like, I'll get my card back.
Could also play the Flight Deck Coordinator, which is just a bigger creature, right? It's a 3/3. So that would potentially cleanly trade with the Rayblade Trooper if that's what you're looking to do. The Monoist is nice, though, because you can just trade with the Exosuit Savior, right? You just you got the 2/1 flyer, you traded with the 2/2. So yeah, Johnny going with that instead. Now, Shuhei does have Weftblade Enhancer in hand, so can put that +1/+1 counter on the Exosuit Savior, which would allow you to cleanly attack through the Monoist, at least in the air.
The question is, where does the other counter go?
Right. If he puts it on the Rayblade Trooper, you could attack, and then Johnny would have to double block the Rayblade Trooper. Shuhei would still get a 1/1, and then Johnny would get a 2/2 artifact token. Or you take 7, which is a lot of damage.
It is. Johnny's at 17. It's really tough, too, because if you put yourself in Johnny's seat and you look down at the spells he has, you just want this game to keep going.
Right.
Like, Shuhei has 1 card left. We know it's a forest, but, like, he's on 3 lands, 1 card.
Yeah.
Like, you just want this game to go as long as possible.
Take a 2/2. I don't think I can put the counter.
You can't put the counter on.
You don't get to do that part, but you do get the 2.
I'm sure all of us were thinking that. We were.
We were.
Like, does it work the way that you want?
And the answer is no. No target available at that.
But you at least say it out loud in case the judge goes, yeah, that actually works.
Why not? All right, and then Forest. So the way is clear now for Johnny. There's nothing left here for Shuhei. His hand is completely on the table.
Right. Does have a small mana sink if he does draw a land with the security, so can tap maybe a blocker, get that out of the way. Embrace Oblivion. Interesting draw from Johnny. Now, it doesn't really have good fodder for it. I suppose if you really want to just kill the flyer, you can sacrifice your 2/2 to get that off the battlefield. Although Johnny's at 14 and is only really facing off against a 3/3 flyer, he could try to develop his board a little bit more here and just take 3 points of damage. Oh wow, Shuhei actually forgot to make a 1/1 token when the Rayblade Trooper died.
Oh no.
That is big, especially off the mold of 5.
You need every little tiny bit.
Every
right?
little bit. Yes, absolutely. An uncharacteristic misstep here.
So Johnny went for the Seriema. He got the 2-mana Servandum.
Yep.
He did also begin the station progress there on the Seriema. I guess he figured he wasn't going to be able to block if Shuhei didn't want him to anyway.
Right, just get that going, because the quicker you make that a 5/5, the quicker you actually have a blocker available for the Exosuit Savior. Shuhei needs to have another big follow-up here. A Drix Fate Maker, just anything to play to the board to continue pressuring Johnny Gutman's life total. Yeah, even if you have a Fate Maker, it's kind of interesting. It's like, do you warp it in to keep the tap effect up, or do you just cast? Oh, it was a Drix Fate
It is a
Maker.
Drix. Nice
Yeah,
ball.
all right, well, there you go. He went for the warp to get a little extra value. That 1/1 would have been really big here.
No kidding. He ended up putting the counter on the flyer?
He did, yes.
Okay.
We got a 4/4 flyer, a 5/5 flyer. Does Johnny have enough here to actually turn it on? Okay.
Servandum.
Embrace Oblivion. Oh, that's going
kill
to
the
turn that
flyer.
into a 3/3.
Oh, it's so
Oh,
rough
my.
for Shuhei because he really was forced to kind of go all in on the flyer, and it made it such a juicy
Right, you
target.
gained one, and now you have the Seriema turned on. And by the way, there's another piece of relevant
I
text
know.
on Seriema.
Servandum is indestructible.
That's right. That is
Oh,
right. You
man.
need to kill Seriema first if Servandum is tapped. If you want to get Servandum off the battlefield.
How annoying.
Yeah.
It did get tapped down on end step, so that does clear the way for Shuhei to get in for a couple of damage here. Looks like he's just going with the Fate Maker.
Yeah, down to 8.
And he drew a land for the turn, so he's just going to pass back down to 8. But that 8 feels like more than that. The one interesting thing is that Johnny still hasn't hit land drop number 4, so he
Just
does
found
seem
it.
to have peeled it. Yeah.
And that was very, very big here for Johnny. So Virus Beetle, not really a strong play here. Has the ability to attack with both. You can then play Flight Deck Coordinator, tap down one of your creatures and gain 2 life. Right, that's a solid option. Also, Shuhei has no cards in hand, so maybe you just run out the Stalker, and then all of a sudden, I mean, Shuhei just doesn't have a whole lot left. Land number 6 would allow him to play the Weftblade Enhancer. Oh, wow.
Shuhei did not see a way forward in that game.
He did not.
Wow.
Yeah, that is brutal. I mean,
We saw 2 relatively early concessions there from Shuhei, but Shuhei looks, and when he knows that it's not going to happen, he will scoop them up. And I don't know if you caught that, Paul, but Johnny looked to the skies there.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't believe I got by this guy. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
by
it's
the way,
tough.
you're now looking at your tournament front runner. He's 9-1.
10-1.
10-1 now.
10-1.
They were both 9-1.
Right. So 10-1, really fantastic record. By the way, this also means he trophied the pod.
Yes, he did.
He went 3-0 because he came into this at 7-1 and then rattled off 3 in a row, defeating a Hall of Famer in the last round in the process in pretty convincing fashion. His deck looked very, very strong. Sure, there was a couple of maybe 3-mana filler cards in there, but if you talk about the top end, if Johnny ever draws Seriema, he's going to win 70% of his games at least, just because the combination of Seriema and getting a legend is so, so powerful.
Yeah, really great stuff from him. And it's interesting to note that he was sitting right next to Shuhei as well. So this was like, he kind of had a hand in both of these lists that we saw, the one that he built, but also the cards that he took them away from Shuhei.
Yeah, it was tough because it's a rough seat where you take a green-white card and then you kind of want to try to push the white decks, and you're also getting some cards. And that's the worst place to be, where you get the second best white card, for example, in every pack, but it's still good enough to kind of push you in that direction. Once you get into pack 3, you are in huge trouble unless there's just a ton of playables open in your lane, and Shuhei just kind of got cut off from both sides. And so a 1-2 record kind of with his deck, not the most surprising result.
Yeah, not the best stuff there for Shuhei. He's going to be a little bit frustrated coming out of the limited rounds with the 1-2, but he's still within sight of a potential top 8. They need to get to 12 wins to do so. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more limited Magic here from Atlanta. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chion, and we are at MagicCon Atlanta. Take a look at all the fun you can have here. Really just depends on how you like to interact with our game, right? Like, are you about cosplay? Are you about artists and collecting cards? Are you about playing Commander, drafting, playing tournaments, constructed? It is here. If you are into it, I guarantee it's here. What Paul and I are particularly into is high-level competitive play. That's what the Pro Tour brings you, and that's what we have for you here. We are in the last round of booster draft here on day 2, and in some cases that even means determining who wins the pod for each of them. But with the record, sometimes it's like we saw last round, it's a 1-1 versus a 2-0 in the pod. But these players are looking to finish out their pod strong regardless, because then they get to go back to a known quantity. We're going back to Modern after this round, where they already have their deck, they already played it yesterday, they know the metagame for the field, and they'll have a much more comfortable idea of what needs to happen in Constructed. This is the wild card. This is the part where it's like, I need to get this last win to put myself in a good position to make a run for top 8. We've got Victor Hawkins versus Felipe Rossello down in the feature as well. And we were looking at Felipe's deck, and Paul's like, this one's nice. And like the first 3 cards I saw, I was already in.
Yeah, we're looking at the deck list here on the blue side of the deck list sheet. And it just starts with Codecracker Hound, Consult the Star Charts, and 2 Cryogen Relics.
Felipe
He's
gets
still
it.
my beating heart.
No kidding. On the other side, Victor Hawkins is playing, looks like he's splashing for white, but he's mainly playing,
Looks like a
sorry.
white-black deck.
He is actually just straight white-black, and he's splashing for red. Let's get underway here in game number 1 and see how this goes. Just snapshot of the lists, it does look like Felipe is going to be tough to beat with the raw card quality that we've seen, but anything can happen.
Right, and especially if you're going up against a black-white deck, you can certainly just get run over.
Yeah.
So that's what Victor Hawkins is likely going to be aiming for here. Just given from what I saw, if the game goes long, Felipe can just draw his entire deck.
Relic to start?
Oh, there's a Terror Pact Intimidator there, Marshall. But
Ooh, Zookeeper Mechan.
Zookeeper Mechan instead. Get the ramp going. Yeah, I mean, there's also this deck just looks. It looks like blue-red artifacts was wide open. There's double Zookeeper Mechan, Terror Pact Intimidator. There's a Possibility Technician, which is an incredible rare with lots of Kavu in the deck on top of that.
Looks like Insatiable Skittermaw to start off for Victor. That's got to be one of his weaker cards.
Right.
And having done nothing up until this point, that's got to be a relief for Felipe.
Maybe a Divert Disaster here. Oh, no, it's just a...
The Intimidator, but he has not yet played a land. So the question is, I mean, there is never a question, right? It's just like, yeah, you have a 4-3. I'd rather lose to it than give you 2 landers.
Victor correctly gives Felipe 2+1/+1 counters.
And there is, in fact, that land. And then he's got a Pangolin to follow up. Okay.
Good board here.
You can see why Felipe prioritized getting that Zookeeper Mechan on the battlefield. He did have 4 mana worth of stuff to do this turn.
So if you're going to play the game where you do allow the Terror Pact Intimidator to become a 4-3, you need to have some kind of answer for it because that thing can close out the game very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really bad to give them the landers, but it turns out a 4-3 for 2 is pretty good.
Yeah,
that's above rate.
But Night Luminary is a great play here, as it by itself can trade with the Intimidator. And Victor
signaling that he doesn't have anything else to do for 2 mana here as well. He must have drawn the Luminary the same turn that he played the Skittermaw. He's got to be a little frustrated because he didn't do anything on 2.
Exactly.
Land number 4 here, but mana number 5 for Felipe. What can he do with it?
I think I might have seen a Debris Field Crusher in Felipe's hand, so that would be a pretty solid thing to play out here.
Yeah.
Right? Just kill the Night Luminary. Get you ooh, okay.
Oh, he's respecting the Skittermaw.
Respecting the Skittermaw, because you could have attacked with the Intimidator. Now, you're probably just going to be stationing up the Field Crusher, would be my guess.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And will he leave back the Pangolin? He did not have enough mana to pay for the triggered ability on it, so it's just a 2-2 right now.
Looks like choosing to keep it back just so that you keep the 1/1 token can attack, and I think Felipe would also be very happy trading the Pangolin for the 3/2 Night Luminary. Okay.
Does he trade?
Oh, does not.
Oh, it looks like he's got higher hopes for that Pangolin.
Yep. Well, lots of artifacts in that deck. So.
It can get out of hand. Debris Field Crusher needs 8 charge counters to become fully stationed, so that's just 2 activations on the board that Felipe has.
Zoo Effete.
Yeah.
No. Oh, there is a creature in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So you do get a vanilla 2/2 creature out of the yard because when you do reanimate creatures with the Zoo Effete, it loses all text, basically.
Yeah, that's a really important caveat to that card, because what it ended up being is a card that if you had like multiple sacrifice outlets, it would provide you kind of unending fodder for it.
Right.
But it is not a reanimation card in the sense that we think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember in the first few days, people kept bringing back virus beetles, being like, ha-ha, and it was like, yeah,
you get a 1/1.
You do have a 1/1, but... It looked like a card with a lot of potential and it just being okay.
Yeah, it's just okay. Also, just the double black on the card just makes it really, really hard to play.
Very tough.
Nice board here assembled by Felipe.
Definitely ahead at this point in the game, but not by a lot.
Right. Well, there's a Cryogen Relic, so maybe by a lot. Oh, and a Consult the Star Charts. Ooh, jeez.
He can do both? No, he cannot do both unless he finds an eye. Well, he can't kick.
Right.
Obviously, I'm thinking only in terms of kicking.
Right. Needs 3 blue mana to play a relic and also kick the...
Is it bad that I didn't even...
Looks like wants to just commit more to the board. That is a Nanoform Sentinel. You can pay the 1 to make a 3/3 Pangolin and still keep up the Cryogen Relic potentially.
Yeah, just run it out.
Yeah. If you
Unless
really
you
need an extra
really
mana,
want the counter,
right?
yeah. That's going to untap.
Permanent, another permanent.
How about a land?
So now you can play Cryogen Relic and pup the Pangolin again, right?
That's beautiful.
That's just, really, really excellent sequencing. This just looks like a really awesome Is-It Artifacts deck.
So jealous right now.
They don't necessarily come together that often, to be honest.
No, the card quality between blue and red is high enough that you can kind of mash a bunch of cards of those colors together and still have some success.
Right.
But this is like streamlined.
Very streamlined.
Like Pangolin going off here. And he has decided just to attack with both.
Getting aggressive here.
So
jump block.
the Crusher is still 1 off of being...
Right. I guess it doesn't hit very hard.
It's 1 power.
Yeah. It's a good thing to do in the very, very late game once you run out of things to do. But I feel like Felipe's deck just doesn't really run out of gas all that easily.
No. Decode Transmissions here for Victor.
Not without Void, so
yeah.
Victor will take the damage.
I got to say, this is all looking good for Felipe. If I'm in his seat and my opponent starts to turn off with Decode Transmissions, I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, Victor has a weaker board, not even really up resources necessarily. I mean, a significantly weaker board at this point. And Felipe has not only the Relic, but also still that Consult the Star Charts in hand.
And that Consult is getting deep into the library at this point. He's already got 5, could even find land number 6.
And this Pangolin is also just a serious threat. Victor doesn't even have a good block on it at this point.
Yeah.
Would have to double block it just to get it off the battlefield.
Yeah, it's interesting because remember, he had that one choice on whether he wanted to trade it.
Yeah.
And it has really paid off to not do that.
Ooh, is that a... That looks like a nice little 4-mana spell there.
What do we got?
Might be doing some consulting work.
Okay.
We'll see. And has the ability to get another blue source because of the Nanoform Sentinel. And ooh, this is brutal here for Victor.
6 cards and he can pick any 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, just compare this to Decode Transmissions.
No kidding.
All right, pay 3 life, draw the top 2, you lose 2 life or whatever, pay 3 mana. You pay 4, look at the top 6.
So he's just getting 2 action spells effectively guaranteed here.
Right.
And whatever it is he needs as well, it's like...
And can still, like I mentioned before, you can still play a blue spell here if you draw one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder if Victor has something in his deck that really can just completely swing the game here, because that's what he's going to need.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in sweeper territory.
Right.
And not the worm wall variety.
No.
Okay. Right. So this is going to be stationed, and then he's going to use the trigger to untap the island.
The field pressure has now been turned on. It is a 1/5 with
Watch out.
Fire Breathing for 2 mana. It gets +2/+0 until end of turn. That is certainly a clean attack here. You can choose to get a little more aggressive too if you want to also attack with the Terra Pact Intimidator, although that's not really a great trade with the Night Luminary that's in play. Right, so making the good attacks where blocks are more difficult here for Victor. Okay.
Double blocking.
Yep, double blocking. And Felipe going, oh, you know what? That's fine.
Just 21 time. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and then I wonder if we're going to...
So that's 3.
Yeah, and now you can use Cryogen Relic to keep the Zui feed tapped so that Victor can't use it to be able to reanimate one of the creatures in the yard.
Cryogen Relic doing Cryogen Relic things.
Yep.
That's the best common in the format, by the way.
Yeah, and Victor's down to 11. Has to deal with the flyer. The fact that Felipe, by the way, cast Consult the Star Charts, and I don't think he played anything. Right?
Yeah, you're right.
So he's got 2 amazing cards in his hand
Not great
that you
news.
haven't seen.
Yeah, we also may be at the point of the game where the Debris Field Crusher starts to get, 2-shot lethal, or sometimes even 1 if other creatures are hitting.
Yeah, we're at 8 mana here. So that by itself is +8/+0.
The Zookeeper Mechan can get activated too.
Right?
Oh, another Cryogen
Relic. I mean, I get sad when my opponent plays the first one.
Oh, yeah.
You can still use that to keep the Zoophyte locked down if you want. I'm sure there are plenty of other fantastic options here.
Can he force a chump?
This
with
is
the survey mechan?
This is currently an attack for 9. Oh, just attacking with everything, forcing the block.
This is 9 pre-pump?
This is now 10, it looks like. Wait, 4, 7, 8. No, yeah, 9 pre-pump. So you have to block Terror Pact Intimidator. And then what happens? You take 3,
you can
4,
take
5.
6 extra.
This would be 11 damage, right? You block the Terror Pact Intimidator, then you take 3, 4, 5 from the other creatures, go to 6. If Felipe uses all of his mana to give +6/+0 to the Debris Field Crusher, that would be lethal.
He actually blocks the Crusher.
Okay.
So that does keep him alive.
Right.
But he loses his survey mechan for a couple of mana.
For 2 mana, basically. Yeah, that is not a winning situation.
Definitely in sweeper territory at this point.
And Felipe not even playing more to the board. He doesn't need to, right? It's just like, I'm going to lock this down. I have a lethal board. Even if you draw a removal spell, if you have a Wrath, I want to play around it.
Right.
It's good, it's good.
All right, let's go to next game, says Victor. That was an impressive victory for Felipe Rossello. That was not close.
Yeah, I mean,
at any point.
Felipe has an incredible Izzet Artifacts deck here.
You can see that our 2 players have slightly different records in the tournament overall. Victor actually with slightly better. He's 8-2. There was a draw for Felipe at some point, so he's 7-2-1. But if he can escape here with an 8-2-1 record going back into Constructed, there are runs that he could put together that could put him in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets to that 12 number, then he's good, right? Then that'll get him a slot into the top 8. But even with the draw, if he keeps winning, if he gets to maybe 11, 4-1,
not out of the question.
This is a smaller field event. We're gonna, of course, have to wait to see how things shake out. But in other events in the past, 500-person Pro Tours, sometimes a 12-4 wouldn't make it in the last round. But this is a smaller field event, so there's worse records could make it into the top 8 in this event.
Felipe is playing Tameshi Belcher in Modern.
Okay.
And Victor's playing Esper Gorios for the record. So
Turn 2 Zookeeper Mechan.
Yep.
There's so much work here. Turn 3 Cavland Seeker. What can Victor do here?
This is one of those curve outs that is very, these are 2 commons. So you see this all the time.
Victor maybe have a way to clear the way, get some damage through. Yeah. Banishing Light.
That will take out the 4/3 Menace, but it will leave behind the Lander token.
Right, but you're not really even getting in for too much here, right? You're attacking for 2.
Right.
The Zookeeper Mechan can even block the Prospector too. Felipe can afford to take the damage, probably in his best interest to crack the Lander here because he's not under enough pressure to feel like he needs to add more to the board and be able to just not sack the Lander. 2-mana relic.
5 hints. 7 hints.
Oh, it looks like I do see an Emissary Escort too in Felipe's hand.
Felipe is going to crack the lander while the Kraken is good.
Right. You have to sack the lander. If you pass the turn, you will lose the lander, as it's temporary for the Cavalian Seeker.
So sad when that actually happens. There's the Emissary Escort.
All right. Attacking for 1. The Emissary Escort is currently a 2/4.
Yes, again, please. Right.
Huh.
Debating maybe...
He wants to know if he's going to get focus fired if he sends in.
Right. Or just if Victor has a removal spell for the Escort.
Would I rather...
Would you want to trade 1 for 2, something along those lines?
Yeah, this also reveals a little bit about how Felipe sees the matchup, right? He thinks that if this game goes long, he's the one who's advantaged. Yeah. And that's pretty clearly the case.
There are very few decks that are going to be able to go long as well as Felipe's deck, just given how much card draw is in his deck.
One of the surprise comments from this set is Perigi Beckoner. It's really overperformed. In this case, it did about its worst job, which is it got you in for 4 damage that you may not have been able to get 4. That's like bad case scenario for that card.
And it triggered Void for the Insatiable Skitterball.
Totally.
So very, very strong. But of course, it just combos well with a lot of other things, particularly sacrifice effects, right? If you can attack, get some damage in, your opponents won't block, and then you can sacrifice the creature to Embrace Oblivion, get extra value that way.
Look at this. Specimen Freighter comes down and undoes all that work from Victor. His port state just disappeared out from under him.
By the way, Emissary Escort, 6/4 now.
Ooh, that's a clock.
6/4. So actually, it looks like he attacked with it, did not station the Specimen Freighter, and Victor's down to 12.
Yeah, that 4 toughness, if Victor can only put out 1 creature a turn or 2 small ones, it puts him in a precarious position if Felipe has any way to interact.
Right.
Bam, take 6 more minimum. You can start to see lines to victory if you're in Felipe's seat.
Yeah, Victor really needs probably a removal spell for the Escort, because if you can get the Escort off the battlefield, there's a pretty low chance that Felipe will be able to turn on the Freighter and attack next turn. Saw Prospector.
He's just going to replay the 2 cards.
Yeah.
They got bounced and deftly leaving up that plains again, trying to say, maybe.
I mean, it can deal 4 damage, right? So if Felipe goes, you know what, I'm not going to attack you on the ground, we can just go to the skies, and he can just start cracking away for 4 in the air with the Specimen Freighter.
3-turn clock anyway and unblockable. It's tempting to do that rather than give Victor options on removal if he has it, or even just blocking.
I think I've been decked by this card more than actually died to the combat damage.
I have too, but that says more about us than it does about the Freighter.
Right, exactly.
I mean, generally it's a downside on the Freighter, like you're just filling up your opponent's graveyard for not a great reason. Mill isn't fully supported in this format. There's a couple of exceptions to that.
Felipe's hand is just loaded. Looks like all spells
He's got 5 spells in hand right now. Okay.
Oh man, there it is.
Here's some more bombs.
Possibility Technician here. Get a land.
This one's being warped, right?
Right. So you can use that to station up your Freighter, along with the Emissary Escort to attack in the air if you want.
And that's 9, right?
Right.
So.
And if you have an interactive spell, maybe you just want to attack with the Escort instead. If you can, for example, just get rid of the Skittermaw or the Beansaw Prospector. I do see, is that a Pain for All?
Oh, it does look like it.
Yeah, so that's a removal spell as well. And Victor only has white mana up, so you can actually just put this on your creature here, not worry about getting blown out by some instant speed removal effect.
It also hits any target.
You can go to the face, 6 to the face.
It's half of it. It's half of the full amount.
6 to the face and then attack, and then you can't kill it.
You have to.
Right? If you just play it and then you're like, I go 6 to your face, they can't double. If Victor double blocks, he dies.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so just going for the removal spell
That's
here.
cut propulsion.
Yep.
Wow, so many options here for Felipe.
probably just wants to maximize damage here, or does he want to just turn the flyer on?
This is a big turning point because he's giving up quite a bit.
Okay.
So he gets to attack for 5.
Right. Or could also use the mana from the Mechan to play the... I think there might have been a Cryogen Relic. I'm not sure.
Oh,
Let's see
okay.
what he does.
So let's see if he attacks with just the 1. Yeah, he does.
Okay. Victor gets milled here for 4 cards. So good thing Victor didn't have the Scout for Survival.
Yeah, this is why I was saying it's a downside to get the
Yeah.
mill, because like in this case, he's going to kill him before then. Yeah, you saw that right, Paul. There is a Cryogen Relic. Man, you got to feel for Victor at this point. This is just a beating.
This is just everything I want to be doing on Felipe's side.
Somehow Felipe keeps advancing his board significantly and leaving Victor with fewer permanents at the same time.
And it has more cards in hand, right?
And he's ahead on cards. More life, more. He's just in one of those
everything.
games where he's ahead on every metric. Even library size.
Yes.
He's got it all. Beamsaw Prospector holding down the fort here for Victor. How much more can he take?
Okay.
Big Servandum.
Yeah, Servandum's a lot better if you're looking to be aggressive here.
Right, that's the problem. It is a nice blocker too, but...
Just left touch, yeah? 11.
But remember, we know about Pain for All in Felipe's hand. Could use that to just get the Servandum off the battlefield. I imagine that's going to happen, as Servandum is a Death Touch lifelinker here. Actually, if he's just tapped out, you can also just attack with the flyer, then cast Pain for All, and then just kill your opponent.
Yeah, that's true, and he's actually going to do that right now. He's going to say, I'm going to do 6 to you, and I do have a flyer here, and that's going to be game. Felipe Rossello takes down the pod in impressive fashion. That's the type of deck that, Paul, if you sent me a message and said, wow, check out this deck I drafted on Arena, I'd be like, nice, that thing is sweet. That's at the Pro Tour he drafted that deck.
I mean, this scene must have been super open. We'll note that, generally speaking, the Is It Artifacts archetype is considered to be one of the weaker archetypes, I'd say, even though the format's pretty balanced, but maybe a lot of players were looking to avoid that color combination. But guess what? If it's open and you move in, you get Felipe's deck.
You get 5/5 ore plate pangolins like Felipe does, and all of a sudden you're off to the races. That was really impressive. It is not every day that a deck comes together quite that well here at the PT level, because people are scrapping. They're taking cards from you as much as they're taking cards for their own deck.
There was no scrapping there. This was just all premium removal, card draw, synergy. It just had it all.
It did. All right, we've got more limited action. We're getting it all in here. We've got Alex Rohan versus Justin Schabel in the feature match here as well. These players have similar records to the ones that we just saw. 8-2 versus 8-1-1 for Rohan. And what kind of draft deck did these two put together here?
Justin's working on a Rakdos deck here, it looks like. So might see some Void triggers here, a little Rakdos value.
This could be quick. It looks like Boros on this side.
Okay.
Two players who don't have time. They want to get these games over with. And it looks like we're going to come in game number 3. So here's our deciding game between Justin and Alex. Again, these players are at the records with 8 wins where, oh boy, a win here means you have 9 going into constructed. Like, you're 3 wins away at that point. If you lose here, you got to win 4 or 5, and you got to do it in the right order. That's,
right.
You know, again, I'm talking about to lock up a top 8.
Right.
You may be able to make it in other ways, but if you want to keep your fate in your hands.
Absolutely. You win this one, and then your magic number becomes 3 out of 5 rounds, which is a lot easier than trying to win 4 of 5.
That's right. 19. Interesting. So a turn to Zookeeper Mechan from Alex, but the best thing possible for Justin just happened. He attacked with it.
Right?
He's like, oh, thank God you're not playing a 4-drop.
But Alex does have a 2 and a 3-drop here. And Justin plays something here to kind of slow things down. I think I may have seen a Bombard in his hand. Might just be interested in just firing that off on the coordinator. If you play a creature here, it's kind of rough because if Alex then has a removal spell, then all of a sudden you're just taking a bunch of damage.
So far, he's just passed the turn back, however.
So that indicates that probably has some kind of interactive spell here.
And it looks like Alex is content to just ship in with both of his creatures. There's the Bombard. And as you predicted there, Paul, he's going to take out the bigger of the two creatures. Yes, Zookeeper Mechan has utility later, but the fact that Alex is attacking with it means it's not making mana in the near future.
Not taking advantage of that mana, extra mana generated by the Mechan, because that's what can really take over the game.
And once again, Alex plays the land and passes the turn.
Wow.
No 5-drop, no 4.
No 4-drop, likely just has interaction in hand, would be the guess.
Because if he had a 5 or a 4, we would have seen that thing on the battle.
For sure. I'll give you a prize. I'll give you a prize if you just know what that card is on the spot.
Maybe Zhu again?
Oh, Zhu. He does have a Zhu in his deck, so that probably is it.
What do I get? Assuming I'm right, I still don't actually know.
We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
We'll discuss details later.
What other 3-drops does Justin have? I might be wrong still.
No creatures in the graveyard, though.
Yeah, if that's the case, then we're kind of just staring each other down here.
Oh, man. Justin
versus a Mechan.
Justin does have a real nice one. One of the best rares in the format, Elegy Acolyte, is in his deck.
Isn't that the card you have nightmares about?
That is the card I have lost to the most in the format, yes. There's nothing you can do. They do all the things, and you lose the game.
You know it's a good card that even if you have a removal spell, like on your turn for it, it still didn't really matter.
It's like they've drawn a card, maybe make a 2/2.
Yeah.
Wow, so this is a
terrible draw from
less
Alex.
than exciting hand here from Alex.
I mean, when you see the Zookeeper Mechan, you're like, all right, fireworks are coming.
Yeah, maybe Alex is flooded and will use the Scrapper to just start sacrificing those lands for more value.
That does seem to be the line. There it is.
Oh.
Elegy Acolyte.
Oh, and
a removal spell here.
For the Scrapper.
Bolt the Scrapper just to make sure that if you are trying to flood out, and it's a Void trigger.
It triggers Void.
Oh, no.
The things, all of the things. Does Alex have a Bombard here to get the Acolyte off the battlefield?
Needs it now.
Yeah.
Oh, he might.
Wait. I mean, you don't bluff a Bombard. You just cast it when you can, right?
If I have priority, it is on the stack.
At what point have you passed priority?
And he didn't have it. He did bluff it.
All right.
The only good news for Alex is that he did have the 3 toughness blocker. So
and now you're in a brutal spot. If you kill the Acolyte, Justin can just bring it back as a 4/4 still.
Yeah, that's actually stats-wise getting big enough to be worth it.
What does Alex even have that he can play?
Wow, lots of pump faking here from Alex. I might have something. Tapping some mana.
Well,
draw my card for
we
the
know
turn.
he doesn't have a Bombard.
Yeah, that is sure. Oh, the one-time Bombard would have been so clutch.
All right. We got to do a Wrath check. There's a lot of sweepers in this format. Usually red-white's more aggressive, so you don't play the Wraths as often.
Well, no Wrath this turn.
No, I mean, he's playing Zealous Display, so I would be shocked if he's playing Wrath. When you play a Zealous Display deck, usually they don't go hand in hand.
Yeah. He's attempting to build out a board here, though.
Yeah, Wedgelight Rammer, it's okay.
Does he have anything else?
Pretty far away from turning it into a reasonable blocker here, though. He just has a 2/2 and a 1/3.
You see him being really careful about playing lands as well. There's always the looming threat of a Virus Beetle at this stage of the game. And if you're on 2 spells left and you didn't really need the mana, you may look back and say, oh, why did I play that land?
Oh,
but
wow,
he did decide to play it. Is he double crewing?
I feel like the Mechan should stay back to block the 2/2 or the 2/3.
Please. I mean, that's a card.
Right.
Plus the damage.
Oh, wow.
Holy smokes.
Okay, so good. Whoa.
Oh, he really does kind of get you in the air with those fakes, doesn't he?
I'm like, come on, just make a game action.
He's like, maybe I will. Ultimately, no, he did not decide to station. He left the Zookeeper Mechan back and only stationed with the 2/2. God, I wonder if he needed that 2/2 back also.
Right, yeah.
This is rough.
I mean, the problem is the Elegy Acolyte just... You can also just not attack with Elegy Acolyte if you're concerned about Focus Fire, right?
Right.
Wait, when did he have this Bombard?
Did he just cold top deck Bombard?
He has to have, right? Okay, well, he still has a lot that he needs to fight through here.
Yeah, so it looks like Justin decided just to bring it back right away so that this is all pre-combat.
Right.
So that he could at least just use it to station. But that was a big swing back in Alex's direction. Like,
it absolutely was.
He took 2 damage here.
Right. But
zero damage
Justin still has a very strong board here. You do have the 4/4 there. The debris field crusher is almost turned on.
Wow, and it looks like that's going to be it. Alex Rohan gave up at 20 life.
As one normally does against an Elegy Acolyte.
I mean, even if it doesn't have text on it?
It's still big. It's still a 4/4, and I think Alex kept an okay hand, but it just really didn't develop, right? When you have a hand that's got even 4 lands, a Zookeeper Mechanic, and 2 other spells, you just always keep that hand and just kind of hope that your hand gets there. And it looks like he just kind of flooded out a little there.
I guess so. 20?
I mean,
peel a couple of cards, see what happens.
He also got Elegy Acolyted and then used the removal spell, but still
it wasn't good for him. I agree.
I think you just were mentally destroyed at that point, because I would be too.
That was a little disheartening there. But ultimately, victory goes to the player with Elegy Acolyte. That's all you need to know about the format. We're going to be saying goodbye to Limited here because we're gearing up for Modern. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk gearing up for Constructed. Don't go anywhere.
Sign up for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. An absolutely beautiful shot there here in Atlanta, Georgia. And here's a shot inside the convention center where all sorts of crazy stuff is going on as everybody celebrates Magic here at MagicCon Atlanta. We're also playing the Pro Tour in the building on day 2 of action. So thanks for webbing slinging on in to see us here this weekend. Maria Bertholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Mani Devuti with you here at the desk. We've played 11 rounds of Magic, Mani. We're out of draft, but we want a roundup of what happened here on day 2 of draft.
Yeah, before we say goodbye to Limited, I am going to take us one more time through these 4 feature pods that we had. These were the top 32 of the tournament coming into the day. So let's see how they ended up. Pod A, of course. This was our main feature. We got to see Shuhei Nakamura draft. He ended up 1-2, but it was Johnny Gutman who got the clean 3-0 to win the pod here and be our sole tournament frontrunner at 10-1. I got to sit with Johnny and ask him again after that win how he was feeling. I am back with Johnny Gutman. I love to keep meeting this way. Johnny, you just beat Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura to go 3-0 in your draft pod today. How does that feel?
There's not many better feelings. He was my only loss yesterday. He's one of the greatest to ever do it. So it's I'm very fortunate to be in the position where I am.
Yeah, getting the revenge, getting that win here on day 2 must feel absolutely incredible. Now, Paper Magic in the past, bit of a foreign feel for you. Now we're back at the Pro Tour and you are 10-1. That must feel absolutely incredible.
It feels amazing. Again, going into the event, my goal was simple: qualify to the next Pro Tour. I've done that. Everything else beyond this is gravy. I'm just going to try to, take it one game at a time, try to make some more good decisions, hopefully, and hopefully not too many bad ones, and hopefully we can talk again.
I would love to do that. Job is not done, as you said. So good luck in the rest of the tournament, and hopefully we see you back on a Sunday stage.
That would be incredible, but yeah, job's not done. Just try to take it one game at a time.
Good luck, Johnny. Everything else from here would be gravy, says Johnny. Well, top heading a Pro Tour, that would be some pretty great gravy. So that is Pod A.
Says the Canadians.
I have no bias. I have no horse in this race. The fact that we're both Canadian, complete coincidence.
That's the mashed potatoes and gravy, I'm pretty sure.
That's, just a little bit of extra flavoring on it. There we go.
Nailed it.
That's how you bring it together. All right, moving on to Pod B. This was our second draft pod. We had Alex, Rohan, and Justin Schaubel playing for the pod, and I can tell you that it was Schaubel that got the job done. So he is our pod champion for the second pod here. Now we are going to move over to Pod C. Pod C featured Felipe Rossello at 1-0-1 against Victor Hawkins at 2-0. It was Felipe, the Brazilian, who was able to get the job done, and I was lucky enough to get an interview with him after his win in the feature match. Hello, I am here with Felipe Rossello, who just won his draft pod 8-2-1 now. Congratulations, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little anxious, but now I'm okay. I did my best with what I had, and I really want to say a big thanks to Eduardo Vieira dos Santos, my teammate, Márcio Carvalho, Willi Edel, who supported, and I could draft you really nice because of them.
Absolutely. And on that note, you are part of Team Double Infinity, of course, a new team led by Willi and Marcio, as you mentioned, and such a great testing environment. Big credit to them for really getting you here. How did you feel about getting to test with such experienced players?
It was amazing. Be with a monsters of limited like Marcio, Eduardo Vieira Lixo was incredible. And I also want to say a big thanks to my team in Brazil. Here's the Double Infinity, but I have a group of friends, the Team Lavinha, and they supported me in Brazil. And here in testing house in Orlando with Double Infinity team was absurd.
That's amazing. So now looking at the back half of the day, you are 8-2-1. We're swapping over to Modern. What deck are you playing? How are you feeling about Modern for this bit?
I'm playing Tamesh Belcher. I thought it was a good choice because I was training this a little time before. And I'm a little anxious, as I said, but let's go.
Well, I think you're going to do great. You've done great so far, Felipe. Thank you so much. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Very too many. I really appreciate that.
really great getting to chat with him and just seeing the results coming from Team Double Infinity, a new team. But really, Willie, when we got to talk to him at the player party on Thursday, said that he was going back to his roots. He really wanted to continue taking the experience that he had gotten over the years and use it to cultivate that Brazilian and Portuguese Magic community. And he's been doing it for a large part of his career, and we're seeing those results continue to come in and those endeavors paying off. So incredible stuff from Team Double Infinity. Finally, we are going to wrap things up with Pod D. This was our 4th feature pod, and we saw Noah Robin playing against Luna Eason for the pod. And I believe it was actually Robin that got the win, moving up to 9-2. Excuse me for the highlighting error there, but congratulations to Noah Robin for winning that pod.
There's a look at our top draft pods this morning with results, how the players did. Thank you so much, Monty, for that look at all of our pods. Now let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at here on day 2 of competition as we turn our attention to Modern. Johnny Gutman now leads the field, currently sitting at 10-1. A lot of people, though, on 9-2. Right behind him, Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer, was our overnight leader. Not a great start to the morning for him, but he loves his Modern deck list. I know I do as well. I know Monty does especially. So we'll see if we can get into the top 8 for Shuhei here through the Modern rounds. And now I want to call out these people on 8-2-1. Those draws, we're seeing a lot of draws in this tournament as we continue on through our standings. That is going to become so very important because, as we've said, you get to stop playing Magic if you hit 12 wins before round number 16. But we think because of the number of draws in this tournament that you might even get there if you make 12 wins in round 16. So as we look at the two top pages of these standings, keep in mind our top 8 is somewhere in there across these 2 pages. We just have to find them over the next few rounds of play. So exciting and very important Magic to come here on day 2. Well, like I said, we're transitioning over to Modern, so let's take a look at that metagame, which is great. Corey.
Yeah, let's check out the metagame that we had going into this event. Now, Modern being a very diverse format, we got exactly that. Here is our very diverse Modern metagame with the Esper Gorios at the top. Had a pretty solid weekend. Tameshi Belcher, on the other hand, second most represented deck, did not have a super strong day 1, sub 50%, along with Boros Energy also being not so great here, didn't have the best weekend. Some of the big winners, though, gotta love it. Is it Affinity, like we were seeing from Shuhei, as well as that Amulet Titan, the 15 players that played that deck, had a really strong weekend as well.
All right, there's a look at our Modern metagame as we switch gears over to Modern here. Let's take a look at our next feature match for round number 12. Let's see who will be doing battle. We've got Johnny Gutman, the tournament leader here, up against Albert Cordobez. This is an Esper Gorios matchup versus Eldrazi. Ramp 10-1 for Gutman, 9-2 for Cordobez. Johnny Gutman, an online player first from Toronto, playing for Team Handshake in Moxfield, had 0 wins at his first Paper Pro Tour, but proving here that resilience pays off, and here he is leading the tournament. Up against Albert Cordobez, started playing the game in 2015 from Barcelona on Team World League Council, qualified via an RC to play here this weekend, so doing very well on day 2. Those are the players. What about the decks, Corey?
Yeah, let's take a look, starting with Johnny Gutman. This is the Esper Gorios list that we saw at the very top of our metagame. It's treating Johnny quite well, as Johnny is X-1, had the 1 loss to Shuhei Nakamura yesterday on that Is It Affinity build. We are trying to bring Atraxas and Gristlebrand's back from the graveyard with Gorios Vengeance, blink them with Ephemerate, or you can even consign the trigger. Johnny does have that 1 consign in the main. That is going to come in handy up against Johnny's opponent here, who is playing Eldrazi. So this is an Eldrazi ramp version where we don't see Karn the Great Creator. We really don't see main deck relics. Any of the things that are very good against these Esper Gorios Vengeance lists, we don't see them right now. This is a list that screams to me, I want to beat Boros Energy. I want to beat any creature deck. So this is going to be a tough one for Albert. there's not even a lot of like graveyard hate in the sideboard too. Just a couple Graph Diggers Cage. So this might be one of the matches where they're just like, yeah, if I play against it, let's just hope I can Emrakul them and start making some bad plays for my opponent. Otherwise, it's looking pretty brutal, I must say.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. Round 12 is on the way, and this is normally when I pass it on over to Riley and Cedric, but I've got to take a pause here, everybody, and just call something out. Here at the desk, we're very professional. We take our job seriously. In the booth, however, we had some antics yesterday that just left us all so disappointed.
Antics? I don't
Antics. We had emails. We had phone calls. People were just like, I can't handle these two. Can't
I got a
handle
telegraph.
them. You got a telegram?
Yeah, they're getting faxes,
I
they're
had a
getting
pigeon.
faxes sent. They're
That's
getting
neat.
feedback about. Okay.
Well, if you're going to put up a fight, don't worry, you two. We have receipts. Take a look, everybody.
What's happening right now?
I understand what this is about.
And so that's what that deck is trying to do. It's the 1-2 punch. If you get the combo online, you basically can go from there. And we're going to see if he can actually assemble it in the face of a deck that has Solitude and everything else.
Actually,
oh yeah, go
I
ahead.
will point out,
Please do.
given that Dr. Frank Carsten will be tuning into this broadcast, you actually can't make a creature infinitely big.
Okay.
You can't. You have to stop at some point. You
Got
can
it.
make it arbitrarily large.
Got it.
That's what all the eggheads say. All the mathematologists out there. That's the terminology they use.
Never been much of a numbers.
Slide into Cedric's DMs if you've got a.
This is the second time you've recommended this.
If you want to explain the finer points of countable and uncountable infinities to Cedric, if you want to talk to him maybe about, I don't know.
I'm glad we're doing this. This is good.
He's giving me daggers. The eyes are just. Cedric's giving me a very clear message here that I shouldn't be continuing to.
It's the look of disgust.
Slide into Cedric's DMs if you don't want him to.
Come on in.
You're trying to give him advice as to how to get people to stop him from sliding into those DMs. All right.
Come on in, see what happens to you. Come on in. They can tell if I'm winning or losing.
Yeah. And it was never more obvious than yesterday when I was when we were knee deep in that bit. Well, look.
Antics.
Antics.
Yeah.
Antics.
Do better, guys.
Hashtag slide in the Cedric
Where did we get? Look at those
2025.
arms. Hello. The blue hair, that was a couple of years ago. Where did we get these? Why did we do? What is happening?
And we're the ones being accused of antics.
Did you know this was going to
I
happen?
had no idea.
I don't
Okay,
believe you.
at this point, all right, at this point, listen, set the record straight.
Okay.
I'd like to offer an unreserved apology on behalf of myself and Cedric. Obviously, unprofessional
you,
behavior from
Riley.
us here in the booth, right?
Okay.
We are always open to feedback, always looking to get better as broadcasters. So if you around the world have any ideas as to how we can improve our craft, slide into Cedric's DMs and let him know what
we didn't do that.
There it is.
Yep.
Good on you, mate.
It took me a minute to get there, but okay.
Let's slide into round 12. What do you
To
say?
slide in? No, of course not.
That is dope.
Oh, so we go into mine.
Lock bag.
Lovely.
All right. My
Lovely.
friends, we're going to get into the very cold, hard, and serious business of Magic.
Of Magic.
The Gathering.
That's right.
We've got modern rounds to attend to today, Cedric, and we are going to find out who's going to emerge victorious between this match. Johnny Gutman, Albert Cordobez. At the desk, they seem to be in agreement that this was a tough matchup for the Spaniard, and you yourself were saying heading into this round, Eldrazi ran probably not favoured in this matchup.
I don't think this is a good matchup here for Albert for a lot of the reasons that Corey did mention. There's a real lack of just graveyard hate and meaningful interaction. So look, a ramping strategy going over the top of things like Forest Energy makes a lot of sense. Interacting with Belcher and its lands, like via Worldbreaker and stuff, again, makes a lot of sense. This particular matchup, I don't love the prospects here for Albert. The way that I think Albert has to win, things that we're going to keep our eyes on, Eldrazi Temple and other mana accelerants, those need to be happening basically immediately. It can't be a slow draw. It has to be a very fast draw that involves Utopia Sprawl, double lands, and then just playing a large threat and hoping that large threat is close to relevant. And this hand that Albert does have, it does contain Utopia Sprawl, Talisman, and Ugin's Labyrinth. So, like, it has the makings of, I'm going to play a thing real fast and hope that thing is actually good.
Well, another good sign here for Albert is the fact that Johnny Gutman on a mulligan to 5.
Yeah.
Now, it's a good one. We got a Quantum Riddler and Ephemerate. We can rebuild from there, certainly. But no, this is definitely a string to the Eldrazi player's bow here. Opening things up nice and early with a Talisman. I will point out to the viewers at home, you can't see us, but Cedric, having realized now that this camera is on at all times, pointing at us, he is sitting up, straight-backed and pretty-faced.
Yep, that's
We're not
true.
getting caught out. I didn't realize they were recording us the whole time.
How do you think I feel?
Yeah, we got to be. I'm going to start bringing in branded, like, corporate logo T-shirts. I
like that, some
right?
merchandise.
Open it up during when we're not on camera, so they can't catch us out.
Gotcha.
You know,
very smart.
Yeah,
very smart for the next show. A handful of months from now, we will be prepared.
Well, assuming we get asked back after the antics.
Ah,
Cedric.
yes.
After the antics.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness me. All right, so Johnny may be in a good position with his deck here, but certainly his hand being winnowed down a little bit. Didn't have a lot of resources in it to begin with, and after a mulligan to 5, he'll be looking to do everything he can.
Yeah, this is so
restock after losing 2 cards to the mulligan.
If you're gonna mulligan to 5, which you don't love, obviously, this is the kind of deck that can actually operate on a mulligan to 5, because you are a deck that does have Goryo's Vengeance, and you can get an Atraxa back and recoup some of those lost cards. But also, Quantum Riddler is a very good card when you are working with less resources, right?
Sure.
So as you can see, Gutman's plan, as his hand currently stands, is an Ephemerate Quantum Riddler game. You warp the Quantum Riddler. Likely to draw 2 cards because of the lack of cards in hand, especially if a land is found, and then Ephemerate as well. So being able to recoup some of the card disadvantage via Riddler and Ephemerate, and then, of course, having a 4/6 on the battlefield.
Doesn't hurt. That doesn't hurt either.
Doesn't hurt. So that's probably the game plan here.
All right, Utopia's for all the play here for Albert. As we see Johnny dispatch that talisman with a prismatic ending. Back over to the Canadian here. Draws a card. Ephemerate Quantum Riddler, Solitude Atraxa in hand here. So not what he was looking for.
No, not
Do you
really.
still run out the Quantum Riddler here just to draw a card? You've got to find that land.
I think that this would be a fine enough time to just warp the Riddler.
I think so.
It's not great, but it's better than nothing. You maybe peel off the land for the Ephemerate. Even if you don't, it's still okay, because Solitude Ephemerate against this Eldrazi deck is not the worst place to be. So this isn't an ideal start by any means, but Johnny can still play.
Yep, and Faithful Mending is actually a pretty good rep here. It's going to let him at least enact a game plan. But back to Albert, who doesn't have a lot of business. We've already talked about the fact that he has the Sire of 7 Deaths in hand. I don't know if he's got another copy of Utopia Sprawl. I think that's already been played. So I think it's just 4 cards in hand here for him.
Yeah, this is kind of the concern with the matchup. Albert kept 7, Johnny kept 5.
Yeah.
I think that Johnny is weirdly advantaged right now.
He kept a better 5 than Albert 7.
Albert 7, yeah. Yep. Because Albert is really just kind of do nothing.
Spinning the wheels.
And, it is unfortunate for Albert that the Talisman did get blown up by Prismatic Ending, but even if the Talisman was on the battlefield, nothing would be coming right now.
There's no like bridging play, right? There's no, the deck, as it ramps towards the Sire of 7 Deaths and the Heragasts and the Emrakuls, it wants to play some cards that are somewhere in between. The Malevolent Rumbles, the Kozilek's Command, maybe a Sowing Mica Spawn, that sort of thing. And these aren't here. So if Albert can get to that Sire of 7 Deaths, that's all well and good. But the Sire of 7 Deaths also just dies to Solitude. Costs 7 life, but John's on 19.
Got 7 life to work with.
Got 7 life to spare the life.
Yeah, I think this is just a really difficult position here.
Oh my goodness!
No land
third land. No third land. The mending here, discarding Psychic Frog and Atraxa. Now you're happy to discard the Atraxa. Obviously, that's part of this. What this deck is trying to do: get an Atraxa in the bin, bring it back with the Goryo's Vengeance. But you want to continue to develop your mana. Work towards that second Quantum Riddler that's in hand with an Ephemerate. Work towards casting the one that's already been warped.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Johnny, I'm not in full-blown panic mode here yet. It really just depends on... If I'm Johnny, my assumption is, okay, you're probably playing some sort of threat next turn. Otherwise, your hand is truly horrible, and I'm probably going to be fine. So now it's just, okay, what's the threat? Is it World Breaker? I don't love that. If it's Sire of 7 Deaths, I can kind of work myself through that. So it's just kind of, okay, what's the big threat going to be, and how scary is it going to be?
At this point, even a Sowing Mica Spawn, exiling a land, it'd be pretty...
That'd be good. That would be good right now. Going after the lands is where you want to be right now.
So World Breaker, Sowing Mica Spawn, what Johnny's hoping to avoid here. We know it's a Sire of 7 Deaths with the Eldrazi Temple that can come down next turn. There's the Temple, 7 mana.
World Breaker.
And kabam! Look at this, a World Breaker. So the pressure is renewed here.
And that's kind of best possible, because if I am Albert, I just want to start blowing up as many lands as possible.
For sure.
That's the easiest way to go about winning this game. And certainly getting rid of the Black Source as well, because the Black Source, of course, enables Goryo's Vengeance to get back the Atraxa, to allow Johnny to get some cards back and get himself back into the game. So I definitely like going towards the Black Source of mana, even though one has just shown up there in a Watery Grave.
So finds a Watery Grave here, doesn't play it untapped in order to cast the Quantum Riddler, which says to me that Johnny really values wanting to ephemerate it.
This feels like if I'm This feels like a Solitude Ephemerate sort of. This is kind of what the loud call-out is right now.
Yes.
Given the information that we're working with.
And is a Sire of seven deaths. The other thing to note is a Resolved Quantum Riddler can also block the World Breaker. As a 4/6, it can block the 5/7. So these may be the things that Johnny's sort of weighing up here as he navigates this turn. But here's a Solitude, pitching another Solitude, and we're going to see where it's pointed, and an Ephemerate. So we'll see both of these creatures get exiled.
And Johnny's going to pay the 7 life for the Ward 7 on the Sire of 7 deaths, so he's going to fall down to 7. Presumably going to go back up to 10 here. Is the Ephemerate not going to rebound that on upkeep? So that's going to go away for good. So back up to 10 after the attack, presumably, and then, you know, this isn't, I mean, it's not horrible.
Okay, Quantum Riddler. Draw 2, that's nice.
Pretty good.
And has found a third land.
Yeah, if he peeled off an Ephemerate here, it'd be pretty good. It's just another Riddler and a Traxa, though.
Just not Riddler. No, Johnny's back in this game
Absolutely.
for sure. That Solitude plus Ephemerate combo there, fighting through the huge monsters that Albert had brought to bear. And this is the problem. This is what we highlighted. The removal that Johnny has is really, really effective. And the Eldrazi ramp deck just not set up to punish this Espagorio's deck particularly well.
But there is one thing, if you are rooting for Albert or you're rooting for Eldrazi ramp, that is worth noting here, which is the life total. Albert's at 27. Solitude hits in chunks of 3. There's nothing else on the battlefield yet. So what that means is that there's a lot of time for Albert to work with.
Yeah.
And that means there's a lot of draw steps. And there are big cards in the deck, like Emrakul and the Heragast that has been drawn. Things that can actually turn the game back in his favor.
Not to mention Malevolent Rumble, right?
Yeah.
Not to mention Kozilek's Command. These are cards that traditionally non-blue decks haven't had access to. Throughout much of Modern's history, if you weren't playing card selection that blue and to a lesser extent red gave you, you're at the mercy of the top of your library. This is a green-based deck that has a lot more card selection than you might have expected, traditionally speaking.
Yeah, I think he might be short 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. That looks like 9 to me. Yeah, okay.
I can do this like 1. 4, 5, 6, 7,
8, 9. There you go. Now there's Heragast.
All right, Heragast here, Erupting Null Kite. It has emerged, not that that's relevant right now. When you cast a spell, you may exile your hand. If you do, draw 3 cards. Another way to keep the business flowing here. And each creature spell you cast also has emerged. The emerge cost is equal to its mana cost. You can see the card on your screen there. So this card, very relevant threat, but what importantly it does in situations that this deck needs it to is, again, refill the hand.
Oh boy, you mean like this?
Oh boy.
You can emerge one from the other. Not true? It's emerge. Okay, each creature spell you cost has emerged. The emerge cost is equal to its mana cost.
Oh, yeah, so I can't read the
Yeah, emerge 9 for emerge 9.
Okay,
Okay,
sure,
sure.
because it's a colorless card.
Okay.
Yeah, I get. There's no colored mana
mana,
to cast. So, yep, just a rebuy on the old.
I mean, this is what
this
is what we expected coming into a modern Pro Tour, is just Heragast emerge Heragast.
Of course.
What else would one do?
That's been a key part of preparation for everyone, really. They've all planned for that particular contingency. All right, flashback faithful mending.
Ooh, there's a good card in Albert's hand. We'll get to that in just a moment. Oh, these force negations. Now that's a card that's not very good in this matchup.
Okay.
I will note that.
It's exiled here. Oh, sorry, discarded, along with another copy of Atraxa. 4th land, the Polluted Delta now for Johnny.
Now, with Emrakul in hand right now, this is Emrakul the Promised End. Magic has a couple of Emrakuls. This is the cheaper one that does the mind slavering style effect. This game might just take a turn for Negative Town here for Johnny. And this is Rumble, which you mentioned.
Yeah, the Malevolent Rumble.
The big reason to play. This card is a big reason to kind of play this sort of strategy.
So here, I think... Is Johnny considering countering this?
Yeah, I think this is Force Negation, exiling the Quantum Riddler. I mean, he just doesn't have anything.
You just don't have anything else to do, right? Yeah. Like, you've got nothing else to cast that targeting, really.
Yep.
All the big threats are all creatures. It's not like there's a Khan or anything in this deck.
You can hope that even though Albert has just gone through a handful of cards with the Heragasts, plural, that, there's a reliance on the Malevolent Rumble.
Yeah.
Counter that, maybe a brick off a handful of turns.
It's like, yeah, okay, you've just drawn 6 cards, but like maybe this is the best that you've got, and you're gonna keep digging for something even better. But as it is, We know, of course, that Albert has a follow-up act here that is a lot scarier, probably, than anything this Malevolent Rumble could find. All right. Force that, pitching the third Quantum Riddler, but Albert now presumably has the mana to cast this Emrakul. Very full graveyard here for the Spaniards, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to cast this 13 drop.
Yeah, access right now to 2, 3, 4. I see access to 7 mana.
Okay.
Don't know if there's going to be a 6 mana discount
maybe
on
there's
that
not. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not.
Still think Albert's in a pretty good position right now. Again, has a really high life total. I mean, has a 6/6 and a 6/6 flyer with an opponent at 5. So I think there's a lot to like here.
Yeah, counting up the mana there, nothing imprinted on that second Ugin's Labyrinth there.
There's a Sanctum of Ugin. Haven't seen that one in a minute.
No. But that only gets into 8.
Remember the whole emerge cost thing as well.
Oh, that's also true. Yes, you can emerge the Emrakul from the Heragast.
Yep.
So that gives you a significant discount. All right. So Emrakul, the promised end here. Sanctum of Ugin sacrificed to go and get another card. Is that a Sowing Micah spawn there?
Yeah, it's cute and can cast that and kick that.
Immediately.
Blow up a land.
Nice. Gets rid of the Watery Grave there.
Yep, go ahead and get your own land, which is a Ghost Quarter.
Ghost Quarter really, really well positioned at the moment. People are not playing a lot of basics. Has Johnny had enough? He's seen enough here.
Yeah, I'd see enough too. There's Emrakul. There's a Myco Spawn. There's a Ghost Quarter that's going to get activated. And because Albert has control of Johnny, Albert's going to make sure that Johnny doesn't find a land with the Ghost Quarter, so on and so forth. So for Johnny, who's mulliganing to 5 again, this matchup is not going according to plan at all.
And can I tell you, I really like Albert's hand.
Yeah, I don't mind this hand.
It's a lot better.
Yeah, I don't mind this hand.
I think it's a lot better.
There's just early things to do.
That's right. There's mana that can be put into first of all the talismans, right, to make sure that there's early plays. Secondly, you then put the mana that talismans generate into the Kozilek's commands, right, which bridges you into. And this is what I was talking about in game number 1, right? There was some early ramp. There was a talisman. There was a Utopia Sprawl. There wasn't anything in the mid game. Right, there wasn't anything to bridge you towards those huge threats. And had Johnny been hitting his land drops, that would have been a very different game, obviously.
Yep.
But I like this a lot better, even in the face of this Thoughtseize. This is a good hand against the Thoughtseize, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Because here, Albert has a lot of options. And with your opponent on a mulligan of 5, I think even with this Thoughtseize, you're feeling pretty confident.
I would not mind this if I'm Albert. Now, of course, Goryo's, there's a lot of scary things that can happen, but by and large, my opponent's mulligan 5. I saw what last game looked like. Nothing too bad happened to me. This game, my opponent is not playing a second land, so I'm feeling pretty good about things.
All right, let's see what's in Johnny Gutman's hand here. Get a sense of what his mulligan of 5 was like. Just the one land again. Consigned Memory, Tainted Indulgence, Ephemerate, and Prismatic Ending.
Magic, especially competitive Magic, at a stage of a tournament like this. Right now, Johnny's in first place, 10-1, having a fantastic tournament, and has been very open about that. Certainly did not expect to be doing this well this weekend, because it's hard to expect to do 10-1 at any Pro Tour, right? No one goes in with those expectations, just trying to take one game and one match at a time. This starts to be the challenge for him, where one of the things I love to do when we're in the booth, I like to take a look at the face cams. Johnny's got hand in the... He's clearly frustrated.
Yeah.
Understand, he's mulligan to 5 twice.
Yeah,
I would be frustrated too.
It's rough.
Right? The biggest thing about competitive Magic is how do you handle this frustration, where sometimes you don't get to play a game or a match the way that you want to, right? Do you let this impact you just for this game and this match, or is there a cascading effect? And that's not to say that he can't win this game, but in this exact moment, I understand the frustration.
No, and you've got to keep your head up, right? And this is what separates good players from great. It's not just about being able to read the play, see your lines, maximize your value, efficiency, all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
You've got to be able to keep your head in the game when things don't go your way.
One of the things that I've always felt about competitive Magic as a Grafdigger's Cage has been drawn is once you get to this level, there's a baseline of everyone knows how to play.
Yeah.
Right? There might be some small gaps in skill level, Reduke, one of the best players, Finkel, Kai, all that stuff. But on a base level, we all know how to play.
Yeah.
So now it's just how do I keep it together when I'm mulligan a 6?
What other axes are you leveraging?
Correct.
Reed Duke's a really good example of someone to bring up when we're having this conversation. A man who just doesn't tilt.
Yes, ever.
Just never tilts.
Nope.
Right? Always. Maybe he's going through it internally.
But you'll never see it.
You never see it.
You never see it.
Right? He's rock solid.
How do you keep it together when you make a mistake that you would not make 99 times out of 100, but in this weird scenario, you thought things too quickly, you thought about things the wrong way, your deck isn't cooperating with you, whatever. It's just how do you keep it together in a situation like that?
Well, one of the biggest lessons that Magic has taught me personally over the years is how do you respond where you do everything correctly and still get a bad result?
Correct.
Like, that's even worse in some ways than making a mistake, because it's like, well, I played perfectly and I still got punished for it. Like, digesting that, it can really be bitter and twisted, because you can't even blame yourself at that point.
No, it just happens. Here's a K command for 2.
So it's important to keep your head above water in this situation. And it's important for Johnny Gutman here now, who is flying high at 10-1. He can't let this affect him in the way that it seems to be. Look, I don't know the guy, right? I don't know how he operates in these sorts of situations, but his body language, as you say, Cedric, is telling us a story here.
See if he can maybe peel off a blue source. No, and attracts it instead. Less than ideal.
Sure. Yeah, not what you want to see. Even this can sign the memory, presumably out of the board. He's got one in the main, but there are 3 copies waiting in the board there, so he almost certainly they've all been brought in for this matchup.
Yeah, this is the perfect card for that matchup.
But
no blue source right now.
You're hating
Can't
that.
even cast it.
You're hating that.
Mm-hmm.
And is this a world break? Is this enough for world breaker now as well?
Yeah, I think that
Oh
thing's
my
clear for
goodness.
takeoff.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
So world breaker, get rid of one of these 2 lands that Johnny has. Floats a white and passes. I mean, you got to feel for him. This is not how you want to lose games on the Pro Tour main stage here. Mulligan to 5, game 1 and 2. Matchup that was pretty favorable. And yeah, you can really see it's getting to him. And look, I don't blame him. It's a tough spot to be in. The poor bloke, honestly.
One of the reasons I'm pointing this out, this is not to speak ill of Johnny. This is me looking in a mirror.
Yeah.
My first handful of Pro Tours, I was a wreck when things went bad. And when that happens, you cannot win. When you start second-guessing yourself, getting frustrated, everything else. And again, we don't know him that well. This is just one game. We are watching it unfold in here right now in front of us. Do I think he's on, like, super mega tilt? I don't. Do I think he's frustrated? Yeah.
And
I would be
so.
too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Because the other thing to note, think about what Corey said when we were at the news desk. Pretty good matchup for Johnny. Think about what we said when we came to the round. We think this is a pretty good matchup for Johnny. Johnny's a smart kid. He's 10-1 at a Pro Tour. I think when he got the deck list and looked across, he said, "Ooh, baby,
11-1.
There's no graveyard haste?
Yeah.
I have to worry about World Breaker?
Yeah.
Okay. If I just get some normalized draws, I should be pretty good here. 11-1, 12's the cutoff, the top 8. Maybe you were getting a little ahead of yourself, thinking I'm going to win this one. Then I got to win one of the next 4. Now things have just taken a bit of a turn.
Of all the matchups where you mulligan to 5 twice and don't draw, your second or third land, why did it have to be the good one? That's probably what he's dealing with. But the true test of a player at this level is how you come back from this.
That's right.
And we're hoping to see Johnny come back in the next round, refreshed and restored.
Yeah, because this game is like, there's a world breaker. This game is probably effectively over. Johnny, especially because the contents of Johnny's hand, right? There's an ephemerate. There needs to be basically a solitude very soon to alongside the ephemerate, like that style of gameplay.
Time's running out.
A blue source might not be ideal anymore. There was a window for a blue source for Tainted Indulgence and Consigned to be quite good. And there's a lot of bad draws in the deck right now, too. Things like Quantum Riddler, Psychic Frog. Like, there's a lot of whiffs at this stage of things, too.
All right, well, let's see here. Albert will be very, very happy with how things have gone so far, but he needs to close the door on what does look like a very, very good position for him. Proving his record at 9-2. Already, people are starting to think about top 8. That magic number, 12 wins.
Yeah, it's tricky, because 12 wins is the magic number. When you get to 10, you start doing everyone does it. You start doing the count.
Yep.
All right, just 2 more.
Yep.
I think I can get 2 more.
2 out of 4 or 5, really.
I can do 2 of anything.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
2 wins?
Easy.
Yeah, that can't be that hard.
Who hasn't won 2 games of Magic?
Right? Can't really be that tough, except for, here it can.
Yeah. This is what happens. Pro Tour will throw you curveball.
One thing I do like about Albert here, too, that even though he is significantly ahead, one of the things I love to see is that when a player is ahead, they don't get sloppy.
No.
Take your time. Make sure you don't do anything wrong. You're super far ahead. You're very close to getting your 10th win in the Pro Tour, 2 wins away from top 8. Don't get sloppy. Don't do anything silly. Take your time. Make sure you're executing correctly, as you've been executing very well all weekend long.
Poor Johnny, a force of negation off the top now for him, as we see Heragast emerged once again, this time from a World Breaker. There's also Ice Till Explorer on the battlefield.
Yeah, just doing a little cooking with that card. I really like that card.
Very good card.
Really cool.
Very, very cool card indeed. Oh, yeah. All right, in they come. An attack for 8 now, knocking Johnny down to 3. And it looks like it's going to be all over Red Rover here for our hero from the Frozen North. Down but not out.
Yeah. I think it's a sacrifice of land. Yeah.
So World Breaker is brought back. That works through the cage.
Yep. And that is going to do it. Tough.
Yeah, really, really rough there for Johnny Gutman. Not the way that you want to lose a match. But I tell you what, Albert would be very, very happy to have gotten away with that one. He played very well. He played very well and deserved the win ultimately at the end, you know. But certainly very, very frustrating set of circumstances for his opponent, who, as we should point out once again, is nowhere near out of this tournament.
No, not even close.
At 10-2, a lot of magic left for him to play.
Yeah, there are still 4 more rounds left of Modern. Clearly, with Johnny at the top of the standings, had a very good day 1 in Modern with Goryo's Vengeance. So, again, situations like this, because you and I have been watching Pro Tours for quite a while now, it's just how do you respond?
Yep.
You know, you can look at this and say, I just got mana screwed in and mulligan to 5 twice in what is ideally a very good matchup. You can be very frustrated about that, or you can think to yourself, you know what? Tournament's been going pretty well. I'm 10-1. It was bound to take a little bit of a dip. So let's get this double mulligan out of the way now, and let's get back on the horse.
The ageless wisdom of ancient philosophers speaks to us. As Taylor Swift once said,
"Ooh, talk to me.
Shake it off."
Oh, yes.
We're going to take a break, my friends. We'll be back with more magic,
man.
more Modern coming your way before very much longer. Whoa, look at that. We'll be back live from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities after this. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here from Atlanta in the United States of America. My name's Riley Knight. I'm joined by Cedric Phillips, getting some images there from the show floor here at MagicCon Atlanta. What a time. It's a hoot and a half. Maybe even a hoot and 3/4, I would say.
Oh, hello.
At MagicCon. If you haven't been to one, what are you doing?
Look at these
Get
race
along.
cars. Ooh, we had a crash.
We did. Quickly, a tasteful pan away from that that Destruction Derby there. But no, these events are obviously terrific fun, and if you haven't been to one, do yourself a favour and see if there's one coming your way and sometime soon, because there is, as Marshall said earlier, he put it really well, no matter what type of Magic you like to play, you get to do it here.
That is true. There is a ton of Magic to play, and there's a lot of people to play it with. So if you do find the opportunity to come to a Magic Con, do so.
Yeah.
Highly recommend.
Get to meet this guy. That's a big reason.
Maybe in the DMs.
Slide in his
Come
DMs
on
and let's
in.
see if he's going to be there. He loves it. He loves it. He loves interacting with the fans.
Yeah, I love Strong.
Do him a favour. Okie dokes, let's head back down to our feature match area. We've got another match to get our teeth into here. Francisco Sanchez playing off against Alex Rohan, another Spaniard being featured in the bright lights of the feature match area from Team Pluto. As Francisco Sanchez, a team that is doing very, very well, Cedric. His teammate Sergio Garcia, also on Azorius Control on one of our other backup matches. But we're going to see Sanchez go up against Alex Rohan from the United Kingdom here, who is playing Neoform.
The glass cannon of the format. When it looks good, it looks like the best deck in the format. When it looks bad, makes you wonder why you registered it. Now, the tricky thing about this is, what side are we going to see? Does it look good or look bad here? In a matchup that I think can be pretty difficult. This is the kind of matchup where the longer the game goes, the worse it is for the Neoform deck, because that means that Azorius Control has established itself. It's gotten a stranglehold on the game. So if you are the Neoform player, and this is generally true about most matchups for Neoform, you kind of get the game over with by the second or third turn of the game, which this deck does do quite well. So we'll see if Alex is able to do that here.
All right, let's get into it here. Game number 2. Francisco Sanchez picking up the game number 1. So now it's up to Alex Rohan to channel the Battle of Trafalgar and bring it back against the Spaniard.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
We'll see if he can do it.
Been seeing a lot of these Surveil lands in Modern here this weekend. Hedge Mage, Meticulous Archive, Elegant Parlor. They are a staple now in the format.
We've seen a little bit of Azorius Control so far. A really, really difficult deck to build in Modern, in a format like Modern, because the hallmark of a good control deck, Cedric, is one that is able to answer the questions that the format asks. And there are so many questions, so many different types of threats, so many different ways that games are won and lost in Magic, in Modern particularly, I should say. And trying to cover all of those bases with one control deck of 60 cards, very tall order in a format that's as wide as Modern. If you're attacking a different format, a narrower format, a smaller format like Standard, you've got a smaller number of questions to answer. If you've got a heavily aggro-dominated format, you know how to build a control deck to beat that. When you're going up against mid-range and aggro and combo and all of these other different types of decks that you have to beat, fast decks, slow decks, synergistic decks, value-based decks, Modern's got each and every one of these. Constructing a deck that beats all of them, very difficult to do.
It's really hard. It's an interesting situation, too, because if you look at a smaller format like Standard, you have a finite number of cards to work with, much smaller card pool than Modern, right? Yes. So ideally in Standard, you say, okay, I want to build a control deck. There are less decks that I have to worry about, but the question is, because there are less sets to work with and less cards to work with, do the answers exist to be able to construct a deck? In Modern, all the answers are there.
Yes.
Right? It's just, have I built my deck correctly with the metagame in mind, which is very wide because there's so many cards available because Modern has such a large card pool. And if you have the wrong answers to the questions that folks are asking you, you're going to have a bad weekend. So the idea here is, okay, I don't need to necessarily be as direct in my answers. I kind of want to be a little broad. I kind of want to paint with very broad strokes, but cards that are still quite powerful. So a card like Teferi, look, some matchups is going to be great, some matchups is going to be okay, but generally Teferi's floor is pretty high, and that's why you see it in these sort of strategies. You know, we're seeing plenty of card draw, some counter spells, some sweepers, that sort of thing, but a card like Teferi in Solitude, you just know generically these cards are good, so I should include them in my main deck somewhere.
And this has been a trend that we've seen emerge across the more recent years in Modern. We've seen answers become better as they have to line up against better threats, but, you know, gone are the days where you're casting conditional counter magic, mana leak, right? Gone are the days where you had to rely on something like Path to Exile in order to get rid of a big creature. You can use things like Solitude now. We have actual literal counterspell in Modern. So the answers, the questions are harder to answer, but the answers are better than they've ever been.
It's just, do I have the right answers? Because again,
and in the right numbers.
Correct, because as you mentioned, they're better than they've ever been, and you have access to a ton of answers. It's just you have to make sure you know the questions.
Yeah.
That's the biggest
So
thing.
the battle that a lot of the control players are fighting, it doesn't even happen. it begins long before people sit down and shuffle up.
For sure.
It's the way that your deck is built. Anyway, we're seeing this this game develop a little bit slower here. Alex Rohan obviously is going to be very aware of the fact that Francisco Sanchez is playing infinite interaction and has to pick his moment in order to try to fire his glass cannon. And now Disruptor Flute is the play here.
And I'm always a little worried about when you are playing Simic Neoform and the game goes long like this, because it gives blue-white control. I mean, blue-white control, of course, wants to just play a long game. Very comfortable doing so.
Yeah. Oh, Endurance. Here we go.
And they don't mind playing against a 3/4 on turn 5 or whatever.
Yeah, look, and Alex is going to put those Planar Genesis back in his deck with the Endurance. But Francisco, look, I still like this. I like the fact that Alex is asking a question. It's not a great question. It's a pretty easy.
I mean,
question.
it's a question.
But it's a question. It's going to do some damage, and you've got to do something. So I like this. I like this. And this is one of the key things that maybe we shouldn't be having this discussion, seeing as I play a lot of control in Modern. I don't want to hand the keys to the kingdom away.
Okay.
But one of the skills that you need when you're playing against a control deck is figuring out exactly how much you want to commit to the battlefield.
Of course.
How you want to approach the matchup, because it's not as simple as being like, oh, I'm just going to dump all these creatures. If they have it, because, well, they have it.
Yeah.
Their deck is built to have it,
Yes.
right? So playing out this 3/4 here, it might look pretty unimpressive, but it's going to do 6 damage, 9 damage, and then it's going to take a card out of Francisco's hand.
Yeah.
And that's...
It's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing.
Because the previous turns, it was a lot of nothing that Francisco had to worry about.
Yeah.
Now, Francisco's hand it's loaded up. You know, there's a Solitude there. When to pick your fight with that Solitude, we will presumably find out. The answer is not yet. There's a copy of Orm's Chant in hand. There's at least one counter spell. So it's not like Francisco doesn't have anything. That you can see there's quite a few cards in hand. It's just how to manage the resources in hand, and also how do you want to manage your life total here. You can use your life total as a resource and say, all right, I'll go to 13, I'll go to 10, I'll go to 7. Maybe so willing to go down to 4 before deciding, all right, enough of this endurance nonsense.
Yes.
Let's start to engage a little bit.
Problem here for Francisco is he's not hitting land drops.
That is a concern.
That's the big issue that he has to worry about. And now I think has to make some sort of a play. Is he discarding to hand size otherwise? Yeah, so we're going to see Solitude evoked here with Prismatic Ending hitting the Exile zone.
Prismatic Ending not particularly strong in this matchup, so this makes some sense to me.
Yeah. And now it's back to Alex, who may actually want to defend this 3/4. Okay, going to cast a Planar Genesis here.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we had a fight over Planar Genesis, so I'm not too surprised to see this resolve.
I like the fact that these were shuffled back in. This is a great card to have when you need to dig through your deck. I think he had 3 in his graveyard when he
at least 2.
I think it was I thought it was 3 when he cast the Endurance. So if they were shuffled back in with a fetch land or something.
Yeah, so this is with this card. It's like an updated growth spiral, basically. So if you don't put a land on the battlefield, you put a card from among the ones that you're looking at into the hand and the rest on the bottom.
Okay. Yeah.
It looks like Solitude is going to resolve and take care of the Endurance.
Yep. So Endurance exiled. Now Francisco, 6 cards in hand, as we just heard. So Allosaurus Riders, named by the Disruptor Flute, meaning it'll cost 3 more to come into play.
Yeah, we have a Hope of Gearpow sighting?
Yep, Hope of Gearpow.
Okay.
4 copies in the sideboard for Alex Rohan.
We are in game 2. Haven't seen that legendary Thopter in a minute.
No, it's this sort of silence on a stick effect.
Yeah, this is very
through your combo.
Yeah, this is very Xantid Swarm. Wonder if we have that one in the truck, the Busy Bee.
See if Caroline can bring up the Xantid Swarm for us.
I secretly like to put Caroline to the test.
All right,
some of the cards that I mentioned.
Caroline Pardee in the truck, bringing up beads of sweat.
That's right.
On her forehead as she digs desperately.
It's from Scourge.
She's not going to find it.
Okay, it's from Scourge.
She's not going to find it. And do you know why she's not going to find it?
It's not in there.
Because it's not in there.
No.
Because they only have modern legal cards in the card viewer system.
I know.
Yeah. So we're not going to blame Caroline Pardee for this monumental failure of broadcasting.
Maybe you won't.
Slide into Caroline's team.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, my goodness.
But it does effectively play that role of, once I hit you, sacrifice this, go absolutely nuts. That's kind of the plan.
Yes. Yeah. This affects the silence on non-creature spells is huge when, you know, your opponent's sitting there 6 cards in hand. They're all good. They're all counter spells or disruption of some kind, removal, what have you. All of a sudden, the Hope of Girapur blanks them, and you can't do anything. All right, Arid Mace is a good pickup here for Francisco, continuing to hit his land drops. That's what he wants to do. Alex playing very patiently here. You'd have to imagine, after casting Planar Genesis about 10,000 times, that he is looking at a hand that's pretty good.
Yeah, this is actually... oh, okay, hang on.
All right.
Making him... Oh,
we're going to see Arm's chant. Okay, so everyone's being... Getting real quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Area.
Well, he's doing it.
So neither player can do anything, essentially.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so you sack the Hope of Girapur. I chant you in response. I can't play non-creature spells anymore.
You can't play.
You can't play any
spells of any kind.
Yeah. Which means I can fetch very safely.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Yeah.
And get a Meticulous Archive and do some surveilling.
So this is a nice one here. I think I'm pretty confident that's a land on top.
Yeah?
I think so. How many lands do you want?
This isn't... Like, these Azorius control decks in Modern are mana hungry, but they're not like standard Azorius control decks that play 6 or 7 mana win conditions.
He's got 5 great cards.
I think like 6 is kind of the sweet spot, so I can play 2 3s.
Let's find out. Bam. Told ya.
Yeah, if I can do something like...
Sorry, excuse me, you got anything to say?
No.
It was a land on top. I made an accurate observation.
Congratulations.
I earned my pay for the day.
Okay.
I'm done. That's it. I can go home head held high because I contributed to today's broadcast meaningful.
It's a long flight home, just so you know.
I was just talking about going back to the hotel.
Okay,
Sure. All right.
okay.
Yeah, no, I'll be on the next flight across the Pacific. All right, fine. Citrix dismissed me for the weekend. All right, here's a hard cast Solitude now.
Ooh,
Okay. Well, this is going to provoke some sort of action here from Alex Rohan. Mystical Dispute, hard cast there for the full 3 mana.
So curious what's going to happen now, because as weird as it is to say, the shields are somewhat down here for Alex, which means that Francisco, if he wants to start actually doing something on the main phase of consequence, which could be, you know, maybe like Narset Days Undoing or just who knows what, right? Like those things are more possible now. There still is a single mana available.
Landed to Teferi even.
Yep. That would be a pretty good card.
2 in a row,
Look
baby.
Look at you.
Let's go. Huge result.
Excellent.
All right, a little scary here because here's the dispute. Okay, counterspell back. So when the counter war Teferi's on the battlefield, Teferi, we'll see if it maybe bounces the Hope of Girapur. It's going to, so draw a card.
I think this is really good. And if Francisco now obviously more or less tapped out, he's got that Flooded Strand there, which does represent potential mana. But if there's a Force of Negation in hand, I think he's in a really good spot.
I think so.
I think he's in a really, really good spot after this exchange. And it's so tough. Like, I feel for Alex Rohan. In this situation, it's so hard to pick your moment going against the Azorius control deck when they do have a full grip.
And this is kind of what I was speaking about when we kind of started the game, which is, look, I don't think it's a good matchup for Neoform anyway.
No.
Right? But if you're going to get the dub in this matchup, you got to do it pretty early.
Yeah. And you can't rely on Hooting Mandrills
I don't know.
for 6 mana on turn 12.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about old Hoots here and its chances of helping to win this game. Stranger things have happened, but this is going to be a large ask of the old ape.
Assuming these mandrills are dispatched and dealt with, Francisco's in a position where he has at least 2 pieces of counter magic in hand. I spotted a counter spell in addition to what I think is a Force of Negation. Land number 7, you love to see it. Here's a Narset 2. And this will dig for more answers. If you don't have the answer to the Hooting Mandrills, chances are after this Narset activation, you will.
Yeah, with Teferi protection.
Although, actually, now that I think about it, what do you have that removes the Hooting Mandrills that you can get off a Narset? Prismatic Ending doesn't do it.
That doesn't really do it.
Because you can't take a Solitude either.
No.
All right, I'm revisiting my thesis.
All right, well, maybe there's something on the sideboard. Clearly, you can't find Solitude. Prismatic Omen doesn't really do it.
Celestial Purge doesn't do it.
Okay.
That's coming in this matchup,
Yep.
obviously.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, is Hooting Mandrills going to make fools of us all?
Is this the nuts right now? Is this the card to beat?
Supreme Verdict.
tough way to do it.
Yeah, but hey, needs must, right? Needs must.
Yeah.
Those Hooting Mandrills, they're not paying attention to the Sky Runes.
All right. Well, now it's time to turn our attention to Hooting Mandrills.
Pro Tour All-Star Hooting Mandrills.
Well, does it want to take a bite out of Teferi? Take a bite out of Narset? Or take a bite out of the life total?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's go.
We are going upstairs.
Hoot, baby.
Down to 3.
Down to 3. And this is
what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
That's what I was talking about before with that endurance, right? It just chipped away, did enough damage. We're making light of this situation. We're talking about how Hooting Mandrills isn't enough, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
Generally, it's not.
Right? But in this situation, there are a lot of ways that Francisco can deal with his 4-4. Another Hope Agirapur here.
Okay, well, Prismatic Omen instant speed because of Teferi takes care of that one pretty easy.
It's nice and easy. Down to 2 now with the Flooded Strand.
Searching for an answer. Is there another? This could be, depends on what land it is. Okay, it looks like it's Hollow Fountain. So there's no more Surveil lands to get, so this could be the old thin it out.
But you've got your draw step. You've got a Narset activation. If you've got something like a Consult the Star Charts, that'll get you a long way there. Days Undoing.
I mean, you can look as much as you want. It's just what answers do you have in your deck, and this is what you spoke to.
Let's see. Let's see if it's going to line up. Or is Hooting Mandrills going to win this game?
Oh, this isn't good.
This is not good.
This isn't good. I've been here.
Oh,
lay those 4 cards down, act like there's something of consequence. I've been here before.
If only I could go back a little bit.
Oh, kick it.
Okay, that'll buy
a turn.
Buys a turn here. Oh, we threw a lot of shade at the Mandrills there, Cedric. And
we strong.
I'm beginning to. Actually, you're right. That's very big of you to admit. It was mostly you. I've never said a word against Hooting Mandrills. Always respected the power of the Mandrills.
Oh yeah.
And another Nassif now.
Let's try again.
Yeah, let's have another look. Still life for Supreme Verdict here. I've never seen someone so determined to remove a Hooting Mandrill.
Double.
And I'll be trying again next time.
Double Orbs chant in hand.
All right. So those Mandrills aren't going to go hooting anytime soon. There's another land.
Next up.
3 mana.
Ah, yes.
This is the other way. We've got the old chump block.
Yeah.
So Hooting Mandrills kept at bay before it could even untap there. The kicked Hooting Mandrills.
Orm Chant, of course. Orm Chant with kicker, very good alongside Teferi, of course.
Yeah.
You play in your opponent's upkeep. They can't respond to the Orm's Chant. The kick resolves. They get to draw their card and pass the turn because they don't get to attack. So very good in combination with Teferi.
Okay, here's a Consult the Star Charts.
My guess right now is that Francisco may be on the hunt for Isochron Scepter if it's still in the deck.
True. Okay.
To put the lock together of Scepter, Chant plus Teferi.
But how does that work with the kicker?
Oh, you can pay the kicker off of. You can pay the kicker off of Scepter.
So you cast the card with the Scepter, and then you pay an extra white.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can pay the additional cost in addition to the Isochron Scepter. Okay. Well, that'll work. That'll work for sure. We're consulting the Star Charts here, kicking it as well. So look at the top 9. This is one of the reasons you want to keep hitting your land drops as well.
Yes,
by the way, Cedric.
Very much so.
At this point, this is very, very close to double Demonic Tutor. Like, for anyone who remembers Dig Through Time.
It's very Dig Through Time.
How good that card was and still is.
Now, remember, we are also enjoying this game in progress.
Yeah.
We're enjoying the match in progress, excuse me. So we didn't see the sideboarding. We don't know if Scepters are still in the deck after sideboard.
It is. There it is right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we do know.
We do know
in
that.
fact.
We do, in fact, know that. And I think it's going to be the pick. I think there was a Teferi that was taken as well. Didn't get a great look at it. You can see Francisco holding the cards just out of our view there, unfortunately.
And remember, because of the frustration of Teferi and after the +1, you are defending yourself. Your opponent really can't interact with you in any meaningful way. So you're very safe to play your cards, is the biggest thing.
Yes. Yeah. Teferi makes it, gives you just nice warm blanket.
Yes. Oh, the warmest.
Cozy up under.
The warmest of blankets.
All right. Teferi ticks up. We've still got that orange Chan in hand, don't forget. Are we going to see another Teferi played?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Okay, no, there's the Kihira. Okay. All right, back to you.
Chance on upkeep again.
Chance on upkeep, draw, and then that's it. You can play a land, but
you'll
that's
do nothing and like it.
All you can do. The Orum's chance will continue until morale improves here. All right. The Mandrills, hoot no longer, Cedric. Removed by this Teferi.
There's no more hooting to be done.
Not this turn, at least. And Kahira can get in for 3 as well. 10 lands in play for Francisco. These Consult the Star charts looking real jacked and juicy. So it's been a little dicey. Francisco's been sounding kind of close to the win a little bit. All right. Fire him up.
Oh, Hootie.
And this time...
Welcome back.
Oh, we're delving this time.
Okay.
3 mana left over. What else is there to be played? Another Endurance? No, Allosaurus Rider plus the 3 extra mana because of the Disruptor Flute, of course. Exiling 2 green cards.
Maybe.
Maybe. Nope. Oh, just a little takes his back.
A little JK.
Just a little... Reveal this card from your hand. Right.
Come, feet up. Right. I am on 2 down 17, right? 17. I'm 17, you're 2.
Yeah, 17 to 2, confirming life totals. Maybe going down to 1, sacking the fetch land. We'll see. Looks like yes.
Yep. 1. Down to 1. 1's not 0. Francisco Sanchez, well and truly in it here.
Might be a Steam Vents tapped. Yeah.
Yep. Interesting that Alex didn't play the Allosaurus Rider, perhaps worried that that was just too clean an opportunity to fire off a Supreme Verdict.
Perhaps. I'm a little curious about it. I mean, I think that Alex is in a horrible situation right now.
Yeah. Consult the star charts. All right. Days undoing there. Very, very powerful with Nassif. If you haven't seen how this works, you're about to, and it's I'll tell you, it's not nice.
No,
it's not nice. No, sensitive viewers are advised.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Solitude. Hardcast Solitude comes in as a 4/3, thanks to Kahira. And upstairs with Teferi. Nassif sticks around. In come the Elementals. And I think we're going to see... Do we even see the Days Undoing here? Oh, and a Gyreed Sanitarium as well.
Oh, the Azorius control deck is in full cooking mode right now. This is probably draw. This could be draw step Days Undoing. It's not a lock. I think it's going to happen though.
Yeah. So Days Undoing, for those of you who don't know, with Nassif, it means you can't draw any extra cards when the card is cast against you, and it more or less ends games on the spot. Not many players are brave enough to continue after that happens to them. Alex Rohan going down swinging, but a very, very solid performance from our Azorius control player there. Essentially doing very, very well, putting the deck through its paces and clinging on. A lot of players who are maybe newer to the game might look at that and biting their fingernails down to the quick, thinking, oh my goodness, it was so close. The live totals told one story, but we know that Azorius control players are very accustomed to being in situations like that. It looked a bit dicey for a little bit, but
slightly.
But ultimately, being able to dig to answers, buying enough time to find the cards that you needed in order to dispatch the threats, and then close the door on the game with the Days Undoing. Solid performance from the Azorius control deck.
Yep. That's what it looks like. When they win, that's exactly what it does look like. Going to hang out with some friends, be happy about this win, one step closer to top 8. Azorius Control, I think, has a very good matchup against Simic Neoform.
Yep.
Assuming you're able to get through the first handful of turns of the game, the longer it goes, a little bit uglier that it gets for Simic Neoform. It doesn't really want to play a long game against anyone.
Yeah.
And what it's doing is very powerful when it does work, and there are certainly good matchups for the deck, but I just don't think that's one of them. And as you mentioned, over time, yes, fall down at 13 and 10, and Hooting Mandrills is sort of awkward to have to deal with, but ultimately able to find an answer and then close out the game.
All right, well, that is going to do it for this round here. It's been our pleasure to host you for the first round of Modern in day number 2 here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. We're going to take a quick break back at the news desk afterwards, and more Modern coming your way after that. Stay with us. We'll be back from Atlanta after this.
Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Welcome in, friends, to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here in the Big Peach, Atlanta, Georgia. We've got MagicCon Atlanta happening here. Lots of cool areas to explore. I was just out walking the floor, and sure enough, my wallet is lighter upon my return to the desk here on day 2 of competition at the Pro Tour. So many cool things out on the floor. Marie Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister joining you, gearing up for round number 13 as we work our way towards our top 8. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out what's happened so far on day 2 of competition. Once again, we find ourselves in a 4-way tie for first. 4 players currently sitting at 10-2, and the story of last round was a story of Spanish dominance in our feature match area. Albert Cordobes won last round to bring him to 10-2, and 2 players there, Sergio Garcia and Francesco Chantes, both won 9-2-1, and they are teammates on that Spanish team, Team Pluto, so doing very, very well here on day 2 of competition. So congratulations to the Spanish players last round, an excellent showing. Shuhei Nakamura currently sitting at 9-3 here on our leaderboard. Let's keep moving here and take a look at the second page of standings here. A lot of these players hoping for some wins here in the final rounds of day number 2. Quintinoli currently sitting at 9-3. Alex Friedrichsen also at 9-3. Well, one player who's here today at his 3rd Pro Tour is Ian Robb. His first Pro Tour made top 8, second Pro Tour made top 8 again. And here this weekend, we're playing Modern, of course, at this Pro Tour. Ian Robb had only played 2 games of Modern in his life before showing up here this weekend, and he's second in our Player of the Year race. So how does somebody like Ian Robb prepare for a Modern tournament? He sat down and talked to Ailey to let us know all about it.
I'm here with Ian Robb, who in his first 2 Pro Tours went back-to-back top 8s. Maybe a third one coming? Yep, no pressure, huh?
No pressure, none at all, none at all.
So, can he do it one more time? We'll find out. But let's chat about Modern. This is what, your 3rd Modern event? What was your approach coming into this tournament this weekend?
So this one was a little bit different compared to the past, since, Modern is this very old format compared to Standard, where it's, maybe like 10, 12 sets. Recently it's been a little bit more, but since there's so much depth to the format, it was really difficult for me, at least at first, to feel very confident, because this was really new to me. Like, when I played Modern in the past, I did really bad, and like the reasons why were things like, I didn't understand when the mulligan welds, how the games play differently. I didn't understand what was going on. Like, what were like the small choices you have to make? Like, when do you fetch a certain land? When do you maybe play a spell at the right time, because the games play such differently because of how much more power there is in the format. So really the approach to this was trying to catch myself up, and I think that luckily this is a little bit better time to get in Modern than maybe 5 years ago.
Okay, so then in your preparation leading up to the Pro Tour, how much of it was research as opposed to practical game experience?
I'm also just really trying to brute force like this practical game experience. Going to the event around like beginning of July, like right after Pro Tour Final Fantasy, I knew I needed to start catching up. So my goal at least was I was going to play, at least one league a week with a deck, just to get an idea of like how it works. More as the Pro Tour gets closer, more of course. But this idea ended up kind of failing in the end. I ended up only playing a few, and mainly it ended up being like research, even though I was really trying to brute force it. So I don't think it went according to plan, because I think brute forcing is really the best way to do it, because you're not going to get better experience than actually playing with the cards, since they're so complex, and there's so many scenarios where even if like you're going to go back and watch old matches, you're not going to really learn everything. You're just going to see a small maybe like game that happens like 5% of the time. You're not going to know like the little tricks from just watching.
And of course, it's not just you on your own. You've got a pretty big team. So what was the preparation like? How did you split up the tasks that needed to be completed before this?
For this one, it's a little bit different. I think that with how Modern ended up being, it was very diverse. So like overall as a team, what like I think our main objective was really just learn about everything. So a lot of the efforts, including like what mainly I did, was just try a lot of weird stuff. So I was able to a little bit rely on my teammates near the end, where I ended up switching decks like about 5 days ago. So I was able to rely on my teammates for a lot of effort they put in with a lot of the weird stuff that I thought wasn't going to work, but ended up actually being very powerful.
So you switched decks 5 days ago. How much preparation then goes into learning your deck as opposed to all the other decks in the meta?
So most of the preparation really went into my deck, and to be honest, I think I did not do as good of a job as I was really hoping for with learning all this stuff, as really how our team approached it was we really focused on only 4 or 5 decks: Energy, Goryo's, Tron, and like Belcher. That was really all we really focused on. So for this event, my main thing for learning my deck was learning the matchups of how those 4 decks interact. So I think that I would recommend to most people that they put a lot more effort in knowing the weirder stuff, and maybe I will get punished for not putting as much effort as I should have. So I don't know, we'll see.
So now, for those of you who don't know, you top 8'd the last 2 Pro Tours, which is insanity in and of itself. How different does this one feel though? Different formats, same feelings, or different?
Feel a lot better, which is a little concerning to me, to be honest. The last 2 PTs, I think my first one I was really nervous since it was my first one. I wasn't qualified for anything, so I thought, you know, if I do bad, I'm probably never gonna play in a Pro Tour again. And last one, I felt really bad about my deck choice. So I was feeling really nervous and honestly terrified around right now until literally finals. Every round I was terrified my deck was just gonna do nothing and I would lose. This one, even though it's modern and it's a format I still don't fully understand, I do feel significantly better, which again, like I said, I'm very concerned about.
Well, you know, we'll see what happens. But tell us now, I need to know, what did you audible off of and what are you playing now?
So I was originally going to play Goryo's Vengeance, ended up being the most popular deck. The reason for it was the last 2 weeks I thought it was a really good play, and I still think it is. And my teammate and I, Victor Hawkins, put a lot of effort in, and that's the deck I played the most games with, to be honest. But I did end up changing to Tron because I thought that Portent of Calamity and Disruptor Flute were some of the best cards in the format to fight cards like Consigned Memory, and I thought that really fixed all of Tron's problems, and that's why I'm confident.
Alrighty, well, let's see if Tron can take you all the way to another top 8. And Rob, best of luck.
Excellent primer there on learning the modern format. All right, everyone, it's time for lucky round number 13. Let's find out who will watch in our feature match area coming up this round. Check it out. We have Justin Schabel versus Johnny Gutman, 2 of our tournament leaders, both sitting at 10-2. Is it Prowess? Interesting deck for the weekend, up against Esper Goryo's. Let's get to meet our players. Justin Schabel, 2nd Pro Tour ever here this weekend, won 8-8 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Vegas, had a 7-round winning streak at a regional championship to get him back to the PT here this weekend. Up against Johnny Gutman, who is having an absolutely fantastic tournament as well. Top 8'd at the Neon Dynasty Championships back in 2022, better known perhaps as Ginky online, where he learned to play Magic starting in 2015. All right, Corey, it's time for the Corey Steel Cutter, isn't that right?
Yes.
Talk about these decks.
Red Steel is back. Thank God. Let's take a look at Justin's list here to start. And I remember I was commentating that event. He also made the top 8 with this exact deck here. Is it Prowess? It is an extremely aggressive deck. You're trying to utilize Corey Steel Cutter to make yourself a bunch of go-wide monks, as well as the Slick Shot Show-Off, be able to plot that on turn 2, and then you very well can just win the game on turn 3. So this is one of our fastest decks in the format. It's, you know, very easily disrupted. If you can deal with the creatures, then you're going to be doing okay. But also, if you can get the combination with Violent Urge going and give a creature double strike, let's say a Slick Shot Show-Off, you can do a ton of damage here. And on the other side, we've been seeing this deck a lot because it's the most played deck. This is Johnny Gutman's Esper Goryo's list. We just saw this on the feature match area for the last round. Got a little unlucky with those double mulligan to 5s, but gonna be trying to stop these early aggressive games. And if you can connect with an Atraxa or a Gristlebrand pretty early, you should have enough time to be able to win this matchup. But this can definitely be a tricky one for the Esper Goryo's deck.
All right, well, both of these players are at 10-2, so this is not a win and in for the top 8 just yet, but whoever does win is just 1 win away. All right, I'm going to send on over to Marshall and Paul with the call for round number 13.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. That's right. We are in the stage of the tournament now where people are getting very, very close to top 8 contention, either locking up a seat or maybe picking up a win here like our 2 players in the feature have right now. Paul, a win here doesn't guarantee them a top 8, but boy, is it in sight if you pick up this match.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because in events like this, if you get the bulk of your wins earlier on in your tournament, then tiebreakers come into work. So the better record that you have early, especially for these players, if you do pick up this 11th win now, all of a sudden your tiebreakers are even better than most of your other opponents. Then you can even potentially position yourself where if you lose out and you you might still be able to draw into the top 8.
Yeah, that's one of the subtleties of the late stages of a Magic tournament this big. We have to cut the whole field down to 8 players, and oftentimes tiebreakers are part of that equation. And that's a general rule that the earlier you get your wins, the better for your breakers. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here. Justin Schaubel on the left with Is It Prowess? I was looking at the list. One of the fairest decks we've seen, right? I mean, yeah, it's really cheap and does a lot of cool getting a lot of triggers off of prowess, but ultimately it is a creature beatdown deck at the end of the day, and then Johnny Gutman's on slightly less fair Esper Gorios.
Yeah, Is It Prowess deck, if you look at the list, it does look very nice. It's very streamlined, super. It can kill your people turn 3, right, with the right draws. The issue is it is a creature-based aggressive deck, and that's all you're trying to do, trying to get one of your prowess creatures to stick and play a bunch of spells, but that's pretty vulnerable to a metagame that has tons of solitudes running around. So if you're really leaning on just one threat to try to get you there, oftentimes that can be broken up with a solitude. Now, if you do get a hand with multiple threats, right, and you have that aggressive start, then maybe you can still piece together enough wins, or excuse me, enough aggression to get Johnny dead before he gets, of course, inevitably his combo.
Who's on the play here, Johnny?
It does look like Johnny went first here with an untapped island. Was this a mulligan? Is that all he has in hand?
5 cards. 5 cards, yeah.
Yeah, started the day off really strong with the 3-0, but with some mulligans here, Johnny does have Tainted Indulgence that he can play on turn 2 with double Goryo's Vengeance. So he's looking for a Traxa or Gristlebrand to put into his graveyard. Now, the one thing with this Is It Prowess deck, like I said, it's extremely streamlined. It's just got a bunch of creatures that care about a bunch of prowess effects, pump spells, free spells, cheap spells, but not a whole lot of disruption to stop the graveyard stuff, at least in game 1.
Tough one for Johnny. Multiple mulligans to 5 here on day 2 of the PT. He's going to have to really slog through. This does happen on long tournaments sometimes.
And Justin has a really nice turn here. You can go turn 2, Corey Steelcutter. We saw that a lot at the last Pro Tour, but this is the deck in Modern that can take advantage of this card as well. You can go Corey Steelcutter into Mishra's Bauble, get that token right away, and get in for a good amount of damage.
Yeah, Justin's start looks very good here.
I think Johnny should respond with a Tainted Indulgence. Does have a Force of Negation in hand.
That is actually a threat that he could do. It's going to stay on top there. And now we're going to see the Tainted Indulgence.
After the Surveil, right?
That's right. Justin make that decision without the knowledge that a Tainted Indulgence is on the way.
Yeah. Since it took him some time, did not find the big creature to put into the graveyard there.
All right.
All right, you get to see the Is It Prowess deck doing its thing here.
And there's the Bauble.
Bauble, 2 card types in graveyard right now. This is an attack for 3, it looks like.
It's a start.
It's a start, but if Johnny doesn't have any removal, it is very likely that Justin will have the win next turn.
You see the Slick Shot Show-Off in hand for him.
Also a Lava Dart, that counts as 2 spells and 2 damage.
Violent Urge as a potential big finisher on with the Show-Off particularly.
Yeah, if Schaubel can get Delirium off of the Dragon's Rage channel activations, if you look at Lava Dart plus the Bauble plus the land, he just needs to find a sorcery to put into the graveyard, or perhaps just even a creature.
I wonder if Johnny could have just used Force of Negation, right, and just exiled the card draw spell instead of casting it.
Yeah, the issue is that puts him so far away from actually trying to win the game, right? It just delays it. So I think Johnny didn't really want to go for that. Now, this is actually really interesting.
Well, what if he hit a blue card? That would have been nice. But anyway.
Sure. Yeah, but the really interesting thing here is Johnny could just crack Flooded Strand and get a Surveil land. If you get extremely lucky, could just Goryo's
I like how you're thinking, Paul.
Play. Johnny also did find a Solitude here, can exile Ephemerate if Justin tries to go for the win this turn with a bunch of prowess triggers.
Justin's going to have to navigate what type of things Johnny has. You know, both players know that on a mulligan to 5, this should favor Justin, but Johnny only needs a couple of cards to get right back in it. That's part of the power of playing these combo decks.
Yeah, that's
5 cards can turn into, you know, a handful real quick.
And that's the thing with this prowess deck. It is not actually an easy deck to play. You have to consider so many the freeze spells, the solitudes, the disruption. So, and you have to do kind of all that math in your head with your hand and play around all the different variables that your opponents can have as well.
Arid Mesa for a mountain here for Justin.
So let's say, for example, you run out the Slick Shot Show Off this turn, you know, with the Lava Dart. If you cast that and flash it back, that's the Slick Shot Show Off would be a 5-powered creature. And then if you, for example, hit Delirium, the Dragon's Rage Channeler becomes a 3/3. Also, by playing the Lava Dart and flashing it back, you also trigger the Coria Steel Cutter as well. So it's a lot of damage coming in.
Oh, looks like he's going to take at least a slightly slower angle here.
Yeah, so by playing the the DRC right there, you're Justin really looking to try to get Delirium, right? Because now you get 2 triggers here from the Dragon's Rage Channeler when you run out something like a Lava Dart here.
And then an additional 2. So he's got a lot of ways to get a lot of cards in the yard. Yep, Dart, target you, trigger, trigger, trigger.
Trigger, trigger, trigger.
Yeah, the triggers are all those triggers here. Yeah.
Johnny says triggers are good, go for it.
All right, this is the first Channeler ability that puts an instant. Okay, that
so he's 3 now?
Right?
No, I guess the Dart.
Yeah, Dart's an instant. So
but also he may want to flash, you know, so it may
Right.
not be in there. So he does decide to keep it.
Another
Another instant.
growth. Okay, so couldn't find a creature or sorcery here.
So they've got 2/2s.
Coria Steel Cutter comes into play.
Yeah, so now the Lava Dart's on the stack. So I'm thinking
Lava Dart on the stack. It's targeting you.
Yeah, and as you heard from Justin, both of the monks currently are 2/2s. One from the prowess trigger and the other one from the token that was created through the Coria Steel Cutter.
Yeah, the Lava Dart's good. Always 16.
Lava Dart resolves.
So currently 5 power on board on Justin's side. Johnny sitting at 16. Has a violent urge, but again, could also flash back Lava Dart.
Wow, he's going to go for the violent urge here.
I have no Delirium. Not Delirium? Okay, but it triggers. And yeah, check on resolution.
Right,
I'll let
but
the triggers go and then I'll think again.
Because he has Force of Negation. So he can actually cast Force of Negation here if he doesn't hit, if he hits Delirium.
And
He
there's a
hits
creature.
Delirium, yeah.
And what they were talking about was violent urge checks on
So
the
right now
resolution
they're
to see
both
if you have
powered.
delirium.
Yep.
Meaning
So
that
I'm
it's
gonna
not at the
track
time you
prowess
cast
triggers
it.
Right.
It's when it resolves. And so he does get the double strike bonus here.
But it is still on the stack. So now Johnny goes, well, do I want to take a ton of damage here? Because that violent urge, I mean, that's just too much damage. I think you kind of, I mean, but the thing is, Johnny also does have the Solitude here.
Sorry, yeah,
Could also do that if he wants. But at the same time, I mean, that Force of Negation is not doing a whole lot anyways. But you do, if you hard cast the Force of Negation, you do miss out on a Surveil trigger, which gives you a shot at Goryo's Vengeance.
Something's happening.
To get a
So what is
white
this
land, maybe?
14 damage?
Oh no, did get a Surveil land here. Okay, so that tells us that he is going to be going for the Solitude line here to prevent the lethal damage from the Violent Urge. And again, if Johnny
Does
hits
he get to free roll here?
if Johnny hits a big creature on top, when Justin attacks, you can just Goryo's Vengeance in the big creature.
And he's attacking, so this is it. Let's see.
Here we go.
This is big.
Something big?
If he can hit an Atraxa or a Grizzlebrand or something.
Don't think it was.
That would have been in the graveyard a little quicker.
He would have flipped it over way faster.
Yeah, because if you can do that, then you get a whole grip of cards, and now the Solitude feels real free.
Yeah, right. And now you still just have your work cut out for you.
He just shakes his head.
Yep.
I'll go to damage. Right, this is for a,
Yeah, 8. The other monk is 11. And this is 14 damage coming in. So Solitude takes care of the double striking creature here. Now the question is, does Justin want to run out a Lava Dart? Looks like just going to choose to keep it, not cast it, just because he doesn't have lethal this turn. So gonna wait for next turn, because that Lava Dart means that you're setting yourself up for the ability to make another token with the Corey Steelcutter next turn. So, I mean, Johnny takes a bunch of damage here and is still pretty far away here from kind of getting his combo going. No big cards in graveyard.
Sorry, this is power 4.
Oh, it's power 4. You're at 19.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, yes. Okay, yeah.
We have
Okay,
consensus.
This is 6 damage?
Yeah, I'm at 9. You're at 19.
Okay, your turn.
Well, he's setting up for next turn,
Yeah.
so Johnny's got to do something.
A Surveil land would, of course, be very nice. Surveil land, of course, into big creature, that is.
Right. Is there anything he can do? He's got Goryo's Vengeance, Force of Negation, and an unknown
card.
He's passed a turn back.
Okay.
Maybe Johnny's just going to stand there and look scary.
Right. And Justin, you're not holding anything back, right? So I think given this hand, you just go Slick Shot, Show Off, Flashback Lava Dart, make a bunch of things and attack. Play the Surveil land because you could hit another Lava Dart, right? And put that into the graveyard.
There's the Show Off.
Cast a Show Off, Flashback Lava Dart.
Target you.
You go to
Yeah,
8, and that's
more
lethal
than
on
enough.
board. Justin Schaubel picks up game number 1. A fairly steady march forward, and really has to be said that mulligan to 5 hurt Johnny badly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Johnny still had some outs there, right, with some of the surveils to try to hit something, but couldn't really get anything going. Only thing that he did of note there was just cast a Solitude.
This time he's going to keep 7, but it's a somewhat action-light hand. He needs to get to turn 3, get the Quantum Riddler Ephemerate thing going, but he is on the play, so he should be able to do so.
Right. Yeah, as Justin's deck, it's almost impossible to kill somebody on turn 2 with this deck, so it might just straight up be impossible, but perhaps if you draw 4 mutagenic growths
there's
or something
weird,
along
I'm
those
sure.
lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Force of Negation's a little bit awkward because you're just not going to exile that Quantum Riddler, right, out of the hand. Big decision here on the Surveil.
You see Justin has a threat-heavy hand with 2 more Dragon's Rage Channelers, a Swift Spear, and a Show Off.
Right. Fairly spell-light hand. It's just all creatures, but of course the Preordained can kind of get that ball rolling by itself. Okay, keeps Atraxa on top, actually, because it is a blue card to pitch to the Force of Negation, because I think Johnny is, with this hand, you're pretty committed to warping out the Quantum Riddler and then just running out the Ephemerate on it.
Interesting here, Justin actually drew Corey Steelcutter. If he hadn't, he would have been more or less Force of Negation proof this turn.
Right.
But that is kind of the one you want to get down here, maybe?
Right.
Like, I guess he's got a lot of options. He could flood the board with DRCs.
Yeah, you could
Show Off, Swift Spear, Slam.
You could plot the Show Off even.
Oh, right.
And then go Steel Cutter into Show Off. But then you won't have mana to cast any spells.
Does he go for the cutter? He does.
Okay.
And Johnny's probably going to have to counter it, right?
Yeah, it's one of the more... It's one of the scarier cards here because it just keeps making things.
Yeah.
So this is nice. And not only that, I mean, Johnny wants to empty out his hand anyway.
Oh, right.
There is a shot that he might just be able to get the Riddler going and draw multiple cards off of it.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, he kept that Atraxa so he could have access.
Right.
It wasn't for Preordained.
Yeah.
It was for this. It's really interesting. That draw was one of the better draws for Justin from his perspective, but not as the hands played out.
Right.
If he just drew a mountain or something, he probably would have, played a couple of threats.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to play around Force of Negation, certainly you could have just played a couple of creatures here and just attack.
Right. It's just you're so incentivized to get the Steel Cutter down.
Right.
Not that he's heartbroken about the transaction.
Yeah, because even if you get countered, you still get a surveil trigger, right?
Yes.
Off the Dragon's Reach Channeler. So you still get a little bit of value there. And it looks like Justin kept on top, right? So most likely a land. Or a Mishra's Bauble, maybe a free spell.
Mm-hmm.
But at least Johnny's going to know the coast is clear here. I do not believe Justin's deck plays... Justin's deck does not play Force of Negation, probably just not enough blue spells. So Johnny will be able to go Riddler into Ephemerate here.
And that is the plan.
Yeah.
This big blocker, a bunch of cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough for this prowess deck to deal 6 damage to a creature. It just kind of blocks everything.
Yeah. Okay, so Johnny does enable his game plan. He had a floody hand to start with, and it hasn't improved that much.
Right.
And unfortunately, that is one of the difficult things for him to get out of his hand. So he can start abusing the Riddler.
2 triggers here. Iteration. And then now the preordain resolves. So you get Surveil 2. But won't be able to attack this turn.
Looks like he's going to scry one to the bottom.
Yeah, and this should buy Johnny a lot of time. Even has a prismatic ending here, just to get one of the channelers off the battlefield. And given his hand is so light on action, I don't know if Johnny cares about getting in 4 damage here with the Riddler. My guess is he's just going to blink the Riddler and just draw an extra card.
Yeah, that's not really where he's at, right? Yeah. So he's going to Ephemerate, targeting the Riddler, get a card, then get a card for his draw step. Can he add some non-lands here? There we go. Faithful Mending and a Solitude, too.
All right, that was a couple of really nice draw steps there for Johnny. Biggest creature on the battlefield and 2 forms of disruption.
He's going to start by Prismatic, ending one of the Dragon's Rage channelers. Now, he would need a second untapped white source, which he does have, but it might hurt a little bit if he wants Faithful Mending up. If he's just going to use it for Solitude, then he won't.
Just pass with a fetch and see what happens, right? If you absolutely need... Because now we're already at 4 mana. Johnny might just be interested in hard casting Solitude, which also seems really good in this matchup.
It definitely does. And right now, he's sitting behind that Riddler.
Yeah.
That's not a speed bump. That's a stop sign at the moment. It just says any single creature is not getting in there.
Right. You're going to need to do some weird stuff like double Lightning Bolt or just flood the board with Corey Steelcutter, something along those lines.
Sorry.
Is Justin Surveil?
Yeah, that's your Surveil. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was wondering.
Kind of.
Okay, yeah. Well, Johnny allowed it.
Yep.
Slick Shot Show Off can potentially be something that can even at least allow you to trade with the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and this is the tough part, where when your opponent actually shows some resistance, has some interaction, and a big blocker, all of a sudden it just gets so much harder, especially without Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, Justin's forced to really take a much longer game plan here.
Yeah, and you have to favor the Esper Goryo side if we're getting to turn 5 and Johnny's sitting at 17 life.
Absolutely. Another Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see a white source from Johnny.
Right. Might just keep the mending. Could just get a surveil land potentially.
Yeah. Oh, I was
Okay.
wrong.
Gets the basic here.
I guess he does have Hallowed Fountain on
Right.
the shrine.
Right. So you can just cast the Faithful Mending this way.
Ah, there we go.
And now you just see this deck doing its magic. That's another Quantum Riddler, which Johnny can hardcast next turn.
So he can hardcast either the Riddler or a Solitude?
Right.
Wow, he got a Prismatic ending too, so he can Riddler with Solitude
Back up, yeah.
Minimum.
And, you know, honestly, if Johnny wanted to draw 3 cards, there's a world where he just fires off that Solitude, exiles the Prismatic ending, then plays Riddler and just draws 3 cards.
Fuel the fire even further.
Right.
He got rid of the ending.
Okay.
And just kept the Hallowed Fountain.
Yeah, that's also totally fine. I mean, you really want to get that fifth mana source here. Still found a backup Prismatic ending as well.
Wow.
Yeah, could even go ending, play land, and then warp the Riddler into 3 cards.
That's really
That's
nice.
super strong. Looks like that's what he's going for here. Setting up the Prismatic ending here. All right, down to 3 cards, play the land, down to 2 cards, warp this in. With 2 Quantum Riddlers in play, with 1 card in hand. 3 cards. It is a messed up magic card.
That is brutal from Justin's seat. He just has to sit here and watch.
Yeah.
I mean, this game is...
It's getting very close to over.
Very close to over. It's difficult for Justin to try to steal a victory from this board state.
Right. 3 lands, down 6 or 7 cards.
Nothing going, by the way.
Iteration could be a step in the right direction here. Can find you 2 key cards.
Chat's asking about that Atraxa. That's actually just exiled.
Yeah, that's exiled off of a Solitude, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, Force of Negation. Excuse me.
Right.
Yeah.
The Steel Cutter.
The Steel Cutter, right. Yeah, but still just no good attacks here, right?
I think that's what Johnny's decided too.
Yeah. I guess there is the iteration, and there could be some free spells on the horizon. So land. So that die you see up there, that's just the number of spells that have been cast this turn. The Slick Shot Show Off currently a 3/2.
It's going to go for Bobble.
Bobble would make it a 5/2. And you could potentially make a bluff attack here because Justin actually doesn't have another spell to play.
Uh-huh.
But you play the Bobble, and then your Show Off is a 5/2, and you still have a mana available. So I feel like Justin kind of just has to attack, just given how behind he is here.
It's just rough because doesn't Johnny just kind of want to block anyway?
Yeah, it's possible.
Like if he says,
Yeah,
okay,
I mean, it's
blow another
possible.
spell and just
He's
trade
just like,
these
I
up.
want to keep my life total high anyways.
Yeah.
So maybe the attack isn't good.
Justin did just take a look at Johnny's top of library. He just has Scalding Tarn there, so sometimes you'll see players see what they've got going if they'd like to shuffle.
Especially because Johnny just has the backup Riddler that he can play that's been warped.
Well,
okay.
Here comes the swing, Paul.
All right.
You asked for it, you got it.
And just blocking the biggest creature.
Yeah, he wants to block, and Justin's just going to have to say, cool, man.
Right, so this is what, 6 damage coming in?
Yeah, and then just throw the Show Off in the bin.
Show Off away, yeah.
But I mean, this is
right.
Obviously time for desperate measures.
Of course.
That's why you came up with that line too. You're recognizing that this game's only going to go a couple more turns if you're in Justin's seat watching Johnny just draw 3-4 cards a turn.
Right. I wonder if Johnny's just going to pass here, potentially, just keep up Solitude. It's like, how can I lose this game? It's a weird combination of, it's a weird sequence where somehow you get this Riddler off the battlefield and you hit me. So I'm just going to keep up Solitude and just cast it this turn. Because there's no way Justin's going to be able to deal with the Riddler and Solitude next turn.
threats diminishing quickly here for Justin. He just had to throw one away to try to force some damage through.
Oh, Unholy Heat, actually a clean answer to the Quantum Riddler.
Oh,
right?
wow.
6 damage. I mean, Justin certainly has delirium at this point. Helps you find an answer. When did he? Oh, he drew it off the bubble, because I was trying to figure out when he got that card.
Mm-hmm.
So now, really no choice but to just run out the heat here. Hope you don't have Ephemerate or anything for that matter.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And then just go for it here. But of course, Johnny didn't cast Quantum Riddler and pass with 5 mana up. Right. So
Justin's not going to be feeling comfortable in this position, but he just doesn't have a choice.
Exactly. Where is the Unholy Heat? Oh, it's on the stack.
It's just down below the lands there. There's Solitude.
Johnny responding with the Solitude. Okay. Exiling the DRC.
When it gets to the hard cast Solitude part of the game,
right?
Not usually much else to do.
And what? Only one spell's been cast, and Justin has a pair of spell snares that doesn't do anything, so he can't even really attack because Johnny's just going to happily block here.
Yeah, this is the reason that this deck doesn't play any counters in the main and only has a precious few for the sideboard. And when you draw them in situations like this,
it's basically what a mono red deck with preordain and expressive iteration, and then a smattering of counters in the sideboard.
Okay, back over to Johnny. Justin did manage to get him down to 12, but that's about to go up to 15.
Oh, and Solitude getting in there here. Does Johnny have a green source in play right now? I don't think so, because he drew a Traxa.
Yeah, you're right.
Polluto Delta, if he's got Breeding Pool, some decks play Hedge Maze. Let's take a look here. If he's got a Breeding Pool, he can just hard cast a Traxa.
He's going to go for the Psychic Frog, but that is finally a target for the Spell Snare.
That's fine, because even after that gets snared, you go land, and then you just play the Riddler, and you're still good here.
But he only gets one card, Paul.
Well, yeah.
And a 4/6 flyer.
So yeah, we're going to be heading to a third game here, but of course, Justin will be on the play. That's, of course, very, very big in this matchup.
See that Celestial Purge from the board there for Gutman as well. Just having all of his bases covered.
Yeah, I mean, it literally kills every threat in Justin's deck, so. This would need to be a legendary draw, and Fiery Islet is not it. Justin does not give up.
Maybe some information to be gained.
Right. Yeah, even if Johnny showcases a Celestial Purge, although you kind of assume that's coming in.
You do assume it, but, you know, when you're bringing in Spell Snares, it's nice to see even more.
Justin knows. He's like, wait a second. Wait just a second. Why are you taking 3 damage this turn?
There's the Atraxa, and that is enough. He's not going to make Johnny go through the motion there. So, game number 3 incoming. As you mentioned, though, Paul, Justin now on the play, which is so critical. It looks like Johnny's down to 6 cards, which is, that's not that abnormal for this deck. It is a combo deck.
So Justin's hand is okay, but there is one issue with this hand. Only one threat, right? Currently only has a Monastery Swift Spear in hand, so if Johnny has a Prismatic Ending or some way to deal with the Swift Spear, Justin's going to have to find another threat to put some pressure on.
You see the Pest Control there for Johnny, another sideboard card.
Yeah, nice card in this matchup. Kills the Swift Spear and the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Justin gets a little sneak peek of what Johnny's got going on.
Johnny actually bringing in Mystical Dispute in the matchup.
Interesting.
Maybe fight through Justin's counter spells if he leaves that up. Oh, drew Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Oh, that's really nice. This is kind of the opposite of the one from before.
Right.
Because he had Expressive Iteration, and maybe with no other threat, would have felt content to just fire that off here.
Yeah, but
it
you know,
could get...
I actually think it was not a good draw, though.
Oh.
Because if Justin plays the Dragon's Rage Channeler, Johnny can then just fire off a Pest Control.
Oh, you're right.
Right? So,
yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe he just kind of has him either way.
Right, exactly. And Justin has to just play out both creatures here.
Yeah.
Johnny probably has one Pest Control in his sideboard.
And you could consider stopping it too if you really wanted, but realistically, you're just jamming, right?
Yeah. Pest Control, some counter magic, Psychic Frog with the Atraxa, so just needs to find a Goryo's Vengeance to get that going. Does not want, yeah. This is not an Ephemerate hand.
Right.
No Riddlers, no Solitudes. Yeah. And Johnny's probably going to go for this Pest Control and go, please just don't have Spell Snare. I would really love it if you don't have Spell Snare here. Now, Johnny actually drew Solitude, so that's an amazing draw too. So even if there is a Spell Snare, still has some interaction available. But here we go. Oh, actually going for the Frog instead, which does do a really good job of just blocking.
Lava Dart you.
End of turn.
He's got 2 types right now for Delirium.
Right. Looks like we got a real interesting choice here from Justin. Imagine if it's a Corey Steel Cutter or something, right? That could be a card where you just go, maybe. Oh no.
And it's similar. It's another artifact.
Right.
So that puts him at 3 types.
And he has an Expressive Iteration in hand. And that would put type number 4 into the graveyard, as it is a sorcery.
But he still won't have attacks, will he?
Well, he's got that Unholy Heat in hand, so that's going to do 6 damage.
Okay,
I don't think Johnny's going to...
So he has untapped red.
Discard all 5
Holy
cards,
Heat.
right? Yeah, yeah. So probably would let it resolve, unless Johnny goes, you know what? I actually like my Psychic Frog. I'm just going to force a negation your Unholy Heat, exiling the Mystical Dispute.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, actually just countering the iteration itself.
Oh, he's forcing the iteration.
Yeah, I mean, it is a nice source of card advantage. But if he does this, if he does this, the Unholy Heat does get turned on, right? And that would kill the Frog, and he doesn't have a force for that.
Right, and he actually doesn't have any way to save it, right? 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
And he put the Atraxa back on that spot on the battlefield.
Right, it looks like it's
driving
in
me
play.
nuts, Paul.
So that Frog is going to die here. Johnny will take some damage, but, I mean, the coast is clear to resolve the Pest Control, so Justin won't have a board after this either.
Right, of course.
And
so
Johnny's
now
only on 2
first
lands.
to draw a reload here.
Right. And Johnny currently only has the 2 lands, has to play out the Pest Control here.
I agree you are. Yeah, yes. Okay.
Did find Goryo's Vengeance, so now... But that Atraxa exiled.
It is.
So
in the middle of the battlefield.
Right, so needs to find some way to get another large creature in the graveyard. What can Justin follow this up with? Wow!
Wow, Steel Cutter, great threat.
But consigned to... Oh, but there's a Lava Dart in the graveyard. Okay. That was huge. So this is 3 damage coming in.
Wow, what a draw there for Justin. He is right back on track. Down to 5 is Johnny.
Down to 5.
And he needs something. He found another Atraxa, but he can't get it in the yard right now?
And he can't even cast Faithful Mending if he draws it here.
Wow, only 2 lands to deal with. This is game 3 between Johnny Gutman and Justin Schabel.
Okay, does have
This
a
is only 2?
Solitude. Does have a Solitude. Might just need to use it here to get the token off the battlefield. No, taking the damage. So now
now he's in bolt range.
He's in lightning bolt range here as well. Okay, prismatic ending on the token.
But
okay.
boy, that seal cutter still looks scary.
So if Justin finds a lava dart or a
Yes.
cantrip like preordained, expressive iteration, those would all be strong draws here.
Surgical extraction.
That's one spell, but you can't cast consign, right? So you can't double spell this turn. Oh man. So, but that is technically a spell you can cast. So Justin wants another spell here if he wants to find a token here to attack. Lightning Bolt!
He found Lightning Bolt?
He found Lightning Bolt. Doesn't have to go for it right away. Johnny could potentially cast Force of Negation. And he's surgicaling.
He's surgicaling right now. He is basically, he just gets to sit here on Lightning Bolt, and he gets to see his hand.
He gets to see his hand, and he does have the Mystical Dispute. But if he wants to cast Mystical Dispute on the Lightning Bolt, he goes down to 2 life. And then the Corey Steel Cutter kills Johnny.
Huh.
But Johnny does have a Solitude with an Atraxa, which he will have to fire off.
This is some valuable information for Justin. He has the win in his hand.
Right.
But now he knows that it wouldn't resolve.
Right. You would get a token off of the Corey Steel Cutter.
Because it would be
the second spell
surgical
after,
plus bolt.
right? But then Johnny does have the answer in that, but would have nothing left in hand because the second Atraxa would be exiled. So if you're Justin,
do you just wait? If
you
you're
wait,
Justin?
or you just go for the bolt? Because now Johnny can't crack that fetch land.
Yeah,
right?
you take him off of that too. But if you let him go to end step, then you don't have the Steel Cutter attacking him this turn.
He does have Consign to Memory as well, though, right? You have Consign on the Solitude trigger, which you can do as well. So he's going for it, and I think he has this locked up.
Lightning Bolt target you.
I mean, you have to dispute, right?
I have you at 3.
Attack for 2 twice.
Whoa.
What did Johnny think he was at?
He was at 8 the previous turn, then took 3 damage, went down to 5.
And then it got hit for 2.
Right.
But Johnny didn't know. He thought he was at 5. Look at his life total pad. He thinks it's 5 to 12, and it's 3 to 12. Oh, no.
Because maybe then in the previous turn, he should have potentially...
Because he took that extra hit.
He did take the 2 damage there.
There's dispute. It resolves.
Consign.
And then there we go. Consign the Solitude trigger, and off we go. Justin Schabel picks up number 11.
And you can see that
he looks so excited about it too.
Yeah.
That was tough for Johnny Gutman. You could tell that there was a little bit of confusion about his life total there down the stretch.
Yeah, there was a little bit. I mean, so much damage is going back and forth there. But also just, I mean, you have to think, if you're Johnny Gutman, you started off the draft, you started off the day 3-0ing your draft, and you have lost back-to-back feature matches here. So now
you can see it on his face.
Yeah, back definitely against the wall. He's now sitting at what, 10-3. Still has a very, very real shot of making the top 8, but of course, this has gotten much more difficult for him.
That's right. We're going to take a short break and let Johnny take a short break too. And when we come back, we'll have more magic right after this. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, those are Furbies. They got a whole setup for it over there too. It's like a secret lair.
Right.
Furby thing, if that's...
Would not have expected that to be a thing.
It made me laugh.
But
like,
it is now.
I smiled. I was
Right?
like, okay,
Yeah.
all right, that's kind of cool. Lots of stuff to see here at MagicCon Atlanta. But we're focused in on the high-level competitive play that we get at the Pro Tour. We are playing Modern right now, and we are in the kind of mid to late stages of day 2. This is where we don't have any guaranteed top 8 competitors just yet, but over the next round or two, we're going to start seeing slots get filled up. Here we have Alex Rohan versus Gabriel Nassif. Slightly skewed on the top finishes there, but also 21 years of extra experience there for Gabriel Nassif over Alex. So let's give Alex some time. He might be able to catch up. Simic Neoform versus the deck that Gabriel Nassif kind of pioneered, Azorius Blink, just going for the straight up blue-white Blink deck.
Yeah, and really interesting matchup. Not something that you would have really expected kind of coming into this because, of course, Nassif's list is fairly unique here. But, you know, we are going to game 3. And Rohan, Alex actually won the sideboarded game and won a fairly drawn-out game number 2. So now we're headed over to game number 3. Nassif has a really cool card that I do want to highlight here for the matchup here. I believe Mistcaller. He's got a one of in that one, which could end up being quite powerful in this matchup. You can fetch for it with the Shepherds. So
okay.
But on the play with the turn 1 Ocelot Pride, so pressure already on Alex. And this is, you know, when you're facing up against a turn 1 Ocelot Pride, the Simic deck really doesn't have a whole lot of interaction. When there is that clock, you feel so much more pressure to try to go off as quickly as possible.
Yeah, this Ocelot Pride can get out of hand so quickly.
See Ophelia there, Teferi, and an Orange Chant.
How would you describe the deck that Nassif is playing? Like aggressive, mid-range? Like what is it, combo-ish? What is it?
So it plays very similarly to the mid-range Esper Blink Shell that you've seen people playing. It's got the Philia, it's got, of course, Quantum Riddler Ephemerate, but it's not playing Overlord of the Balemerc. Instead, it's playing the Starfield Shepherd as the other target that you would like to blink with the Philia and the Ephemerate. So it's more streamlined. It also gets to be a little more aggressive because you get to play 4 copies of Ocelot Pride and 4 copies of Guide of Souls, which are really powerful 1-mana creatures that you can also search for with the Starfield Shepherd.
Shepherd was a nice find for this deck.
Right.
It's a powerful uncommon from Edge of Eternities, but you wouldn't predict that it would make a mark on Modern if you saw it. But it really does fit well. And of course, it is powered by these incredible 1-drops. Like this Ocelot Pride could just win this game on its own if left unchecked. It's crazy.
Yeah. So again, Alex doesn't have a whole lot of time here to kind of piece together his combo here. All right, he's going for it now, it seems.
Summoner's Pact on the stack.
Summoner's Pact on the stack.
We're going for it.
Gonna be looking for that Allosaurus Rider, exile 2 green cards, and just run out of Neoform and hope it's good.
Is there any way for Nassif to interact at this point? He has an Arid Mesa.
So he's got an Orim's Chant, which could prevent you from casting the Neoform this turn, right? So in response to Pact, you can just Orim's Chant your opponent, and then Alex has to pay for the Pact next turn. Obviously he can't, but you have to assume he's got a Consign to Memory to counter the triggered ability here.
Cards? 5.
Alex will still be able to search for the creature, just will be unable to cast it if Nassif casts the Orim's Chant here in response.
And would the full sequence be, assuming that Alex has Consign a Memory, he would consign the trigger from the Pact and then play a land and still be able to Neoform?
On the following turn?
Right. Is that how this plays out fully?
It could.
If Nassif decides to interact here. He's thinking.
And
this is a big moment for this match. Remember, we're in game 3 here.
It does look like Chant is the only form of interaction that Nassif has here. So it looks like he's going to go for it.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
At least currently it's just a delay tactic.
Alex,
but sometimes that's the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex fetching? Okay, maybe he's got.
Feels
maybe
like
he wants to fight.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, if you spend mana to counter the Chant, you can't really play anything anyways, right? You can't play the Neoform if you spend some, mana to counter. Oh, of course, never mind, Pact of Negation. So now, with Consign, you can actually replicate it and counter both Pact triggers on your upkeep.
That is hilarious.
So Alex going for it here. There is the Allosaurus Rider. You have to assume he's got the Neoform here. Okay. It should resolve.
Okay, it did resolve. So
did.
Rider down, Neoform doing its thing.
Can now find an 8-mana card to get.
Grizzlebrand? Sure.
Yeah.
17 life?
17 life. You can gain a bunch of life here.
Let's get going.
Excuse me. You can draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
Find yourself some more counter magic here.
And it's a big Grizzlebrand, too.
It is an 8/8 Grizzlebrand here off the Neoform. And I don't know if Nassif even has a way to get that off the battlefield right now. There is a Teferi.
He's got a baby Teferi.
But I don't know if I don't even know if he has the third mana source here.
Oh.
You can fetch for a Surveil land, so should have a pretty decent shot at finding land number 3. But perhaps the damage is already done.
Right, because he's going to activate Grizzlebrand right now.
Go to 10.
Just draw 7. That's what it's there for. Here we go.
Now, does Alex Rohan, some lists do play one copy of Nourishing Shoal to gain a bunch of life. Unclear if Alex has it.
Nassif is cracking his fetch. Is it going to be a Surveil land?
I imagine it will be a Meticulous Archive.
Yeah, you were right.
All right, so Nassif has to assume Consign to Memory will counter both pack triggers here with the Replicate.
Shuffle them well, Nassif said.
I think I have a lot of outs.
Oh, okay.
He likes his chances.
Any of the impossible Surveil.
Oh, he's already thinking, though. Oh, no, it's going into the yard.
Oh,
what is this
So
card?
wait, if he plays Teferi and bounces, then Alex can't play Consign on his upkeep, right?
You're absolutely correct.
Untap land
Yes,
one
I need
time
an
for
untap
Nassif?
land.
Oh, he needs a land so bad here.
Blackstones of Trocare, Island, Plains, Flooded Strand. I don't think he has it.
I don't think he hit it. He hit Ophelia.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
So close.
And I mean, is that it? Is there anything else Nassif can do here? Could he look to find a Solitude off of the Quantum Riddler just to get some damage in? It's just a lot of Philias. Had 2 looks at an untapped land.
You hear him say, shuffle it well. Well, Alex did.
Yeah, now I think he's just going to be looking for either a land here or a Solitude maybe. But Alex has a full grip, and if Solitude resolves, Alex will gain 8 life.
It was another copy of Solitude, by the way.
Solitude?
Yeah, off the top for Nassif.
That was the first Solitude, right? Or
he found Solitude.
Okay, yeah,
is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
So you could get an attack in and hope Alex has nothing next turn. The thing is, Alex will have to cast Consign. So if you Solitude the Gristlebrand, Alex can't do anything next turn.
Yeah.
Right?
His mana's tied up.
His 2 mana will be tied up, and some Ocelot Pride beats, right? It's something.
It is.
It's something.
It would have been nicer to just win the game on the spot.
Yeah, I mean,
from
of course,
Nassif,
just
but-
casting Teferi would just straight up be the game, of course.
And Alex says, well, if I'm going to gain a bunch of life because of Solitude, I'm going to cash that in for 7 more cards.
Whoa, he drew 7 more
Yeah,
cards.
because he's going to go
here.
back up to 11 anyway.
I mean, it's possible he just didn't have Consign in hand as well, right? Maybe that's why he's drawing the
Oh,
the 7
interesting.
cards. But he's gaining 8 life here, so he's fairly...
He's at 11, yeah.
He's at 11, goes down to 9, and has a million cards in hand. You could, if Alex naturally found some Allosaurus Riders, could just put them into play, right? He has so many cards to pitch.
Yeah.
Double pack trigger. Here's a consign. Counter both pack triggers. Alex has what? 14 cards in hand, something like that? Because he's activated the Gristlebrand twice.
I would say he has at least 14.
At least. 3. So we're gonna
14
at least
going to 15.
We got at least a land. He's got to have a land. And a real good shot at having another Allosaurus Rider. Not sure if he still has Hooting Mandrills. Could potentially do that too, right? Because plenty of cards in the graveyard.
Nassif facing that challenge of being so close to victory,
7.
not quite getting there, and then having to reconstruct a different game plan. Finding that Solitude was clutch, though. Endurance.
Okay. Exiling the graveyard. Okay.
That was Eldritch Evolution.
Oh, okay. Targeting and shuffling everything back in.
Yes.
To have a 3/4 creature on the battlefield.
It's got reach.
Yeah. I mean, it just kind of blocks everything, and Nassif already used the Solitude.
Now Alex is going to have to go to discard.
Right. Presumably, you know, if you're on the Nassif side, you know that Alex is going to have the ability to go off again next turn.
Did you see what Nassif did?
What?
He said, while you're deciding, I'm going to draw my card for the turn so that I can start thinking.
Right,
basically.
yeah. Does not find land number 3, so still can't play the Teferi here. So this is going to be very, very tough. No way to get rid of the Solitude. And I don't think Nassif has any energy, so I don't think you can jump the Ocelot Pride here either if you play Guide of Souls. And I think Nassif, did he say go?
He did.
This is rough.
Really wanted that third land last turn. He
Right.
still somehow hasn't found it.
You have to be liking your spot here. We have to just assume Alex has the perfect 7 cards in hand, right?
Right.
After a double Gristlebrand trigger. So we're talking about protection, a consign for the Pact, some big creatures. All right.
Looks like he's just going to do it all over again.
And at least from what we know of Nassif's hand, I don't think he has any way to actually stop the combo this turn.
Right.
And if Alex's hand is just full of all large creatures, could just get a Galta, right? And just put everything into play from your hand.
Right. That Galta.
This one, not the GGGGG.
Right. This one's just GG
Just
if he
GGG.
gets it on the battlefield.
Right.
I think just GG if he gets this one on the battlefield. But
And Teferi won't even be lethal anymore. Presumably, Alex can play land number 4 this turn to pay for the Summoner's Pact. So yeah, Nassif, that was his window
right,
there.
that was.
Right?
Oh, he knew too.
Yeah. What are we looking at? 22-ish lands, 2 looks.
There's a
He's
few-
probably a favorite.
Few tap lands.
Right?
Yeah, he
oh yeah,
probably
some
was.
tap lands, yeah.
We see the Rider again. And Eldritch Evolution now.
Eldritch Evolution. All right.
Yeah, resolve.
Resolves, okay.
Now you can just get anything.
Right, you can just get whatever you want. Already got that Gristlebrand before. Can get a Trexa.
Looks like that's top of the heap, but maybe just in case there's something better.
All right.
It's rare that there's something better than Atraxa, and that seems to be the case here too.
And this is going to allow Alex to look at a ton of cards here. It's 10 cards.
You think Atraxa is one of the best creatures ever printed?
It's got to be up there, right?
I think so.
There's a lot of good ones, though. Some of them are not legal in Modern.
Yeah?
Right. Psychic Frog, Ragavan, Arboreal Grazer. That one is legal.
I wonder who's on the...
That one is legal. It's a good one. If we ever showcase an Amulet deck, that is a very important card for that deck.
Let's just say it's on the list.
It's on the list. Nadu, right? Yeah. Nadu had its time.
Nadu made it off of a few lists.
Yeah, it's no longer.
Yeah. Okay, so here's our Atraxa trigger, and all Nassif can do is just sit and watch.
Yeah, so we got enchantment, land, creature.
Yes.
An instant there as well.
Right, so do you want Consign or Pact of Negation? That's the question.
Right.
I'll leave it to Alex to...
Yeah. I'm sure he's 8-3-1. He knows what he's looking for at this stage in the game. Could even play the Hooting Mandrills here, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, he's just, at this point, he just doesn't need to do anything else. You just play your big creatures and just start swinging away.
Yeah. He's still only up against 2 mana after all of this.
Right, yeah. And it's not like, what are you going to do with the Philia, right? Like you can't blink the Atraxa. It just comes back and all of a sudden you get a million things.
Yeah, if you did that, you'd have to win that turn.
Right. Yeah, I think at this point, it's just going to be a little too much. Alex has gotten to do all the things that he set his deck up to do. And at this point, with what he has in hand and what he has on the battlefield, I just don't see Nassif coming back from this. Found the land a little too late.
There's the hollowed fountain he needed a few turns ago.
Right. And you can see Alex, okay, the only way I lose here is if I don't pay for my pacts. I'm going to put a little die there as a reminder on top of my deck.
Yeah. I remember there was a player who had, like, you know those hamster ball things?
Just something gigantic.
It's like this clear dome.
Can't forget.
And they would put it over the thing, so like your
You can't
hand
even
just
touch the
hits
deck.
it. Yeah, you can't even touch
Hey, you know
it.
what? When they made that rule change where you can do something to remind yourself,
yeah,
you know, it was just the thing to do.
It's a good
You're
idea.
just not losing anything.
All right, there's Teferi Time Raveler finally. A little late to the party if you're asking.
I had myself at
Nassif.
16 after the shock, and you had myself at 15.
Yes.
So I shocked for Witch Chanter, I gained 1, and then I fetch tapped, lost 1, and then I gained 1 more, right?
You should be at 16.
Wow.
Okay.
Nassif able to just exactly say
Right.
every life total change.
So can't consign that. So it looks like it's going to resolve. I suppose, yeah. If this resolves, you can just bounce the Atraxa, right? You bounce the Atraxa, and Alex can't do anything, as Teferi is in play.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you can Philia the Endurance away and get in for an attack for 5, gain life, and then make tokens. Doesn't quite have the city's blessing, though. I think you're 1 short for Ocelot Pride, right?
8 permanents
8, and then the token comes in, it would be number 9. Yeah. Man, drawing that third land would have been so strong.
it would have been so good.
Yeah. Okay. Yup. Wow. Nassif wins with that Teferi because Alex has to pay for the pact. he can't consign the pack, so he's totally tapped out.
For the blue pact?
Right.
Because he had enough mana to play for summoners.
Could Alex have played Hooting Mandrills that last turn, right?
I thought he could.
That would have given him an extra blocker there, but he wanted to keep a consign to memory. That could have been really big, right?
What an ending to that game. That came completely out of left field.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
And you know, that's the thing. I mean, Teferi is so strong against the packs because the whole game plan for these Neoform decks is pack. It's okay. I'm just going to consign everything. But if you can't consign everything because Teferi's in play, you have to just naturally pay for the pack. So Alex's mana was completely locked up that turn. So the only other line that I could see him doing there was just running out the Mandrills so that actually Nassif doesn't have a good attack, right? Because all of a sudden, if you blink away the Endurance, you still have a 4/4 to block Philia or the Ocelot Pride.
Wow. Crazy ending. We almost had that one end just off the top deck land. It didn't come, but a few turns later, somehow Nassif put the pieces together and picks up the win. Man, he's going to be eyeballing a top 8 here if we're not careful.
It's what is like his first one maybe?
Yeah. It'll be really exciting for him. All right, we're going to take a short break here from Atlanta. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk to set up the next round. Don't go anywhere.
Sign up for Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, today. Coming to Atlanta, Georgia and Lyon, France. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here in Atlanta, Georgia. Coming to you live from the World Congress Center. Thousands upon thousands of people here in the building this weekend. Some of them playing here, battling at the Pro Tour. Many more exploring the convention floor and the lots of cool things we have to offer Magic players who love to play the game in all of its different forms. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Coming in from above, Maria Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney joining you here as we get ready for round number 14. So we are gearing up for the end of the day, getting ever closer to our top 8. These rounds are so exciting, everyone. You do not want to miss them. Two players who are very excited themselves just had big wins in the feature match area. Ailey talked to them just moments ago.
I'm here with Justin Schabel, who has just secured the lead of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Justin, that's got to feel pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, it was not what I expected coming into the tournament.
How did that match go for you? Was it a pretty difficult one or was it smooth sailing?
Yeah, I got lucky to dodge Goryo's most of this weekend. That was the first time I played it. I tested the matchup a good amount in the plane, so I have a plan, but that plan involves getting lucky, and I got lucky. So hopefully I continue.
Lucky or good, hey? Those are the two things that you have to be in Magic. So a couple more rounds, one more, I believe, one more win you need, and then you are locked for the top 8. What's going through your mind right now as you think about that prospect?
I think I've done a good job at just playing a round at a time. So just show up, play another round, and 3 more. So yeah, see what happens.
Yeah, Justin, make it easy for yourself. Go get that one more win, and then you can kick back, relax for the rest.
Yeah.
Good luck for the rest of the rounds.
Thank you.
I've got Gab Nassif here, Yellow Hat himself, just picked up a victory here in our Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Now, Gab, you're no stranger to this environment. Do you ever get nervous anymore?
I do. I get nervous. And once the game starts, it's fine usually, but yeah, in between rounds or when you're doing well, yeah.
Now, talk to me a bit about your deck choice for this weekend, because Corey was telling me that you weren't super happy with it. How's it treating you so far?
It's treating me fine. I'm 5-2 now. It was doing good in testing, and it was funny because as the deck started doing worse and worse, I kind of didn't want to play it anymore, but then more and more people wanted to play it on my team. I was kind of the one who originally started playing the deck and doing well, so I was like, why do they want to play this deck? So I decided to just stick to it, and I had played it a lot. I was doing well with it personally, so I was hoping that'd be good enough, yeah.
I saw in that matchup there, you kind of just killed your opponent with a bunch of cats there. Is that what happened?
There's a little more than it to the match. No, that match was really crazy. Game 1, he mulliganed to 5 and had just enough to win. Game 1, he's supposed to be pretty heavily favored. Game 2, I had a solid draw, was still close. And then the third game, I had a spot where if I draw any on-tap land, I win on the spot. And I break, and the game goes on, and I thought I was going to lose, and he made a mistake on the last attracts a trigger. All he had to do is keep a pact. He had brain fog. He kind of knew, and then he kind of forgot what he knew. And if he just keeps the pact, he can pact my Teferi, use Consign to counter his pact triggers, and probably win. I might have still won, but yeah, it was all fortunate.
Well, Gab, best of luck. I know plenty of people would love to see you in another top 8, so good luck for the rest of the rounds, and hopefully see you again later.
Always great to see Gab doing well here at a Pro Tour, a fan favorite for sure. Let's check out our leaderboard. We're getting ready for round number 14 here, the final few rounds of the tournament before our cut to our top 8. So it is serious business here. We have 2 tournament co-leaders, Justin Schabel and Shuhei Nakamura, both on 11 and 2. We had a mistake with Shuhei's tournament entry last round, so we've updated it. It's now correct. He is a co-leader with Justin Schabel, 11 and 2, and what that means is both of them are 1 win away from locking up a spot in our top 8. A note about Shuhei too, his last Pro Tour top 8 was a decade ago in Atlanta.
Oh,
so
that's a good city for it.
Atlanta could be a great city for Shuhei Nakamura if he top 8s again. And check out these Spanish players in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. All doing extremely well.
Amazing.
Teammates Francisco Sanchez and Sergio Garcia on 10, 2, and 1. So congratulations to them. Johnny Gutman of Canada currently sitting at 10 and 3. Jason Yee on the other side there at 9, 3, and 1. There's Nassif right under them, 9, 3, and 1. Luis Salvato, a modern champion. Can he top 8 again? Well, he certainly could. He's at 9 and 4. Let's take a look at some more standings because all of these 9 and 4 players, they have a chance. And Seth Manfield, take a look at that wild record, 8, 2, and 3. Really interesting stuff happening in this tournament. But if you're at 9 and 4, you just got to do some more winning, and you could find yourself in our top 8. So very exciting stuff to come with our final few rounds here of day number 2. We're going to check in now on some various player groups and see how they are doing, starting with a new team, Team Pluto. Ailey, they're just crushing it.
They absolutely are. I mean, Pluto might not be a planet anymore, but they're one hell of a Magic team, I'll tell you that much. So let's take a look at our records here thus far. As you mentioned, Sergio Garcia and Francisco Sanchez, both doing excellently, 3rd and 4th respectively, 10, 2, and 1. And the rest of the team having a really, really strong day as well. So good job, Team Pluto.
Yeah, let's take a look at another team here. Gotta love this team name for sure. Team Serious Players Only, doing some serious business here with the tournament leader with Justin, as well as Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber, both in great spots to be able to make it to the top 8 with a couple more wins here. Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber is Killa SUV online. I'm sure you've lost to him on Magic Online plenty of times.
Then let's take a look at a deck that is doing really well. Take a look at some of those records there. 3 players at 10-3 playing Amulet Titan. So it's kind of been flying under the radar this weekend. Haven't seen all that much of it on coverage at least, but yeah. Amulet Titan still got what it needs to get the job done.
Still a good deck. Still extremely hard to play, that's for sure. And here is a check-in on our 7 Hall of Famers that we had here. Shuhei Nakamura, Gab Nassif, all in contention here. If you can win a couple rounds, Shuhei just has to take one down. Gab can win 2 or 3 to for sure lock it up. We got ourselves a top 8, as well as Seth could win 3 more rounds and make it all the way to the top 8. And Reed Duke was 1-4 in this tournament. He has just rallied off 8 wins in a row. And this is like the most important making it to day 2 ever, because he's basically locking up that world slot by just making it to day 2. Only needed a couple wins today to fully lock it up. He did that, believe it or not.
Composed.
He is
unbelievable.
What a story if he manages to make top 8. Reed, we're all gunning for you up here.
Yeah,
so
please do.
Hopefully you can do it. That's
so
very,
cool.
very cool. If you're watching the Modern action and you're like, hey, I want to play some Modern. These decks look sweet. We got you covered. Here's a look at some of the top decks with some deck bites.
I'm here with Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica winner Andrew Ellenbogen, and we're going to talk deck choice. Andrew, what are you playing this weekend and why?
I'm playing Amulet Titan. I think it's one of the most fundamentally broken strategy in the format. I was pretty happy with the matchup spread, and I actually hired Dom as a consultant on our team, so Dom really gave me the lowdown on how to play it, I guess.
All right, what are 3 key cards in the deck?
Okay, well, the most important card is Amulet Vigor. I think almost every opening hand with that card is a keep. It's the best card in your deck by far. I think the second most important card is Primeval Titan. It's kind of what your entire deck is based around. It's the thing that you do almost every game that is good. And I guess the third card I'll mention is Malevolent Rumble, which is something that we're playing 4 of that I think not everyone's played this deck historically, and I think is very good. It's the only like kind of search effect that can find more amulets, and often more amulets is the limiting factor, not more threats.
I'm here with Thomas Monk, and we're going to talk about your deck choice for this weekend. What are you playing, and what does it do?
I am playing Samwise Gamgee combo, and yeah, it's a very like heavily Lord of the Ring inspired combo deck, utilizing Samwise Gamgee and Cauldron Familiar and a Sacrolet, usually Visarosia or Carrion Feeder. So the plan is to have all 3 combo pieces in play. The cat can be in the graveyard, and then you can keep bringing back the cat from the graveyard, sacrificing it, and Sam will make a food every time you do that, and that will drain your opponent for infinite life. So yeah.
I'm here with Sean Henry, and we are going to talk deck choice. Sean, what are you playing this weekend and why?
I'm playing Blue-Eye Control because I believe it's a good into the metagame that I expected.
And what are 3 key cards in your deck?
Nassif, Days Undoing, and Arm Chant.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
My good matchup is Eldrazi-Tron. The reason for that is that all their cards are at sorcery speed. So Ice Concept or Arm Chant is very good against them. They also have like no cards that answer that, outside of Khan, which just don't let that resolve. Besides, Nassif, Days Undoing also be a very efficient clock.
I'm here with Zen Miyagi Thorn to talk deck selection. Zen, what are you playing? What does it do?
Yeah, so I'm playing Neobrand. It's a combo deck that looks to cast Allosaurus Rider for free, and then I turn it into a big creature and try to take the game.
What are 3 key cards in the deck?
So Neoform is one of the very key cards in the namesake card, so that's what I'm using to turn Allosaurus Rider into a big creature. Of course, Allosaurus Rider as well, and then Grizzlebrand, which is our primary target for the deck.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
So good matchup is definitely Boros Energy. We're faster than them, and so we just get Goldra into play with Xenagos, and we just set up a big attack, just go rah for 26.
Best of luck. Hope you're roaring your way into a top 8.
Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, it's time for some win and in magic. Let's put our first player into the top 8 here in round number 14. Let's take a peek at who will be watching the feature match area. None other than Shuhei Nakamura up against Justin Shabel. This is It Affinity versus Is It Prowess? Both players, of course, on 11 and 2. Shuhei Nakamura, just an incredible Magic player. He's been playing the game for forever, has 6 Pro Tour top 8s to his name, but no Pro Tour wins wants to change that this weekend with his very, very impressive Affinity build. Have to get through Justin Shabel to lock up his spot in the top 8 to do it, though. This is Justin's second Pro Tour after going 8-8 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Rattle off 7 in a row at an RSA to qualify for this weekend. Season goal, make a top 8. Could achieve that coming up here in just a few minutes. So we'll see if he can do it. What about this matchup, Corey?
Yeah, let's take a look at the deck, starting with Shuhei's list. Shuhei has not lost in Constructed yet. The 2 losses were in Limited earlier today, and this is kind of the deck of the tournament so far. This is it Affinity playing the new hotness, Claws of Gix, and weapons manufacturing. You are trying to get out a Kappa Cannoneer extremely fast. Pinnacle Emissary helps kind of crank that out as fast as possible. Not a ton of interaction. You have Metallic Rebukes, which are going to be okay, but not amazing here. And then that Shadow Sphere is probably going to be the most important card. If you can ever strap that up, it's going to give you a lot of breathing room up against the Is It Prowess list here of Justin. So let's take a look at Justin's list here. Trying to play and get Shuhei dead as fast as possible with Slick Shot Show Off, Corey Steel Cutter, different prowess effects, and lightning bolts to the face. Now, both of these decks are kind of 2 ships passing in the night. Justin has a little bit more interaction when it comes to lightning bolts and lava darts, but the interaction doesn't line up that well. You know, you're never killing a Kappa Cannoneer with any of that, I'll tell you that, unless you just have a spare, 8 mana laying
Million
around.
mana, yeah.
Exactly, 1 million, I believe.
Who
is
gave
the
that
correct
thing so
amount.
much ward?
I do not know, but it's really going to be a matchup where the die roll is going to be very, very important here.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time to put our first player into the top 8. We'll slide into the DMs of Riley and Cedric here with round number 14.
Thanks very much, Maria. Good to be with you here from the booth. Riley and I joined by Cedric Phillips, and we're going to head down to our feature match area to get stuck into this match that's just been previewed. It's winning in Magic.
Yes, it is.
It doesn't get much, well, it gets a lot better than that, actually, because there's top 8 Magic coming up.
Tomorrow.
But today,
yes,
it doesn't get much better than this. Winning in Magic, the magic number for these players, 12 wins. Whoever wins this match that we're about to see, Cedric, locks up a slot in the top 8 and will be the first player to do so. So it's a big deal what we're about to see on the screen.
You know it is. This is the goal for every player that came here this week, and I know folks have modest goals of wanting to make day 2 and not embarrassing themselves in draft, but ultimately when you come to play in a Pro Tour, you want to make top 8 of a Pro Tour, and one of these players is going to do so. Shuhei, well, he has done it before, and presumably he will do it again. Maybe this weekend. We will see. And for Justin, this is the fun one, right? Because qualified with Is It for this tournament. Deck that he loves, has been playing through and through. One of the few players playing it here this weekend and is having a beautiful performance with this take on Is It Prowess. So a little surprising that coming into the weekend, we were expecting Goryo's Vengeance, we were expecting Belcher. We didn't really talk a lot about Is It strategies, and 2 of them are at the top of the standings here.
Yes, exactly right. And there's something here for us to explore when it comes to Justin Shabel and his deck choice. Modern has often been touted as a format where you can really go deep on an archetype, right?
Sure.
Presuming, as long as you pick one that is going to be able to stand the test of time, like you have to pick a good deck.
Yes.
But if you do, you can develop such expertise with it that even if it isn't the best deck in the room, the best deck in the format, the best deck at any given time, just the number of reps, the number of hours you've got playing the list, knowing its intricacies, knowing which cards to bring in post-board, all that sort of thing, can make a huge difference. And we're seeing the proof positive of that is the fact that this fella here, Justin Shabel, is playing this deck that has caught a lot of us by surprise and playing it extremely well at X&2.
Yeah, this is a deck that he's been playing for a very long time, as we did mention. He's very happy registering this deck and playing this deck here this weekend. And now this is kind of all of the work coming to fruition now. If I can just get one more match win, I'm going to make it into the top 8 of a Pro Tour, which is such a big deal for any Magic player's career. It's a very tough road to hoe, though, because 1, you're playing against a Magic Hall of Famer who has been here and done this before, and 2, said Magic Hall of Famer may have the best deck in the room.
Yeah, this was the big call that you made yesterday. The fact that Shuhei Nakamura may have actually brought the best 75 out of anyone playing. We've seen Is It Affinity in the hands of a couple of different players. We've seen lists that are, I don't know, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but they're sort of stock lists.
Yeah, they're more traditional.
More traditional, a good way to put it. Shuhei, not necessarily going off the deep end here, but certainly towards the deep end anyway. Water's a little deep. And it's real nice as well.
It's very nice to be
beautifully warm as well. He's swimming around very comfortably. Because this is a list that really does make the most of Pinnacle Emissary in a different way, in a way that we don't see out of the more traditional lists. A ton of zero-cost artifacts, very typical in the Is It Affinity list, but combined here with weapons manufacturing. Incredible. An incredible innovation.
And the other innovation that really stands out to me here are the main deck copies of Tormod's Crypt, as well as the main deck copies of Engineered Explosives. And Explosives is going to be very good in this matchup because one of the things that Justin does not want to play against are cheap ways to manage his creatures. Now, his 1-mana spells, yes, there are things that Shuhei can blow up that cost 1 mana in his deck, but taking care of Dragon's Rage Channeler and Monastery Swiftspear are key. If Justin's trying to go the Corey Steelcutter Monk route, you have AE on 0 to kind of blow those up. So there's a lot of ways for Shuhei to interact with those main deck copies of Engineered Explosives that I think will give Justin some amount of difficulty.
And the fail case for this card is that it blows up a bunch of munitions tokens and just kills the opponent on the spot. So Shuhei has built a deck that just has a ton of game against a ton of different aspects of the format here. So a brief intermission here. Shuhei actually is in the process of asking for a bit of a takesies-backsies here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this. I haven't really seen this from Shuhei before.
I want to change to...
Yeah, he wants to make a different play. I guess I'll let him say it for us.
Nothing... You acknowledge this.
So it looks like the judges are conferring as to whether
you haven't done anything, right? I'm going to rule that he's allowed to back up this kind.
Yeah,
okay.
Shuhei wants to back the turnip. I think the thing I think he's trying to math right now is there a way for me to put Kappa Cannoneer on the battlefield on turn 1?
So taking a moment here to think about it, we don't often see the takesies backsies at the Pro Tour level.
No, we don't.
We do not. But Shuhei Nakamura here, he's gone through, he's crunching the numbers.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to figure out, okay, if I can play Kappa Cannoneer right now, I will. And so he's still just going to play Springleaf Drum, make a token. And then we might see Mem Knight make a token. But I think he ultimately comes up a little bit short.
Okay, Springleaf Drum tapped for mana here in order to play...
Looks like another drum.
Okay. Another drum. And then can play the Mem Knight and tap for another mana, but no, we're short. We're short of a Kappa Cannoneer.
Yep. Now remember, another token's going to come on the battlefield here.
We're 1 mana short?
That is correct, I believe. So that's going to go back over in exile.
The warp zone.
I mean, it's still a very good turn. I mean, consider that this deck just put a bunch of mana on the battlefield, made 5 1-power creatures. That's basically 5 power on turn 1, which is not a thing that, really should be happening in Magic, perhaps. And passes the turn back with things to do on the following turn. And P.S. there's a counterspell at the ready in Metallic Rebuke.
Yes. So this is the power of the Affinity deck. This isn't even its final form.
No.
This isn't even its best opening salvo. So such is the power of Pinnacle Emissary.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, I mean, think about the fact that on turn 1, Shuhei goes, all right, 5 power. On I'm going to counter your next spell.
Yes.
And then I'm going to play Kappa Cannoneer. That's my start.
Yeah. What do you got?
What are you going to do?
A 1-mana 1/2. That's cool.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, nice one.
Really good.
Oh, and a 2-mana 1/2 to follow it up with. Nice one.
Yeah, so that's getting countered.
Yep. Corey Steelcutter is not going to make the cut here, thanks to the Springleaf Drum. Metallic Rebuke having improvise.
And remember, even if there wasn't Kappa Cannoneer in hand, can still hardcast Pinnacle Emissary. So it's not like he's out of things to do.
Yeah.
And this is what makes this deck so powerful. Is Pinnacle Emissary took this deck through the roof alongside with the unbanning of Mox Opal.
Well, this was the other card that we have to give flowers to as well, because, it's just sitting there being like, what, am I a joke to you? Like, the only reason, and this might sound to newer players, this might sound like a bit of an exaggeration, but I can assure you, the only reason this deck is as powerful as it is Mox Opal.
Absolutely.
There is a reason that the Power 9, that 5/9 of it are cards like this, right? Mm-hmm. Being able to make 1 mana for 0 mana is unbelievably potent.
Yep.
It's so strong. Now, it pairs extremely well with the Pinnacle Emissary.
Yes, it does.
Right? The Pinnacle Emissary warped brings the Mox Opal online as it is. But I can't emphasize enough how important it is. You take Mox Opal out of the equation, this deck doesn't exist. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and you know what? Urza Saga is not a bad third card either, which was just found off a Thoughtcast. So, again, this start is completely ludicrous.
Yes.
I mean, this is absurd, what we're watching right now.
It's one of the very best ways for Izzet Affinity to open a game. We're looking at Justin Chable on the other side of things. He has a lone Monastery Swiftspear, a Corey Steelcutter that has hit the bin because of that Metallic Rebuke. Shuhei Nakamura drawing more cards with Thoughtcast. There's Thought Monitor in the deck as well to keep the gas coming. Kappa Cannoneer closes out games real quick.
Yep.
Justin Shable's going to have to pull something very, very special out of thin air here.
Yeah, this is going to have to be an unbelievable set of draw steps here for Justin to be able to get into this game right now because, you know, the one-for-one trading, but we're kind of done with that. I mean, a couple of creatures are certainly nice. This is where a card like Engineered Explosives, if it shows up, it actually looks quite good here to take care of all of those one-drops. Shuhei doesn't have it yet, but still has plenty of things to do.
He's drawing like a fiend, though, so if it's the card off the top, was that an
I think that was just a land, just a land.
No.
Yeah.
I was trying. I was doing my best. Come on. Come on.
If only. Though I don't even know if Shuhei technically even needs it to win this game.
No, but it'd be a nice little bow on this beautiful beautiful game that he's wrapped up here. All right, we might just see Pinnacle Emissary come in from the warp zone here. Yes, indeed.
That's going to trigger the Cannoneer, so that thing's not going to be able to get blocked here.
As I said, Cannoneer ends games real fast, real quick. And it comes so hard to kill as well with Ward 4. Who gave it Ward 4?
Yeah, whoever did. A real troublemaker.
A troublemaker is right.
A real troublemaker.
Looking to make some trouble.
Yeah. Succeeded.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the only thing that Shuhei has to really think about here is, okay, I'm super far ahead. I have the ability to make constructs whenever I want with the Urza Saga alongside 2 Springleaf Drums and creatures. So now it's a question of like, okay, so how do I lose this game? What do I have to concern myself with as far as losing the game is concerned? I can play a little cautious. I can get a little aggressive, things like that. I mean, purposefully left back Kappa Cannoneer here on defense.
And this is another lesson. We've been doling out lessons to newer players, Cedric, today. And here's another lesson. Sit down, children. I'll tell you another very fundamental, a very, very important skill to learn. Not just when playing Magic, but playing games in general. The further you are ahead, the fewer risks you should take. The further you are behind, the more risks you should take.
I'm inclined to agree. And I think it's smart in a spot like this where Shuhei is extremely far ahead, and also the ability for Justin to catch up here is pretty slim.
So there's no need for Shuhei to overextend.
Yeah, he doesn't have to take on risk in a spot like this.
No. The game is well and truly going in his favor. All he needs to do is just play a natural game. Doesn't have to hurry. Doesn't have to rush. Make some constructs. As a slick shot show-off.
Remember, making construct is going to trigger the Kappa Cannoneer because it's an artifact that enters the battlefield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. It's an 11-11 construct right now. I'm counting all the artifacts on the battlefield. Don't forget about the drums that are in the mana row, along with the Mox Opal that's hiding amongst the land. So Shuhei's doing the count. He's going to draw. Saga's going to go up to Chapter 3 here in just a moment. But first, he's going to float some mana.
Doesn't seem to be activating it for another construct. It's not going to be necessary.
That's game.
Because a Shadow Spear to give not just lifelink, but also trample is the important thing for Shadow Spear. And this means that blocking is just not an option for Justin Shable between the Kappa Cannoneer becoming unblockable and the construct having trample. No amount of toughness is getting you out of this, bucko. And so we are going to game number 2. Elegantly done by Shuhei Nakamura, who picks up a Game 1 victory. As we say, didn't take risks, knew what his line was going to be in the next turn, knew he didn't have to attack, overextend potentially with the Kappa Cannoneer with a you know, leave it on defense, make sure it can block. Not that he was going to be punished too heavily for doing that, but all the same, he knew he had the win locked up next round, so we move to game number 2.
Better safe than sorry. I like the play there from Shuhei. It looks a little strange when you have a large creature that's unblockable that you can get damage in with, but it wasn't about winning on that turn. It was about a couple of turns here, lock up the game, so there's really no way for Justin to be able to come back, and that's exactly what happened.
Cedric,
talk to me.
Let's talk sideboards,
okay,
my friend. Huge part of Modern, of course, being the wide open, diverse format that it is. It's impossible to put together 15 cards that are going to be able to completely cover every base in Modern. But players do their best. As we cast our eyes over Shuhei Nakamura's list, in the sideboard, Emery, Vandal Blast, Consigned to Memory, Force of Negation, Galvanic Blast, Mystical Dispute, Grafdigger's Cage, Blood Moon. Galvanic Blast, great pickup here. Being able to deal 4 damage at instant speed for just 1 mana is really, really powerful. Metalcraft, not a difficult thing for this deck to achieve. Anything else jumping out at you here, my friend?
Galvanic Blast stands out the most. The Mystical Dispute single copy I could see coming in. I don't think it's a must, but I can certainly see it joining the fray. Nothing else stands out in a very meaningful way. Perhaps the Emery could come in, but the easiest one is Galvanic Blast, just to interact with the prowess creatures.
Monaster Swiftspear coming down here for Justin Chable as we have a look at his sideboard. Murktide Region, Consigned to Memory, Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, Surgical Extraction, Unholy Heat, and Violent Urge.
I could see some number of copies of Unholy Heat coming in here. Potentially, I think Murktide Region might be an ideal thing to just be able to try to go over the top of things.
Yep, get a little bigger.
Yep, get a little bigger and just try to win the game in the air.
Yep.
Can't say for sure if anything really stands out. Like, I'm looking for cards like Fire Magic, excuse me, that those cards would be very, very good in a matchup like this. We saw yesterday that happen, and that's unfortunately not the case here for Justin and his sideboard. Looks like a little light against Affinity this weekend.
What about a Spell Pierce?
It's okay. It's not my favorite. It's okay.
No. It's better than, like, I don't know, just a random burn spell.
I feel like a random burn spell is kind of mid, but also, like, if you're trying to just win the game in a racing fashion, those burn spells are going to be going upstairs and triggering prowess. Something that feels a little slow to me is something like Expressive Iteration.
I guess it depends on the posture you want to adopt, right? It depends if you're just going to go, okay, pedal to the metal, we're going to get this game over and done with. You don't want to dilute your deck by taking out the lava darts, the lightning bolts, what have you. Expressive Iteration allows you to stay on the front. Sorry, cutting the Expressive Iteration. For something like a Spell Pierce, it puts you further on the front foot, right? You want to be aggressive. You're going to draw a good hand. You're going to back it up with disruption, with pressure. So it depends on the posture that Justin wants to take here.
Yeah, it's tough because the drone tokens that are made, you would think that going to the skies is a way to kind of get around what Affinity is doing, but the drone tokens that are made from Pinnacle Emissary are tokens that can only block creatures with flying.
Yeah.
So a large Murktide Region could get blocked down for a very long time. So the tough thing here for Justin is it doesn't seem like there's anything clear to go to that solves the problem. Looks like Lava Dart is going upstairs. Okay. Now a copy of Corey's Steel Cutter.
So the pressure's on here. Is that a copy of Lava Dart from...
That's from Judgment.
Judgment?
Oh, yeah.
I knew it. You didn't even give me a chance.
I feel like I gave you plenty of time.
I did. You cut me off mid-sentence. Roll the tape. Roll the tape.
Were you playing Magic during Judgment?
No, man. No.
Hey,
Judgment came out in 2000. I was in year 8, man.
Yeah?
I was learning Pythagoras' theorem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was playing Magic then.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well,
it is cool.
Real cool.
It is cool.
It's a lot cooler than Pythagoras' theorem, actually. I have to give you that. I'm bagging you out for playing Magic while bragging about going to maths class in year 8. Yeah, sure. All right, good on me.
Magic was my form of math class.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, I've done a lot more. I've learned a lot more arithmetic from Magic the Gathering than I ever did from Dr. G.
Yeah, you can miss me with sine and cosine.
Yeah.
But lava dart math.
I've never had
prowess?
to trigonometrize a single thing.
Yeah, those are useful skills.
Yeah, exactly.
Shuhei start this game in comparison to last game much slower. We saw a very explosive start, obviously, with Pinnacle Emissary. All that stuff on turn 1, turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer, turn 3 activates Saga, gets Shadow Spear, all that stuff. This is a much slower, much more interactive approach, but it's based off of the fact that he does have a copy of Urza's Saga, which can start cranking out large constructs, which this red-based damage deck has some difficulty dealing with. Like a 4/4 construct is pretty tough. Multiples of them is actually quite difficult. So that's kind of the concern right now if you're Justin, is how am I going to work around a couple of constructs that are coming?
Yeah, just coming up the ground so effectively, and it's not hard for the affinity list to turn these constructs into absolute monsters. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're burning your lightning bolts, your mutagenic growths, just to try to get past these roadblocks, which is not what the deck wants to do. Shuhei's on 7. It's a good start for Justin, but he has to be able to follow through here. All right, Lava Dart.
So 3/3 and 3/2.
Yeah, and this is part of the reason. I know we were talking about the burn spells, leave them in, take them out, that sort of thing. I think the burn spells just going upstairs and triggering prowess alongside Corey's Steel Cutter. I think that's just the best avenue to victory. Yes. That's the way to steal out a game. That's the way I'm going to period aim for more bolts and just hope that I draw 2 or 3 copies a game.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think you want to dilute the game plan here. All right, so we're going to see a construct created and then Ether Spell Bomb, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and Violent Urge too. I mean, that's the really sort of fast start of I'm darting you, I'm bolting you, I'm Violent Urging you, I'm doing all these things to win the game as fast as possible. So now we've gotten a good taste of what it looks like from both players to be operating at kind of like peak efficiency,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
You've got Justin's deck that can kill very, very quickly. It's very low to the ground with those 1-drops. And then you got Shuhei's deck that can have Pinnacle Emissary draws and kill you very quickly as well. So both players have kind of done their thing, and now we see what it looks like for Game 3.
A look at Justin Shable's hand.
That was pretty good.
Holy moly.
So it's a lot of direct damage.
If you could stack your deck, if you could just choose your opening hand, I don't think it would look too dissimilar to this.
It's pretty close to this. I mean, this, especially on the draw, you know, maybe a Monastery Swiftspear gets mixed in here in some way, but having DRC, you know, your hope is that DRC actually does live. Now, if I'm Justin, alarm bells are going off my head because you didn't play a Memnite, you didn't play a Drum, you didn't play a Mox, you didn't play a Pinnacle Emissary. You played a land and said go in a deck that has all cheap cards and is incredibly explosive. What does that mean you have?
Galvanic Blast.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
I wasn't sure if that question was rhetorical.
Yeah. Like, you either kept a very bad hand, in which case I'm probably going to win anyway, or you have a piece of interaction.
Yeah. All right, we go searching with the Scalding Tarn. Surveil Land here, Thundering Falls.
I sacrifice after you survive.
So we're going to see a surveil here in just a moment, and then Justin is going to sacrifice after the surveil does happen, as he did mention. And Shuhei's going to think about this a little bit. Now, yeah, this hand, Shuhei's hand is really, really slow.
Cap Cannoneer.
Yeah, I mean, this hand just kind of sucks.
It's actually kind of bad. Yeah. And, ooh, this is not going to work. Mutagenic Growth in hand to save the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Of course, you'd rather that was doing an extra 2 points of damage to the opponent, but this is a protection spell here to save your creature. This is huge. Looking good for Justin, I have to say.
Yeah, no, this is actually great for Justin. And Justin actually does have second land plus Corey Steelcutter and then all 1 mana spells.
It's a fetch land as well.
Yep.
So it goes to the graveyard. It gets closer to Delirium. DRC is getting better and better here.
Yeah, this game's going to be... I mean, this matchup, the games end really fast anyway, but this game's going to be over, like, real fast. Like,
Justin Shable could unseat a titan of the game here and be the first player at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities to lock up a top 8 slot.
Yeah, because now I'm in the mode of, okay, what's Shuhei's best draw? And the answer is not Mox Opal. The answer might just be a land, and I'm not even sure a land is particularly good. Like, the Kappa Cannoneers were so far away from those that those aren't very good. The weapons manufacturing and all that nonsense were really far away from that. Thawcast being castable as single mana, we're really far away from that. So I don't actually know what the best draw is.
So is that Delirium?
We have land, instant, artifact, and then there's another red card in the graveyard, which I believe is an instant.
18.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so we're just in attack for 1.
Because Shuhei put himself down at 16. I was like, I didn't think it was Delirium just yet.
Another copy of Galvanic Blast, it's just not lands. I mean, the interaction piece is kind of nice, but now it's a matter of, like, can you beat Corey Steelcutter and cheap spells every turn?
Okay, so the Dragon's Rage Channeler is gone before it can really have too much of an impact here.
Delirium now.
And that's relevant for the...
for the draw stuff?
For the Dragon's Rage Shell that was just drawn.
Not bad, not bad.
All right, Lightning Bolt. Corey Steelcutter makes a token. But Violent Urge, also another Delirium card as well.
Yep.
Giving double strikes. So that's going to be very important.
I mean, this game might end next turn. I think it's actually quite likely it ends next turn.
I think so. The Monk comes in here. And Justin passes.
I agree, yes. Okay, sorry.
There we go.
Just counting up the mana that was cast there. So, yep, because Scalding Tarn remains untapped. Shuhei not missing a trick here, but he is missing land drops.
Yeah, so he picked up a copy of Memnite, and he has a Drum in hand. I mean, I don't think that saves him in any meaningful way.
No.
Yeah, Shuhei's hand was just really, really bad. It was. I think it was mull to 6, have a piece of interaction, hope that things don't go too poorly. Things went really bad.
It was a mulligan to 6, Galvanic Blast, fetch land, right?
Yeah.
So you're either casting off Galvanic Blast on turn 1, or you're getting a Surveil land, which is going to help you find the second land. That didn't happen.
Ideally, yeah.
That didn't happen. Shuhei did not manage to pull this little plan together. And he's been punished pretty severely by it, with Justin Shable having a ripper of a draw.
Yes.
Timed his cards really well. Mutagenic Growth in hand for the removal spell. Corey Steelcutter providing threats, another DRC off the top. Things have come up really, really well for the American, who is moments away, it would seem, Cedric, from locking up the first top 8 slot at this Pro Tour. A huge moment for him, if he can do it. Lightning Bolt. Dragon's Rage Channeler triggers here. Delirium should be online.
Oh, it's very much on. Very much on. Creature instant land artifact for Bauble.
So the Violent Urge. Mutagenic Growth as well. And congratulations to Justin Shable, our first competitor making it into the top 8 here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. A huge moment for him. And a huge sigh of relief, a shake of the head for this young fella, who'll be very, very happy with that.
He's probably a little mentally exhausted. Weirdly enough, I've been in a situation like that where it kind of just is like, is this happening to me right now? Like, I just beat a Hall of Famer that I probably watched play on camera for years and years and years to make the top 8 of a Pro Tour. You know, Justin had an interview with Ailey where he was just kind of like, I don't really know how this is happening to me. You know, I've been playing this deck for a very long time, but for all of this stuff to kind of happen to him and his deck to cooperate that well for that game, right, is just huge, right? We saw what Shuhei's deck is capable of in that first game of going absolutely nuts, and Justin's deck said, oh yeah? I can do a little something like that too, and he did that very much in Game 2 and Game 3.
Yep. A couple of rough bounces, we have to say, for Shuhei Nakamura.
Yeah.
Not much of a game for him, Game 3. Kept a hand that, you know, look, it was a fine keep.
Yep.
Had the land, had the piece of interaction, but Justin just running rings around him. And congratulations, making it to the top 8, our first competitor to do so this weekend. But Shuhei certainly plenty of chances down the road for him. Still on 11 wins, only needs 1 more to lock it up.
Yeah, one more with what, 2 rounds? Yeah, 2 more rounds left to play, I think. Yeah. So and again, it's a loss, yes, and Shuhei's first constructed loss for what it's worth. But I again believe that Shuhei has arguably the best deck in the tournament. If I told him coming into this Pro Tour, you got 2 shots to make top 8 with your deck, how do you feel about that? I think he'd say, pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a bloke who's been around the traps. He knows how to win games of Magic.
Yep.
We'll see him in future rounds. Right now, however, we're going to take a break. We've got more Modern Magic coming your way from Atlanta before very much longer. So stick around, everyone. We'll be back with more from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities after this. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here from Atlanta in the United States. It's great to have your company from MagicCon Atlanta, the home of Pro Tour here this weekend. Riley Knight's my name. I'm joined by Cedric Phillips. Cedric, you had a chance to stroll the floor out there on the convention and
I have.
Get around the traps?
I have. I got to do a walk around once yesterday, once today. We got loads of people here in Atlanta. Georgia World Congress Center. I've done many events here, so I always like being back in Atlanta. And normally when I come to Atlanta, I don't have 15, 16, 17,000 of my closest friends playing Magic. So to be able to see that has been awesome. MagicCons continue to be awesome. And I'm looking forward to walking around tomorrow and seeing some folks and then gearing up for the MagicCons that are coming next year.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a great time. Haven't been to one, do yourself a favor, come along. I've been saying it each and every round. They're a good time. Speaking of a good time, we're going to head down to the feature match area and get stuck into our next match. I believe we're joining this one in game number 2. There's a face we've seen on the screen beforehand. This is, of course, Francisco Sanchez playing Azorius Control. His opponent also has been featured a couple of times playing Belcher. We've got Michael de Benadetto-Plumber.
Not to me, we don't. Killer SUV.
Killer SUV?
That's a name.
Oh, boy.
That's a Magic Online screen name.
The old murderous sports utility vehicle.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a Mitsubishi Outlander with a grudge.
That's right. And right now, I mean, he's been destroying people this weekend.
2.4 liters of pure vengeance.
You better believe it. That's how we do it. It's an expensive ride, but it's been a good one here for Michael, who is beginning to make a name for himself this weekend. Teammates with Justin.
Yeah, yeah. So it's been a good time for Team Serious Players Only, which is one of the finest team names I've come across.
It's one of the better ones that I've heard over the years. And, you know, you can only be like that name can be ironic.
Yeah.
Because, like, you could be Team Serious Players Only and then lose really bad.
And be,
it's like,
deeply unserious
maybe we should
players.
be a little less serious.
Yes.
Or you could be Team Serious Players Only and put multiple people into the top 8.
Yes, in which case, well, we were serious the whole time.
Yeah, it's extremely serious.
Did you read the team name? It is exactly what it says on the team.
It says who we are and what we do and what we're about.
Francisco Sanchez also on a team of Spaniards, Team Pluto, I believe. Been doing very, very well as well.
Yes, these are two teams that, when we come into this weekend, we think of the teams, we think of the various heavy play teams and Worldly Council and stuff like that.
Yep.
Team Channel Fireball, TCG player, all that jazz we've seen over the course of the past handful of years. Some players are starting to make a name for themselves and break through, and their teams are starting to break through as well, and that's always fun to see at the Pro Tour level. So the thing that stands out to me here in this particular matchup as we kind of zoom in on these two players a little bit is that for Michael, he's up a game over Azorius Control in a matchup that can be difficult sometimes. When I was walking the floor in between these past couple of rounds, I did see Azorius Control playing up against Belcher a couple of times. It was looking extremely hard for Belcher after sideboard.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if that's how this plays out in these next couple of games.
Well, let's talk about the sideboards here. Consigned to Memory, Mystical Dispute. There are plenty of options for the Azorius Control player to bolster what it's trying to do. Cards like Solitude not at their best in this sort of matchup.
Yep.
So, you know, you can shave some of them down. But the core gameplay role that the Azorius deck is attempting to position itself in this matchup is already very good against the Belcher glass cannon linear approach that this combo deck takes.
Yeah, so the thing that's really nice here if you're an Azorius Control player is Belcher is one of the better combo decks in the format. We all know that, but the thing we also know about Belcher is it gives you some time to kind of get set up. So if you were playing Azorius Control, especially if you're on the play, again, Belcher's a turn 4 combo deck. You know you're going to get at least 3 turns to play, 4 if you are on the play. So that means that my Planeswalkers that cost 3 mana, I can just cast one when I'm on the play because I'm not going to die the next turn. Kind of get a Teferi set up or a Narset set up, and then prepare to defend myself if the Belcher player is going to do their thing, right? So it's nice if you're Blue-White Control, which is a deck that wants to play a longer game anyway, to say, oh, I'm not like under duress in any meaningful way, which means I get some time to kind of dig my feet in and get my little house set up. And then when you try to do your thing, I should be prepared to take care of it.
Now, let's just take a moment to offer a moment of respect and sympathy for this Thundertrap trainer. It came in and revealed Flare of Denial.
Okay.
So just imagine how the Otter feels. Like when you flip the Flare of Denial that you're going to be sacrificed to, that's got to be a bad feeling.
All in a day's work.
the Thundertrap trainer, that's what it signed up for?
Oh, yeah.
There's no complaints here?
Very aware.
It knew what it was getting itself into?
Yes. Extremely aware.
It's funny because when I put this card in my deck, it has a completely different set of rules text. It doesn't do what it says it does on the card.
No, what does it do?
It's a 2-mana 1/2. It says when this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put them on the bottom of your library.
Oh, you're one of those.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
I
pass
see.
the
You
turn.
miss. I see. I see.
Every time, man.
Yeah,
without fail.
that's collected company for me. So I know your field.
Yeah, I've been doing it since Augur Bolus, man.
No, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. There's a card I would never cast. Oh my goodness.
No, of course.
Ugh.
It's got 1 power.
Yeah.
You love that. You love that.
Not for me. Cantrip, maybe? I don't think so. Now
Right.
this card, though. Ugh.
Now this card. Now
Look at
here's
it.
a card. Let's
Yeah,
talk
look
about
at
this
this
card.
thing.
We got the M13 art. Can we
We
bring up
sure
the
do.
was it M14? Excuse me.
Oh no, you're the Augur Bolus person.
I'm the Augur Bolus guy. Yeah. Imagine how disappointed I was when Thundertrap Trainer got printed. Can never play this card again with a straight face.
Consult the Star Charts is a nice new addition. That is actually a card
babe.
I would play.
It's very, very good. This
That card's quite good.
very, very good. We've seen this cantrip card selection type slot argued over in these blue-based control decks. Some people played Opt. Some people played Consider. They're not very high-impact cantrips. They don't really give you the selection that you need. This deck isn't about velocity. It's much more about selection. So some people turn to memory damage.
Yep.
Right?
At least they used to.
Well, they used to, but no, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Consult the Star Charts come out, just blows all these other cards out of the water. Why play anything else?
I think this one's just the best of the bunch, and it's something that this kind of strategy is needed for a little while.
It scales absurdly well.
Yeah.
You cast this in the late game, you're looking at 7, 8, 9 cards. This is dig through time.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, yeah.
so good.
It's the Archaeologist. It's kind of Thundertrap Trainer, the original, kind of the OG. Going to reveal some Tameshis. And see, that's more your speed there.
Yeah.
That's more your speed. Just completely whiff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Philagy Archaeologist, 1 and a blue, mill 3 cards.
Yeah, which, by the way, in this deck that has no lands, its lands or spells, real tough. Real tough to do.
So Solitude has stayed in post-board, at least a couple of copies have. And it's going to exile that Archaeologist.
Yeah, the Solitudes that stay in are mostly for Tameshi.
Yes.
The fact that there's a little bit of splash damage and there's other creatures to kill, totally fine. Take care of this stuff. It at least starts to present a clock on the game. You're never going to get your life total high enough that Belcher doesn't kill you. That's not really realistic, but it's just nice to actually pressure the opponent a little bit.
So Francisco in this situation now is just never going to tap out, essentially. He is just going to make sure that he keeps mana up, represents counter magic, represents disruption, interaction, and puts Michael on notice, saying, hey, you didn't do the thing as early as you could. I'm going to make sure that you continue to not do the thing for as long as possible. So the longer this game goes on, the harder it's going to become for Michael to try to get himself in it, because the more options, the more leverage Francisco is going to have.
Yeah, I mean, just the easiest way that I kind of view this matchup is think that just think of any combo deck historically against blue-white control. Do you want to play 15 turns against blue-white control when you're playing combo? No.
Do you want to play 15 turns against blue-white control when you're playing anything?
No.
No.
No, you don't.
No. Do you want to play 3 turns? 1 turn even? In your case, Cedric, I would imagine no.
It's not my favorite, but, I'm willing to make sacrifices.
You'll do it.
So when you
the sacrifice has been to your overall.
When you are playing Belcher, because you give your opponent some time, that means like when it's go time, it's got to be good, which means you got to have protection, like Flare of Denial and stuff like that. So this is kind of my concern for Michael. It's after sideboard, the bad cards and the bad cards that are bad, they're really bad. So like Prismatic Ending, horrible, almost certainly out of Francisco's deck. There are other creature removal spells. You mentioned Subtlety, Supreme Verdict. Like, those cards are so easy to take out, and the cards that you're bringing in, Consign, Mystical Dispute against the all-blue deck or mostly blue deck, it's such an upgrade that it's really hard to see how Francisco loses a sideboard.
Like, do you even bring in Surgical Extraction? Just so once
I think you can.
It's a bit fancy.
There's a little fancy play syndrome.
But like you get, look, there's a Belcher in the graveyard now, and you surgically extract that.
The game's over.
Well, you leave with a bunch of 1/2s and 1/4s they can try to win with, but the point is that it gets a lot better post board. And we've talked about sideboarding in Modern. We've talked about how important it is. You look at the way that the Belcher deck tries to improve post, and it's got options. There's Force of Negation. There's cards that they can try to get a bit more juice out of in the sideboarded games, but I don't know. Look, I don't want to be too down on the Belcher deck. We've seen it do great things. It does have a lot of counter magic that it can bring to bear: Disrupting Shoal, Flare of Denial, Force of Negation, as we talked about. Jwari Disruption, technically speaking.
The one and only.
Yeah. So it can try to put together these board states where it's able to contest the blue-white control. No, sorry, not a board state. It can try to sculpt a hand that can go toe-to-toe. But the longer you try to spend sculpting the hand, the worse things are going to get because Francisco Sanchez is just better at sculpting his hand.
Well, he's doing the same thing too.
But
Right?
better.
If you're sculpting, I'm also sculpting, and the things that I'm sculpting with are better than what you're sculpting.
Exactly.
That's the big thing.
Consult the star charts.
Yes.
NAS it.
Yes.
You know.
It's just a really tough situation here for Michael. Like, Michael has to do things that involve Lotus Bloom and generating a lot of mana, I think, to be able to overcome some things here. Another reason that you do leave Solitude in is because it kills blue creatures and less blue creatures to sacrifice to Flare of Denial.
True.
So that's a reason to kind of have that card in. But again, the longer the game goes, I think the worse, generally, most of the time, it's going to go for the Belcher player, which is Michael in this situation. And it's just very hard. It's just very hard.
With these players both at 10 wins, whoever wins this round will move on to a win and in match next round. Here's Tameshi. See what Francisco has to say about that. So while we're not quite at win and in magic stage for these two,
no, we're close.
We're getting close to it, and one of them will be playing a win and in next round.
Yes.
Assuming this isn't a draw, of course. There've been a lot of draws.
Which I was going to say. Don't assume that, because there have been quite a few draws in this tournament.
We've got a couple of XX3.
I was going to say there's at least one player that has.
Yeah, no, I've seen a couple too. Sean Henry and Magic Zone Seth Manfield as well. At least 3 draws. I went 2-0-4 at a game day event. Back in the day, blue-white control in standard during Theros. Yep, just the number of times I cracked an elixir of immortality. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, were you having fun?
I was.
Okay.
I was quite happy. I walked away from that tournament bragging about my undefeated record.
I did not lose.
I didn't lose a single game.
That is true.
How'd you go? 5-1? Oh, okay. Well, can't win them all, I guess, you know.
A little bit of a blemish on that record.
Not that I won them all. Well, I'd say
what you did. You didn't lose any of them.
Didn't lose them. That's a true statement. All right, this Tameshi is going to be hit by a counter spell. There's that Flare of Denial, which we knew was in hand. Thunder Trap Trainer, we salute you. Thank you for your service.
It's time to interact. To me, this is kind of the go turn.
Yeah.
Now, how far are we going to go? I'm not entirely sure, but this is all right, I'm going to burn one of my real counter spells in Flare of Denial to fight over this Tameshi. Presumably, if Tameshi gets onto the battlefield, it's going to generate a lot of mana. That combo with Lotus, with the Lotus to be able to generate enough mana to Charbelcher Francisco. I think this is the game plan, and this is the go turn.
So this is Francisco Sanchez recognizing, okay, I have to deal with this card. This Tameshi is too much of a threat. And so cracks a fetch land, finds a basic plains, and we'll see what the follow-up here is. It's going to be a Consult the Star Charts. Now, this will get a good old look here at the top 7. It's not kicked, so we only get 1 card.
It will get a good look, we agree. But
this
is a little notable that Francisco hasn't been doing anything. We don't have a great look at Francisco's hand, but Francisco hasn't really been doing anything. So the fact that this is a Consult not kicked with Tameshi, like with the Flare Denial counterspell stack that we're seeing here, means that his hand might be a little bit soft. It's not a lock that it's soft, but it might be a little soft.
Do you know what I think is happening here? I think he's got a Force of Negation in hand, and this Consult the Star Charts is going to tell him whether he wants to hardcast it or not.
Okay.
Or if he wants to find maybe another piece of counter magic off the top, have the Force pitch it to cast it for free, and then have another piece of counter magic to back it up in case Michael has got another piece of interaction. So, for instance, if he finds a counter spell here, right?
Which
I think that was the card brought to the front of the options. There, we haven't got the best view of the hands here. We do apologise. A little bit of speculative work here from us in the booth. I did see
Francisco's keeping it close to the chest.
Close to the chest, very literally. He's having a good old think about this as well. So just to recap here, we have a Tameshi on the stack. A counterspell is targeting the Tameshi. The Flare of Denial is targeting the counterspell. And on top, sitting pretty on top of this stack right now, in the middle of being resolved, is this Consult the Star Charts. Looking at the top 7. I believe there... No, so there's a Force of Negation, 2 Teferis.
Yep. mean, there's some goodies in there.
Are those mystical disputes as well? There's two identical cards hanging out.
Yeah, 2 disputes up front.
2 disputes, yeah.
At least one, let me say that.
Oh, maybe the second one.
Yeah. It's Force Dispute, maybe a Stern Scolding. Again, not going to speculate too much, but look, end of the day, there are some good cards to choose from among those 7. Only get to take one, as you did mention, partner. It's just what's the one going to be, and it looks like it's going to be Force Negation. At least that's the one that Francisco has set down. Also worth noting, not a lot of room for error here for Francisco. Currently down a game. Deck takes a long time to win. Already has a draw.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, he's not. The counterspell hasn't been counted. So we've still got the Force of Negation here, which is going to be added to the stack. Pitching a Lorien Revealed.
Correct.
So the stack right now, from bottom to top, Tameshi, Counterspell, Flare of Denial, Force of Negation. This is, as you put it before, Cedric, the go turn.
Yeah. What's also notable about all of this, too, is that let's say that Francisco wins this battle of counterspells. None of these cards are the cards. None of these cards are Goblin Charbelcher. None of these cards are the card that Michael would win with. Right? So we're having a fight over Tameshi, which in and of itself is scary because of the amount of mana generation it has. Here's a Flusterstorm.
Ooh, that's a big one here because we've had a lot of spells cast. So Flusterstorm with a storm count of 6.
But this is all an attempt to push through Belcher. So remember, Force Negation is going after Flare of Denial. Counterspell is going after Tameshi. So if Force Negation now resolves on Flare of Denial, nobody cares because the Counterspell will be taken care of by Flusterstorm.
So Force of Negation resolves.
Oh, this is pretty gross. There's a dispute.
And there's a mystical dispute in hand anyway.
But there's 2 mana floating.
Yeah.
From the sacrificing
and a
of the
third mana
Lotus.
there, so
and the
cast
third
it.
mana
Oh my
there.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
So Tameshi is through. But Tameshi can't go active.
Can't go active. But there is a Lotus Field. Let's not forget, there is a Lotus Bloom in the bin.
Correct.
Yeah.
But now this is the opportunity. This is the window to kill the Tameshi.
And at least it can be bounced. There is a Teferi in hand for Francisco. So across comes the Solitude.
This could also be... Oh boy, this you can get a little unique here. This could be maybe play Teferi, bounce Solitude potentially?
Oh, just to get it out.
Well, no, bounce your Solitude and then Solitude the Tameshi.
No, that's what I'm saying. Just get rid of the Tameshi once and for all.
Yeah, because and that's why we see maybe a little bit of a pause here of just like
because if he picks up the Tameshi and then Michael next turn just goes, all right, cool, play it again, and if you don't have an answer, like if you're relying on drawing an answer from the Solitude hard cast once again, so that's just a safer line to take. Although it does expose you to whatever Michael has left in hand and what's on top of the library here.
Correct, and remember. The Tameshi was the thing we were fighting over. The Belcher is the card that is scary.
And there it is.
And so now you need an answer to the Belcher.
Yes.
Now, not dead yet, but this is the ultimate, you better deal with this right now or the game is over.
Okay, I think it was a Hall of the Storm Giants that was drawn there off the top. The D&D art. Upstairs goes to Ferry. Now, I don't know what answers he's going to have here. Gets in for 3 with Solitude. Guy reads Sanitarium there, potentially to dig a little further. I'm very impressed with the way that Michael has put just endless pressure on his opponent here.
He's done a very nice job.
Well, we talked about how the longer it went, the more favored Francisco was, but Michael was sculpting. He was in the process of sculpting this hand, finding the tools that he needed. A very difficult job, as we said, against Blue-White Control. But all right, we're going to have Guy reach Sanitarium now. Draw, discard, both players. Got to find something.
Remember, if a Teferi does show up, it can bounce a Belcher because it can return to one target artifact, creature, or enchantment.
Yes.
So that's a solve.
Okay. Discards a land here.
This is 4 mana.
4 mana.
Okay, Otawara. Yep, that's a solve.
Bounce that, all right.
Interestingly, I think that Otawara should have cost 3 mana.
Oh, because there was
because
a
there's
Teferi.
a Teferi on the
Yeah,
battlefield. Yep,
Teferi,
there's
yeah.
a land. Boom.
Okay, it's
Kaboom!
enough. Wow, so Michael to Benadetto-Plumber here takes it out in straight sets, 2-0 against Francisco Sanchez. Super impressed with the way he played that game. We sort of lined up how difficult this task was against an interaction, disruption-heavy control deck. But what Michael did, he completed that very difficult task that we said he had to, right? He sculpted a hand that was going to be able to fight through the disruption that the control player was going to bring to bear. And then he executed really well, using all the resources at his disposal, being able to pay for the Mystical Dispute when that was put onto the stack after that flurry of counterspells. Full credit to Michael, played an absolute blinder.
I think he played a great game, and I think he did a really nice job of picking a spot of when to go for it. Right, that's the big thing, because you can kind of get yourself in situations of I'm going to keep waiting, giving your opponent too much time, because you want to give yourself some more time to do some more sculpting. But I think the thing that he did a really nice job of saying, okay, I have found my situation where I think it's time to go for it. I believe I have enough protection to kind of make an attempt at this. And Flusterstorm was the big protector in all of it, right? So we saw the exchange of I'll play Tameshi, all right, you're going to interact with me, because if you don't, you're dead, right? So I'll play Tameshi, okay, you interact back with me a counterspell. Okay, well, I have Flare Denial, which we kind of knew was face up, so I'm going to counterspell back. And you know that exchange is going to take place, right? Just kind of on both sides.
But like
it's pretty clear.
both players are going to understand that exchange is like, it's guaranteed.
Yes.
You're not going to have 0 counterspells sitting there as an Azorius control player.
Correct.
So we can assume that is safe.
So now the question is, what's the next exchange going to be? And Michael said, okay, well, I've come really prepared with this Flusterstorm, which I think is going to kind of beat everything you're trying to do. And again, that entire fight is over exactly Tameshi, which if Tameshi resolves, it's very bad news for Francisco. But if Tameshi doesn't resolve, and it ultimately got managed by Solitude, cool, that card's not Goblin Charbelcher.
No.
So you actually didn't solve the actual problem, and then it became a game of, all right, I'll play Charbelcher. I can't kill you now, but like if I get to untap, you lose, and ultimately Charbelcher won the game.
You can bounce it. You can bounce with Teferi, you can bounce with Otawara, but I know you don't have a bunch of like hard removal spells for this 4-mana artifact.
Correct.
Right? So that's the difficult thing.
Yep. So we kind of fought over a card that, like, I don't want to say didn't matter, because obviously Tameshi does matter, because it's mana generation, what's going on there. And that's, again, what makes the Belcher deck really attractive for players in this tournament of, yes, it's a turn 4 combo deck. It's this weird mono blue deck with all these weird lands that are going on. It's very easy to just think like, yeah, I know exactly what your deck does, so I can figure out the best way to interact with it. But they wouldn't play that deck if it didn't have some resiliency built in, which very clearly just demonstrated it does.
As we say, Michael played an absolute blinder. But the good news is we've got more Magic to show you. We're going to head back down to our feature match area to check in now with Noah Offman and Luis Salvato. Both these players at 9 and 4, still in with a sniff at the top 8. You would think if they can stitch together some wins here, and they'll be hoping to do so right now as we head down and see how things pan out between these two. I believe we're jumping into, I think it's game 3. I'll wait for confirmation on that, but I think we're heading into, yes, indeed, game number 3 between these two players. So let's have a look at what they're playing and have a chat about how it might shake out here. Luis Salvato, some people may be familiar with this bloke and the work that he does. He's on Eldrazi Tron, whereas Noah Offman on Simic Neo form. Neo brand, some call it.
Once upon a time.
So Cedric, just back of the envelope, what do you think of this matchup, and can you characterize it for us in 50 words or less?
Given a word count? Okay.
You're wasting precious words on addressing the word count.
You are correct. Well. We're down to 44. I think this is a good matchup here for Simic Neo form. Very all-in combo deck against a deck in Eldrazi Tron, which does not have the most interaction. Now, the big question is what is the build of Eldrazi Tron that Salvato is working with here, right? That's the biggest question of what kind of interaction is there in the main deck, in the sideboard, all that jazz.
So we've got the classic 4, Khan the Great Creator. Gone is Khan liberated from these Tron lists.
Oh yeah, it's 2025.
Ugin, 7-mana Ugin. Look, this is Eldrazi Tron. It does play Devour of Destiny, Emrakul, Kozilek's Command, All is Dust, that sort of thing. But it's not the again, I don't like always saying would you describe this as a stock list here?
I mean, stock-ish. The thing about this particular Pro Tour is it's hard to say if there are any stock lists for the Eldrazi.
Yeah, that's what.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're seeing more blue in this for Portent of Calamity, where some players aren't playing that card. Salvato is, and I believe also Javier Dominguez is. So we got the Tron lands, we got Eldrazi Temple, we got Ugin's Labyrinth, we got a lot of big mana stuff, a handful of talismans as well. very artifact-centric deck. So, and then I think some of the appeal here might be Consign in the sideboard. Wouldn't surprise me if that's hanging out there because that card's so darn popular this weekend. But actually, it turns out more artifacts in the sideboard.
We've just got a Khan board. It's just a 15. It's 15 one-ofs in the board. Anyway, we have a look now at Noah Offman's list here. He is playing with Consigned to Memory, of course. 4 copies in the main deck.
Yeah, no surprise there.
That little package there, the package, if you will. And that's already taken care of a Trinisphere. You can see Expedition Map has enabled trying to get online for Luis Salvato.
It appears to be go time.
Yeah, exiling 2 copies of Neoform to cast the Allosaurus Rider, a 3rd one there to turn the Allosaurus Rider into Gristlebrand.
Yeah, what this does, like what this deck does, Neoform, against Eldrazi, it just puts a lot of stress on for Eldrazi to have kind of like a perfect draw. Like you need to have 4 mana on turn 2 or have Tron on 3. Because though this Neoform deck is a bit of a glass cannon, it is very good at doing this one thing uninterrupted. And it is doing its thing uninterrupted.
Because it's not getting interrupted. Now, the Gristlebrand comes down, draws a bunch of cards. Noah Offman's obviously very happy about that. If Luis Salvato untaps and just plays Ugin and exiles Gristlebrand, where does that leave us?
I mean, probably not in a great spot here for Salvato, or excuse me, for Offman.
Yeah, right?
That's my best guess. I don't think that it's over, but also there are 3 Neoforms that are gone.
Gone.
Yeah, so this could be a difficult spot.
Now, there's still presumably Eldritch Evolution in this Simic Neoform deck, so it's not just all over. But nothing, no. Luis Salvato just stone cold nothing here.
It's like the stick meme. Do something. Do something.
I thought you were going to say the stick meme of Luis Salvato putting the stick between the spokes
No,
of his
no,
bicycle.
not that one. Not that one.
I was going to say it's not that dire.
Yeah. You need to do something.
Oh, what other stick memes are there? Slide it. No, we'll leave that. We've got our mileage out of that one for the day.
Oh.
All right, Gristle Daddy still on the battlefield here as an 8/8, thanks to the +1/+1 counter gifted to him by Neoform. And Magic's most disrespected demon is about to get some work
that's
done.
what it is. Yeah,
All right.
no respect for Gristlebrand.
Name a demon that has had to suffer more disrespect in Magic the Gathering.
What's the... I'm not a Vorthos, unfortunately.
No.
Give me a moment. I'll think of one.
He's going to think of one. He's
I
going to come
will.
back to us.
Gotcha. The good day.
Down to 1.
All right,
Okay.
Allosaurus Rider here. Exiling Generous Ent and Hooting Mandrills. Hooting no longer.
Hooty. There's the 4th Neoform. And we knew there was one left.
Yes.
This is...
And a
this is probably Xenagos.
Hacked. Oh, right, to get the Xenagos. Right, yeah.
That's my guess.
Yep, so you
Oh,
get
wait,
the
wait.
gold.
No, Galt?
Okay, so you get the gold. Whoa. Let's rewind a little bit there
Okay.
and explain what happened, because that
Okay,
was
green-
lightning fast.
Green team.
So, you play the Neoform, you get the Golter,
Yeah.
right? You play the Neoform. In response to that, you play the Pact of Negation to get a Xenagos and put it in your hand. When the Golter comes into play, because of the Neoform, the Xenagos is already in your hand, so you can put it into play with the Golter's trigger, right?
Yeah.
And you're probably around the world going like, well, that's all very well, Riley. Thank you for that concise explanation. What about the Pact trigger? How is he going to pay for that next turn?
Oh, well,
my friend, there is not going to be a next turn with Xenagos on the battlefield.
That's I gotta say, that's pretty adorable.
Yeah.
I kind of like all that nonsense.
Yeah.
I mean, Simic Neoform is a complete nonsense deck, so if you're gonna do some nonsense, really crank it up.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Commit to the nonsense.
Also, that matchup, I think, is just horrible for almost all builds of Eldrazi Tron.
Yes.
Obviously, Salvato did nothing that game. That's not normally how it goes, but I just think, in general, it's just not a good matchup.
No, for sure. You need interaction. You need to be able to leverage it early. You need to be able to disrupt this glass cannon, shatter it with a well-placed blow.
Yeah.
And that's not what happened for Luis Salvato. That's going to do it for coverage of this round here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Rally Knight Cedric Phillips stepping out of the booth to make way for Marshall and Paul. But I believe we'll be heading back to the news desk for updates, down dates, and sideways dates as well. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back from Atlanta before very much longer.
special thanks to our sponsor of the Pro Tour Watch Party here at MagicCon Atlanta. Please visit Geeky Jerseys website at geekyjerseys.com for an exclusive MagicCon jersey, along with many other fandoms. Corey, you're looking great.
Thank you, Maria.
Did you win this match of air hockey?
I lost 1-7. Thank you very much. But you gotta celebrate your 1 point, okay?
Just stick to basketball, bud.
I think so. I'm bad at that too, actually.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, friends, here in Atlanta, Georgia. Dragons watching over us. Thousands of players here at the Convention Center celebrating Magic the Gathering in all of its forms here this weekend. Maria Bartholdi here at the news desk with you alongside Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney. And we're getting down to the last few rounds here of Swiss before our cut to the top 8 on day 2 of competition. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where things stand here with these crucial final few rounds of Magic to play. One player has locked up his spot in the top 8 and gets to stop playing for today. That is Justin Schabel with 12 wins. He has secured his spot, and this is the first player into our top 8. But check this out. 6 players on 11-3 right under him here with round number 15 coming up. That means we're going to have 3 clean winning in matches by the end of this round, barring any weird shenanigans. We should have 4 players into our top 8.
Let's go.
Which is very cool stuff. So do not move, everybody. You want to know who's going to end up in our top 8. Let's take a look further down the standings. What's the story here, Ailey?
The story here is everyone at 10-4 is sweating bullets because they still have a shot to make it, but it's going to be hard as heck to do so. So all these players sitting at 10-4, they have everything to play for. This is also the last event before the World Championship, so absolutely every match win matters.
Check this out. Reed Duke winning still. He's on a huge streak here.
That's a heater.
He was 1-4,
right?
There's no surprise there that he's 25th at the lowest breaker of the 10-4. His breakers have to be horrendous.
Yeah. But what a run back for Reed Duke, the Hall of Famer. That is pretty cool. Well done indeed, Reed Duke. See if you can keep winning there. Well, the first person into our top 8, very excited and perhaps surprised to be there. Just talked to Ailey after his big win.
Our first player into the top 8 is Justin Schabel. Justin, how did you get through that matchup so quickly? I saw game 1, and then I went away for a few minutes, and then they're like, oh, no, the game's done. I'm like, what? How? What happened in those other 2 games?
So, Violent Urge. I kept hands that could enable Delirium, and then I drew the threats I needed, and I didn't draw all lands, and I was able to just steal 2 games from an opponent who mulliganed. So that's the story of the weekend, is stealing games from people who mulligan, but that's what the deck is good at. And
Justin, absolutely incredible stuff. You just chuckled to me and you said, how do you have so much energy? I'm exhausted. You get the rest of the day off now. What are you going to do with your time?
I don't know. Probably actually talk to people. I've been very stressed and I haven't wanted to talk about my match as much because just play the next one. But now I can regroup, take it easy, get real food tonight, get some. I guess I'm playing on a Sunday, which is absurd. I don't know. I wanted to qualify for Worlds. I didn't expect this to happen. So.
Well, Justin, soak it in, enjoy it, go and celebrate with your friends and your teammates, and we'll see you tomorrow for the top 8. Unbelievable. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a sweetheart.
A little bit shell-shocked there
Yeah.
to make it to the Sunday stage, but congratulations to Justin, the first member of our top 8. We've been checking in with some of the players and talking about the modern decks they chose to bring to this tournament. Let's hear from some more of them now with some deck bites.
I've got Reed Duke here, and we're going to talk about your deck selection for this weekend. What are you playing and why?
I'm playing Azorius Blink. So Quantum Riddler is the most exciting new card in Modern. So pairing that with Solitude and Ephemery is a popular package of cards in a variety of archetypes. But we decided that we just wanted to streamline and sort of maximize that pattern. So our deck's actually almost mono white, very, very smooth,
like, painless untapped mana base, do the same thing every game, maximize the power of those really, really great cards. This is a Gabriel Nassif deck, and he is, has a really strong case for being the best Magic deck builder of all time. So it's a kind of like a rare treat to get to try out one of his decks in the Pro Tour. I'm really excited.
We're talking to Brent Voss about deck selection. What are you playing this weekend and why?
I'm playing Is It Prowess. It's just a great aggressive deck, and it beats up all the combo players. And I just want to combo on my own and kill them.
What are 3 key cards in the deck?
It's Corey's, the Corey's 2-cutter, the Slick Shot, and I think Lava Dart is a way to really push that damage through.
And what's a good matchup for you and why?
Belcher, like basically any degenerate combo deck that tries to be faster, but is like they have trouble, interacting with me and killing them. I have some interaction, and I'm just as fast as they are. So
I've got Tony Portal on here to talk about your deck choice for this weekend. What are you playing, Tony, and what does it do?
So I'm playing Affinity Legends. So it puts a lot of rectangles on the table and try to kill the opponent in 3 to 4 turns. Yeah.
I'm intrigued. What are 3 key cards in the deck?
So Mox Opal is I think the most broken card in the deck. Second one I would say is Urza Saga, but a lot of decks played that as well. And then Kappa Cannoneer, I would say, is the unique effect what pulls the deck for me, the choice. Yeah.
And what's a good matchup for you and why?
Well, I think that's depending on the player playing and a lot of things. I would say Tron decks are a fairly good matchup. And then I think Titan would be the poor matchup.
I'm here with Ian Round to talk about your deck selection for this weekend. What are you playing and what does it do?
I am playing, I guess, technically Eldrazi Tron. The goal of the deck is to either get turn 3 Tron and play a card like Ugin, or have a little slower hand where you use like a Eldrazi Temple and try to use Kozilek Command plus other powerful Eldrazi cards to ramp your mana and play powerful cards like Emrakul, the Promised End.
What are 3 key cards in the deck?
Emrakul, the Promised End, just very powerful finisher in the format. People aren't really playing it as much, so I think that it's a good card in my deck and an edge I have over the field. Kozilek's Command, I think, is by far the best card in the deck. Enables you to keep hand, so I do not have turn 3 Tron assembled, so it's really powerful and important for a lot of your keeps. The last card is not really powerful, but really important, is Disrupting Flute. Unlike most deck lists, we are playing 3 in the main deck, my team, and that card really allows you to get a lot of ways to beat your bad matchups. Things like Belcher, where they used to be a little bit awkward in the past, where now I feel it's favored. And even against decks like Neoform, it's supposed to be bad. If you're a little bit lucky and kind of get gauge like what their hand has, you can sometimes hit the right card with Disrupting Flute and win.
2 rounds left to play here of Swiss at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Round 15 coming up here. We have a lot of winning in Magic to show you this round, so do not go anywhere. Let's take a look at our first feature match that we have. And of course, it is a win-in match. Very important, obviously, for both of these players. We have Shuhei Nakamura, who's had a win-in and didn't manage to get it last time around. So he's hoping this time he's our overnight leader. Can he get it done? He'll have to get through Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber to do it. Is it Affinity up against Temeshi Belcher, one of the most played decks here this weekend? Shuhei, a great story here. 10 years ago, he was in Atlanta, made a top 8 of a Pro Tour. Now, 10 years in the future, can he do it again? He's poised to do so this round. We'll see if he can do it. He's made the top 8 of 6 Pro Tours. This would be number 7 for Shuhei Nakamura. On the other side of things, Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber started playing the game in 2007, won 13 matches in a row at RC Minneapolis to Q here for this weekend. On Team Serious players only. By the way, another member of that team, there's only 7 people on the team, is none other than Justin Schabel, who is in our top 8. So that team, with only 7 players, is poised to possibly put 2 people into the top 8 here this round, which would be incredible for such a small team. Those are the players. Tell me about this matchup, Corey.
Yeah, so let's first start by looking at Shuhei Nakamura's Is It Affinity deck. This is a deck that we've seen quite a bit. I'm going to talk about kind of the key cards that are going to come up in this matchup. I really want you to pay attention to that one of Pithing Needle, Urza's Saga, and Tormod's Crypt. We could easily see Shuhei lead on turn 1 Urza's Saga to be able to get Pithing Needle down as fast as turn 3 to be able to name Goblin Charbelcher. And then Tormod's Crypt doesn't stop the Belcher itself, but it does interact with the Temeshi side of the combo. So you have those good pieces of interaction, but this deck is a turn slower usually than the Temeshi Belcher list. So now let's take a look at Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber's list. Tameshi Belcher here, going to be trying to, just be as fast as possible. Maybe hope Shuhei doesn't find one of those pieces of interaction. And for game one, the only way to beat Pithing Needle is, one of these sink into stupors to be able to bounce it and then untap and win with Belcher. So that one-up Pithing Needle is going to be gigantic. Post-board, it does get a lot better for Shuhei as well. So if Shuhei can pick up game number one, huge advantage to him. If not, huge advantage to Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber.
And Michael already beat Shuhei once today.
In Limited, yeah.
Limited this morning, ending Shuhei's winning streak. So Shuhei perhaps poised for revenge here in round number 15. Let's put somebody else into our top 8. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And, well, this is where the rubber meets the road, Paul. We're down the stretch on the tournament here, and we're going to be filling in some top 8 seats this very round.
Yeah, so much on the line here. We talk about just kind of the overall greatness of Shuhei Nakamura, but wow, 10 years. It's been
a while.
A long, long time since he has put together a top finish, and really, really poised to do well here. He's been absolutely crushing with the Affinity deck, but Michael Di Benedetto also doing really well. Might have Shuhei's number, already beat him once. Maybe he can do it a second time.
Yeah, this is a little different matchup than when we saw them play earlier today. Shuhei was playing green-white power and toughness. Now all of a sudden he gets to really flex with this list that he's brought. This Izzet Affinity deck, probably my favorite of the bunch that we've seen this weekend, Paul. Weapons manufacturing, and it has the ability to put out just a huge number of permanents really, really quickly, and it even has some cool kind of almost like combo-ish finishes.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him do that a couple of times where he got the weapons manufacturing in play, made a bunch of tokens, and then that combined with the engineered explosive, you can just kind of blow up the world and also blow up your opponent. One other thing with the engineered explosives, typically you don't want to use it until you actually win the game because you have too many 0 drops. But if Shuhei is very desperate and needs to kill, for example, a Lotus Plume that's kind of coming off, it's something that you could consider, but again, that's a desperation play only.
So just taking a look at their opening hands here, and it is time for game number 1. You can see these players are both sitting at 11 and 3, which means they're 1 away from top 8.
Great hand here for Michael Di Benedetto. Of course, you always want to lead with the turn 1 Lotus Bloom. Just gives you a much higher chance of just being able to win the game on turn 4. And if you look at Shuhei Nakamura's hand, we talk about it, kind of if you start with a Pinnacle Emissary turn 1, that just completely unlocks your hand. Shuhei does not have that right now in his opener.
So he's going to play Tormod's Crypt, Mem Knight. Wow. Imagine how good this would have been if he had that.
That would have been 4 Thopters. Now, he will still be able to cast the Thought Cast here.
Did the last one get hit? It did by force of negation.
Got it.
For the last bauble to keep him off of Thoughtcast.
Right. Okay. Yes, Stern Scolding not particularly good in this matchup. It doesn't really counter the Pinnacle Emissary or the Kappa Cannoneer, which are the 2 most important cards that you want to counter. You don't really think too much about countering a Memnite or an Ornithopter.
Land number 2 here for Michael.
Thundertrap Trainer really looking for a Goblin Charbelcher here. Doesn't have that one yet in hand. Right, Seagate Restoration there. So just another mana source here. And yeah, Michael does have a Philology Archaeologist as well to continue digging, but of course he needs to find the Goblin Charbelcher here to actually get something going. Now Tameshi could also work. We've seen Tameshi do a lot of work, generate a ton of mana, did find that Seagate Restoration.
Good draw there from Shuhei. He actually did find a Mox Opal, which does allow him to fire off this Thought Cast and start to get something rolling. Also gives him access to red mana here.
And drew a Spire Bluff Canal, so that can be his land for the turn. Play out perhaps a weapons manufacturing here. But not a lot of pressure though, right? Not a lot of pressure. This isn't kind of the old school Affinity decks in the past where, your opponent maybe a lot of lists, for example, Shuhei's list doesn't play Cranial Plating, right? Where you just go play a bunch of things, cranial plating attack, you're going to die in a couple of turns. That's not really the game plan for this version of Affinity.
He plays the canal and the weapons manufacturing, as we talked about, passes the turn back. No attack from Memnite here.
Right. And yeah, it looks like Philology Archaeologist here for Michael. Wants Goblin Charbelcher, maybe even a War of Invention. And does not find it.
Either.
And can't get the Tameshi back. And that's the one, that's the card he wants the most here.
Right. Disrupting Shoal is going to be the choice for him. Plays a land.
Plays a land and just has some counters, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next turn is when the Lotus Bloom comes off. And if he can just find that Belcher.
Just off the top, yeah, for sure. All right, there's a little more action now for Shuhei. Did find Kappa Cannoneer here. But
can he get it on the battlefield now? Yes.
He can, but playing
Even
things
better.
slowly. You know, Shuhei would also be really interested in just being able to, you know, Metallic Rebuke, one of the few ways to actually interact with the opponent as well. Okay, so that
Just going right through the library here. That's the third thought cast.
turning through. There's a Pinnacle Emissary, but not a whole lot of cheap spells in hand to play.
In fact, he's got a lot of expensive spells.
Right. So you can play out the Emissary. That would trigger the weapons manufacturing, give you an additional artifact.
He does want to just get a big pile of artifacts for these Cannoneers.
Right. But at least based off of this hand, I suppose you can also play the Sink into Stupor in hand. There you go, take 3. And now you have 5 artifacts in play. So you can just play out a Kappa Cannoneer, maybe?
5 artifacts plus the land.
Right.
That works.
Yeah, because you can't cast the... I don't know if you have enough for the Thought Monitor. Excuse me, there's 6 artifacts in play. There's a Mox Opal there on the bottom.
Right, but the Cannoneers improvise, right?
Right, but you could play the Thought Monitor's Affinity. So you could run out the Thought Monitor instead if you want.
Gotcha. Well, let's see what he wants to do. It looks like it's not an easy decision either way for Shuhei.
Yeah, because you will be tapping down your last source of mana, so you can't be representing a Metallic Rebuke or anything like that.
And of course, this is a critical turn coming up for Michael, and Shuhei knows it. He does not know what's in Michael's hand.
All right, going for the Thought Monitor here instead. Disrupting Shoal on Seagate Restoration. It is a 7-mana spell.
Wow, 7 for 7.
All right, you got something out of that. So that could have been a consideration to play the Cannoneer, because I don't know that there are many 6-mana blue spells.
That's interesting. Okay,
All right,
does
big
he
draw.
find what he needs here?
Actually has a Jwari Disruptions. Oh, found the Belcher.
Oh, he actually hit it, but his land is a tap land.
It's a tap land, so he's going to wait here. But wow, what a draw here. And Shuhei doesn't have any counterspells in hand.
So next turn, if Shuhei doesn't find some way to deal.
Yeah, and all he has is weapons manufacturing and a Kappa Cannoneer.
So Michael gets to just pop off.
He just gets to play Goblin Charbelcher, and even if Shuhei Nakamura has a Metallic Rebuke, you can just sack the Lotus Bloom to pay for the Rebuke.
Holy smokes.
Wow.
What a rip for Michael.
Great, great draw. Oh, it looks like Shuhei did find a Thought Monitor. Now, if you can find a Pithing Needle, right, he has one in the deck, you can just naturally draw it.
Oh, God.
That could get it done here as well.
He's going to play the Cannoneer, it looks like.
Okay. Hasn't played a land for turn. Can still play the Thought Monitor here. And if now he needs to draw land or Mox Opal plus Pithing Needle, which is, he needs to find 2 cards.
One's easier than the other.
Right. Okay.
Does he hit?
I saw an Urza Saga.
I did too.
A little bit slow though.
And a Steam Vents. So now Michael nods because he says, well, you don't have any source of Plume mana.
Right. So
I don't
you
have to worry about
can't even play the
anything.
rebuke.
And now he's going to play a little quickly because he knows he's good to go. And boom, there it is. Goblin Charbelcher. And Shuhei says, yep, you got me. Game number 1 goes to Michael. D. Benadetto-Plumber. He's a game away from top 8.
Wow. I mean,
And
that was
he
just
is-
such an important time to draw that card.
Shuhei's on 4.
Oh, wow. That is brutal. Michael D. Benedetto down to 6, but 4. I mean, Affinity is the type of deck. It doesn't mulligan particularly well.
No.
You kind of just need everything in your hand and just kind of litter the board with a bunch of cheap artifacts. And when you go down to 4, I mean, you just do not have enough resources to work with.
Michael's going to play or suspend 2 copies of Lotus Bloom here on his turn.
Yeah, and has a Tameshi in hand.
How in the world is Shuhei going to get out of this?
Well, does have an Urza Saga here, which will eventually get
Pithing Needle?
a Pithing Needle.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Small chance. We'll go with small chance.
Okay.
But Michael's hand, quite nice. Double Consign to Memory Tameshi with double Lotus Bloom here.
Consign to Memory is a nightmare against Urza's Saga, too. You see he fires one off here.
Yep.
So does it just keep it on 1?
Just
Or
trying
does
to
it just counter the trigger.
Yeah, just trying to slow things down here from
Okay.
Shuhei's side. It's like, I need to get these Lotus Blooms off before.
Right.
Right.
So just any type of way he can trip up Shuhei.
And Shuhei just hasn't played anything. Does have some counter magic. Mystical Dispute, a very strong card against the mono blue deck. But once the Lotus Blooms go off, you can kind of...
Yeah.
Mystical Dispute doesn't become as much of a problem. But the thing is, right now, I mean, Michael De Benedetto does not have the Belcher. Right. So
Right. Last time he drew it exactly on turn 4. Maybe that's his plan.
Yeah?
Just rip it.
I mean, if he just draws it off the top here, Shuhei has a Mystical Dispute that would slow things down. So Belcher would resolve through a Mystical Dispute, but you wouldn't be able to activate it immediately.
Okay.
And if you notice there, Michael not actually playing out the Philology Archaeologist, choosing to keep up Consigned to Memory instead here.
Draw step. Mine.
Load of mana.
This is with the ability on the stack.
Right.
And we're going to see Consign, I suppose, counter both.
Replicating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. So
This way
Michael
Shuhei
just
can't counter
burning
back.
2 cards. Right.
Right.
Holy smokes.
And Shuhei does have land number 3 here, so can just play out a Sink into Stupor. But I mean, what is Shuhei even doing here? You can't just right now his hand is just all counter spells, but there's 0 pressure.
He has a Pinnacle Emissary.
Do you just cast Pinnacle
mean-
Emissary? Like, I guess you just keep up Mystical Dispute here and kind of hope for the best.
Yeah. Tough spot here for Nakamura.
You could cast one Dispute to counter one of the Lotus Plumes, right? Given that Michael can't pay for that one, but Michael will have access to 5 mana, and we know that Michael does have a Tameshi in hand.
So he bounced the bloom there, or
Yeah, it bounced it, so it
he
goes
let
back
it
to
come
that.
into play.
So it just
but
kind
it's
of
your
delays
upbeat.
it, right?
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it went to Sink into Stupor instead of the Mystical Dispute.
right. Yeah, it delays it a lot, right? I mean, you getting
Right.
the Lotus Bloom going, you only can suspend basically.
Yeah, but at the same time, this is one of those games too where Michael can just play it very patiently. You can play out a Tameshi here, use that to maybe draw some cards, right? You can pick up a land, get the Lotus Bloom black, draw Lotus Bloom back, draw a card, see what you find. Yeah, and he's going for something
What's supposed to
here.
happen is these tempo plays from Shuhei are supposed to buy him a lot of damage.
Right.
And he has literally zero pressure.
Yeah. Tameshi with the white mana floating, using the white mana, presumably, to pick up the land here, get Lotus Bloom back into play, trigger, draw a card.
Somebody in chat was asking, why would you play Tameshi as a just cheap card draw? And you're going to see.
It's more than just cheap card draw. It allows you to generate. I mean, we've seen.
Explode 15?
15, I think, was the
Yeah.
most mana that we've seen generated in one turn. It can just do absolutely absurd things. All right, Flare of Denial. Obvious choice there, given that we have a free creature in the Philology Archaeologist to sacrifice. You got a Tameshi in play. And, you know, Michael's just feeling pretty good about the spot here, despite the fact that he doesn't have a Goblin Charbelcher going.
Yeah, he's under no pressure and building up his resources that he'll need for when he does find it. And he will eventually find it.
Yeah, and none of those boom coming off. And all Shuhei has is a lone mystical dispute. But he also has to fight through a Flare of Denial.
Another archaeologist here for Michael.
Digging for the Belcher here.
Still hasn't found one. Does hit a land.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice thing about this deck. It's almost impossible to miss with the Archaeologist because all your lands are also spells. So you're just almost always going to hit, unless somehow you flip over 3 creatures, which is super rare.
Very rare. Yeah, you see the Disrupting Shoal in hand for Michael. That also takes advantage of that same interaction. Okay, well, this is at least an attempt at pressure building here for Shuhei. He's got Pinnacle Emissary. He's trying to warp it.
Yeah, so you could flare this, but I think, you know, given how limited Shuhei's resources are, I think you just kind of let it resolve and be like, what are you going to do, play 2 artifacts? Although a second one, that makes things interesting, right? Because so now this resolves. Now you play Mox Opal and you get 2 tokens, so now that's 3 1/1 flyers. That's something at least.
Yeah, this is a little bit of forward momentum. You see the Mystical Dispute still in hand for Nakamura, but unfortunately for him, this has been one of those games where Michael, he has 3 Lotus Blooms going.
You've got 9 mana available, and of course with the active Tameshi, we're looking at much, much more. And there's just Goblin
Charbelcher right off the top. He's going to cast it, and that is top 8 for Michael D. Benadetto-Plumber. Congratulations. That's our second player taking that top 8 seat for Michael. Charbelching his way to victory.
No.
Serious players only. I guess they weren't kidding around.
No, 2 members, the 2 locked members.
Look at him
on the same team. He almost can't even believe what
he looked
just
at his team.
happened
He's
here.
like, I know. What?
I mean, you're playing for top 8, playing against the Hall of Famer. They mulligan the 4, and you find the Belcher when you need in both of the games.
Really well played and played out really nicely for Michael. Also, nemesis for Shuhei at this point, right? He knocked him out both times, but Shuhei still lives to fight another day in the next round.
Yeah. I mean, Shuhei's still sitting at 11 wins, so he can be the master of his own destiny. 12 is the magic number. If he wins his 12th match in the next round, he's still in. And then there's also some tiebreaker considerations as well, where there could be a slight chance he might even be able to draw.
Yeah, and he should have really good tiebreakers because he was the overnight unlimited player. So that is not over yet for Shuhei Nakamura, looking to repeat a top 8 here in Atlanta, just like he did 10 years ago. We're going to take a short break here from Atlanta, but when we come back, we'll have more second to last round modern action for you. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Cyclist with Paul Chion. We're in Atlanta, Georgia, here at the MagicCon. And we're watching some Modern right now. We've got one of the most difficult decks to play coming up in the feature here, Paul. Amulet Titan is going to be featured. This is Mason Buonadonna versus Albert Cordobez on Eldrazi ramp.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
a very different look for each of these players here.
Yeah, very different look. Now, when you look at this matchup, I mean, you probably have to like the Amulet Titan side, right? Because when you're playing the Eldrazi ramp deck, you're just trying to establish your mana and play something big. But, you know, the Amulet Titan deck, it's really explosive. It's really strong. And like you mentioned before, it's really hard to play. It was the first deck I tried playing.
You just dove right in.
And I immediately timed out in my first match, and all I did for the rest of my preparation was watch Pyotr Glogowski videos. And I still don't know what's going on.
Canistered it up, did you?
Yep, canister for the win. Hopefully those videos will help me in this match.
Albert Cordobez on the other side is playing Eldrazi ramp, which somehow by comparison looks kind of fair.
Right.
Not normally how you would describe that deck, but compared to what Amulet can do, it kind of feels that way.
Yeah, this Amulet deck already used to be a fairly difficult deck to play several years ago, but now with the various loops that you can have in the deck with Aftermath Analyst and Shifting Woodland, you can do all kinds of things, such as generate tons of mana, Boseiju your opponent out, make 5 copies of Primeval Titan. There's all kinds of insanity where if you've played this deck for 300 hours, you probably know all the lines.
You know the lines. There's the Amulet of Vigor. That is one of the cards that this deck is named after. It looks so innocuous when you read that
just
card.
the one-man artifact, that's going to be fine. I actually, during the player party, I asked one of the competitors who was on the Amulet Titan deck, I was like, how many hours do you have with this deck? Oh, I started 6 years ago.
Oh,
so
are you
it just
serious?
takes a very high level of preparation to feel very confident, because this is one of those decks that has an extremely high skill ceiling, but also an extremely low floor, where if you don't know what you're doing, you're just not going to win a lot of games.
You're not going to be able to just muddle your way through. Lots of searching, lots of going through the library, like you need to know what you're going for.
That is a Ghost Quarter. Pretty effective against the bounce lands that the Amulet Titan decks play.
Oh boy. A second Amulet.
A second Amulet.
These second Amulet draws with the bounce lands get silly really quickly. But we're going to see some triggers on the stack and a Ghost Quarter.
Yeah. Mason will still get a basic here, but we'll have to pick up a land. But if Mason has a second bounce land, I mean, next turn, if we play the bounce land, we're looking at 5 mana already. And remember, Albert doesn't get anything out of that, right? It's like he just used the Ghost Quarter.
He has another? Or no, that's an Eldrazi.
That's an Eldrazi. And that's a third Amulet of Vigor. So if he plays that and has a bounce land, he can actually play a Primeval Titan if he has it in his hand. Right? You play a bounce land, untap it 3 times.
Tap it for mana in between.
In between, 6 mana. And presumably, with triple Amulet of Vigor, you can find a line to take over the game.
So the question we have is, does he have a bounce land?
Right.
Because if he doesn't, things look a lot different.
Right. Now, there are other tap lands. There's plenty of other tap lands. This is a deck that plays 30-plus lands, tons of utility lands as well. Crumbling Vestige is a really, really nice land in this deck. And
wow, no bounce land here.
No bounce land here, so that's certainly nice here if you're rooting on the Eldrazi player.
He ends up with an untapped land here, but it took a little while. Urza's Cave.
So that one, you pay 3 mana, you sacrifice it, and then you can search your library for a land card and put it onto the battlefield tap. So you can use that to get a bounce land, but you do need 3 mana to actually activate.
Yeah.
So, which
3
is kind
mana
of tough
and
with,
tap it.
Right.
Yeah. So that's not really going to be plan A right now. He's quite a bit off of that.
Right.
Plan A, honestly, is just cold ripping a bounce land off the top. But.
Now, if Albert can start getting his ramp going, we've seen that the Spanish Tron list, if you will, has land destruction effects in their deck. So
Really?
if they get that game plan going, I mean, that's another Ghost Quarter
right there, but he doesn't have a good target.
We're talking about a deck that plays 3 copies of Ghost Quarter and I believe 4 copies of Ice Till Explorer.
Really?
Right. So if
they
you
can
can
just churn you
if you can
through.
get that going, that's certainly a direction here. And if I'm looking at this amulet deck,
how many?
I
is it?
see 3 forests. So at some eventually they can run out.
There's one right now.
That is a Crumbling Vestige, and probably targeting the Crumbling Vestige before it can untap 3 times for 3 colorless mana.
Oh, he decided not to.
Okay. So that's 4 mana by itself, and now you can sack the Cave
to go get a bouncer
to get a tap land here and generate a ton of mana. Could get a Lotus Field too, potentially. You can sack the other 2 lands, and all that generates.
That is that is a Lotus Field.
That is a Lotus Field, and that generates 9 mana. Oof, I'm glad I got that one right.
Yeah, and that one has hexproof, by the way.
That
so
one can't Ghost Quarter that one.
He's gonna. I think Albert's gonna regret not just Ghost Quartering there.
So that is. Well, you will see here just how much mana Mason has, but it does look like Mason is feeling pretty comfortable here and probably has the tools to
So he
go
has
off with triple Amulet
11
of Time.
mana right now.
He does. He does. So if he has a Summoner's Pact, you can use that to get Primeval Titan.
He does
If you
need
have-
to sack the land still, right? Okay.
Right. And that is a Teleria West, so you can transmute that to get the Summoner's Pact, which will then get you the Primeval Titan.
Look at you.
I don't know what lands you get. I know what. There's one creature in the deck, Marshall. Well, no. There's an Aftermath Analyst as well. It's when he casts a Primeval Titan where I will just go, we'll see what Mason gets.
Okay, that's when we jump off that particular train and
We'll
just
see what
see
he
where
gets.
it leads us.
He's going to get some cool lands that come into play tapped.
Albert can do nothing but watch, at least at this point.
Is Mason still figuring out what to get here? Because you can just get Aftermath Analyst here.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
and if you played, there's so many lands in the
is the
graveyard.
whole graveyard
You
land?
can just get so much mana here. All right, but going with Prime Time here. And then there's also a loop in the deck where you have Aftermath Analyst and Shifting Woodland, where if you do have Delirium, you turn the Shifting Woodland into the Aftermath Analyst in your graveyard, and with enough mana in play, you can basically just generate a ton of mana.
Okay, well, Albert finally is going to use Ghost Quarter here.
Yeah, but at this point, I mean, he did get the Battlement, but there are lands in the deck that allow you to copy lands in your graveyard as well. I see a Malevolent Rumble. Okay.
Nice. I like that.
That's a Shifting Woodland. And that is an Ice Till Explorer, which is really good against somebody trying to Ghost Quarter you out.
Extra land drop, plus you can play them from your graveyard.
Yeah, nice. I imagine it's a one of. It's a nice card that you can search for as well with the Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, Summoner's Pact having the ability to get the kind of silver bullet stuff to get you out of these sticky situations, really nice.
A lot of strong options here. Also, the Lifesteal Explorer lets you get back the battlements from the graveyard. So if you have the mana and the red sources, you can just play the Explorer, get the battlements from the yard, and then give the Primeval Titan haste. Not sure.
Supposed to be a
I don't
Primeval
know.
Titan
I don't know if he has red mana right now, though. Right? There's 3 colorless, a green, and a blue available here.
You think Albert's having fun?
Yeah, I mean, he's just like, am I dead? Please tell me if I'm dead.
Right. How much
I used my 2 pieces of an interaction in Ghost Quarter. Oh, and that, okay.
Along for the ride.
Along for the ride.
I'm pretending like I'm in Albert's seat, and I'm just going like,
yeah,
how much more of this do I have to watch? And now my opponent's explaining things to me.
Yeah, explaining the loop.
Good news,
right? Because now Mason can get to the point where he's ghost quartering out his opponent, right, with the Ice Till Explorer.
Definitely.
So I believe Mason has played the land for the turn, but then the Ice Till Explorer allows you to play an additional land for the turn, and plenty of lands in graveyard here for Mason. And it's one of those things, too. Maybe early on in the tournament, you play against an Amulet Titan player. You're like, maybe they'll mess up. At 11-3, much less likely that happens.
Much less likely. Yeah, I think if I knew my opponent was on Amulet, I'd be like, how was limited for you? You know? Oh.
Right. Yeah.
I went 1 and 2. 2 and 1. You know, oh no,
yep.
Undefeated.
Exactly. I was in one of the testing discords just to kind of see the process behind what they do. And when there was just an amulet line, they go, okay, this is what you do when you have 4 lands, 1 amulet, and escape shift. And it was just a 1-page sheet that you needed to go over in terms of how to sequence things perfectly to make sure that you had a very likely kill on the spot. And then when things change, of course, when you have 2 amulets or 3 lands, or so it's just, there's so many different iterations and so many different things you can do where in the hands of a more capable pilot, I do think this deck is a very, very good choice, but it's really hard to get to that point.
It's been doing well this weekend. Reminds me of like Doomsday. You know, where you have to like know the situation and know exactly which cards to get. You kind of have to memorize them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, personally speaking, I've been playing the game for a while. At least for me and the way that my brain's wired, this is the hardest deck that I've ever practiced with.
Okay. And I mean, you can see why. Like, this has all happened on 1 turn.
Yeah.
Like, the Lotus Field came into play this turn. Like, this has been forever. The Primeval Titan, too.
Yeah, and like, even if somehow Mason fizzles a little bit, what can Albert do next turn?
Is that a Primeval Titan copy?
No, it could be a Malevolent Rumble token, right? Spawn token,
So
maybe?
it's not a copy.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's played a card that's allowed him to copy. I don't think I don't think there's a mirror pool anywhere, right?
I'm unwilling to commit.
Let us not make any assumptions. But yes, Mirror Pool is the land that you would search for to make additional copies of Primeval Titan. And right now, I don't see one, but there could be one in the graveyard. I think that's a spawn token, though. Oh, no, it is a copy.
I mean, it says copy.
It does say copy. I don't know if Mason is explaining the loop, or this could also just be a judge call.
Caroline thinks it's another Primeval Titan. We're being hinted at on that graphic.
All right. You mean Astral Titan?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The card in the graveyard is a mirror.
Card a mirror pool? Okay.
Yeah, it's just that's not the mirror pool.
Right.
That's a newer mirror pool art. I'm used. Yeah. Thought it was a Lotus Field, maybe. There you go. That is a mirror pool.
None of this counts. Like you're good, dude.
Oh no, I am not. You know, sometimes when I miss a couple of calls, I'll be upset at myself.
I know.
This one,
I don't want to.
You know what?
I'm not listening to that.
I am totally good. If you know.
I mean, the players themselves are trying to figure out. Right,
Albert's picking up the lands. What does this one do? We're all here together. That could be a planet for all we know.
They are having quite a discussion here.
I mean, with 2 Primeval Titans in play, like, what can you even do on the Eldrazi side here? Dismember doesn't kill any of the creatures.
No.
I suppose. Yeah, this absolutely has to be some kind of ruling question with some of these triggers.
Yeah, that looks like a judge hand. Perhaps.
I would be shocked if
clarifying.
that was Mason's hand. I
Yeah.
would say.
Mason would have very long arms.
That would be extremely long.
So they're going to work through the judge call here. And again, we're kind of just along for the ride here. It's a little confusing about exactly what's happening.
We have lied. That's fine. Thank you. So we're uploading the ruling and move on. Sounds good. Thank you. No problem at all. No, no. Just, okay, cool.
Interesting.
Go next
And
game.
we're going to go to the next game.
Okay.
We caught the very end of that conversation, and Mason said, so you're going to uphold the ruling.
Okay.
And then said thank you, and then the game ended.
So I assume Mason wins that game, and yes, all right.
But that's probably just an artifact of how difficult this deck is to play.
Right.
Like somebody had a little misstep timing thing there or something.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look. Let's see if Albert's got a better chance post board. What is this?
Forest into Grazer.
Oh, one of the best creatures. We talked about this earlier. Turn 1 Grazer. Can it be stopped? Can it be stopped?
And there it is.
In case you didn't know what it did.
Right on time.
There it is.
What's your favorite part? The reach? 3 toughness? The artwork?
Creature type?
So many things to love.
Yeah. So taking a look at Albert's sideboard, there really isn't a whole lot. I think it's mostly a I hope I dodge this matchup type of situation.
Oh, really?
There's some Disruptor Flutes in the sideboard, which I suppose you could name to try to slow down, what, a Primeval Titan? Maybe make it cost 9 mana to cast or something along those lines?
That's tough.
Yeah.
And we see the quick start here from Mason.
But Albert did have a pretty decent start himself. Ugin's Labyrinth with an Emrakul exiled and a Malevolent Rumble. Okay. Yeah, when you just draw the amulets, this deck is much, much easier to play. Oh my gosh.
Oh boy. Another one?
Now does Mason have a bounce land in hand? Is the question.
Yeah, we were wondering about that in the first game, and he did have one for a second and didn't find a second, and it didn't matter. Yeah, he does have one.
He does have that. That's a
It's blue-green.
Simic Growth Chamber,
Yeah,
probably.
Probably.
And then has to figure out what to pick up here. You want to just pick up the Growth Chamber if that's the only bounce land. That's maybe what you're going to want to do. But picking up the Forest here and casting Malevolent Rumble. Ooh, all right. So another bounce land. There's also Primeval Titan here too. And you have to assume that the Urza Saga, when it goes to Chapter 3 next turn, is just going to go get another copy of Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, and that does seem to be the case. He took the Primeval Titan.
Yeah.
Replayed the Forest, and off you go, Albert.
All right, what do you have, Albert? There are various ways to kill lands in this deck. Do you have a Ghost Quarter for the Simic Growth Chamber? Do you have perhaps a Disenchant effect to kill the Amulet of Vigor or the Urza Saga? What is this? Sowing Mycospawn. Okay, I mean, that is disruption to some degree, right? And you get a Ghost Quarter, so now you can use the Ghost Quarter here too. Perhaps you just go after the Urza Saga, so a second Amulet of Vigor doesn't come into play, or maybe you just wait for Mason to get that tap land into play and then just kill that in response to the triggers.
Interesting.
So Mason floating a mana here, going to be fetching out the Amulet of Vigor. And then if Mason does play out a bounce land here, you better believe Albert's going to fire off that Ghost Quarter on the bounce land. Green Sun Zenith for 1.
0?
He did tap a mana for the Saga.
He did? Okay.
Yeah.
Another grazer.
All of the grazers.
Wow. But he didn't put a land in?
Yeah, why would you Green Sun Zenith for 1 and not put a land in?
Suppose if you don't have one in your hand, but then...
Just to have more blockers in play? Wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm wondering if it's better to maybe save it to use it for something else later on, but I will trust Mason.
Right.
For I am but a newer player with this deck.
Yeah.
So, hey, I mean, Mason didn't really get to go off that turn, even with double Amulet of Vigor. Albert does have an active Ghost Quarter and, you know, played a Sowing Mica Spawn. What if he has a second copy, right? Or World Breaker even. Can he just cast World Breaker? If he plays a land, he could. That would get the forest off the battlefield. This is 6 mana. Another Sowing Mica Spawn.
Wow, that's
with
0
Ghost Quarter
lands.
up. And now you can get another Ghost Quarter here to really slow down Mason. All right.
Mason's on no lands.
Yeah, it's like these amulets don't do a whole lot if you have the active Ghost Quarters. And this is why you Green Sun Zenith for the grazers here. Protect your life total here. Okay, and no land here for Mason.
That was another Zenith.
You had the land destruction strategy actually working here with Albert on the play.
And he does get to start turning these sideways, right? They're, what are they, 3/3s?
Absolutely.
Slight mana advantage towards Albert for once.
Slight, yes.
7 lands versus 0.
But I will say, though, it doesn't take much for this Amulet Titan deck to go from nothing to all of the mana. But fighting through two Ghost Quarters is a very, very difficult task. Is that... So I saw an Ice Tail Explorer, but I think I also saw a Heragast. Okay.
Yep, you did.
Discard your hand, draw 3 cards. Emerge that out. Probably getting not too far away from just casting Emrakul at this point, especially because all of Albert's creatures now have Emerge, so you can get a more discounted rate here on the Emrakul.
Heragast also large, 6/6 flyer.
All right, Emrakul in play.
Wow, we see an emerged Emrakul.
Okay.
I mean, it is kind of funny because what's the best thing you can do with the turn is just like, haha, don't play a land.
Right.
We see the spawn get sacrificed, and yeah, there's the land that he's not going to play.
He just kind of has nothing, so then Mason gets his turn back. So
actually, wait, yeah, can he?
He can not play the land.
He can just decide not to play it, or
yeah.
he can play a Ghost Quarter,
well,
and then
attack with the
fail to
grazers.
find? Or
Yeah.
no?
So this is a lethal attack next turn. Attack with the grazers into the things, and
and there is a game for
All
Albert. Who's playing the fair deck now?
All right. Well, once we are now on Amulet side on the play.
That really did feel like Mason was teetering on the edge of going off with the double amulets, but just couldn't quite. Nice job by Albert.
Oh, turn 1 Amulet.
Jeez, there's been a lot of amulets on the battlefield.
Very, very. This is turn 1 Amulet into what looks like a turn 2 Spelunking potentially if Mason has a tap land here. Ooh, but some ramp here. Utopia Sprawl.
Oh, okay.
Card you don't see played all that often, but these Eldrazi Tron, or even just these Eldrazi decks, don't really have a whole lot of plays on turn 1. The Tron decks play Expedition Map. Here, Albert's list isn't even playing Tron, so he's just playing Utopia Sprawl. There is the Spelunking here, so...
And he hit a bounce land off of it, too. But he's just going to go for the Saga.
Okay, so this is a really, really strong board here now for Mason. Albert's on 3 mana sources next turn. But this just might be a little bit... I think Mason might have just a little bit too explosive of a start here.
On the play with the turn 1 Amulet.
Into turn 2 Spelunking, which kind of act as redundant copies of Amulet of Vigor.
Right.
Yeah, Talisman, not going to quite get it done.
Feels so slow.
So, you know, if Albert doesn't have a Ghost Quarter here, Mason has a really, really good chance of being able to go off and win this game on turn 3.
It is wild, but Albert has played ramp on both of the first 2 turns of the game and just feels super far behind.
Right. Yeah, Rumble.
There's a Rumble, but
maybe a Temple if you need to play a Sowing Micah Spawn next turn.
At this point, Albert's hoping to get a next turn.
I wonder if there's a world where you could cast the Emrakul. Probably not enough. Looks like he's looking at the Eldrazi Temple here and basically going, I hope you don't have it.
Right.
Please do not have a Primeval Titan here or a Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, Albert's deck not huge on interaction. He's kind of at the mercy of what Mason wants to do.
That's a Green Sun Zenith. So with a bounce land, that should be enough mana to go fetch a Primeval Titan. We're looking at 3 mana already in play. If you play the bounce land off with the Spelunking and the Amulet of Vigor, that's 7 mana. Okay, Green Sun Zenith. All right. Yeah. Oh, Ice-Tail Explorer.
Okay.
That's a really good way to fight the land destruction strategy from Albert.
Gives him a little bit of backup plan. Insurance plan.
Oh, excuse me. Spelunking replaces the Amulet of Vigor, so you don't get the double trigger. So this was his play here.
And he did
build the
mill
bounce
a
land,
here
and
too.
with the Ice-Tail Explorer in play, you can get that bounce land for the next turn. So still a very, very good turn. And Mason did not have to play a Summoner's Pact, right? So he just has access to all the mana here, and it's on Albert now to play whatever ace he has up his sleeve.
Albert has access to at least 5 mana here.
Could play an Eldrazi Temple to get him potentially up to 7. Then what do you do? Maybe cast a World Breaker, right? Like we're just...
Yeah.
Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Okay, yeah. Kozilek's Command. Going after the Ice-Tail Explorer and probably just making 4 spawn, and then next turn could potentially just run out an Emrakul or some other gigantic Eldrazi. Oh, just going for the Sowing Micah Spawn here instead.
Okay.
Probably getting another... I guess now at this point you can get a Ghost Quarter. That's what he's been getting in previously. Unless you need more mana, then you get a Temple.
It's the quarter.
Yep. And now, do you use the quarter? Do you quarter the Urza Saga?
Right.
Do you quarter the bounce land? Do you wait for a bounce land?
Absolutely no idea.
Same.
Albert is having to make this decision in real time, though, as we sit in our booth. And it is going to be the bounce land. It's going to turn into a forest here.
So 4 mana available here for Mason. Mason actually has Primeval Titan in hand.
Yeah.
So tap for colorless.
1 mana floating. Any tap land, and he would be able to play the Primeval Titan here. He's got to have it here now, right? Double Amulet, 4 mana, unless he just has 0 lands to play,
it would
right?
be weird, but we did see last time he struggled even with amulets in play.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, and there's the bounce
Bingo,
land.
there it is.
Tap. 3, 5, 6.
Oh, yeah.
Pick up here.
Turn this to my hand, and there it is, Primeval Titan.
Mason's got this now. But Mason, you know what? You got to earn your spot into the top 8.
You will copy. I'm going to copy, yes.
And that's going to do it. Mason Guadadana picks up the victory and secures top 8, comboing off with Amulet Titan. And even Albert didn't want to see every bit of action down the stretch there.
Right.
It does take a little while, but he had seen enough from before.
Yeah, I mean, there was just too much there. There are just so many options. You're kind of at that point where you have so many resources where it's just so hard.
Go!
A little celebration there.
Is that Nathan Stoyer?
That is Nathan Stoyer coming in to hug him. And you saw Mason give another handshake there to Albert as well. Good sportsmanship there leading out. Remember, there's one more round to go here, so we're not done yet. And we're actually going to see more Magic this very round. In fact, we've got game 2 right now with Johnny Gutman, who we've been following quite a bit here, versus Mikko Erkinson. So we're going to get a chance to pop right into game number 2 here. Take a look at these two. Tameshi Belcher versus Esper Gorios. I would say this is a good representative match of a lot of what we've seen here. Not everything.
Yeah, these were basically the top 2 decks kind of coming into it. So unsurprising that playing for top 8, we see these 2 decks going up against each other. Mikko Iraksinen, I believe, was a finalist in Arena Championship 7. Played, and I remember I was covering that event, and I just remember being extremely impressed with his play during the course of that event.
Well, he impressed Johnny with game number 1, picking up the win.
Yeah, up a game here.
So he's that close now.
Now, Johnny Gutman's sideboard has a lot more interaction. Game 1, the Esper Gorios Vengeance deck doesn't really have that much interaction, but after sideboard, we are looking at 3 copies of Mystical Dispute and 3 copies of Consigned to Memory and 2 copies of Teferi Time Raveler. If Teferi Time Raveler resolves and a Lotus Bloom is suspended, can't cast it.
Here we see Thoughtseize from Johnny. He's going to get Flusterstormed.
Yep, and
And
Johnny
that
would have
be
to
for
pay 2 mana, right?
He's going to pass the turn back. Mikko. Is on land go for this turn. Critically, we see no Lotus Blooms yet.
Right. I will say the one thing that's kind of impressed me about these Belcher decks is, you know, the ideal draw is, hey, turn 1 Lotus Bloom, kill you, turn 4. But we've seen it even win some drawn-out matches. I've been really impressed with the deck's resilience.
I have too. It's just really got the ability to keep the opponent off balance.
Look at this.
Mystical
Mikko with
Dispute.
Clean answers to both Thoughtseize and Teferi Time Traveler here.
Well, if you're not going to have the combo pieces, you better have the answers, and that's what Iraksinen has here.
And now Mikko is representing also potentially a War of Invention here to go get a Lotus Bloom, giving you the mana that you need to, at some point, try to go for the Goblin Charbelcher combo. Going for it. Will Johnny use some kind of counterspell here for this card? Could potentially have a Mystical Dispute just to slow down Mikko's mana development.
Yeah, this is one of those. War of Invention's a really nice card in this deck. It asks an important question.
Hard cast Force of Negation, but Mikko aggressively using the shoal here.
Wow.
I wonder if Mikko just will go for it here.
I mean, does he just have the combo ready?
I mean, Johnny already used 1 Force of Negation and is tapped out. What's the chances he has another blue card and a Force of Negation in hand?
Seriously.
So if Mikko goes untap land Belcher, that could just be the game.
That's what Johnny's thinking. If that's the case, then Mikko would find himself in the top 8 here.
Yeah, could also play Tameshi, generate a ton of mana.
Okay, so much better outcome from Johnny's perspective than the alternative, although we do see in that pile from the trainer, Goblin Charbelcher.
That is a Goblin Charbelcher. Could also just play it out here, right? You have the Lotus Bloom, and Johnny is tapped out.
Oh, interesting. And
right,
then
so
you have the mana next turn.
Right, because then you get to play around Consigned to Memory. You just get it in play.
Wow.
Now the question is, does the Esper Goryo's Vengeance deck actually have an answer to a resolved Belcher?
Oh, one
you
that's
have
sitting on
something
the
to get it off the battlefield. Teferi Time Raveler is one of them, right? You can bounce it. Johnny's already cast one. Wrath of the Skies, that would just be way too expensive, right? Can't even imagine bringing that in. You would have to do it for 4, which is 6 mana.
Johnny has 2 copies of Teferi Time Raveler in his 75. Okay, so he did take the Belcher.
Yeah.
He has not
Hasn't
cast
tried
anything.
cast
It's
it
just
yet.
going to go into his hand.
Hasn't played a land for the turn either. Does Miko just run out the Belcher here? Feels like you do.
It kind of does.
There's not too many disenchant effects that you're too scared about here.
Yeah, it's not the normal play pattern.
Is that a Tameshi?
Oh, because he can
has
just
to
get
be.
the mana back? Oh.
Oh, he did have a force, but you can't force Tameshi.
No.
That's a Solitude, excuse me.
Oh, he's got Solitude to kill it with the...
To kill it, but you do get it
You
back.
do get 1, though, right?
But you don't have the mana to actually play Belcher and activate it this turn.
No, you don't. Or next turn.
Right, but Miko can still go land.
Oh,
Hasn't played
right,
a land for turn
right.
yet. Can still just go land Belcher if he wants.
And then activate it next turn.
Yeah,
so untapped land's pretty big
if
here.
you take a look, Johnny actually had a really good hand. Force of Negation plus Solitude for interaction, Thoughtseize, and Teferi. You can't ask for too much more.
That's a lot. Does Miko have an untapped land here?
Yes. Because I think he picked it up.
You're right, you're right.
There it is, Belcher. Do you have a Force of Negation and a blue card as well?
This is asking the ultimate question.
Right.
Johnny needs an answer, maybe his second Teferi, something to get that Belcher off the battlefield.
I think second Teferi might be it. Does
If he passes back, Araxanen is just going to activate it and secure a seat in the top 8.
Ooh, Quantum Riddler,
But with 1 or 2 mana left over?
Preordained?
And Preordained, that's not going to do it. Does he have anything he can do?
I don't think so.
Johnny Gutman at 11-3.
There's no free spell here.
And he's going to pass the turn back.
Tapped out.
And he says,
Show me
I'm
no
just going
islands."
to go for it.
Oh.
And Johnny's going to make him show that there's not
There's
an
no use
island.
to your deck if there's no
I mean, I'm
Okay,
so
sure,
smoked
yeah,
at this
yeah.
point that let's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
make
no
any.
worries.
Both of the players are
Yeah. 11, 12, 13, 14, 50, you are 90.
He has 1 island in his sideboard.
And you don't bring it in for this
Congratulations.
And there we go. There's a top 8 for Miko Araxanen. Congratulations, Goblin Charbelcher with Tameshi.
Congratulations.
Makes it in there.
Look at the
And you know, I keep saying this, but it is not over for Johnny either. He's got another round to go.
Yeah.
He's in sketchy territory though compared to what he was in here.
The constructed rounds has been a little bit tougher for Johnny Gutman. 3-0, his draft pod was sitting at, I believe, 1 loss, right? So he went from 10-1 now to 11-4. So he is 1-3 in the constructed portion, but because of his fantastic start, because of his amazing draft deck, Johnny still has a shot here to make top 8 in the next round.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, such excitement there from Team Vents. Did you see that?
Team Vents.
They have red and blue jerseys, and they're called Team Vents. So I kind of like it. They're on theme, no doubt about it. All right, we're going to take a short break here from Atlanta. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk setting up for the last round of action.
Sign up for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities live here in Atlanta, Georgia. One round of Swiss left to play here at the Pro Tour. We are getting ever closer to our top 8. Lots of Magic fans here this weekend as well, celebrating MagicCon Atlanta. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi and Corey Baumeister here with you. And Corey, this is where the rubber really hits the road in the final round. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm pumped. You know, I feel all the emotions when it comes to these win and in matches. This is what it's all about.
Absolutely. 3 players who are feeling very good indeed are the next 3 players who have locked up their spot in our top 8. Ailey talked to each of them after their huge wins last round.
We have another player in our top 8, and it is Michael de Benedetto-Plumber. Congratulations, joining your teammate now. It must feel surreal for you.
Yeah, I mean, I played pretty badly in the last match. I played the wrong land, so I couldn't counter the first thought cast. Then I top decked Belcher player, so I couldn't lose. And then most of forward. I don't know, it feels like to have like a climatic match to end it, and just kind of just given to you, you know?
Well, hey, don't discount everything that you've done and every opponent you've beat to be in this position, because that is an incredible achievement. You beat one of the game's best players, and you get to play on the Sunday stage. This was your first top 8?
I top 8 at an OC earlier this year, but not a like major event like this.
So we could be calling you champion by tomorrow. So congratulations, Michael. I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your friends, and we'll see you tomorrow for the top 8. Congrats. We got another top 8 player, and it is Mikko Airaksinen. Congratulations. I could see just how much it meant to you as you were doing Belcher things. How are you feeling right now?
I don't have words. Like, I started the day 5-3, and I'm like, if I 7-0, I'm in the top 8. Like, I guess I did it.
You did it, because we were actually looking at this at the leaderboard, and I'm like, oh, hey, I know that name because we've seen you on Arena Champs. And all of a sudden, there you are. And you are now playing in the top 8. Absolutely incredible stuff. Your team name, by the way, is fantastic. Team Vents. There must be so much going through your head. Just tell me about this matchup and what you're looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, the match was, I wish I could say something other than I got like super lucky to in the first game to top deck the 2 counters I need. And game 2, I just had the absolute craziest hand, I don't know. Yeah, tight game. Yeah, very interesting game still. Even if I had a super good hands, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I believe in the industry that's called the nuts is what you had. So, congratulations, Mikko. Your team is absolutely ecstatic for you. I'm gonna let you go and celebrate, but we're gonna see you tomorrow in the top 8. Congratulations. One more added to the top 8, and it is Mason Bonadonna. Congratulations. Eldrazi falling to the Titans, I should say. That matchup went pretty much how you wanted it to.
Yeah, basically. I think that both the Eldrazi variants are decks I want to play against. I think that the Iceto Ghost Core package makes the games a lot more intricate, but I still feel relatively favored, and I've been running really hot all weekend, so why change now?
Precisely, and you seem pretty cool, calm, and collected for someone running hot. So you gotta give us the rest of us your secrets of staying so calm. So now I want to ask you about the matchups that you might be facing in the top 8, because so far we've got 2 Belchers, and is it Prowess? Maybe a couple other things yet. I'm not entirely sure, but what are you hoping to face? What do you want to avoid?
I think I would probably want to play against Belcher. This is going to be a controversial take here. It's not that I think the matchup is really good for me. In fact, I might be slightly behind, but it's one I'm very, very comfortable with. I've gotten to play against it a lot, and I have a dedicated plan against it. So, if it doesn't work out, that's fine. That's my preparation not following through. The other options are just a little bit more volatile.
All right, well, Mason, you have 1 round off, so go and celebrate with your friends, and we'll see you for the top 8.
All right, thank you so much.
Congratulations to those 3 players locking up a spot in our top 8. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. 1 round left to play here on day 2 of competition before our final cut to the top 8. There you can see the players who have locked up their spot in our top 8. Justin Schabel, 13, got to stop playing. He was the first person in to our top 8. Michael Day, Benadetto-Plumber, Mikko Araxinen, and Mason Buonadonna. We'll see them all tomorrow here battling on the Sunday stage. Congratulations to them. But of course, that's only half of our top 8, Corey. We've got to put 4 more people into the top 8 this round, and I'm so very excited to do it. But before we do so, it's our final installation of Deck Bites, where the players talk about their decks and why you might want to play them.
I'm Christian Baker here to talk about deck selection. What are you playing this weekend and why?
This weekend, I'm playing Mono Blue Belcher. It's good into what's historically been the top deck in Boros Energy, and it has a good matchup into other unfair decks that are also trying to be Boros Energy. So I decided to pick that. I thought it would be a good position to be in.
What are 3 key cards in the deck?
Goblet Char Belcher, which kills your opponent. Lotus Bloom, which jumpstarts your mana, so you can cast the Char Belcher. And Tameshi, which can allow you to win from some really unlikely situations and just generate massive amounts of mana and have you go absolutely crazy.
I'm here with Edgar Magalhaes to talk deck selection. Edgar, what are you playing and why?
I'm playing Esper Gorios. It's my favorite deck, and I think it's one of the strongest.
What are 3 key cards in the deck?
Gorios Vengeance, Atraxa, and Quantum Riddler now.
Ooh, Quantum Riddler is great. What's a good matchup for you and why?
All of the mid-range matchups are great. Boros, Esper Blank, stuff like that. Hoping to play against those all weekend.
All right, best of luck. I hope you get your wish. I've got James Dimitrov here, and we're going to talk deck selection. What are you playing and why?
I'm playing Domain Zoo, and I think it's a disruptive aggro deck that can pressure your opponent while interacting with various different things, whether they're playing a fair deck or unfair deck, and really gives you game against a lot of the field.
What are 3 key cards in your deck?
I'd say the 2 drops, Territorial Kavu, Sign of Draco, and Doorkeeper Ritual.
Sign of Draco, a 2-drop? It is. In this deck, it is. What's a good matchup for you and why?
I'm liking Energy quite a bit, and also Goryo is pretty good too.
I've got Adam Brace here. We're going to talk about your deck choice for this weekend. What are you playing and why?
Yeah, I'm playing Esper Blink. I think it's a good deck. I think it has a pretty even matchup across the field against a lot of things, which is why I selected it. I think it's a fun deck to play and has a lot of exciting turns. So,
what are the 3 key cards in the deck?
I think they've been highlighted by a lot of people at this point, I'm sure. But I think Felia, Overlord of the Baelmerk, and Ephemerate are kind of the key cards to the deck to be able to keep your engines going and keep the deck flowing.
What's your ideal matchup and why?
I think the most ideal matchup, like I said, I think it's a pretty even matchup spread. I don't really think the deck has a ton of super good matchups, but it also doesn't have a ton of bad matchups at the same time. So I like to play, I think, against a variety of decks. I think I'd be more scared to see the worst decks for the matchup, which is, I think, like Tron and stuff like that. So,
all right, best of luck. Hope you dodge them.
Perfect ace.
All right, it's time for the final round of Swiss here on day 2. And you know what that means, Corey? A lot of sweats at the tables here in our feature match area.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a look at some of the matches we're going to have our eye on here in round number 16 and tell you what's at stake, basically, because there's a lot of stuff going on here in the final round. First up, we're going to talk about Johnny Gutman versus Sergio Garcia, Esper Gorios versus Azorius Control. Johnny Gutman has been on the win-and-in cusp here for several rounds, hoping to get it done this time. What does this match mean for both of these players, Corey?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, this is going to be a close one here. If Sergio does win, automatically in no matter what, with that record of 11-3-1, has that extra point above the field, so going to be locked up. Johnny's tiebreakers as well are very strong, but we cannot say for sure that a win from Johnny here would automatically be into the top 8. But very, very likely, out of all the 11-4s, Johnny has the best chance.
All right, that's a look at our first feature match. Let's take a look at another match here. Heavy implications for these players. Zevin Faust on Boros Energy up against Azorius Control in the hands of Francisco Sanchez. Corey, tell me what's going on here?
Yeah, same thing. So with that draw, they're at 11-3-1. Francisco with a win, automatically in. Zevin Faust with a win, very likely, but still not 100% locked. And all the 11-4s, the percentages are getting a little worse as we go through these matches. So every 11-4 is going to be slightly less, have a slight less chance to be able to make it in. So more than likely a win and in for Zevin, but not 100%.
Zevin Faust made a Pro Tour top 8 last year with Golgari Graveyard, so hoping to get back there again this year at this tournament.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at our next matchup that we've got our eyes on here. Albert Cordobez on Eldrazi Ramp versus Noah Offman on Simic Neoform, both players on 11-4, Corey.
Yep, tiebreakers are about 2% lower here than Zevin Faust, so Albert with a little bit of the better tiebreakers here at 63 has the higher chance of making it if he does win, and then Albert, slightly less chance, but still what we're expecting to be a pretty solid win and in.
All right, this next matchup, oh boy, here we go. Shuhei Nakamura, our overnight leader, has not had the best day 2, was undefeated coming here into today, now sitting at 11-4, has had so many win-in-ins.
Yeah, so many chances.
Miss, versus up against Makoto Horiuchi on Esper Blink. Tell me how this one shakes out, Corey.
So Makoto's in a little bit more trouble here as he is sub 60% on the tiebreakers here at 59.2. So if Makoto wins, going to be the least likely to make it in, but would still be likely to take up that eighth spot. Shuhei, on the other hand, surprisingly not that good of tiebreakers after starting at 8-0. So, maybe the opponents didn't do that great, but Shuhei does have a higher percentage to make it into the top 8 here than Makoto.
All right, and finally, we've got one more to show you here. Quinn Tonole versus Alex Friedrichsen. Belcher versus Affinity. Again, both players on 11-4, but this one's more of a Hail Mary, right, Corey?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say a full Hail Mary, but, at least 40 to 50-yard touchdown here. It is still a very lucky thing for one of these players to be able to win and then get in. Quinn Tonole does have the higher breakers here at 55%, and then Alex down there at 54. So Quinn has the highest chance, but you are so right, Maria. Something has to go right for Quinn to get in, even with a win. Otherwise, we're looking at our 9th place finisher between one of these two players that takes it down.
All right, that's a win and pray scenario,
yes.
I think is the technical term for that one.
I believe you're right.
Well, let's take a look at our main feature once again, coming up here in round number 16. Like we said, so many matches are so very, very important this final round of day 2. This one is no exception. Johnny Gutman, who's been on the outside looking in for a few rounds here, just wants to get it done. We'll have to go through Sergio Garcia to get it done. Esper Goryo's up against Azorius Control. Johnny Gutman, better known as Ginky, started playing Magic in 2015, was primarily known as an online player, made the transition to paper and had 0 wins at his first paper Pro Tour, just had a little bit of trouble making that technical difference with playing with physical cards. What a huge improvement we see from him here this weekend, doing so very well indeed. Up against Sergio Garcia on Team Pluto, the Spanish team that's been doing so very well on day 2 of competition. From Madrid, first Modern deck he ever played with, Splinter Twin.
All right.
Season goal, make it top 8, could clinch that here this round. Tell me about these 2 deck lists, Corey.
Yes, let's take a look at Johnny Gutman's list here. First, this is Esper Goryo's, the most played deck in the format. We have seen a lot of this list on the screen, and we've seen a lot of Johnny Gutman's list on the screen because, well, he's had a lot of chances at these win-and-ins, and we got one more here. I think at this point it's going to come down to that mental fortitude. Is he still at a good place mentally after losing a couple? It gets so tough.
It's got to be so difficult, Corey.
It gets so tough. I lose my matches early, so it is a little less painful.
That's the easy way, yeah.
So we're trying to bring back these giant creatures, and in this matchup against Azorius Control, you really need to have this really powerful draw, and you need to be trying to do your thing fast, because the longer you give Azorius Control, the more counter spells they draw, and the less chance that you have to actually close it out, and the higher chance that they can just deal with an Atraxa. So let's take a look at Johnny's opponent playing Azorius Control here, a deck that has just been really exceeding expectation here. There's going to be a couple key cards we're looking at here. Spell Snare, actually amazing up against Goryo's Vengeance. And then if you can ever get the Orum's Chant Isochron Scepter lock, that's going to be extremely powerful. If you can pair that with Teferi, the game is just locked out. There's no playing anything, no attacking. It's over. as well as the powerful combination of Narset and Days Undoing to just prevent any kind of card draw from Johnny Gutman. So it's all going to be about speed. If Johnny can go fast, he's got a solid chance at it. If not, Sergio is going to take control and take control pretty quickly as early as turn 4 or 5.
Corey, all things being equal here, which deck do you like better in the matchup?
You know, I really do think it's extremely close, but I think Azorius Control is probably a little bit favored here. But with Modern, the edges are so tiny, it's really anyone's game. Die roll is going to be pretty important as well.
All right, let's see what happens. Round number 16, the most exciting hour in Magic is on the way. Riley and Cedric, take it away.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you, Corey, as well, for lining things up for us here in the booth. Riley and I joined by Cedric Phillips. It's time to close out our top 8 here, Cedric. It's time to put some people into the feature match area on Sunday. Who is it going to be? We're going to find out as we head down to the feature match area right now for round number 16. We've already set up this match, of course, with Azorius Control going up against Espagorio's Vengeance. I'm a big fan of Azorius Control decks, that's no secret. But Espagorio's was a deck that I think was on everyone's radar heading into this weekend. May have put a dint in its chances generally speaking. There aren't a lot of Espagorio's decks on the top in the standings, right? So Johnny Gutman may have had to battle through a slightly more hostile field than he was perhaps anticipating with this list. Having said that, you've described this deck as having a lot of agency, allowing players to demonstrate their expertise through high-level decision-making. And Johnny Gutman's got to do it here again if he wants a chance at the top 8.
Yeah, look, this is a deck that sees a lot of cards over the course of the game if things are going correctly with Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler. You do have a unique little package of Goryo's Vengeance, getting back Atrax or Gristlebrand, and ideally ephemerating those creatures back into the battlefield after all of the Goryo's Vengeancing has taken place. Now, the tough thing is that this is, in some respects, an A+B deck that is also trying to play a fair game, so your draws can be a little bit disjointed sometimes, picking up multiple copies of Atrax when you don't want to. You know, you have Quantum Riddlers, which are kind of flooding your hand, you're not ephemerating them, and so they're just an expensive way to draw a single card. Stuff like that. You know, you're kind of mixing and matching, and sometimes the mixing and matching doesn't go particularly well. When it is working well, it does look very, very good. But as you mentioned, I don't think it's looked all that good this weekend, given that we don't have many copies at the top tables. Johnny can be the hero for the archetype here. And for Johnny, who you saw take a deep breath before this game begins, these past handful of rounds have not gone well for him. We've documented that a couple of times here. But if he wins this match, it is incredibly likely that he'll be into the elimination round. So you can, if I'm Johnny, I think to myself here, yeah, the past couple of rounds have not gone well. I'm not going to think about those. I'm going to think about this one because this is the only one that matters.
Yep. Future facing. That's what we want from the young Canadian here. Now, Sergio Garcia, he's in slightly better shape than Johnny with that 11-3-1 record. If Sergio wins, he's in the top 8, no questions asked. He is ahead of the other players who are on 11-4. There's another player who's in a similar position on 11-3-1, Francisco Sanchez, his teammate on Team Pluto, the Spanish crew. So these players from Spain do have slightly better positions heading into this round, but again, we are going to end up, any way you slice it, across our coverage of this round, with a tiebreaker scrum. You're going to end up with a bunch of 11-4s who have won and moved to 12-4, all competing, contesting for those last 4 slots that are still available in our top 8. And you'll be here, you'll be the first to know around the world, joining us for coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. And now, to business, Cedric, as we get underway with this match. Opening things up here with, looks like a Surveil there.
Yeah, it's a meticulous archive and an island there for Sergio. For Johnny, also a Surveil land, this of the Dimir variety.
Undercity Sewers. And we'll see what happens here after Johnny's finished shuffling up.
And for Johnny, would love to put a large creature in the graveyard, or maybe see a Goryo's Vengeance right now. Looks like Atraxa is in the hand. There is a way to discard it as well with a Psychic Frog in the grip, but it looks like just a Consign going to go to the graveyard off of the Surveil.
And that's the single Consign that's in the main deck. Not at its best in this matchup.
No, not
completely useless,
not
but it's not that great. So Johnny won't be too hesitant to get rid of that. Another Flooded Strand now for the Canadian. And we'll see what he wants to do. The Surveil land's obviously very, very good. A little bit better in Johnny's deck, given that he does want to play out of the graveyard. The Azorius Control deck essentially not making use of the graveyard from what I can see.
Yeah, not particularly meaningful in Azorius control, but
just selection.
Just a good card.
Yeah, just card selection. Yep. Right, Psychic Frog the play here for Johnny.
Now, this is the kind of card that does threaten to take over a game all by itself. It is very good alongside Quantum Riddler. It is a discard. It is a way to discard, excuse me.
And
in
just
Atraxa.
Stone nothing for Sergio.
Well, that is a white.
Sorry.
That is a white card.
That makes
for
a lot
Solitude.
more, makes a lot more sense.
So, though that play isn't the sexiest one around on turn number 3, you'd prefer to maybe play a Planeswalker like Narset or Teferi. This will do because the Frog is very problematic.
No, when I saw Kahira going to the hand, I was like, this means that Sergio's kept an absolute stinker with nothing else to do. But no, the Solitude in the hand makes a lot of sense. Get rid of that Psychic Frog before it can start to fill up the hand here. Or, again, nonsense shenanigans with the Quantum Riddler, of course. All right, Hallowed Fountain in untapped.
It's going to be Tainted Indulgence.
Yeah, I think that's also a one-of here. It is, yes.
And that's going to discard the Atraxa that was in hand.
Beautiful. That's what we like to see here for Johnny.
And wouldn't be surprised now to see maybe another Surveil land if there is one. Johnny also has access to a Breeding Pool as well in his deck that he can find off of this Polluted Delta. Breeding Pool is interesting in this spot because of Prismatic Ending, which he has a couple of copies in hand. There are no Planeswalkers on the battlefield right now for Sergio, but the Planeswalkers that he does play generally cost 3 mana. So making sure that there's a way to take care of those is always very nice. Now, the spread of mana right now, of course, means with 2 white-blue lands and a blue-black land, you can pay black, white, and blue for Prismatic Ending for 3 mana. So the Planeswalkers are covered via Ending, given how the mana is currently laid out.
All right, so Ephemerate surveilled to the bin. And back to Johnny now for his next turn. Sergio did shock with the Hallowed Fountain, which indicates that he's got some action. I think I spy a Subtlety in hand.
Yep, you do spy a Subtlety. There's also a copy of Consult the Star Charts and just a couple of lands right now. So looks like it's going to be the new instant with Kicker.
Let's look at the top 4. Pick 2 of them. Double Solitude, an Isochron Scepter, the Isochron Scepter in this list. Another card I didn't get a great look at, hiding away at the bottom. Did you see it, Sid?
Didn't get a great look at it. Did see the copies of Solitude, also a Force of Negation among the options here. This is a little bit interesting. This is a deck that does play fetch lands. This is Azorius control deck. So if you do put the Isochron Scepter on the bottom, it's not down there for good.
You can shuffle it back up.
Yeah, you can get it shuffled back into your deck.
Okay, so I think the pick was Force of Negation and Solitude there. Yep, there they are, coming up on the card viewer to the left of the screen. And there is that Subtlety in hand as well that we pointed out. Decent looking hand here for Sergio. He does obviously need to answer this Frog, but he's got options. Subtlety, Solitude.
Yeah, not in a rush, I think, to answer the Frog. There's nothing, Ben, that's all that scary just yet. Now here's a hard cast copy of Solitude.
I guess Subtlety's not going to go up against the Frog particularly favorably if Johnny's just going to dump his hand.
Yeah, not even a little bit.
No. You always think like, oh, how bad could it be? I'll block, it's fine. They're not going to discard their hand. Then they discard their hand. It's like, oh, that sucks.
Goryo's is not going to resolve. Force of Negation is going to take care of that.
Yep. There's a Subtlety after all being put to good use.
And I'm curious if that's the best time to cast Goryo's Vengeance. Can get kind of tricky with that card because it is an instant. And when you do bring Atraxa back, it is a lot of cards.
Yes.
Quantum Riddler's a fine consolation prize. But right now, there's a lot of copies of Prismatic Ending, and they are not very good in this matchup.
No. Even with the Breeding Pool.
That was a really good draw, though. Picked up a copy of Ephemerate.
Oh, very nice. Yeah,
Really,
with the
really
untapped land of as well coming in thanks to that Polluted Delta.
Yeah.
More than happy to pay 2 life here in order to fire that one off. That's a very, very nice pickup. Prismatic Ending, as you mentioned, not doing great work here and now. Not able to go after all that much. It can get rid of Planeswalkers, but there are no Planeswalkers to be gotten rid of.
This was countered by Force of Negation.
Yes,
right?
yes, sorry.
Goryo's Vengeance, clarifying, going to the Exile Zone, of course. Is Ephemerate.
So the Riddler's in now for good. And we could see Ephemerate happen again when we go back to Johnny's turn. We'll see if that's an option that he wants to pursue, if it even has the opportunity to resolve, because there's a force negation in hand here for Sergio.
Takes another 2 here off the steam vents. The red just a splash here. It is powering up that prismatic ending, but also fire magic in the board. Very light red splash in this list. All right, now we're stocking up.
Yeah, really, really good card drawing spell from Aether Drift. Not seeing it, like in standard context, you'll see this card be a 4 of.
Yes.
In modern context, it's kind of just a 1 of. But
a testament to its power.
Yes, absolutely.
Even breaking into modern at all with 1 of is still huge. Yeah. Look, it's no divination.
Yeah, it's much better.
It's much better. It's much better.
We agree that it is no divination.
It's no divination.
Fact.
And it's very, very good.
All right, gonna actually ephemerate the Riddler. Just more cards.
Yep.
Got some catching up to do because the hand is pretty bad.
So sacrificing an attack with the Riddler there, which you're not too worried about, really. You just want to build out a better hand.
Yeah.
Making sure that ephemerate on the rebound doesn't go to waste. Faithful Mending to pick up here. That's nice. That's a good way to get rid of some of those prismatic endings that are clogging up your hand here.
Yeah, Faithful Mending, it is nice in this spot. You do want to consider what it looks like if the opponent has Force Negation. I mentioned that card because clearly I can see it in Sergio's hand.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if Sergio wants to play it on this card.
Does exile it, removes the opportunity for you to flash it back from the bin, but no. Sergio's going to let it resolve here. So draw 2, discard 2. I imagine some number of prismatic endings are going to have to hit the bin, although there's an Atraxer off the top as well. I just realized I'm such an idiot. Oh dear. And I don't even need to confess this on, I've already started the sentence.
Oh, go for it.
The breeding pool is also to just hard cast Atraxer.
Absolutely true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that.
Oh, yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
didn't even think about that.
Oh, hard casting Atraxa, like in this game, starting to look very real.
Exactly. I was like, oh, it's just there for the prismatic. That could be any shockland, really, right? It could be anything. Like it's just there to make sure prismatic ending can hit 4. But no, it also can hard cast Atraxa. So don't I feel like a fool.
Force Negation now on this Thoughtseize, and Johnny is going to let that happen. Is this going to be an Ephemerate again?
Yeah,
like yes.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, just cycling an Ephemerate. I mean, that Riddler's not attacking this turn anyway.
Oh, picked up a copy of Goryo's.
Goryo's Vengeance.
Has not played a land yet this turn.
Got the breeding pool.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to go in the chamber. Here it is. 2 live.
I wonder if we fire this off.
Swiftly repaid here.
I think so. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, Goryo's Vengeance.
Yep.
Target Atraxa. Back it comes.
All right, so remember, the Ephemerate is not one of the cards that's going to be played here.
Technically shouldn't be put on top of the library there. It's just as a reminder for the rebound.
Okay, this is, let's see. So, sorcery looks like it's going to be Thoughtseize. The land's going to be Flooded Strand. The creature, we got the selection between Solitude and Quantum Riddler. The instance could be Goryo's or Force Negation. So, some really good options here for Gutman.
Now, important to note that you exile the creature that is brought back with Goryo's Vengeance.
Yes. It does not go back to
you
the
don't sacrifice it.
No.
So you can't run back the Goryo's Vengeance. Although I think there is another Atraxer in the... No, it's in hand.
In hand right now.
It's in hand.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, interesting on what the instant... You're Johnny, if you want to get here.
I like this.
The options, you have Goryo's, you have Ephemerate, and then you have Force Negation. Force Negation, of course, can provide you some protection around Planeswalkers and other things. So I think that might be some of the rationale for taking that, alongside taking a blue card with it.
And the fact that you do already have pressure as well. You've got the Atraxa that's attacking now, and then you've got the Quantum Riddler. So you're not really looking for more ways to apply pressure.
So
you're looking for ways to protect what you've got.
Yeah, Goryo's gone. Atraxa exiled. Remember, there's a Faithful Mending still in the graveyard as well, and there's an Ephemerate that's going to go off if Johnny wants it to on the following turn. So that's a nice catch-up turn. Remember, Johnny's hand for most of this game was actually quite bad, being flooded with prismatic endings, and now he's actually done a nice job of catching back up.
And I think a lot of it was that Faithful Mending.
Yeah.
Yep. Digging 2 extra cards deep. Look at how much better Johnny's hand is now that he's discarded 2 copies of Prismatic Ending. Oh, but isn't Aram's Chant?
This is just main phase Chant you.
Okay.
Okay, I love this.
Because we know the Force of Negation's in hand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's a twofold thing. Now, Days Undoing is going to be played because Sergio's hand stinks, so it's time to refill, but also this makes Johnny's hand go away, and Johnny's going to get just like 7 random ones.
Yes.
But that was like kind of it's like a little bit of a test spell, the Orange Chant, because there's a world where that just gets force negation.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, okay, go.
All right, I can do whatever.
Right? That, like that,
Yeah.
there. I don't know how likely that is, but it's non-zero.
I like this from Sergio, though. He knows that Johnny's hand's really good. He knows that his hand looks more like a foot.
Yeah, it's not good at all.
So he's just like, all right, well, let's try again. And with 3 mana open on Johnny's turn, the end the turn isn't that much of a cost to pay in this situation.
Now, the scary thing of all of this is, of course, is that Days Undoing says end the turn, so Johnny gets to use the cards first.
Yeah, but as I'm saying, it's not that big of a cost to pay in a deck where you're playing a bunch of interactive instants.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true. Like the scariest thing right now, if I'm Sergio, is if Johnny picks up a copy of, let's say Thoughtseize, right? Because then Thoughtseize is the perfect way to start the turn.
Yeah,
And see, okay,
then you
so how did this go?
Kind of like the chant.
Yep.
Like you test what are they? Thoughtseize, okay, now I can do what I want.
Yep. And on the flip, Sergio could end up drawing a copy of Worm's Chant right now, and just go, okay, draw my cards. Okay, upkeep chant you.
Yeah.
You get to do nothing, and then this isn't so bad for me.
Now I'm the one who gets the first chance to deploy all these new cards.
Yep. It just depends on what they find.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so Sergio's turn is going to end here. We're back to Johnny now. Both of these hands with fresh grips. Triple Polluted Delta, a Traxxas in hand for Johnny, consigned to memory as well. Well, not the best one. It's come back around. Faithful Mending and Solitude rounding out the new 7 and an Ephemerate as well.
Yeah, these cards that Johnny has, he's not going to play the Ephemerate.
Okay.
Looks like Sergio, no upkeep effects. And Sergio's hand does not look particularly good either. There's a Narset and a Solitude. Prismatic Ending, not the best card in the matchup. Certainly not the best card in the current situation. And now there's Solitude. Okay.
Solitude to remove the Quantum Riddler. Now, there is an Ephemerate in hand here for Johnny if he wants to save it. And that seems to be a pretty good proposition here. 1 mana, draw a card, nullify the evoked Solitude, which has cost your opponent some pretty significant material.
All right. Ephemerate once again. Just cycling through them, but also in this instance, making sure the Riddler stays alive.
You're casting the Consult the Star Charts here, right? You can't wait to kick that.
Not positive.
Discard.
The reason I say that is Johnny's going to go to discard.
Oh,
There's going to be a sack of the fetch line here.
Yeah.
Sergio's hand's so bad he might have to wait.
7?
You think so?
It's possible.
That's interesting because I think it's so bad he has to do it now.
Yeah. I don't think it's an easy decision either way. He might think to himself, I need the 2 cards. He might think to himself, my hand's so bad, I just need to
I need to find something to do next turn.
And also just be mana efficient by using the 2 mana that's left over.
Exactly. He's got a Narset. But I don't think that can be the only card he casts next turn that does something.
No. Look, it's just unlikely to be good enough, and it's not particularly mana efficient right now either.
So my reasoning, and look, I'm not the one playing for a win in top 8 of the Pro Tour, but my reasoning would be consult the Star Charts now because you need something else to cast in addition to that Narset. I'm ready to be wrong about that, but that's just the way that I'm.
Well, I just think it's a tough decision. I mean, the first thing that has to happen, I think, is resolving the Surveil from Thundering Falls.
Yeah, Thundering Falls is going to give us a bit more of an idea here.
He left that on top real quick.
Okay.
And he's untapping.
Oh, he's going to draw. Okay, he's going to draw the card that he likes it. That was another. Consult the Star Charts.
Oh, yeah, now you're going to discard. Yes. I'm at 7, you're I'm at 21, 7.
Plays Plains. Now, for 4 mana, are we going to see main phase Star Chart?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right. So he did want the 2 cards. Your analysis was correct once again.
It's more of a guess.
Yes.
Like I think it's a compelling decision. I think what kind of helped make the decision was the card that he saw with the Surveil. Right? If that card's bad, you put it in the graveyard, and maybe it just completely changes your decision on what you want to do with that card. At this stage of things, I'm not entirely sure exactly what Sergio's looking for, but he does get to look at 8 cards and take 2 of them, and that's a lot of cards to choose from.
So Teferi amongst those cards. We'll get confirmation of exactly what Sergio took. Teferi's a nice one. We could see the Planeswalker deployed here if it was taken. Otherwise, there is Narset. No, there's Teferi Time Raveler. Picked up.
Got to respond.
Picked up off of the Consult the Star Charts there. And this is a really nice card.
Yeah,
for many reasons.
Teferi's nice in a spot like this because it forces Johnny to make a move now. Now, Johnny's got moves to make, and that might be bad news here for Sergio. But it at least forces some action. And Johnny has a copy of, I think there's another copy of Ephemerate and also a Solitude in hand. So Johnny's hand is actually quite good post Days Undoing, where Sergio's, I would say, less so.
Yeah, the Days Undoing didn't really have it didn't really have the effect that Sergio was hoping for here. There's also Faithful Mending. But we're just going to see a Hardcast Solitude. Okay. Hardcast Solitude on getting rid of the other Solitude here.
Yeah. All right, so Teferi's good. It's going to hang out for a little bit. Going to bounce something. It looks like it's going to bounce the Riddler. Remember now, because of Teferi's text, the rebound on Ephemerate, that's Dunzo. That's just going to be hanging out there forever.
Gets exiled. Yep.
But like, I really, finish off Teferi. I mean, this could just be hardcast Atraxa, potentially, if there's enough mana.
Yeah, another couple of lands in hand.
Yeah. You don't have to think about something like you're not concerned with something like Force Spike or Days or any other nonsense, right? It can just be pedal to metal, beat this thing.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to see. Picks up a bunch of lands. Oh, already had 7.
Yeah.
Already had 7.
And I like playing the next land untapped. You got a lot of life to work with, and if you spike an Ephemerate, you're okay with it. And also he has the mana up for Consign as well. So I think Johnny's in the driver's seat this game.
Yeah, it's gone really, really well for him. As he looks at the top 10, let's see what he takes. Plains, Force, another Atraxa. Here's one I prepared earlier. Oh, that's it, just 3.
Yeah, just 3 cards.
Just 3 cards.
It's not a ton, but I'm going to assume, take a look at the grip. Yeah, so the Force is just going to give a lot of protection here around anything that's, I think, really that scary.
Did I make a land drop this turn?
You did. You put a land on tap.
Okay.
Yep. They can't hear us.
I know.
Us confirm. That'd be very problematic if they could hear us.
Yeah, that's true.
And you and I, Cedric, we've had our plan. I'm sure it doesn't really happen here at the Pro Tour with the way the tournament space is set up, but I know I've commentated matches in the past where the people in the feature match area can hear you.
We're close by sometimes.
If you talk too loud, they can hear you.
Yeah.
I've had the production team.
Back in the day. Back in the day.
Oh, yeah. All right, here's a Nassif now.
Yeah, this is the kind of card that might be worth fighting over.
Nassif finds Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, that's kind of I think that's kind of best case scenario for Sergio, and I do like fighting over this.
So Force pitching Faithful Mending, and okay, Sergio doesn't really have an answer to that.
Yep. I think players at home might be wondering why Johnny's putting the card that he's casting the Force in the bottom of his graveyard. I think that's to remind himself that he has Faithful Mending in his graveyard by leaving that card on the top card of his graveyard. Doesn't want to forget that and cover it up with something else.
Yes. I tend to just splay my graveyard out, no matter what I'm playing. Well, it's a habit I picked up playing Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah.
Because you never, if you pick up, like if you draw for the turn and then pick up and shuffle through your graveyard looking for something, then your opponent knows that you've just drawn Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, they know they're dead. Good for them.
So,
yeah, lucky them.
Lucky them. You're playing Snapcaster Mage in 2025. But I've always, even when I'm playing graveyard decks that don't use a graveyard, I just play it out, dude.
Yuck.
Well, I'm not like a dredge player doing it in that great big line across the top of the battlefield.
See, I kind of like.
Now he likes that.
Yeah.
Now he's got terrible taste in graveyard management.
I sure do.
Oh my goodness. All right. Are we consulting the start charts here? What's going on?
Just a single consult instead of kicking it this time around. So taking a look at a whole bunch of cards and taking one.
It's not looking good here.
Yep.
Orum's Chant, kicked, no spells, no attacks, but kind of treading water. This is a game. This is a card that is supposed to be used to close out a game, not to keep you in it in best case scenario. But
the thing that's a little scary about this is because there's still an Isochron Scepter in the deck, you have to think to yourself, if you're Johnny, like, I got to get the game over with because I'm ahead on the battlefield, life totals, all that jazz. My hand is fine, like the Riddlers and the other attracts, like those are nice cards, right? But if Scepter plus Chant and Teferi somehow like work themselves in the equation, like the game is over. So even though Johnny is doing really well and has a consign to memory that is actually pretty good, Scepter Chant is always just kind of looming, and that's always kind of scary.
We're going to fire up the Spell Snare here against the Faithful Mending.
I don't think it's getting any better.
No. What are the 2-drop you're targeting, right? Like Guerrero's Vengeance is the obvious candidate, but it's a bit late for that. Yeah, we love to see this Spell Snare, baby. It's another card whose fortunes have really waxed and waned.
Spell Snare is awesome in this format.
Right now it is.
Yeah.
It's been doo-doo for a while.
Yeah, it's really, really good in this format. I think that was a really bad Lorien revealed, I think.
Really bad.
Lorien revealed. I don't think the cards that were drawn were any good.
Counterspell, Arid Mesa, Flooded Strand. Oh, no, this is Prismatic
Ending.
the
That's
second
not good
one.
either.
Against a 5-drop and an 8-drop? No, we're going to go to game number 2 here. Johnny Gutman up in game number 1. He edges closer to that tiebreaker scrum. The poor bloke has been playing a bunch of win-and-ins today, and he hasn't had much success so far. See how things go for him here as he is on the precipice of a match win with that game number 1 victory. All right, we move on now. Sergio Garcia, mulligan down to 6 for him. Reminder, of course, if he wins this game and this match, he's straight to the top 8, no questions asked, with his 11-3-1 record.
That game that we just watched there is kind of what it's got to look like there for Johnny. I think he picked the spots pretty well. Not all the draw steps were favorable, but Faithful Mending undid some of those, and I think his deck gets a little bit better after sideboard as well, where now we're seeing a mulligan, and we are seeing...
And a Thoughtseize as well is really punishing.
Yeah, we're not seeing a great hand here for Sergio. The Teferi is clearly the best card in the hand. The Days Undoing is kind of interesting because I wouldn't be surprised, given how maybe the draw steps going for Sergio, where it's just, all right, turn 3, fire that off. My hand sucks. Hopefully your hand ends up stinking.
Now, if the Pro Tour production budget still was engorged enough,
whatever this is,
to have the advantage bar.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, that is a casualty. Budget cuts, you know how it is in this economy. Trying to keep an advantage, it's tough, and we know that people out there crave the advantage bar. But the bean counters at Wizards say no.
Yep.
We would be seeing it swing firmly in Johnny's direction here after not only the mulligan but also the Thoughtseize. What a punishing 1-2 punch that has sent Sergio to the ropes here.
It has been a really good start here for Johnny, no doubt about it. Meticulous Archive, down goes the Solitude.
Yep, not interested in that right now. Wants business. Finds Counterspell. All right. Days Undoing, Teferi Time Raveler, and Surgical Extraction.
Ribbit.
But there's the Frog. And that's one of the reasons the Spell Snare was sniped with Thoughtseize.
Johnny's hand's good, too. Dispute and Force Negation are both really, really nice if he gets the opportunity to untap.
Yeah, and as good as Counterspell is, I mean, it's a great card. No one's disputing that. You know what it's not good with? Basic Planes.
Yep. Well, Solitude's a good answer here to the Frog, so that's fortunate there for Sergio. But Sergio, I mean, clearly Sergio is struggling. You can see the hand of Surgical Extraction, Days Undoing, and Counterspell. This is not going according to plan here for the Azorius control player.
Not at all. Not at all. But Johnny Gutman, he's got options for days here.
And not the most mana, but there are some free spells involved here, or at least some cheap ones. A couple of copies of Force Negation. Emperor of Bones is going to eat that Solitude.
Yum yum.
Let's see if Sergio can find a land here to be able to actually engage in this game in a meaningful way. Flooded Strand's not bad.
It's going to unlock that Counterspell at least. Fire off the Days Undoing and a Mulligan's Undoing here.
Ooh.
Surgical Extraction on the Thoughtseize. Are we going to see the Days Undoing here?
We know Days Undoing isn't going to resolve, but
is this why the Surgical is being fired off here?
I think the Surgical is being fired off to get information. I think that's the biggest thing, is get a look at your hand, see what you're doing.
Yep.
Because Surgical is actually more so meant for like Atraxa or a thing that you would go as Vengeance, that sort of thing. And now this is more so of a, my hand kind of stinks. I kind of got to get a little bit lucky. Maybe Days Undoing is clear for takeoff, and it is very obvious that it is not.
What I'm saying, in casting that Surgical Extraction, was his final goal.
I think the goal was to see if the coast was clear.
If the coasts were clear, yes.
Yeah, I think
that's
so.
why he's doing it.
Yeah, because his hand's so bad.
Well, otherwise the surgical line of thoughts is what we call in the coverage business an interesting play.
Yeah.
So I think that was the reason there.
Yeah, that's just gaining information.
Yeah.
Cards in hand, 2.
Okay, Emperor Bones comes in, knocks the Spaniard down to 15.
11.
Gutman down to 11 now as he goes hunting with a fetch shock. And now it's Sergio Garcia whose head's in his hands.
Yeah, I mean this game is getting away from him very quickly. And the first game had a lot of back and forth, but Johnny was able to find some nice spots to be able to draw a lot of cards, cycling Ephemerates very, very well, and then ultimately getting an Atraxa or two on the battlefield that generated even more cards that he overwhelmed Sergio with card advantage over the course of the game. So this has just not been going according to plan here for Sergio, who I have to imagine has beaten Goryo's Vengeance a time or two in the modern rounds of this tournament to get to 11-3-1. Johnny, I believe that he is thinking about playing Teferi this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not just thinking about it, he's doing it too. I can confirm that Sergio Garcia has played Goryo's Vengeance one time this weekend, before this, and he won.
Okay. A thing that is going to kind of maybe go a little unnoticed about this Teferi play, it's pretty ABC for Johnny to play it. He could wait hypothetically and try to set up a Teferi plus dispute, but what this actually does is it forces Sergio to have an answer, but the other thing that it does is Sergio had a Flooded Strand, and had no spell been played, he could use that to get a Surveil land.
Yeah.
Right, so the little minor edge that he would get there from actually having the opportunity to play a land would have been really, really nice, and it just doesn't work itself into the equation. Getting a Surveil land and increasing the quality of his draw, that was off the table with the Teferi being played.
So Solitude off the top, and the Kahira put in hand in order to cast it. So now we're back to an empty board, but a Psychic Frog is a really nice one from Johnny here.
Yeah, this is really tough now.
Yeah.
Because Days Undoing, let's live in the world where Days Undoing gets cast, okay?
Yeah.
Now, I think Johnny probably counters it.
Yeah, yes, I think so. His hand's good.
Yeah, I think he probably counters it. But there's this kind of thing where it's okay, I'll discard all the cards by Frog, make it a 4/5.
And then draw 7.
And then draw 7 cards. That's maybe a small decision where it's maybe I'll do that. That kind of sounds pretty nice.
But then I think just facing down an opponent with 7 fresh cards.
Yeah.
It's not
It's probably not worth the risk, but it's something interesting to think about.
2 more mana now, and it's another Psychic Frog. Yep. So here's an opportunity for Sergio Garcia if he finds a land.
Sick.
Untapped land.
Sick right now.
Untapped land. No, consult the star charts. Okay. And I think that was the turn. That was the turn he had to cast the Supreme Verdict, because now the Frog's going to get in again. They're going to get even more. They're going to pull Johnny even further ahead on cards.
It just depends on what the cards are. I think that Sergio is in a lot of trouble, but if Johnny gets a little sloppy...
He didn't find a land off the star chart.
No, he didn't find a land. There's a mystical dispute. If Johnny got a little sloppy, this could have gotten interesting. The draw step was very good in the tracks, and now here's Goryo's Vengeance.
Goodness. Oh, my goodness.
And I think this game should be over shortly.
I think so. I think it's all over here for Sergio Garcia. Unfortunately, between the Frog, plural, frogs, and the Atraxa.
Notably not a Praetor.
No one would make that mistake. We don't need to point that out. All right, there's Magic's most disrespected demon, Gristlebrand. Ephemerate Breeding Pool has been picked up. There's another Psychic Frog, or a Quantum Riddler, or indeed an Atraxa. Lots of options for the creature slot.
Remember, this is a situation where Johnny can go for the kill. Atraxa has haste at 7. Frog damage right now is
3.
8, 9, and 10.
Yeah. So
There's a couple of cards. If you want to go for it. If you feel like you need to go for it.
But this comes back to what we were talking about before. When you're ahead, you don't need to take as many risks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Gristle Daddy.
Yep,
He's discarded.
He's
He's going for it. He's going to go for it.
Discarded probably Ephemerate. Maybe.
No discards preordained from the previous turn.
Ephemerion's pretty safe to have here.
And they come.
Nice attack.
Sergio Garcia
There it
concedes
is.
the game.
There
And
it is.
Johnny Gutman takes out this potential win and in for him. Of course, not guaranteed, but he joins the tiebreaker scrum at 12-4. Must be a huge relief. And of course, this bloke, he's been battling so hard across the last couple of rounds. Lost a few win and ins. Now,
Given how this day has gone for him, that reaction is appropriate. 10-1, leading the standings with a lot of opportunities to play for his win in and just get this over with, right?
Yeah.
Make top 8 of this tournament. Not going his way at all over the course of a handful of constructed rounds. And we watched a lot of them unfold of him just loss after loss after loss, and it's really easy to get in your head about it. And I think at some stages of today he probably did.
Yeah.
But I think he played a really clean match here of
Yeah.
thinking, okay, that was in the past, this is in the present. I know what I want to be my future, and his future is likely the Sunday stage.
and look, we have to come back to some of the comments we were making about Johnny when he was kind of tilting off.
Yes.
Right? Like, I don't want to be too hard on the bloke because he had every reason. He had some rough situations he had to drag himself through. Mulligans, bad draws, all sorts of stuff.
Yep.
And it took a toll on the poor bloke. You could see it.
Yeah.
We saw the head go down, head in his hands. He's having a terrible time. But it's very clear that he dialed in.
Yeah.
He rallied. He brought it back. And Cedric, you and I were discussing in quite frank, quite uncompromising terms about this poor fella, how important it is to keep your head in the game. And full credit to Johnny Gutman, after having gone through hell and back, he did bring it back. As I say, he dialed in. He found what he needed to make sure his mental game was in the right place, and he's been rewarded for it. So well done.
I think he just played 2 really good games of Magic in order to get to what is, again, very likely the Sunday stage. So good on him. It's been an up and down roller coaster. That's what these pro tours can be, especially when you're near or at the top of the standings like he was over the course of today. And now, again, very likely that he'll be on the Sunday stage with that Espergorio's Vengeance deck.
But we will find out, of course, as we round out the competitors in our top 8. We will have a top 8 scrum. We're going to have the tiebreaker sweat for players like Johnny Gutman, and we're going to bring you coverage of it before very much longer. A quick break to set up our backup rounds, our backup matches, I should say, here for our final round of Modern today. So stay with us. We'll be back at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities after this. Welcome back to Atlanta for coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. We are down to business here. The final round of Swiss for this tournament is well and truly underway here at MagicCon Las Vegas, the backdrop for this Pro Tour. Thousands and thousands of fans of this game we all love assembling here to celebrate, to hang out, to play matches of Magic. But I tell you what, the players who are potentially playing for the greatest prize of all, the Pro Tour Championship, are going to be on your screen as we round out the last spots in our top 8. 4 spots already claimed, Cedric. 4 more to be determined by the results of this round. So let's head down to our feature match area and get stuck in to yet another match that could determine, well, that will determine who makes it through to our top 8. Not necessarily a win and in here. There will be a scrum for the 12s and 4s after the dust has settled on round 16, but Shuhei Nakamura and Makoto Horiochi well and truly in that conversation. Whoever wins this match will be one of the people sweating as the top 8 announcement is made. Now, really, really difficult position for Shuhei here. Leading the field, undefeated, heading into day number 2, slumping down to X and 4.
It's been a tough day.
It's been a real rough go for him, but he does still have a shot at greatness here if he can take out this game, this match, against his compatriot in Makoto Horiochi, who's playing Esper Blink, very similar to the Goryo's Vengeance deck, except playing Philia, Exuberant Shepherd, but much of the rest of the deck very similar indeed. And Shuhei Nakamura playing what one Pro Tour broadcaster described as the best deck in the room.
Someone said that.
Certainly being put to the test, that claim.
I was feeling really good about it yesterday. I imagine Shuhei was as well as our lone 8-0.
You got a bit carried away, Cedric, and it's fine. It happens to all of us, mate.
Yeah, I mean, can be wrong all the time. It's fine. I still think his deck is great, and I think that he being down a game in what looks to be a difficult matchup is not great.
No, we're jumping into to game 2 here between these two players, and not an explosive start that the Affinity players crave.
No.
On turn number 1.
This is a very normal start.
Ugh, I would say potentially even a pretty disappointing one, although the Thoughtcast is a nice one here, for sure.
Well, that's going to resolve. So that's good. And Urza Saga is very powerful in a situation like this, assuming that another mana source is coming. So, again, this is not the ideal start with Pinnacle Emissary, but it is a start nonetheless.
It is a start.
Yes.
You can see Shuhei, once again, a mulligan to 6. He's had some bad luck with mulligans today.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deck that I think does mulligan a decent amount because it has a lot of do-nothing in it, and then it has a lot of do-something.
Yeah,
and
you
so
really want a Pinnacle Emissary in the
Yeah, you need to find the do-something in this deck.
Yeah, the difference between good hands and bad hands in this deck. Like, there are some decks where the bad hands are kind of like, it can work. And then you get hands that are just like, oh, this is stone unplayable.
Yep. And he has a lot of cards that are, I mean, they're pretty hit or miss. A card like Tormod's Crypt, that he's playing 3 copies of. I mean, really good in some matchups, really bad in other ones.
Yep.
Engineer Explosives, like a little more flexible, but there's going to be some matchups where it doesn't do anything, and there's some matchups where it's going to be very good. So, I mean, this is just kind of Affinity in a nutshell. It's the kind of deck where if you're keeping 7 like all tournament long, your tournament's likely going very well for you, and then if you're mulliganing to 5 with regularity, it's going to be a little bit tougher. Now, I think if you're rooting for Shuhei here, it is probably pretty good news. The Mikado didn't have anything at the end of turn number 2, so maybe a small win there.
Well, let's talk through what this Esper deck is doing. It does have a lot in similarity with the Esper Goryo's Vengeance deck, but of course gone is the copies of Goryo's Vengeance. There's no Atraxa, there's no Gristlebrand, nothing like that. Instead, it's Emperor of Bones, Overlord of the Baelmerk, Philia, Exuberant Shepherd. Obviously, we've got Quantum Riddler, Psychic Frog, and then the Disruption Suite, Ephemerate, Fatal Push, Force of Negation. These are the cards that are just so good you want to play them in this Esper shell. But instead, it's a different creature suite, one that is more focused towards generating value with Ephemerate, with Philia. And of course, as it is a deck that plays white and blue mana, Fairy Time Rattles all up in this
But
as
of
well.
course.
But of course.
Riddler got hit by a Mystical Dispute there, which is really nice here for Shuhei. That's like kind of the best counterspell that Shuhei could have in a situation like that because it still allows for an Urza Saga activation as things currently stand.
Right, yeah, with the Springleaf Drum providing the mana for the dispute. And that means a Construct comes into play. 4/4. Not bad. Don't know how long it'll stay a 4/4 for.
That's a lot of 4s. So many 4s.
It was 3.
Yep. Wasn't 4.
Wasn't 4 4s.
Curious if Shuhei wants to make another construct here or not. Sweeper style effects in this deck list for Esper.
Not many.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's anything like Hurdle's Recall or anything that looks like that.
No, in the board I'm seeing Pest Control.
That's not nothing.
It's not nothing, no. Not a lot of other options, no.
So it looked like Consign is going to counter the Saga searching for something. Shuhei floated a mana with the Saga as opposed to making a construct. So there's a colorless mana floating in main phase 1 here.
Okay, and in hand, I could see, I think it was a land and an engineered explosives, another card I didn't get a good look at.
The other one is the best of the bunch, which is Kappa Cannoneer.
Right. Well, yes, that's certainly a card that Shuhei would be interested in putting on the battlefield.
Yeah, if you're facing against a deck that doesn't have any sweepers, Kappa Cannoneer is kind of the nuts. Teferi doesn't solve it. Pinpoint removal is not efficient enough to take care of it. So the hope is that this resolves here for Shuhei.
Yeah, this is kind of plan A, B, C, and D here.
Doesn't get there.
But no, Subtlety is going to throw a wrench into those plans.
Kind of interesting because just a temporary solution. This is the kind of... This threat is powerful enough that I think that Shuhei is more likely to keep it on the top than the bottom, especially with the Mishra's Bauble that you can kind of cantrip through. Potentially, because there's a cost to cantripping through the Mishra's Bauble, which is, of course, the construct gets a little bit smaller. Also, the casting via Improvise is a little bit more difficult, that sort of thing. So it looks like he's going to let it go and keep the Bauble on the battlefield.
All right. So the Kappa Cannoneer, not an issue right now. Here's Teferi, bounce the Construct token. That's a nice little sequence there for Makoto, getting good value from the Planeswalker. And then, is this a... Oh, Fatal Push.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's brutal, because that means Teferi is going to stay on the battlefield.
Oh, yeah, you can't attack it. They can't bring it down with a Memnite, for sure.
That was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference here. Another Urza's Saga. Engineered Explosives also. No, just passes here. Oh, dear.
Yeah, the hand here for Shuhei is an Engineered Explosives, another copy of Springleaf Drum. Again, this is kind of the disjointed nature of a deck like this where, you know, again, it has some very explosive draws. We see them over the course of this weekend when we've had Affinity on camera, and then we have seen this side.
You draw the wrong half of the deck.
Yeah.
And it just kind of spins its wheels.
Yep.
Yep. Right, Quantum Riddler comes in, draws, 2 cards.
Yeah, that one was a twofer.
Yeah. Off to the Warp Zone.
Shuhei's deck really.
Did he just have a turn?
I promise he took a turn.
The only indication I saw of that was that he ticked up the Urza's Saga. That was it.
I promise he took a turn.
Yeah.
I mean, his deck really right now, it needs to find, like, it's easy to say like a card of action. It needs to be a specific card.
Yeah.
Right. It could be weapons manufacturing if that's still in the deck. That's a way to kind of cheese out this game, which is why he's holding the artifacts. It could be Pinnacle Emissary. It needs to be something. Like, the construct is going to be good, but I don't think it's going to be great.
No, he needs business. He needs a sustainable business plan here. He needs business, and he needs it to stick around. All right, here's the construct. In the face of that Quantum Riddler that was just cast.
He's definitely activating that, yeah. So this is another construct. So they're currently 3/3. Search for an artifact. Maybe Boots?
Yeah, Lava Spur Boots. Lava Spur Boots for sure. Yeah. Opal? You don't really need extra mana, though.
Oh, that's the second time through the deck. That's not good.
Did I sideboard it out?
Yes.
Is there anything here that I can get? Okay, Opal's been identified as a potential target here. I think double EE in hand. EE, if you will. The Claws of Gex are in hand as well.
Yeah, look, he's got a lot of zeros. I mean, this is so tough because this is a spot where, like, if he draws Pinnacle Emissary ever, like, you want to hold the zeros from when you draw Emissary.
Yeah.
Right, so that you can kind of unload and play a bunch and, like, make a bunch of tokens.
So you want to use this to get a 1 that you don't have to pay for.
Yeah, but this is just always the spot where when you're playing on a deck like Affinity, where, especially this build of Affinity, where you're like, okay, I want all these zeros, but also, like, this is a turn where I'm kind of incentivized to play the zeros, so my constructs are bigger, so I can start attacking in a meaningful way and kind of maybe go after that Teferi, because if I leave the Teferi around, it's going to bounce a construct and let you draw a card. So you're kind of in a rock and a hard place of, okay, exactly how hard do I want to go on deploying the things that are in my hand? This is not an enviable situation, unless there's not a Pinnacle Emissary in hand.
No. Mishra's Bauble. So the construct's now 5/5s, and are we going to see, Claws
give me the claws.
Claws of Gex here to make these constructs 6/6s. So that means they can attack into the Riddler.
Yep. All right. Okay. Killed it.
Okay.
Small win.
We take those. We take those. Back to Makoto now. He's got a nice full grip.
Yeah, this is the scary part if you're rooting for Shuhei, which is the opponent has a lot of cards. And I think one of those cards is an oust.
Yep, out of the sideboard.
This is going to go real bad.
All right, fatal push, not good. Well, great for Makoto.
Now, if you're rooting for Makoto,
and there's the oust.
Makoto is cooking.
Yeah. He's got the chef hat on. Don't worry about it. Staring away at the pot. And now in comes the Riddler. Shuhei draws 2, thanks to that activation of the bauble. Double Springleaf Drum, Claws of Gix, and a hand filled with explosives.
I think his hand is terrible.
Yeah?
I think it's like multiple explosives, mocks. Like I think his hand is horrible.
Yes. Yeah, he hasn't found the pieces. He hasn't found the weapons manufacturing. He hasn't found the Pinnacle Emissary.
Nope.
Found the Kappa Cannoneer that was dealt with.
Yep.
Yeah. Should he have redrawn the Kappa Cannoneer?
I'm not sure. I've been thinking about that. I'm not sure.
All right.
It's really hard to say.
This isn't bad.
Yeah, it ain't resolving.
And this time Shuhei puts it on top without a moment's hesitation.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see on like the next turn Shuhei actually cash in some of these zeros to make the Thought Monitor a little bit cheaper.
Yep.
But Makoto kind of has everything kind of rolled up right now. Pressure plus disruption. Pressure's on the battlefield, disruptions in the grip. The disruption right now are force negations.
So we might see, as you say, these zeros put into the battlefield just so when you draw the 2 cards with Thought Monitor, yeah, you'll actually have mana. Oh no, just
well, no, you play the zeros first.
No, but it's just the hand indication he made look like.
No, his turn's not
Surely
done.
he's not passing the turn.
Yeah, if his turn's done, his tournament's over. So, so his turn's not done, I promise.
No.
Yeah.
All right. So the Thought Monitor comes in for 2 mana, given that it's got affinity for artifacts.
Yeah, this is another attempt to kind of split the difference a little bit.
Yeah.
Still keep some zeros in case I draw Pinnacle Emissary. I can make some creatures that can actually block flying.
Yes, of course.
Because remember, the drones do block flyers.
Yep.
Consign's brutal. Counter the triggered ability.
So you get a 2/2. You don't get the 2 cards though.
Nice.
And I would say it's more the 2 cards than the 2/2 that you play Thought Monitor for.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Well, we can put it to a vote.
I would say one removal spell cleans this up here. Now, do remember, Claws of Gix is on the battlefield. There are some permanents to sacrifice to gain a little bit of life.
Cost 1 to activate, though.
True.
Yeah. All right, back to Makoto here, firing on all cylinders. And if you can take out this game, of course, this is game 2. He's picked up a game 1 victory. If he can win this one, he'll be well and truly in the conversation for top 8 here.
Yeah, so
poor old Shuhei doing everything he can to hold on, down to 6 now.
Yeah, well, that's block, gain a life, and then take the damage from the subtlety. Yeah,
so down to 3.
Excuse
me.
Are there any good draws in this deck? No.
Nope.
Jeez.
He's going to concede, and that's it. Makoto Horiuchi here, and look at that. A respectful bow or 2 pointed the way of the Japanese Hall of Famer, but is Makoto Horiuchi all the way here? 2-0. Look at that.
That is joy on one side, and though he's doing a really good job of not showing it, I imagine some frustration on the other.
Oh, he'd be heartbroken.
For Makoto, it is a heck of a performance, making the top 8 here, beating someone who's probably played some games against and has known for a very long time in Shuhei. On the other side of things for Shuhei, it's an 8-0 start and not a top 8, which is always brutal in a tournament like this.
Crushing, absolutely.
Top of the standings after day 1, and not in the final 8 players.
No, and also being so close to it for so long as well. When you go 8-0 and then immediately bomb out, right? Like that's a huge bummer. But at least it's like, well, that was that. That happened. There's nothing I could do about that. But when you're so close, you're in the bubble that whole time. You get extra heartbreak for an extra long amount of time. So certainly Shuhei Nakamura. I mean, the poor bloke. Your thoughts certainly with him at a very trying time for him. But his opponent, fantastic. I mean, what a performance with this deck that I guess has sort of lived in the shadow of the Esper Gorios a little bit.
It's like the same color combination. Kind of both decks are doing similar things, but the Goryo's Vengeance deck is obviously built around the graveyard and attracts a little bit more, where the Blink version of the deck is more built around doing some blinking with Overlords and things like that. But both have a similar shell built around them, and I think that's the notable thing about this, which is, they probably share around 20-ish cards because they feel those 20 cards are pretty good. Quantum Riddler, your Blink style effects, your Ephemeris of the world, your subtleties and things like that. So, we're going to see some Esper actions tomorrow. In one way or another.
And once again, full credit to Makoto. Really well played. Great to see him succeed. We're going to head down to our feature match area once again now for Albert Cordobas and Noah Offman here heading into this game in game number 3. Now, once again, we'll remind you of the stakes here. This isn't a clear-cut win and in, despite the fact that these players are at 11 and 4. However, a win will put this player well and truly in the conversation for top 8.
Yep.
Again, we're not going to be able to crunch the numbers here and now, Cedric. It does depend on a bunch of different results, a bunch of different numbers. Some of the players that aren't even going to be featured as part of this round are also going to be in that conversation. We will unveil the top 8 live here for everyone to watch once all of these games are concluded. But right now, we're heading into this game between Offman and Cordobas in game number 3.
This is what I like to call peak modern.
Go on.
On one side, you have like a mana ramp, Eldrazi. If I get to drop my haymakers on you, I'm probably going to win because my cards are really expensive, which means they're very powerful. And the other side of things, you have, oh, yo, okay, that's cool. I'm a glass cannon.
Yeah, I do one thing and one thing only.
Yeah, and like, I lose to kind of like a stiff breeze, but what you're presenting, like Gigantic Eldrazi, I more or less don't care about. So that's why we joined a game in progress with an 8/8 Gristlebrand on the battlefield. And I imagine Noah Offman is feeling really, really good about this situation.
Yep.
And this matchup, look, if Civic Neoform isn't good against Eldrazi ramp, it's not good. And I think it's really good in this matchup.
There are some decks that are sort of, they're loosely referred to as 55% decks, right? Like they're 55% or even like 52% against the entire field.
Yeah.
They don't have hugely great matchups. They don't have hugely terrible matchups. Then there are decks that are just so wildly swingy. You sit down and you can almost determine how the match is going to go based on just like comparing the deck lists. And I would say both of these decks are like that.
Yeah, I think these are decks that are trying to prey on very specific things.
Exactly.
Right? And if you get the right matchups, you're going to feel like a genius. If you get the wrong matchups, you just kind of go, that's how it goes. Obviously, I was incurring risk by selecting the deck that I've selected.
Okay.
And
it's a very measured take that you're expecting players to have.
Well, I think that's just a realistic way of looking at it.
That is the way you should be playing.
Yeah, it's just if I'm playing Civic Neoform, I have selected a deck that sometimes it's not going to function as much as I want it to. Sometimes I'm going to get the right matchup, and it's quite literally a buy. And it will be the reverse side of things, which is sometimes I'm going to get a matchup which I can never win. And if I get enough of the good ones as opposed to the bad ones, again, that can be a tournament-winning selection, or it can be a I am flying home on Saturday selection because I did not qualify for day 2 of competition.
So it's format dependent, it's matchup dependent, it's metagame dependent.
Yeah.
But if you make the right calls and, with a little sprinkle of luck here and there.
If things break your way, life is good.
You can do good things. And you can hear good things happening in the background. I'm sure we'll get get updates as to exactly what that is as our coverage of this round continues. Some very excited players winning matches here.
No, this is the shuffle. It's a shuffle because of the... Okay. Okay. You were just sorry? It was just a shuffle. Okay. Yes. Put on the button, check the forest and shuffle.
It looks like maybe a shuffle question with Ghost Quarter here between these two players.
Because we did the same thing last game.
Oh, because Endurance doesn't shuffle.
Yeah, Endurance shuffles the cards that Endurance makes you shuffle the cards that you put back into the player's library.
But it doesn't shuffle your
But it doesn't
graveyard.
shuffle the library.
Yes, it doesn't.
That's all.
Exactly. Yeah.
Shuffle the cards from the graveyard and put them on the bottom of your deck.
But now we're shuffling because this is Fetchland.
Take that.
After all that. This is a long time for Gristlebrand to be on the battlefield and the game to be continuing.
Yeah.
Don't you say yeah in that? Don't you pile even more disrespect on it?
Gristlebrand's washed. Just get over it.
Oh my goodness! And you're claiming that people don't respect.
I didn't say it was bad. I just said it was washed. It's old.
Yeah, but my point. I'm not talking whether it's a good or not a good or bad card. I'm talking about whether people respect it.
I think if I were to ask Albert, do you currently respect Gristlebrand?
Yeah.
I think the answer would be yes.
Very much so.
Yeah.
An emphatic yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. At this time, I do. Yeah. Well, let's see if Hoffman can leverage the demon here. Turn into a win. Untaps. Draws. 8/8 Gristlebrand. Ready to rumble. With Albert on 11. No, also on 11.
This is a spot here, if you're Noah, you're really far ahead. At least it certainly feels like that. And so you just want to think things through. 12th win doesn't lock you for top 8, but it puts you in a very good position. So I would take my sweet time on this turn. Not going to be a lot of turns left in this game to take your sweet time.
Yeah, yeah. So you may as well get it right. All right.
Yeah.
Draw 7. for
And so
Canadian.
many people stopped me here today that I just wait.
And you can hear he's playing deliberately, right? He knows what he wants to do.
Just think about the cards you're trying. If you're going to activate Gristlebrand, think about the cards you're trying to draw. What your game plan is if everything goes right. If it doesn't go right, it looks like Allosaurus Rider is going to come down. I have to imagine there's going to be a Neo form or an Eldritch Evolution after this. You don't have to worry about counter spells, of course. So.
Yes.
There's Xenagos.
And a concession
Okay,
here
Delta,
from Albert Cordobez. Noah Offman wins game number 3 here and moves on to 12-4 and is ready to enter that tiebreaker scrum we've been talking about. Cedric is heading up here.
Yep.
We are going to find out if these players, if their record will get them into our top 8, and Noah will be well and truly in that conversation. A relieved look on his face as we move now to another potential winner in here with another suite of 11-4 players. Zevon Faust and his opponent here will bring that up on the screen. We can get stuck straight into this match, I understand.
Yeah, we'll jump in there real quick. Quick note, really quick about that last match real quick, though.
Yeah.
You love getting if you know, you love getting an ideal pairing when playing for top 8. It's about as good as it gets as far as a pairing is concerned.
Zevon Faust, Francisco Sanchez. Excuse me, I said we had 11-4s. We don't. One of them is an 11-3-1. So this is, in fact, a win and in for Francisco Sanchez, jumping into it in game number 3 here. So whoever wins this match, well, if it's Francisco Sanchez, he's in. No questions asked. He's in the top 8. Zevon Faust, however, joins that tiebreaker scrum we've been talking about, the group of 12-4s. If he takes it out, let's see who is going to pick up the dub here. Will it be Boros Energy? Will it be Azorius Control?
Remember Zevon Faust? We saw him make the top 8 of Pro Tour Ether Drift.
Yes.
So the Sunday stage is not unfamiliar. Looking to try to get back there with Boros Energy, which has been a deck that we knew was going to see a decent amount of play here this weekend. As I'm sure Frank Karsten will sort out the data. I don't know how well it performed this weekend. It was kind of like the floor deck of, if I'm new to Modern, I don't know what to do. I know at the very least this deck is good. How well positioned is it? That's arguable, but I'm playing good cards.
Oh, we've got Scepter Chant straight away, ready to go. Locked and loaded, baby.
Okay.
Now, no white mana in order to kick it just
not
yet. But that's a pretty good way to open a game of Magic. That's a pretty good start for Francisco Sanchez.
I mean, Ragavan could hit some gross things right now. Ragavan is capable of hitting, like, some gross stuff.
All right. Well,
like,
it's time.
Like, Teferi would be sick. Okay, Chance of Brick.
Chance not going to do it here. Chance not going to do it. I think Francisco knows.
I mean, if Francisco has a white source,
yeah,
I think we're just donezo.
I think that's it. Like,
oh,
it's a basic blades off the top. It's a basic blades off the top. Cast and kick. The chant here. Zevon Faust doesn't get to play Magic. He can't play spells. He can't attack.
Okay, so now the question is, is there an instant or some way to blow up the Scepter in upkeep?
Wear Tear.
That's the out.
Wear Tear.
Okay.
I don't see any other cards. I could be wrong. I'm having a quick look over here. Thraben Charm doesn't do it. Wear Tear out of the sideboard.
Okay.
All right. So what Francisco is doing here is putting aside that 3 mana, recognizing that every turn he is going to cast and kick the Orum's Chant.
Correct.
With the Isochron Scepter.
Correct.
And identifying that those 3 lands are just essentially doing that every turn.
Now remember, with Wear Tear, if Zevon were to draw it, you have to decide when you want to play it.
Yeah.
Right? Because obviously if you draw the card, you know, you're getting Chant on your upkeep, so you're not going to be able to play it on your turn. So then you have to think about if I'm going to play on my opponent's turn. And now that Francisco has, now it's the full-blown lock. Yeah, we are done. That's a tough way to go.
That is a tough way to go for Zevon Faust, but congratulations to Francisco Sanchez, guaranteed a top 8 berth with that 11-3-1 record heading into this. 12-3-1 is going to be good enough for him, but with the Teferi, that was all over Red Rover. No opportunity to cast an instant with Teferi locking the board down. That is it. We are done with the matches here, Cedric, and we have to hurry ourselves out of here because they're standing by with at the desk, ready to round things out with our top 8 announcement. Cedric, thanks for all your support and wisdom today. It's been great working with you. We're going to head over to the news desk right now. We are moments away from our top 8 announcement.
Thank you so much, Riley and Cedric. Yes, very exciting moment indeed. Corey, how are you feeling here after 2 days of competition?
I mean, I'm just at the edge of my seat, ready to see how the top 8 unfolds. And how fun was that, seeing everyone's reaction from their teams and
I
stuff?
know. I just absolutely love it.
That's what it's
Hearing
all
the
about.
cheers in the background. We're about to hear some more cheers
Oh,
because
yeah.
Ailey Loney is standing by with our top 8 announcement.
Thank you so much, Maria. After 16 grueling rounds of Booster Draft and Modern, only 8 players remain, and by this time tomorrow, one of them is going to be champion. So please help me welcome to the stage the top 8 of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. In first place, from the United States of America, Justin Schabel. In second place, from the United States, Michael de Benadetto-Plumber. In third place, from Finland, Mikko Airaksinen. In fourth place, from the USA, Mason Bonadonna. In fifth place, from Spain, Francisco Sanchez. In sixth, from Canada, Johnny Gutman. In seventh place, also from Canada, Noe Hoffman. And in eighth place, from Japan, Makoto Horiuchi. For the top 8 of Pro Tour Edge of Eternity!
Oh, wait, that's boom.
Once again, congratulations to our top 8 here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Make sure you come back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern for Single Elimination Modern to find out who will hoist that trophy and claim the title of champion. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk as we wrap up day 2 of competition. What an incredible tournament we've had so far. Corey, what do you think about the top 8?
I mean, we have 7 different decks.
Let's go.
7 different decks. Let's go. Modern is healthy. Modern is awesome. It's going to be an incredible Sunday tomorrow. I'm pumped.
Well, we can only have one deck of the day, though, Corey. What is it?
That is true. One deck of the day. We got to give it to Is It Prowess here. It was the first deck into our top 8, and it had put up a heck of a win percentage here. When everybody's trying to do all this flashy stuff, you just kill them, Maria. You just kill
Get them dead
Exactly.
as fast as humanly possible. There's a look at Justin Schabel's list, the first player into our top 8 with this Is It Prowess list. Speaking of Justin Shabel, what about our player of the day, Corey?
Well, nice segue there, Maria.
I'm a
It
professional.
is Justin. I mean, he was our first player into the top 8 with our deck of the day. So our player of the day is, of course, our #1 seed, Justin Shabel. And there is the road to get there. Round 15 and 16 didn't have to play and just had a phenomenal road to lock up your top 8 against the Hall of Famer like Shuhei Nakamura as well. It was really special to watch, so huge congratulations to Justin. And Justin will be on the play every single round with
Very
one of the
important.
fastest decks, so incredible stuff.
Yeah, didn't drop a match here on day 2 of competition. Congratulations to him. Speaking of matches, what about match of the day, Corey?
Yeah, let's take a look at the match of the day. It was Gabriel Nassif up against Rohan, and this was an absolutely crazy match here. As it was really back and forth. There was a spot where if Nassif just drew a land to play a Teferi, the game would have been completely locked out. We see the Teferi in play now. That was a little bit past it. Nassif was stuck on 2 lands for a long time up against a resolved Atraxa, up against a resolved Gristlebrand that drew 16 cards, and Nassif was able to keep his composure and take this down by bouncing the only blocker, forcing Alex to be able to tap out to pay for the pact, and then was able to finish him off on the very next turn. So incredible match of the day, round 13. Go back and watch that one.
I love this too, the players at the end talking through their lines and everything. It's so cool. Like, Magic players, they're always going to be Magic players, no matter how high the level of competition. Once again, take a look at our top 8. Anybody you rooting for here, Corey? What do you think?
God, I'm a big Michael Benadetto-Plumber fan. He was a big Breach fan, so we bonded over that. We chatted a lot about that, and incredible to see him lock up that spot. So that's my pick, or Johnny Gutman. Really cool to see him make a big premier event top 8 here in paper.
Absolutely. Everyone come back tomorrow for our top 8. Like I said, single elimination modern. We have 7 different deck archetypes in our top 8 as well. So if you like a deck, chances are it's going to be represented on the Sunday stage. Let's take a look at when you can see coverage here on Sunday. Like I mentioned an hour earlier than today, 10 a.m. Eastern. Tune in for our top 8 single elimination showdown. $50,000 goes to first place. And of course, this trophy that we've been looking at right in front of our news desk all weekend long, Corey. Somebody's got to hoist it over their heads tomorrow, so do not miss it. Well, life sure was peachy this weekend in Atlanta, Georgia, as thousands upon thousands of Magic fans descended upon the city to take names and jam games, celebrating the greatest game of all. Well, we celebrated the greatest players in the game over here at the Pro Tour as 300 competitors became 187 and returned to battle on day 2 of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. From a well-tested draft format that rewarded hours of practice to modern constructed where combo was king, but decks like Control made a resurgence, and Aggro was actually the first archetype to claim a spot in our top 8. When the lights dimmed on the feature match area, 8 players remained standing, very excited to be there indeed, and ready to fight for the trophy and the glory on the Sunday stage. See you back here tomorrow as we go from 8 players to just 1 and crown our champion.